Chapter 207 Bottom Line. Wing Bo woke up from his stupor and lifted his chin after he noticed the off-brown dress shoes from the man sitting across from him. The cops? Wing Bo thought. No, not something a normal government official would do. The secret police from DSS. By instinct, Wing Bo shifted his head around the room, a lightly furnished living room with windows facing an alley, two small doors, and an entrance door likely leading into a hallway. He felt lost, or appeared like he was lost, and then confused when he realized that his hands were unrestrained. Did he faint, and someone helped him up? But if he had fainted, he should be in the hospital, not in a living room. However, if it was the DSS, they would have restrained him. The man in front of him remained silent, simply watching with an expression of patience, as though waiting for Wing Bo to drop his act. Getting a better look at the man with a fading scar beneath his left eye, Wing Bo relaxed his arms and waited to see what the man wanted from him. Lawyer Wing Bo? Li Yun asked from a chair 5 feet apart. Who are you? Wing Bo asked. His hands were unstrained, but it didn't mean he could simply run away. The man in front of him was confident enough to talk to him without a mask or physical restraint. He could run out of the door, but who to say there weren't gunmen waiting behind the door? My name is Li Yun, Li Yun revealed. He didn't believe keeping his identity a secret will convince Wing Bo to join them. Some people had a sense for sincerity, and Wing Bo's skepticism line on his face was more defined than Fenki. As someone with trust issues, Li Yun needed to show Wing Bo that he had little to gain from lies. What do you want? Wing Bo asked in a straightforward tone. Normally, he would pretend to be a meek lawyer, but Li Yun didn't look like someone who would believe it. I need your assistance to deal with the 5 horsemen and the Midnight Sky Bar. Wing Bo ignored the question, but instead asked, what happened to Shudi and Fenki? They are fine, waiting at their club, Li Yun responded. Wing Bo raised his eyebrow in skepticism, deepening his lines near his temple after discerning what had happened. You have convinced Fenki. Shudi was someone outside of the organization, so him giving in was obvious. However, Fenki had been with the organization for 10 years. It wasn't easy to compromise him. Although many members would likely say they would betray the organization given the chance, it was difficult to follow through with it. Despite the harsh punishment, there were also rewards. A part of Wing Bo realized that if the organization didn't exist, he would have ended up a poor pathetic weakling or at best a working-class salaryman. The organization had given him an education and valuable lessons in human nature. Did he enjoy his work? No, but after a few years, life and death had become meaningless. If you're trying to convince me to join you, then you have overestimated your ability, Wing Bo had figured out that was likely the reason. Don't you want to hear what I can offer? Asked Li Yun. Freedom? Normalcy? Wing Bo sneered bitterly. Just an illusion humans have created. No humans are absolutely free from fate and life. Even if the organization is destroyed, what's next? Prison? Work for a company that valued money more than people. Everyone in Blue Moon was used to climbing a rope leading up to what seemed like heaven, but there was no visible view to the top or the bottom. The number of people Wing Bo knew who had jumped off wasn't low, but the reason he was able to continue was quite simple, it was simply a job. How different was it from any other job that regularly people had? Regular people had ladders, but it was still the same endless path to nowhere. Work, retire and die. The same endless cycle. At least on the rope, Wing Bo had gained better strength to endure, and to climb higher. Wing Bo's thought process made him the candidate for promotion within the organization. Given a few more years, he would become a trainer, someone who could recruit new assassins and continue on with the organization. No, I'm not offering you freedom, normalcy, or even revenge, I'm offering you something else much more interesting, Li Yun replied with a smile. Wing Bo thought he could see through most people, but the man in front of him was interesting. He couldn't understand what he could offer that would make him defect from the Blue Moon. I'm offering you a job at Abyss. Wing Bo chuckled. Interesting, a job offer. Yes, I can offer you a better deal than the Blue Moon, Li Yun elaborated. It's project-based pay, you can decline if it doesn't suit you, and you can quit if you want to. There are no basic health benefits, but I'm sure you don't have that at Blue Moon either. Wing Bo roared out laughing. Of all the reasons, he never thought that Li Yun would offer him a job. What sort of project do you see me performing? Wing Bo was curious. You're a lawyer, so you can retain that title unless the Blue Moon decides to release information about you, said Li Yun. If you can't work in the public sphere, there is plenty of work to do, like running the Abyss. You want me to run your organization? Yes, you see, I am a rather busy person, I'm a surgeon, researcher, and part-time treasure hunter. I don't really have time to run an underground organization. And what is the purpose of the organization? Asked Wing Bo. Just to scare away the Blue Moon for now, said Li Yun. Wing Bo wasn't able to guess if Li Yun was a fool or overly confident. No, he either has a really strong backer, or there is a larger organization behind him, Wing Bo thought. Wing Bo's eyes roamed over the entrance door, and then back to Li Yun. He should attack, but his instinct held him back. Why is this guy so confident? I am not confident that you will agree, Li Yun responded as though he could read Wing Bo's mind. But I'm confident you will make the best decision for yourself. Why me? Wing Bo assumed Li Yun knew his profession from Fengqi. Because you have a bottom line, Li Yun had checked up briefly on Zhang Mai and knew she wasn't raped that night. Zhang Mai learned about it after Wu Ling and Zhu Anin took her to the hospital. He had even scrubbed off the video footage from the security footage. Are you sure about that? Wing Bo himself wondered if he had a bottom line. He couldn't remember the last time he had looked at someone's face and felt a sting of regret and pity. Was it the 5 years boy happily sitting on his mother's lap, not knowing that an accident was about to end his life? No, it was better to end his life, so he wouldn't suffer with the loss of his parents. If the boy had survived, he would probably wish he was dead like his parents. Or was it that girl from the other day? I've killed many people, women, and children. Some things are worse than death. Wing Bo burst out laughing. You sound like you have experience, but you don't know what it's like to suffer a fate worse than death. You're right. Li Yun grew up from an average family. He had experienced loss before, from elder pay to his patients, but it seemed trivial to someone like Wing Bo, who had experienced torture of all kinds. Even his experience as the fetus ghost paled in comparison to Wing Bo's experience. But I know you're suffering from your own guilt, and not even aware of it. I have not felt guilt in a while. Wing Bo had trained himself not to think or feel anything. You don't think you feel guilty, but you feel it from the core of your soul, Li Yun remarked. Inside Wing Bo's dantian, the darkness was slowly making its way to his body. It was the type of darkness that was eating him from the inside out, which was also the same as Fengqi. If Wing Bo felt less remorseful, his dantian would be similar to Shudi, where there was no darkness in the dantian. People like Shudi felt like they did nothing wrong, and accumulated little darkness. It was why Li Yun didn't trust or rely on Shudi. Wing Bo snorted out a chuckle, masking a bit of contempt for himself. Was that why he spared that girl? That he somehow felt guilty? But his intention wasn't to save the girl, it was to save himself from being implicated in the future. He knew the room was being filmed by Mr. Bai, and he easily tricked the camera. What makes you think I have a conscience? Wing Bo asked, curious about what Li Yun saw in him. Li Yun wasn't sure of the exact reason Wing Bo had let Zhang Mai go free until he met Wing Bo in person. Wing Bo hated to see people suffering, and what better way than to end it quickly for them. He wasn't a loose cannon, but an extremely sharp double-edged sword. Every moment that passed by, Li Yun could sense Wing Bo waiting and planning to spring up from his chair to attack. You're a lot more sensitive to suffering than most people, said Li Yun. You don't want to feel or inflict on others. I don't think you have realized it yet. Wing Bo laughed. Are you sure you aren't a therapist, Doc? Giving you free therapy is a lot cheaper than paying for your funeral or hiding your corpse. Are you sure you're not going to regret killing me? And if I kill you, isn't that the easy way out? You're more useful alive. All right, humor me. Wing Bo thought Li Yun was an interesting person. How is your organization any different from the Blue Moon? There's really no corporate ladder to the top, said Li Yun. You can consider yourself the boss. Your challenge isn't to climb, it is to gobble up as many underground organizations as possible. You want me to gobble up the underground? Wing asked in a surprised tone. He didn't think it was a bad offer, but it would be tricky to deal with the Blue Moon. Esther would call for his termination if he didn't check in every 24 hours. How are you planning to deal with the Blue Moon? I want you to send them a straightforward reply, said Li Yun. Tell them that their involvement had caused an unexpected harm to someone they shouldn't have touched. As punishment, the Abyss organization will take over the management of the 3 regions of Angjao, Qinbei, and Yide. You want to make the first move. Wing Bo thought that if they completely disappeared and remained in the dark, the organization would send out people to investigate. If Li Yun made a big power play, the Blue Moon will immediately that they are against another organization and would investigate to confirm the existence of the Abyss. Although the 2 paths seemed similar, they had 2 very different outcomes. If Li Yun remained completely in the dark, the Blue Moon would begin a broad investigation, uncovering many things in the process of investigating an unknown threat. However, if they know that there was a group actively going up against them, they would focus their resources solely on confirming the existence of the Abyss and its potential threat. The focused research was faster, but they would act cautiously to avoid direct conflict. It would also deter them from investigating things like the previous Qinbei's gang and Qi Shou. You're banking on them not willing to take the risk of a full-scale war? Wing Bo asked, but he was also thinking about how the organization would react. If the organization was run by an egomaniac, their ego may be bruised, and they would attempt to go up against the Abyss. However, territorial wars were usually the last resort. Blue Moon operated very methodically and would likely back away to avoid casualty. Wing Bo was amazed by Li Yun's thought process. If he took the job offer, life would not seem as meaningless. I'll take the offer. Chapter 208 settled. What's going on? Everyone in Shudi's gang was confused by the sudden change of operation. After Shudi disappeared for a day, he suddenly called his top members for a meeting. The announcement that they were closing their call service operation shocked everyone. But boss, it's one of our lucrative businesses, and it's easier to deal with clients with the girls around. Dao Tao didn't understand why everything was determined so quickly. We lost our police liaison, Shudi explained. It was the excuse that Fenqi had given him. The streets will be difficult to control with more patrols, so we have to stop our operation. The members finally settled down as they understood what was going on. They weren't always informed of the back-end operations, but they knew Shudi had someone in his pocket. So, we are still going to focus on the gambling and drug operations? Asked Butcher. Shudi nodded. He was not sure what white powder substance the masked man had given him, but he had his other men try it. They felt the initial high, but after 15 minutes, there was a strange mellowness. It wasn't unpleasant. The following day, they couldn't remember exactly what had happened, but they enjoyed the rush like cocaine. With the gang continuing the operation, the appearance remained the same. Shudi was not aware that Wing Bo had instructed the police contact to remain on standby. By the end of the week, Shudi's medicine started to act up, and he fainted. As instructed by Li Yun, Fenqi carried Shudi to Qinbei every week to receive medicine for Shudi. The Blue Moon organization continued to remain silent after Wing Bo sent out a text to Esther stating that the Abyss organization had recruited him for their organization. It was his last text message before he destroyed the cell phone they had provided him. After Wing Bo took over the management the Abyss organization, including the management of Shudi's gang, he opened up an office in Yide. In the meanwhile, Fengki and Shudi returned to Angjeo. There was no commotion afterward, but Li Yun needed to make preparations in case the Blue Moon decided to counterattack. Most organizations wouldn't go such length for revenge. Their main priority was profit. If going against another underground organization benefited them, they would, but the loss outweighed the gain. There were other fishes in the sea, no need to capture the shark that had stolen a fish when there were other seas in the world. Li Yun arrived at the wine bar in Qinbei and met with Wing Bo in a private office. Aside from lawyer Gong, were you dealing with other lawyers in Yide? Li Yun asked. Wing Bo nodded. We call them the Five Horsemen of Yide in the underworld, said Wing Bo. They have a connection with Governor Ning, so I needed to gather information on whether they would interfere if the Blue Moon planned to expand into Yide. Wing Bo gave Li Yun the files on the 5 top members. Li Yun only recognized one of the lawyers, Mr. Bai, who was Governor Ning's personal lawyer. If Governor Ning was personally in charge of the group, they were likely the executioners of his underground dealings. Mr. Bai's involvement isn't direct. He's the behind-the-scene member, Wing Bo only knew as much. Did you attempt to hack into Mr. Bai's system? Asked Li Yun. My assistant did. We have videos of all the horsemen and many public officials involved in drug, prostitution, rape, and bribery. But we didn't find any evidence relating to Governor Ning. Li Yun thought if they released the videos, it was sure to attract national attention. The problem was, Governor Ning wasn't included in the videos. If he really was the head, they needed to find that information. Mr. Bai likely kept a physical thumb drive or CD hidden somewhere with enough evidence to put Governor Ning away. A man his age wouldn't place his trust hiding information on the cloud. If there is information, it's likely that Ning Long had also tried to find it and Mr. Bai is being extra careful to keep that information hidden, said Wing Bo. He typically stays at home and occasionally takes walks in his neighborhood. He has other properties, but it will be difficult to look through all of them just for evidence. Li Yun thought the only way to find the evidence was to stalk and investigate Mr. Bai. However, he didn't have time for that. Instead, he returned to the clinic as soon as everything was taken care of. Ruxi was in the middle of researching on the sofa, but closed her tablet while Li Yun stored away his jacket in the closet. Can I ask what you have been up to the past few days? Ruxi asked hesitantly. Other than assisting him with his disguise, Li Yun hadn't discussed anything about the wine cellar with Ruxi. With everything that happened to Zhang Mi, he didn't want to give her additional worries. If it was anyone else, Li Yun would never pull any of his family members into the underworld, such as his parents and the Wu siblings. The less they know, the less trouble it will bring them if anything was exposed in the future. In Ruxi's case, she was already deeply entrenched in the underworld that it was meaningless to keep her in the dark. It wasn't just his dealings, but the dealings of her own family. Between the Song and Chu, there were more skeletons in their closets than the bloodstain in his. Were you worried? Li Yun sat next to her, gathered her small hands into his and kissed her palm. Just a tiny bit, Ruxi confessed. Sometimes when you're tight-lipped about something, it usually means you're doing something dangerous. Am I allowed to ask what you have been doing? You're allowed to ask. Would you tell me if I have asked? Probably not, but I would tell you that I will tell you once everything is settled. Is it settled? It is settled, Li Yun replied with a nod. Did you find the asshole that did it to her? We found the guy, but he's not the mastermind behind it, said Li Yun. He told her what had happened the past few days. She glared at Li Yun. You're kidding, you're letting that lawyer run an underground gang. It's not like he did anything to Zhang Mi, and how else are we to punish him, asked Li Yun. Turning him over to the police means a death sentence, don't you feel it's a waste of human resources? You really think he can be trusted? Trust was a funny word. Did he trust people to remain loyal? No, but did he trust people to make decisions that best benefited them? Then yes. In an organization with a head, the followers trusted the head to give them the most benefit. I trust that he will run the organization well. You should have tortured him like you did with Shuti for a few days at least. Ruxi didn't like that Zhang Mi had to suffer psychological anguish. How about the law firm? That's going to be tricky, said Li Yun. Judah and I will talk to Bulletin Tao later about this as it involves Governor Ning. Oh. How is Zhang Mi doing? Knowing she hasn't been raped did alleviate some of her anxiety, but she is still having flashbacks of that night. We have convinced her to file a police report with Bulletin Tao, but since she wasn't raped, they aren't going to take this seriously. Is she really deciding to stay at the law firm? She's a lot stronger than that. Ruxi thought revenge was a good motivation for Zhang Mai. She's going to see if she can convince lawyer Lang to start her own law firm. They have some dirt on the other lawyers. Although Shang and Gong appeared fine, lawyer Gong is trying to oust Shang and get a partnership. She's going to find a way to get them to expose each other's corruption. Li Yun thought it was a good plan. You're not worried about anything else? Li Yun asked. He thought she would have more to say about him running an underground organization. No, but your parents want us to join them for dinner this weekend. Oh. Li Yun found it easier to deal with gang bosses than family. Have you read the rewrite, 16ch out on RR? Is it better or worse? Better. Worse. The same. There's a rewrite? www.royalroad.com/fiction/48294/system-only-gives-me-useless-gifts. Total voters, 21. This poll was closed on November 26, 2021, 11:09 p.m. Chapter 209 Transfer. Bulletin Tao hated dealing with bureaucracy, but it was everywhere, from the managing hierarchy of the local supermarket to the very top of the state council. It was an inescapable part of society. Early in his career, Bulletin Tao had seen police officers who genuinely wanted to protect the city, but were passed over for promotion by officers who knew how to play the game. They quickly learned that the only way to succeed wasn't to follow the rules, but to align themselves with the right commissioner. The game seemed simple, but impressing the higher-ups in the police organization required a mixture of competence and ass-kissing. An officer can't be too useful or too useless. Being too impressive created jealousy by other officers, and being useless would bring down the organization. Bulletin Tao had personally experienced the political nature of work after transferring from the traffic division to the criminal investigation division. As a rookie investigator, much of the credit for apprehending the criminals went to his sergeant. There was little else he could do, except questioning his sergeant's inability at every turn. He didn't care about getting the merit, but seeing how worthless some of the superiors were, he felt uncertain about the future. It made sense that the public didn't trust police officers. You gotta hold your tongue, Tao, a fellow officer told him. The sergeant is only a few merits away from becoming lieutenant. Once he's promoted, you'll also get a chance to be promoted. If you act out, everyone will mark you as a troublemaker. That was how things worked in the world. There was a sequence of events and proper order everyone had to follow. Breaking that order meant going against the rest of the group. Bulletin Tao didn't care about moving up the rank. Bufu and Li Yun called him stupid, but he didn't care. If he saw something that pissed him off, then damn well he was going to act pissed. He often got into arguments with other officers. You remind me of myself when I was your age, General Commissioner Hung had once told him. Back then, he was Budao's captain. Your report about everyone's incompetence is very thorough, but do you think this is something Internal Affairs isn't aware of? It wasn't like the higher-ups were blind to everything that was happening. They had experienced the upward climb themselves, and knew it was part of tempering the future officers. They all found Bulletin Tao be capable and heroic, but too rash to reach a higher level within the organization. Captain! Bulletin Tao formally saluted. I know I am out of bounds, but it is not something I could ignore. Unfortunately, Finding good officers is like finding good people, Captain Hung rebuked. Imagine if we fire all these people on the list, who else to replace them? Plenty, Bulletin Tao as he listed 5 other officers he felt were fit for the sergeant and lieutenant positions. The people you list are capable, but they lack the ability to lead. They can work hard, but can they lead a dozen people to solve a case? Captain, that comes with experience. If you don't give them the opportunity, they will not learn. You're giving people who only know how to bark out orders, but don't know how to actively solve cases. We aren't going to suffer from any more failures than now. Our reputation frankly stinks. Captain Hung agreed, the Yide Police Department wasn't well liked in the community. You didn't list yourself, why not? Captain Hung, you're me, you know how many demerits I have from fighting with my sergeant and lieutenants, asked Bulletin Tao. Captain Hung laughed. That's rich, coming from you. At least you know where you stand on the totem pole. Out of everyone in the police force, Captain Hung liked Bulletin Tao the most, but he also knew it would be difficult for Bulletin Tao to step up the ladder. Many of the other commissioners tolerated Bulletin Tao because he could solve cases. If he wasn't so outspoken, he might have been promoted. For the longest time, everyone thought it would take Bulletin Tao at least 10 years before he could be promoted to sergeant. Even when Bulletin Tao caught the serial killer known for terrorizing women, the lieutenant in charge was planning to take the credit if the General Commissioner Jing hadn't intervened. Everyone was surprised that Bulletin Tao had a huge backer. No one knew he had connection to the General Commissioner from the provincial office. You held the trump card hidden pretty well, Captain Hung commented when he awarded Bulletin Tao with his sergeant position. It wasn't meant to be used as a trump card, Bulletin Tao replied. He met his wife, Jing Ting, during the academy. It never occurred to him that his future father-in-law was the General Commissioner until after their parents met for marriage negotiation. It was tough when they first dated because General Commissioner Jing didn't like Bulletin Tao. They forced his hand by getting Jing Ting pregnant with little Nai. With a bit of backing, Bulletin Tao made it to captain, but not without earning enough merits to earn admiration and respect from other officers. The rank was high, but above him was the commissioner, the deputy general commissioner, and finally the general commissioner. You're not telling me everything, Bulletin Tao spoke loudly to Li Yun. He was well aware that while he was investigating what had happened to Zhang Mi, Li Yun had gathered everyone else to investigate separately. He was not informed about the nature of Abyss or even aware of its existence. I told you about everything important, said Li Yun. To him, the Abyss wasn't important. It could go up in flames and he would still be fine. Bulletin Tao shook his head at himself. Sometimes, it was better not to know everything. So, what do you know? Li Yun told him that they have evidence on the 5 horsemen, but needed information on the governor and cooperation from someone high in office that could force the investigation to continue when they leak the news. How is everything from your end? Li Yun asked. They accepted my request for transfer to the provincial office, said Bulletin Tao. So you really contacted your old captain? Asked Li Yun. Li Yun had only met Commissioner Hung once, but at that time, he wasn't as astute as he was now. His overall impression of him was rather good. And he agreed. Yet, Bulletin Tao liked being in the Yide Police Department, but there were so many limitations. If he wanted to gain more information, he needed to transfer. Little Yun, I'm going to hang up, CAO is calling. Bulletin Tao hung up and took the call from Commissioner Hung. Commissioner? Bulletin Tao asked. Just want to call to congratulate you on becoming the captain of the provincial CID, Commissioner Hung said over the phone. The local police station generally had higher jurisdiction rights than the provincial police, but in terms of ranking, working in the provincial police was considered more prestigious and higher. Thank you, Commissioner, Bulletin Tao responded. You didn't have to directly approve of my transfer request. Why do you sound like I intentionally gave you favors over everyone else? Asked Commissioner Hung. I only recommended you, but we still need to have all the other commissioners finalize your appointment. You don't have a lot of fans in the provincial office. A recommendation from the General Commissioner generally meant the other commissioners would agree. Although the former General Commissioner Jing was his father-in-law, the man didn't exactly want Bulletin Tao to work in the same office. With him long retired, Commissioner Hung wanted Bulletin Tao to work there to offset some of the old ways of thinking. Bulletin Tao knew Commissioner Hung for a few years, and knew how crafty he was when it came to playing the game. He knew a lot of things that were happening behind the scenes but chose to ignore it. The man was playing a long game, and he had finally reached the top. As for his end goal, Bulletin Tao wasn't sure. He had rarely seen Commissioner Hung committing any serious infractions. "Sir, thank you, but we both know what happened to the old commissioner," said Bulletin Tao. The former commissioner after Commissioner Jing was charged with bribery in connection to a drug cartel. However, many people knew what was happening until he got power-hungry and plotted a scheme against Governor Ning. The old commissioner never thought Governor Ning would strike first and ousted him from the position. Governor Ning didn't particularly like Commissioner Hung, but he was a person in the neutral position and very little authority, making him the best person to take the mantle temporarily before he could find a better replacement. It worked to Commissioner Heng's benefit. "Have you thought about how to secure your position?" asked Bulletin Tao. G.C. Hung raised his eyebrow. It was the first time Bulletin Tao directly asked him about his position. He had only been in position for a year. It may seem like a long time, but it wasn't enough for him to gather enough allies. Bulletin Tao remembered when Commissioner Hung was captain, he always hoped to have more power to fight corruption. When it first started, every barrier he had to fight down broke a piece of his own morals. Eventually, G.C. Hung learned that to get the work done, it was better to use underhanded methods. It was quicker than the red tapes that were meant to stop those naive enough to believe that the law existed to protect the people. G.C. Hung wondered if Bulletin Tao was finally able to see eye to eye with him. Sometimes to make big moves, underhanded means were needed. Chapter 210 Research Paper. Dr. Redding, the editor-in-chief of the Blight Medical Journal, BMJ, crossed her legs as she read the content proposal for the next publication. She was a woman who looked much older than her age, but she had used that appearance for her advantage. Her motherly appearance triggered many people into compliance, especially when she needed to scold her editors about selecting nonsensical articles, like the one that Dr. Burton was proposing. Upon finishing the first draft, she turned to Dr. Burton from across the large round mahogany table. "You want to publish this nonsense?" After posing the question, Dr. Redding lightly chucked the 8-page medical research paper onto the table. Across the front page was the title, "The Correlation Between Electrocardiograms and Pulse Diagnosis Techniques from Ancient China." Dr. Burton cleared his throat and glanced at his other colleagues from the room. Some colleagues sneered while the others with no bones to pick simply stared blankly outside the large window that overlooked the green lawns of the Memorial Square. The original publication had already been published in Chinese through the TCM Journal, said Dr. Burton. "I have a friend working there, and he said it is considered one of the most prized publications by the TCM Journal." Dr. Burton had spent a few years working in Magic City working with doctors and medical editors. Many people in the room did not even know the TCM Journal existed, since many Chinese medical journals had less than one if. "Even more reason why we shouldn't publish this paper," said one of the other editors. Medical journals prided themselves in being the first to publish medical papers. If the paper was published, they had to reference the original, boosting the number of citations. It was one of the reasons why medical journals required disclosure from the authors that the paper was not submitted to other publications. From the author's perspective, it was a waste of time to wait 6 months for the journal to review the research, only to be sent a notice of decline. The author would have to resubmit to another journal. However, from the editor's perspective, if they spent 6 months reviewing a paper and the author was accepted to another publication, they had wasted their time. As the medical journals were the ones with the upper hand, naturally they would side with the editors. It was considered unprofessional to submit to multiple publications. When Professor Xiao Shan recommended the paper to Dr. Burton, there was a declaration that the original Chinese paper was already published, but the translated English version was only submitted to BMJ. This was common acceptable practice, but many medical journals still hesitated to publish papers they didn't publish first. Dr. Burton, I'm not entirely against the idea of publishing a translated article, but what benefits are there to the public and medical profession if we publish this article? Dr. Redding asked. Dr. Redding valued medical reports that cautioned the public of dubious claims of supplements, the dangers of smoking, and unhealthy lifestyles. She was seeing more and more people searching for alternative medicine, and not many of them were supported by medical research. If she published the paper, she feared the quacks in Old Blight would start using it to advertise whatever scam supplements and remedies they were selling on their website. Dr. Redding, I understand your concerns about the rampant abuse in the alternative medicine community, but Dr. Lee's surgical ability is really something, Dr. Burton stated. The research itself stated the ability is extremely difficult to learn, and only a handful of qualified TCM doctors in the history of China could judge the rhythm of blood flow with accurate precision. But I do not see any benefits, said Dr. Redding. The idea of pregnancy pulse relating to EKG is interesting, but there are too many variations the doctor has to consider when analyzing the EKG. It's particularly easier for a doctor to run to the drugstore and buy a pregnancy kit. Dr. Redding, although the research seemed difficult for most people to analyze, what about computer software and testing robots? Dr. Burton proposed. China is at the forefront of new technology like creating robots to overcome the shortage of doctors in their country and diagnostic robots based on rapid blood tests. However, if that could be supplemented by Dr. Lee's EKG studies and fine-tune the diagnostic ability, this could revolutionize the future of medicine. Although Dr. Burton was enthusiastic, many doctors sitting in the room were alarmed. The idea of being replaced by robots was a scary thought. Unlike China, the other first world countries didn't have a shortage of doctors, and it was also a lucrative and respected career. Robots are not always accurate. There are situations where the doctors must be involved to confirm the diagnosis, was what most doctors would say. However, their concerns were similar to people who were concerned about automated driving cars. Many feared glitches and hacking problems, but it was people who were more prone to glitches and accidents. Most statistics showed a higher percentage of human errors than machines. Dr. Redding, many journals are beginning to publish articles on nanotechnology and genetics, said Dr. Burton. Although the future may be unknown, we must not hold back on allowing people to glimpse into the future. Doctors must also work as innovators and researchers that will advance human capability. It wasn't just diagnostic robots, but nanotechnology and genetic modifications that were the future of medicine. Imagine switching on and off hormones and deciding traits of newborn babies. The question wasn't if, but when the technology will advance enough for all those things to happen. By then, it wasn't a question of ability, but a question of ethics. For some, scientists and doctors were playing God, but for others, it was the future of human evolution. Dr. Redding tapped her fingers on the table, considering the options. She didn't believe for one moment that Dr. Burton cared about advancing future innovations. He had always been the type who cared more about advancing himself. However, she had seen Li Yun's surgery via a private medical site, and admittedly, the young doctor had amazing surgical techniques. Dr. Burton, I would like to publish something, but have Dr. Lee and his team write up a new article, said Dr. Redding. I am sure they have other studies conducting on a similar topic. Dr. Burton was elated to hear the news. Life returned to normal as Li Yun continued to collect all the necessary requirements for the missions. The cauldron and jade trigrams was the most difficult, but with enough funding, he acquired a Shang dynasty cauldron and Xia dynasty jade stone. After carving out the jade, he finally completed his mission. Comprehend Feng Shui to small perfection. Gather the following items. Tool, cauldron with 1000 chi, jade trigrams with 1000 chi, and wood with 1000 chi. Items, 9 different items with 1000 chi. 9/9. Medicinal, 9 different medicinal with 1000 chi. 9/9. Mission completed. Recipe rewarded. A recipe. Li Yun hoped it wasn't food related when he scanned the recipe inside his head. Too bad it isn't the elixir of life. The recipe wasn't even a recipe in a traditional sense, but a chemical compound and its molecular structure. People underestimate the importance of structure, but it was the difference between graphite and diamond. As for the purpose of the formula, he was not sure until after he created it in his lab and tested it out on himself. And just because he got a formula and its basic structure, creating something wasn't going to be simple. There were extraction and manufacturing methods for chemicals that weren't suited for his simple lab at the Dongxian clinic, and he needed to upgrade the Sheneng factory laboratory equipment. He spent a week focusing on making a small sample. As before, he could evaluate the potential effects on his body, but in order to understand its purpose, he needed to test it on different blood samples and microbes. "I'll give you the samples, but on one condition," said Chief Zhang. "Really, Chief?" Li Yun had always gotten samples without many conditions. He was already preparing to teach a class for a previous favor. "Not another class. Not another class, but you have to meet with an editor from Blight Medical Journal." "Oh." Li Yun had submitted the translation to them on Professor Xiao Shan's advice. He didn't think they wanted to meet with him in person, unless it was about something else. "Director Hong has already agreed, so you really can't refuse this one." Chapter 211 Class. Fan Gang shuffled into a small lecture hall, already filled up with the 14 residents who had been selected from a pool of 100 applicants to attend the course. None of the residents knew the structure of the course other than it being led by their celebrity surgeon, Li Yun. "Why are you so late?" Wei Bing asked as Fan Gang took a seat next to her. "Busy." Fan Gang replied. Li Yun looked over his phone from the front of the room. 9 a.m. "All right, we will begin." He walked closer to the center and scanned through the group of 15 residents. "You all have been selected for one reason. Does anyone know what that is?" Everyone stared at each other and wondered what they all had in common. Not all of them were known for surgery, had high grades, or were considered talented. If they compared themselves to An Lichang or Mi Xian, it was laughable. At best, they may be at Luijing's standard. "You have what your attending surgeons considered personality problems," Li Yun replied. "What?" Some of them were surprised. They never thought of themselves as troublemakers. "What does he mean?" Wei Bing had always been obedient and followed directions, and being called problematic was a surprise to her. "Your personalities range from being too indecisive to being too arrogant. There are no personality traits that define a surgeon, but all surgeons should know their own strengths and weaknesses. I don't care if you're the greatest surgeon in the world, but if you can't recognize yourself, how are you to recognize others?" "Put Dr. Li, what does our personality have to do with being a good surgeon?" "Personalities are 50% of what makes a surgeon. Without personalities, you're nothing more than a robot. And I can tell you, in the future, if you don't understand personalities, you will not survive when robots become advanced enough to perform surgery." "Dr. Li, isn't that science fiction?" some of the residents asked. "Even if robots can perform surgery independently, they still need surgeons to program them. So instead of a surgeon, you want to change your profession to a programmer?" Li Yun asked. Everyone remained silent. "For our first lesson, I want everyone to write down what you think of yourself, and then on a separate sheet, write down what you think of the person to your right or in front of you. You have 5 minutes." Li Yun clicked on his phone's timer. As the time quickly wound down, everyone wrote down what they thought about themselves, and then the person in front of them. It took them faster to write about the other person than they did themselves. Li Yun's phone beeped as soon as the time ran out. Qin, you consider yourself to be an intellectual, hardworking, and patient. Li Yun went down the list of what everyone thought about themselves until Fan Geng. And Fan Geng, you scribbled a bunch of random roots for a game. The residents were surprised by how accurate his guesses were. Some of what he said was a good 80% accurate. Dr. Li, how did you figure out what we wrote down? Well, I read most of your profiles when I selected everyone for the class, said Li Yun. And it's written on your faces and expressions. This process is similar to how a detective would solve a case, by looking at everything from every angle. Oh, like that TV show. Li Yun nodded. Next question, what is the first step in a physical examination? Physical appearance, replied a resident. It's important to note gender and state of their appearance. But isn't it flawed to look only at faces? Asked another resident. Not everyone with dark skin worked outside like a construction worker. Obviously, but that's when you need to examine other factors, said Li Yun. If it's hereditary, did the person originate from the desert? What sort of ailments are common out in the desert? These are the sorts of things you need to understand. The skin is the first line of defense against viruses and bacteria, so it's often the first to reveal any problems, along with the tongue. If someone eats something they are allergic to, the tongue and throat are usually the first to react. Dr. Li, we aren't first-year medical students, we all know this, replied Fan Geng. Knowing is one thing, but putting it into practice will take you years of practice. Li Yun looked at the door to invite a volunteer inside. So now, we will put your skills to practice. Li Yun turned to the door and signaled someone to enter. The volunteer, male, late 30s, entered the room and scanned across the room before sitting down on a vacant chair by Li Yun. Can anyone tell me what he's suffering from just by looking at him? Asked Li Yun. Some residents looked at the guest, but couldn't figure out his condition. His appearance was like any other male, average build, and looked healthy overall. How can we tell without examining the patient? The residents asked. Just formulate an idea in your head. What if our judgment sets us off on the wrong path? Some residents worried about creating confirmation bias. Should we judge patients based on their appearance? Other residents worried about the ethics of judging patients based on looks. Judge? No, but we need to formulate a diagnosis as quickly as possible and then do everything we can to rule it out, said Li Yun. Confirmation bias is possible, but train your mindset to rebuke your diagnosis. Li Yun walked around the room to see what the residents had written. Everyone jotted down a guess from diabetes, cancer to joint pain, mainly because there weren't any visible symptoms. Fan Geng, why did you guess retinitis pigmentosa? Li Yun asked, reading from Fan Geng's note. He looks around the room whenever people are talking, Fan Geng replied. The room isn't that big, so he may have a limited field of vision. That's a good observation, said Li Yun. If you take it one step further, you will know that Mr. Mo focuses specifically on everyone's mouth. He has slight deafness, and from a long distance, it's difficult to distinguish conversation unless he reads people's lips. Mr. Mo has Usher's syndrome. But Dr. Li, we have never even heard of Usher's syndrome. How are we supposed to make that guess? Asked the resident. I see that some of you are concerned about making mistakes and guessed a common ailment to cover the basis, said Li Yun. Medicine is a large field and it is impossible to understand everything. I suggest you get used to making mistakes now, especially during your training years. This is your opportunity to experiment and test the best method to determine the best method that will work for you. Let's look at Dr. An Luchang and Dr. Yang Kong as an example. Who do you think has better diagnostic ability? The residents were all hesitant to answer as An Luchang was sitting in the rear corner of the room. Pretend drive. An isn't here, he's sneaking into this class when he should be taking a break. Li Yun then asked them to raise their hands. 12 raised their hands for An Luchang, while the other 3 raised their hands for Yang Kong. Li Yu nodded, it was expected. Dr. An Luchang diagnostic ability is probably 75% accurate, give or take. Dr. Yang Kong is slightly higher, around 80%. But drive. An Luchang beat you during last year's competition, Fan Gang pointed out. Do I have to remind you that none of the actors during the competition were actually sick? Asked Li Yun. Anyways. Does anyone know why Dr. Yang is more accurate? I have worked with Dr. Yang on some occasions, but he is always looking up his phone. However, Dr. An Luchang can remember many more diagnoses on site. Exactly, but at the end of the day, who's more accurate? Dr. Yang is usually more accurate, but isn't it because he looks up information? Yes, but what's wrong with looking up information? Being resourceful is a skill in itself. If you don't know something, simply look it up. Don't be stubborn like Dr. An Luchang. Unlike the other residents who had always sought Li Yun for help, An Luchang preferred to do things on his own. He only asked Li Yun as a last resort, like what had happened during the poisoning incident. What I am teaching you today is my method, but everyone has their own strengths and abilities. What works for me may not work for you. So the goal of this class is to find a method that will work for you. Chapter 212 Sleep. Thanks for stopping by, Li Yun thanked MOK as he was about to depart. Not a problem, MOK responded. I was surprised when you called. I didn't think you would also request a sample of my blood and cousin's blood. I am researching genetics, and the MO family have well-documented cases on your condition. Li Yun was also curious about the owner of the cloth, and whether something or someone had the ability to change gene expression. I didn't think there was a cure for my condition, said MOK. I can't guarantee a cure, said Li Yun. With his ability, he was confident he could uncover more secrets contained in both the cloth and the Mo's family curse, but he wasn't sure if he could cure it. I have a feeling that you will, MOK responded. As strange as it sounded, he had a feeling that the new owner of the cloth had mythical abilities. MOK thanked Li Yun and departed from the hospital. Afterward, Li Yun attended a small internal department meeting. I have watched your online class, said Chief Lim. Although only a select group was allowed in the lecture, the class was recorded for everyone to view. You're a better teacher than I thought. You don't have to flatter me, Chief. Li Yun didn't think his teaching style was effective. He could be persuasive, but he lacked strictness. As a student, he disliked the professors who were too strict and rigid, but looking back, some of the toughest teaching styles were also the most effective. They didn't care about being the favorite teacher or even likable, they simply wanted their students to succeed and do well. Oh ho, it looks like being a teacher is more difficult for you than being a surgeon. Chief Zhang could sense Li Yun's apprehension on his own teaching ability. Li Yun didn't think it would be difficult as he tried a similar method to help Luan Chang, Mi Xian, and other residents in his group. However, back then, he was helping them as their peers. It was different from teaching a class where others addressed him as a teacher. Being strict on students was difficult for Li Yun, who operated on freedom of choice. He liked to give people options and persuade them to make an informed decision, but he was never one to force anyone to make decisions. Why are you modest all of the sudden? Chief Gao asked. I'm not being modest, just self-aware, Li Yun responded. I thought Dr. Li's teaching style would be more chaotic, Dr. Chow commented. You know, like those hidden hermit masters. Do you know what he's talking about? Li Yun asked Luan Chang. Luan Chang remained silent, also missing a frame of reference. You're showing your age, Dr. Chow, Chief Gao commented. He then turned to Li Yun. You do lack a bit of flair. Meanwhile, Li Yun sighed. It's not like I'm some great sage. I'm 25. Not only that, he had never once tried using Zhuoang on teachers. I quite like your teaching style, but it's different from our teaching style, said Chief Zhang. We were taught in a military hospital, which have a very rigid and formal teaching method. Chief Zhang, do you have connections to anyone at the Twin City Military Hospital? Li Yun asked curiously about the nearest military hospital. Why? Want to see how they operate? Asked Chief Zhang. A bit curious, Li Yun thought it would be interesting to see how the military hospital taught their students. He imagined it was much more intense. I think I can get you a visiting doctor pass, said Chief Zhang. Thank you. You don't have to thank me, a friend of mine from Twin City Military Hospital also wanted to meet you, said Chief Zhang. Oh. They are curious about you, naturally, said Chief Zhang. You know, after your stint at Magic City, a lot of people wanted to interview you or have you join their sleep study. There was plenty of sleep study and acupuncture, but Li Yun's ability was so astonishing that many still questioned the validity of it. Scientists and researchers from around the country, and even some from abroad, had invited him for an in-depth sleep study. Do you know also Dr. Burton at BMJ? Li Yun asked. Chief Zhang knew Professor Xiao Shan and had worked in Imperial City, so it wasn't unusual for him to know foreign doctors. I had worked with Dr. Burton briefly when I was researching ways to introduce the residency standards, said Chief Zhang. Not a really good doctor, but decent editor and researcher. Know anyone at NBJM or the BISTRE? Li Yun jokingly asked about the top 2 medical journals in the world. I'm well connected, not a Nobel laureate, my papers wouldn't interest them either. Li Yun had never considered his paper for foreign publication, much less the top 2 journals in the world. After their meeting, Li Yun headed to the neurology department for some experiments. He asked Luan Chang to assist him into the EEG machine. Sleep was an important function, not just in humans, but in all animals. Many of the vital functions included the production of growth hormones and thermal regulation. Like computers, a human body could not function properly and clear away glitches until it reset during sleep. The irony was, Li Yun hadn't technically slept in a while. Much of the function had been replaced by qi circulation. Once hooked up, the EEG machine read his brain waves during his qi circulation state. Luan Chang read the report and then glanced at Li Yun. It looked like Li Yun had fallen asleep. Inside of Li Yun's head, his mind was seemingly shut off, but he was still aware of his surroundings. He sensed that his body and mind was able to reset and maintain anabolism function like he was sleeping. He also heard Luan Chang asking the technician to send the files to his computer. It was a strange time phenomenon, but was this how some coma patients felt? He continued manipulating his qi circulation. The more he circuited his qi, the stronger he felt and the stronger his dream lucidity. A part of him was in the hospital room, but another part of him was in a surreal-eyed cityscape. The cityscape in the dream was weird and unusual, but it didn't feel like the woods. In the woods, he felt the pull of gravity and the sensation of being in another world. However, in his dreams, physics did not exist. He felt like a ghost, light and weightless, and he felt no fear or emotions. Without much thought, his body acted on its own and jumped from one high-rise building to the next. Even without any logical physics, he felt the resistance of the air, flowing through his hair like a gust of wind. It felt amazing, like being on the top loop of a roller coaster. His feet lightly landed on the next building, the tallest building in the cityscape with a complete view of the city. There were floating oddly shaped office towers in the sky, a hazy autumn color tones of reds and yellows cirrus clouds. Since it was only a dream, Li Yun concentrated on one of the buildings and willed it to move. Instead of moving, it disappeared, triggering a burst of maniacal laughter from Li Yun. He knew it was only a dream, but it felt awesome playing God. Looking down below, there were moving colored boxes, pausing at the intersection, and speeding up in random directions, whether it was right, left, or up toward the floating office. The cars weren't discernible until he turned one into an imported race car with lines and detailed rims. Suddenly, he dropped from above and his body jumped slightly. He then opened his eyes and looked at Luan Chang. Everything looks normal, Luan Chang as he passed to him Li Yun the EEG report. Li Yun shook his head to reawaken from the strange state where his consciousness seemed to have split. A part of him had always been in the hospital and aware of his surroundings, while another part of him was in the dream realm. With his awareness recentered, he took the report from Luan Chang. There were 5 main types of brain waves, and the state Li Yun was in was delta, when his brain was least active. However, it didn't explain how he was still aware of his surroundings and his ability to navigate through his dream. Could it be a type of spiritual awareness? Li Yun thought about the possibility and continued to experiment with the strange state. Chapter 213 Dream. At night, Li Yun re-entered the dream realm, appearing in a mountain with steep rocky cliffs and light blue sky. The greenery was lush, but they resembled sap green and viridian brush strokes more than trees. Like before, he seemed to be able to traverse the landscape with ease, jumping from one cliff top to the next. Aside from himself, there were no life forms or creatures on the mountain. Li Yun willed a tiger to appear, but instead of a tiger, the clouds changed its shape and molded itself into a 4-limbed creature. Suddenly, the mountains and sky collapsed into a beach scenery. The light sandy beach and light blue sky covering in every direction. Li Yun walked down the beach toward an endless expanse of sand lining the ocean. By his side, a woman appeared. "Ruxi?" he asked. She craned her neck and glanced up at him, revealing a smile underneath her large sun hat. Instead of responding, she intertwined her fingers through his and nestled his arm between her chest. Even in dream form she was driving him crazy. Li Yun lowered his head to kiss her, but she turned away toward the beach, looking at the setting sun disappearing below the horizon. At the moment the sun disappeared, a click signaled the lights off, and his toes sank into the sand. A flash of light appeared, and he looked up above to see himself, or a doppelganger, operating on him. His abdominal cavity was opened with the heart beating in the center. The anatomy was completely wrong, but the distorted figures in the room seemed to treat it like normal. His doppelganger muffled something to the nurses, and they began the operation. Intestines were removed, dangling in front of him before it was placed in the tray. A hose was inserted and stitched to his stomach and heart. He felt no pain, just curious at the bizarre scene. The next moment, he woke up, feeling rested. He knew an hour had passed by as the hourglass next to the bed had emptied out its last grain of sand. Although he couldn't see, he could still sense the movement of the falling sand. By using an hourglass, he was able to gauge the time within his chi circulation state. Time flowed differently in the dream realm depending on the scene. Sometimes it was long, as though he was stuck in a 24 hours meeting with the department heads. Sometimes, it was short, like watching a movie at 10x speed. It was a strange contradiction, as though the concept of time did not exist. Every night, he entered the dream realm and explored the sporadic and chaotic nature of the realm. He never appeared in the same place, which was recognizable like the clinic or hospital or completely bizarre like a wonderland of fragmented buildings, mountains, and rivers. Li Yun could only manipulate some portion of the dream, but not completely before the world collapsed and turned into something else. Other than being fascinating and surreal, it lacked stability and physical laws to maintain the structure. "Mimi, are you also heading to Maple Country with little Yun?" asked Grandmother Nai in the large kitchen. Grandmother Lu Nai and Lu Suyin were both cooking dinner with Ruxi. Ruxi nodded while she continued peeling the carrots. "Yun is heading there first. Next week was spring break and a national holiday, so they had decided to travel to Maple Country to meet with a Feng Shui master that Master Yu had recommended to them." "Are you nervous about graduating?" Lu Suyin asked. "More excited than nervous," Ruxi responded. College was only a formality. She could have dropped out and continue working. "Are your parents coming?" Ruxi knew Lu Suyin would ask her eventually. "Yes, they are coming. Auntie doesn't have to be nervous, they both like Yun a lot, more than me actually." Oh, I see, little Yun was telling me that they are both researchers, said Lu Suyin. They are both physicists, but since they sometimes dabble in the chemistry and biology field, they seem to have more interest talking to Yun. Lu Suyin smiled in relief. She had learned that they were people from Imperial City, so she didn't know how the potential in-law would act around a family that was considered from the countryside. She was just the apartment caretaker and her husband was a factory worker. She had asked Li Yun many times about his potential plans, but he seemed reluctant to share the information with her. She suspected it was because of the in-laws. If their position was too far apart, it would be difficult to settle the wedding arrangements. In the meanwhile, Li Fan and Li Yun cleared out the room and set up the tables and chairs. It had been a while since his son visited, but he understood his son had a lot of work. I know you're busy with research and work, but remember to eat regularly, said Li Fan. His son used to eat a lot as a child, but once he started calligraphy, he simply forgot about eating and had to be reminded. Dad, don't worry, Ruxi reminds me as well, Li Yun replied. Li Fan couldn't help but frown, deepening his wrinkled forehead. Many of his son's habit had not changed, but he had become more secretive. It was part of growing up, adult children kept their life separate from their family and parents. It was different from the past, where the extended family knew everything about the children's marriage and career choices. Little Yun, are you going to discuss marriage with little Milan? Li Fan asked his son. He knew his son had past relationships, but Milan was the only one he had formally introduced to them. It was enough for them to know that she mattered a lot to him. Li Yun paused his work and pulled his dad to sit down. His mother had also asked him, but he told her after Ruxi's graduation. However, graduation was only within 2 months. Her step-parents are coming for graduation, Li Yun finally replied. I'll set up dinner plans for the two families to meet at a restaurant. Li Fan patted Li Yun in the back. His son didn't seem like the type to care, but he was always deliberate in his actions. He had likely already planned out everything. Did you talk to her parents about the engagement? Li Fan inquired. Li Yun nodded. He had spoken to them on the phone. Song Jayad and Kayan were both ecstatic by the news, but also asked him if he knew that Song Taiji was also planning to attend the graduation. After meeting Song Taiji the first time, there hadn't been any other communication with Song Taiji. It wasn't like a typical drama where he actively interfered with their relationship. Rather, he was genuinely curious about Li Yun's ability, and had a sit-and-watch strategy. If Li Yun was to guess, Song Taiji was calculating how useful Li Yun would be for the Song family. It annoyed him that in order to prove his own worth, he was falling into Song Taiji's scheme. For Li Yun, he didn't care about Song Taiji, but he didn't want to distract Ruxi from her studies. It also didn't mean he had nothing to do until then. Wedding required a lot of planning and parents' involvement. Where do they live? I'll send over gifts for them before they leave. Li Fan needed time to prepare the groom's side gifts. Dad, you don't have to, I'll take care of it. Li Yun knew how much his parents had saved up, and he didn't want them to spend too much on his wedding. I know you make a lot of money, but your mom and I have saved enough for your wedding. Gifts from the groom's side were typically a house to the bride. Although it wasn't comparable to what Ruxi owned, he planned to add Ruxi's name to the clinic. All right, can you and mom handle the engagement? However, after that, I don't want you to spend a dime. He didn't need his parents' money, but his parents had been saving up for his wedding for a while. Most parents did. It would hurt them if he didn't involve them. There was only one problem, the ring. Should he go with the classical diamond ring, or buy something more unique? Ruby was expensive, or should he get jade? But wasn't jade for old people? Out of all life's major questions, he didn't expect buying a ring to cause him so much trouble. He decided to ask Wu Ling for help. Li Yun, hey, what sort of ring do you think Milan will like? Wu Ling, Tough question, I'm not sure, adds Zhuanin. What sort of ring do you think Mimi will like? Zhuanin, her? Why would I know, her taste is S. Adds Jude. Honey, what ring do think Mylan likes? Jude, sister-in-law? I think sis at Sugzu would know. Sugzu, just buy her a frickin' diamond, make sure it's from a conflict-free area. The real question is how many carats are you getting her, or how much do you make in 2 months? Li Yun, why is that a requirement? Sugzu, of course, are you an idiot? Are you just planning this now? At Bufu, what are you teaching your friend? Bufu, what's with the chain link? Just ask it in group chat. Adds everyone. Screw you. Li Yun threw his phone out of his hands. Why was it so difficult to decide on a ring? Chapter 214 BMJ. Li Yun's appointment with Dr. Redding and Dr. Burton from BMJ was scheduled for mid-morning. Li Yun had agreed to the interview as the article could be used as a form of advertisement. Although both Huifu and Yunli were at different points of the approval process internationally, the process of writing and publishing a medical journal was just as long. He had arrived earlier to the hospital to study blood samples in his office. At his desk were 3 vials of blood samples, antibiotics, and syringes. He carefully read the information on the small vial, which included the patient name and the infected bacteria. He steadily inserted the needle into his left arm. He was getting used to inserting droplets of blood into his system. It wasn't completely reckless as most of the samples had already been tested. Even with his high immunity, he wouldn't insert samples from patients with STDs or incurable diseases. He wasn't willing to take that risk. His body began to work its way to assess the threat. Once it confirmed an enemy, the body began to send the white blood cells to fight off the bacteria. Strangely enough, the white cells got rid of the bacteria without triggering other immunal responses like a sore throat. When Li Yun meditated, the white blood cells reacted faster than usual. After confirming that he could remove the bacteria, he inserted the blood sample into the petri dish and then his own blood. He looked into the microscope, but there wasn't unusual movement. It was expected. He had done other experiments with his blood in the past, but unfortunately, his blood outside of his body didn't have magical healing properties. Otherwise, he would be selling his own blood for profit. Just as he was about to test another sample, his cell phone alerted him of a text from Chief Zhang. Dr. Redding and Dr. Burton had arrived at the hospital. They arrived earlier than scheduled. Moments later, a knock at the door appeared and Chief Zhang entered the room with 3 strangers. Li Yun gave them a glance and recognized Dr. Redding from the picture posted on BMJ's website. She warmly greeted him like a grandma greeted her little grandson, but a woman wouldn't be in her position unless she was sharp and politically savvy. The man in the suit, Dr. Burton, was equally savvy. Dr. Li, we finally meet. He had been communicating with Li Yun over our chat about writing another research paper, but it was the first time hearing Dr. Burton speak. According to his research, Dr. Burton's accent indicated he was from an upper-class family in Bright County. According to Chief Zhang, Dr. Burton was one of the foreign professionals the government hired as a consultant. The best way to describe him was ambitious, but lacking in actual medical knowledge. Dr. Burton seemed intelligent upon the first meeting, but after working with him for several weeks, Dr. Zhang didn't think he had any valuable ideas. Nevertheless, Dr. Burton was a great orator and negotiator. It's nice to meet you. Li Yun had been practicing his English, and although there was a heavy accent, the 2 foreigners understood him. Dr. Li, if you're more comfortable, I can translate to English, said Dr. Burton. I'm still learning, so it's good to put it into practice, said Li Yun. Li Yun glanced at the middle-aged woman following them. The woman had deep-set hazel hair and dark curly hair. Although she was dressed in business casual clothing, her demeanor was rather unprofessional. This is Ms. Catherine Halls, Dr. Redding introduced. She works in the administration office. Li Yun reached out to shake Ms. Hall's hand, but she didn't move until Dr. Redding nudged her. The woman complied, but the shake was barely a shake and more like a light tap. That didn't matter to Li Yun, he could tell she had a problem. She had elevated levels of IgA endomysial in her blood, which usually indicated celiac disease. Most people assumed celiac disease was a type of gluten allergy, but it was an autoimmune disease. You have to forgive Ms. Hall's behavior, Dr. Redding explained. She used to be quite bright and friendly, but her behavior had been like this for the past 2 years. They diagnosed her with celiac disease just a few months ago. Celiac disease often affected neurological behaviors, including delusions and hallucinations. Even without asking, Li Yun knew the suppose of Ms. Hall's presence. It wasn't to assist with the interview but to test the effectiveness of Huifo and Yunli. I do not know how effective it is on autoimmune disease, Li Yun replied. Without understanding the root cause, the treatment would only be temporary. We really do not have high hopes, said Dr. Redding. I've talked privately with Ms. Halls and her husband and they would like to give it a try. Li Yun invited them to sit down as he examined Ms. Hall and looked through her files from previous visit to a well-known hospital in Bright County. Although Lin Yun went through regular procedure, it was all for show. He knew how much dosage of Huifo he wanted to test out. It would be better to create an individualized formula, but Huifo would help to alleviate some of the symptoms. He was also not certain if Huifo could permanently treat neurological conditions. After administering the dosage, Li Yun could see the different chemical components traveling in Ms. Hall's system. Unfortunately, it would take days before everyone could see the effects. How are you feeling? Li Yun asked in English. Ms. Hall had felt irritated for the past 2 years. There was a hazy and nagging feeling in her head. It was difficult to describe as it wasn't anything painful like a headache and it always bothered her whenever anyone talked to her. Within just a few minutes, she could feel her head is clearing up. She was still afraid that it would return and simply nodded. Dr. Redding and Dr. Burton were both interested to see Li Yun create a formula, requested to meet him at the Dongxian clinic. Li Yun led them into the clinic. Dr. Burton and Dr. Redding's heads shifted around the clinic with curiosity. It was like walking into a time machine into a Qin-era shop. There were only a few modern conveniences like a mini e-pad sitting in the middle of the counter that Bazai used for transactions. You certainly have a beautiful place, Dr. Li. Dr. Redding loved antique furniture. However, when they moved to the courtyard, Dr. Redding's eyes widened. Many herbal plants grew abundantly and bundled together like bushes. As a child, I used to love reading about medieval remedies. Is that why you become an internist? Asked Li Yun, still suffering to speak in English, but at least Dr. Redding could understand. Partially, I came from a long line of scientists and doctors. After a quick tour, they headed to the back room for a more formal discussion. Dr. Li, I'm sure you know we are very interested in your work at Sheneng, Dr. Burton started. Aside from that, we also want to have an in-depth interview on your experience as a surgeon. Li Yun nodded. The overall scope of the interview had been sent to him a week before. We are aware that you are also a researcher studying different compounds to reduce inflammation, asked Dr. Redding. The results so far have been more than remarkable. I know a friend who is analyzing your drug. He said that although it inhibits the COX enzyme, it only stops some of their function, but not all. Can you describe to me the overall design intent for Yunli? The COX enzyme is simply a response by our body. From that understanding, I wanted to create a medicine that doesn't completely inhibit the function of the COX-2 enzyme, only suppresses the expression of pain and reduces inflammation when necessary. I hope you understand. It sounds simple, but researchers had been spending years and decades to create something you just said, remarked Dr. Redding. All N said, no matter how safer it is than other drugs, can increase cardiovascular events. However, so far, there have been very few reports. Not even much adverse effects on the kidney. I understand it's a very new drug, but during your testing, have you encountered any potential side effects? As with many pain relievers, the problem of over-reliance is still a potential problem. When I created Huifu, I did not solve this problem, so I designed it to be prescription-based only. Yunli was created to minimize the body's reliance on the drug. Is there a concept behind that? Asked Dr. Redding. The relationships between drugs and how our body will react is very complex, said Li Yun. The complexity is noted in many TCM classical texts, but it's explained in a much different way than how it is understood today. Dr. Redding nodded. I wanted a drug that will create no reaction from the body, said Li Yun. A compound that suppresses the expression of pain and inflammation, while telling the body that it is neither an ally or foe. Our body has the ability to remember different types of microbes and how it affects our body. If someone becomes overly reliant on a drug, our body will think that the function isn't necessary anymore. This will reduce the kidney and liver ability. However, with Yunli, the body's immune system will scan the compound and ignore it. Once Yunli completes its task, the immune system waits for the compound to naturally dissolve itself into usable proteins. Dr. Redding was amazed by Li Yun's explanation. If Yunli received approval, it could potentially replace many pain relievers on the market. The only thing preventing it was time. It took a long time to understand the safety and effectiveness of new drugs, especially one coming out from China. You understand that there is a lot of skepticism when it comes to TCM and the medical community, Dr. Redding stated. Is there a reason you purposely advertise Huifu under the banner of TCM? Because the concept of Huifu came from the classical texts, said Li Yun. I understand that you have only been out of college and working as a resident for a year before becoming an attending. Many would consider you a genius. Not only that, you are the chief researcher at Sheneng. Within a short time, you have created 2 new drugs. Have you been working on the formula since college? What is your motivation? I don't know when it began, but recently, I am trying to understand human evolution and our untapped potential as humans. I can see Yunli being accepted in the future, but there are far too many compounds in Huifu, said Dr. Redding. Are you planning on creating a single compound that is as powerful as Huifu? I don't know if that will be easy, said Li Yun. There are 5 main active ingredients in Huifu. Each has a job and function in order to maintain its safety and effectiveness. I have not come across a single compound that can reduce pain and inflammation, and regulate the body function like Huifu. Have you looked into synthetics? That's beyond my comprehension, Li Yun thought about the formula given to him, but it wasn't an easy field. Finding a cure for one illness required years of study from multiple institutions. He was just one person. With Huifu and Yunli in the approval process, what are you currently researching? While I was researching the creation of Huifu, I was curious about how the different drugs influenced gene expression. Your city and hospital isn't known for strong research. Have you considered moving to a bigger stage for your research? Asked Dr. Redding. Although there aren't a lot of resources physically here, technology has made it easier to communicate with others through the web, said Li Yun. Dr. Redding's impression of the young doctor changed after meeting him. It was the same sort of confidence and brilliance she had seen from her grandfather, a man she greatly admired. They were the type of people who would change the course of humans' advancement into the future. Thank you Dr. Li for the interview, said Dr. Redding. Although we will not publish the study, I hope you understand that medical journals are highly competitive. We do wish to publish your next study. Li Yun understood her concern regarding TCM. There were too many people who abused it and took advantage of the elders who still believed its effectiveness by making dubious claims. Dr. Redding was more interested in publishing data on Yunli, which he agreed would be beneficial to both parties. After the meeting with the BMJ interviewers, Li Yun returned home to research the Mo's family curse. Li Yun tested the medicine of the different types of blood he had collected from the hospital. From cold viruses to bacteria, different types of foreign substances could invade the body and cancerous cells. As the chemical compound seeped into the agar inside the petri dish, he waited and carefully examined the different interactions. Science wasn't a quick process, but a slow and painful process of reading endless images and writing data. Most of the time, the data was flat and boring. It required a certain type of personality to work in the laboratory all day. Yoon. Guess what? I just got permission to visit the temple with my professor. Roxy jumped into the room and hugged Lee Yoon while he was working. That's great, which temple are you going to? Lee Yoon asked, but his eyes still focused on the computer screen connected to the microscope. It's the newly discovered Buddhist temple in Subin, do you want to go? Roxy was going there to research for her thesis. Other than a trip to the States at the end of the month, Lee Yoon was relatively open, so he agreed. Subin was a few hours away by train and could be planned as a simple weekend trip. Also, Sukzu gave me a report of your development. Roxy passed to Lee Yoon the progress report of the land he bought. Are you only building temples there? Albeit, it's a pretty nice temple. The concept is closer to a bed and breakfast, and the temple is simply for guests to take their minds off from their daily life, said Lee Yoon. He didn't think he would be making any money from developing the piece of land. Then, a thought occurred to him, couldn't he recreate some of the feng shui layouts in his dream? It would require a lot of mental concentration, but it was possible. Chapter 214 Temple. The perceived blessing temple has been discovered for a while, but it's only recently that they have revealed the finding to the public, Roxy said during their drive to Subin. For years people thought it was destroyed during the Song dynasty. Lee Yoon tilted his head to the left, thinking about why the name of the temple sounded familiar. Before going to Panda City, there was news about a temple discovered in the downtown area of Subin. The government quickly took control of the site and sent out archaeologists to oversee the restoration. Is this the project part of your thesis? Lee Yoon knew she was almost done with her thesis. I focus more on tombs, but many tombs have Buddhist relics, so it will be good to study them. They recovered a lot of tablets and stone statues. As they arrived near the excavation site, the tall chain-link fence wrapped in barbed wires rose up high and blocked their view of the inside. It made the site look more like a prison than an archaeological site. It seems excessive, but it was necessary to guard against looters. Antiques were a lucrative business, and there were many valuable items in archaeological sites. Even with the heavy fines and punishment for looting national treasures, many still attempted. It was rare to find an undiscovered site within the city border, marked by both new high-rise apartments and dilapidated buildings filled with migrant workers. There was a treasure next door, and it made looting more tempting. At the gated entrance, Roxy requested to see the professor. One of 3 guards stationed at the checkpoint called the professor to confirm, while the other guards requested that they keep personal belongings and phone in the outhouse's locker prior to entering the site. After waiting for 15 minutes, an elderly man appeared. Although his face was wrinkled, his small-framed body was healthy and active. Mimi. You're finally here to visit this old professor, Professor Leju loved to see visiting students. He glanced at the gentleman next to her. And this friend? Lee Yoon, my boyfriend, Roxy responded. Professor Leju nodded out of habit, he didn't care much about students' dating life. Come, I'll give you a tour. Professor Leju gave them temporary guest passes after the quick introduction. They walked through an area lined on both sides by sand-colored walls. Lee Yoon touched the grainy texture of the wall and felt the rigid craving that craftsmen 1,000 years ago had spent time to chisel. A quick flash revealed a monk instructing workers in Tang Dynasty working clothes to build the temple. The monk had little involvement in the actual construction, but the overall scheme of the building was planned according to his design. There were noticeable feng shui principles designed into the layout, with the entrance aligned due north. After seeing the short scene, Lee Yoon felt that his ability had increased. Although he was used to seeing visions and artifacts, it was rare to see visions of places and buildings. Up ahead, the professor led them through a series of corridors that looked like a maze from afar. There were no roofs, as they had been destroyed at some point in history. Over time, sand and dirt had covered away the temple, hiding it for centuries before it was discovered. Inside the main hall, the labor workers were busy excavating and removing dirt away from the site. Do you know that the perceived blessing temple was famous before it was discovered? Professor Leju asked in his usual teaching tone. Why is that? Li Yun asked. The monk named Daoxuan from the Tang dynasty wrote a rite to pray for rain during a drought that devastated the city, Ruxi explained. After the ritual, a miracle happened and it rained throughout the land. So the temple was named Perceived Blessing because of it. Li Yun nodded. The ability to command the weather, it sounded too mythical to be real. If anything, it was likely that the monk had known that it was about to rain. Much like the farmer's almanac, diviners of the past were able to predict future forecasts based on past cycles. Like eclipses, sunspots, and seasons, everything had a cycle and pattern. Once the pattern was understood, it was possible to know that next Monday in December was going to be chilly. However, to be able to predict the weather was still remarkable. Perhaps the monk Daoxuan had mastered the I Ching. When this was uncovered, we were so amazed that such a temple could be buried underneath the city, Professor Leju explained. The majority of relics are believed to be from the Jin dynasty. However, the oldest tablet might be from the Shang dynasty. Professor Leju unraveled a plastic covering a large tablet embedded in the center of the floor. An ancient divination? Asked Li Yun, marveling at the different inscriptions carved onto the wall that contained oracle bone script and bakwa. Professor Leju nodded. We have tried to decode it, but we still do not understand what it's saying. The I Ching was used not only by Taoists, but by Buddhists and Confucianists. Described in the ancient book were mathematical and patterns the ancient had used to understand nature and predict the future. Using the information, it was possible to understand probability and determine the path of people's future. Do you understand any of this? Asked Ruxi, knowing that he had copied the I Ching before. Li Yun shook his head. He was familiar with the I Ching, but that was the only extent. He understood the method to select the hexagrams and had memorized the 64 different hexagrams, but to master it and apply it to real-life situations was beyond his grasp. According to Master Yu, divination could only work if something was beginning to take place. If there was no subject, there was no future. I Ching could not predict a business success if there was no business set in place. There was no straightforward math to multiply a zero into any other sort of number. Heaven, earth, and human represented the three stages of cause and effects. Heaven was the source of energy, earth processed the energy, and the resulting stage was the human. The two bagwas, forming the trigram, symbolized the cause and effect, or the before and after effect of the potential decision. Li Yun looked at the stone tablet, a bit mesmerized by the text. Is it okay to touch it briefly? Asked Li Yun. Professor Leju didn't have any particular problem if it was only briefly. Li Yun approached the tablet and lightly touched the ancient carving. Upon using kiwi, he felt himself transported back. Unlike the typical scenes of craftsman carving in the words, Li Yun saw a man with chiseled features, dark skin, and tall headdress reading the words on the tablet. The language was very different from the modern Chinese that Li Yun was used to. The sound transmitted from the man was flat, not curling his tongue to transmit the word. It also had palatal obstruents, forming words by obstructing the passage of the airflow. The sound produced was voiceless, not coming from the larynx, but yet, there was so much power in the words. Li Yun did not understand what he was saying, but the man was reading from the tablet. Typically, when Li Yun used kiwi, he was shown a vision of when the qi was activated inside the object. From that, he guessed that the man's voice contained qi. Was there power in the voice and language? If Li Yun thought about it, speeches and language had the power to evoke powerful emotions in people. As long as people could feel the emotion, it could provoke them to cry or to feel a certain way. When a singer sang a song in a foreign language, how was it possible for someone who did not understand the language to suddenly cry? It was the power of the emotion emitted from the person. A combination of tones, sounds, and vibrational energy that could be transmitted to any distance and any moment in time seemed magical. Li Yun stared back at the tablet from back in the temple. Are there other tablets? Li Yun asked. Chapter 215 Familiar. Professor Leju led Li Yun and Ruxi to an enclosed prefabricated metal building wrapped in corrugated metal panels and a few windows strategically placed near the door. The building was heavily protected by security guards, more so than the surrounding perimeter. The security here is very tight, Li Yun commented as he noticed more armed guards. It's very unusual to uncover an archaeological site within a living city, so we have to be extra careful, Professor Leju responded. They couldn't leave the artifacts unsecured or exposed to the open environment. The warehouse was used as the main location for archaeologists to document and study the artifacts. From outside the entrance, they could see a wave of people coming in and out a small checkpoint. As it was lunchtime, the workers and researchers were leaving for their noon break. Li Yun and Ruxi waited for the security to let everyone out before checking them inside. Once they were cleared by security, Professor Leju walked them inside a large open space filled with shelvings and tables lined with architects. Most researchers were on lunch except for 6 researchers still working on labeling the artifacts. Up ahead, there was a researcher writing a tag on a prayer bead. The researcher happened to be a familiar-looking monk that Li Yun had encountered before. The monk noticed someone looking at him and turned his head to look at the guests. For a brief moment, his eyes twitched before it was replaced by a smile. The monk stopped his work and walked toward them. Professor Leju, you have guests? Luba asked. Master Luba, this is my student Song Mylan and her boyfriend Li Yun. The professor placed both hands together and bowed politely. Mylan, this is Master Luba from the temple. He has agreed to assist with our excavation and provide some historical insights on Buddhist texts. Li Yun and Ruxi both greeted him with the same gesture. Ambathpa, Luba bowed to the new guests. I've actually met Dr. Li before. Li Yun nodded. I remember Master Luba gave me some pointers some time ago. Oh, this is such a small world. Doctor as in a medical doctor or a researcher. Professor Leju had thought Li Yun was another student. I work as a surgeon at Kinbei. But Dr. Li also knows a bit about ancient Chinese seal script, Luba chimed in. Professor Leju was hit by another surprise. Dr. Li knows seal scripts. I only copy them, so I can't say I know them, Li Yun downplayed a bit of his ability. He couldn't tell them he understood them enough to find a close modern equivalent. Although they were close, it was still difficult to describe the actual meaning using modern terms. Did Professor Leju bring in the doctor for research? Luba asked. Little Mimi is my best student, Professor Leju replied. Ah, is that so? Luba responded. Mr. Luba, may I ask what you have in your hand? Ruxi asked. This is a Rudraksha Mala prayer bead, Luba responded. All 108 fruit stones are precisely selected and in excellent condition. We believe it was made during the Han Dynasty. Mr. Luba is quite knowledgeable, Li Yun commented. May I ask what temple you are from? The Southern Star Temple. Ruxi noticed Li Yun was careful with his wording when talking with Luba, and remembered another monk she had encountered who had been following Wu Ling. Luba was a bit different from the monk she saw before, he had an interesting aura. She looked around the temple. There were more people with military training than she thought. Initially, it didn't look unusual because the guards were naturally guarding a temple that was protected by government interest. However, with the monk Luba's appearance, some of the guards seemed off. Ruxi grabbed onto Li Yun's arm to get his attention. He looked at her briefly and nodded. It looked like they had stumbled into the middle of an operation. Li Yun counted that out of the 10 guards within the temple, 6 were fake. The 5 archaeologists remained while many of the workers had left for lunch in their tents. Bang bang asterisk bang asterisk. The 6 robbers pulled on a black ski mask after shooting the 4 regular guards. Petrified by the sound of the falling guards, the archaeologists dropped to the ground and ran to a corner to hide. Some panicked and screamed, attempting to run. Unfortunately, the guards were keeping an eye on them, and quickly rounded the hostages into the room near the center of the facility. "All of you, tie your hands into the zip tie or you'll end up like them," a man shouted as he threw the zip ties to the 6 researcher, Luba, Li Yun, and Ruxi. Some of the hostages were frozen in fear, while others like Professor Leju were visibly shaken as they fumbled the tie around their hands. The monk, pretending to be scared, also tied his own hand. The monk was part of the operation, Li Yun was sure of it, but it appeared that his cover was still needed, and he played along as a hostage. Li Yun glanced at the 4 guards, they were still breathing. The shots weren't lethal, so it was likely they did not plan to kill the hostages, not yet at least. Li Yun tested the strength of the plastic tie, and quickly bent and wriggled the plastic to weaken its strength before tying it around himself. The masked guard then instructed everyone to tighten each other's ties and then remain silent. 2 of the masked robbers remained to watch over them, as the other 4 robbers moved around the room to load manuscripts and artifacts onto a cart as quickly as possible. Professor Leju and the archaeologists felt a part of their soul ripped out after seeing the artifacts they had worked hard to uncover stolen in front of them. Their body held them back from speaking up. Any wrong move and the robbers might shoot them. The robbers pushed the cart outside of the temple, loading up their vehicle. Whenever they opened the door, Li Yun gained a better sense of the small box truck waiting outside in his mind. Unfortunately, it wasn't detailed enough to reveal the plate number, but he doubted the plate number would be useful. With his mind focused, he sensed the surrounding layout of the storage facility. No one outside was alerted by what was happening inside. He considered the viability of taking down the robbers, but it was unnecessary. He could imagine himself taking down the closest 2 guards with poison, and at best shoot down 3 guards from long range. However, the 4th one was likely to shoot him or one of the hostages. There were too many risks involved and it would reveal his ability to the monk. However, if he let them go, it was likely that they would make a quick escape and disappear from the city. The only person remaining would be Luba. As the 4 robbers loaded up the materials, Luba remained silent, closed his eyes, and chanted as though he was a real monk. There was a high possibility that he was also a practicing monk. Li Yun used line detection on the other robbers, but there was only one who wasn't afraid of the boss. The robber was someone of a smaller stature and was loading up the artifacts like the other 3. There wasn't anything that made him stand out, other than what was revealed in the line detection. Fear line. Failure 51%. Capture 16%. Death 6%. Many people were afraid of death, but when Li Yun had tested it out on people, it was not a common fear. However, many people feared death, just not at the moment when Li Yun had used line detention. So it was accurate to say that line detention represented what people feared at that moment. At that moment, the short man was afraid of failure unlike the others, who had bosses listed in their fear line. It led Li Yun to believe that the short man was their boss. However, he couldn't understand why they were afraid of the man. Through their interaction, it didn't look like they were afraid of him, so Li Yun was confused. Had he interpreted the line detention wrong, or was the short man just simply someone who wasn't afraid of the boss? The short man was guarding the outside, so Li Yun had not seen his face. On closer inspection, the man seemed older than the rest. Is this monk part of the group that followed Wu Ling? Ruxi mouthed carefully to Li Yun as the robbers weren't looking. Li Yun glanced at Luba who had his eyes closed and still chanting Buddhist scriptures and nodded. I still have the tranquilizer gun, but it's only enough to shoot the 2 closest to us, Ruxi continued to move her lips. Save it, we should be fine once they get what they need, Li Yun mouthed back. Ruxi nodded. Li Yun was still wondering why they didn't cover the hostage's eyes. Were they hoping that the hostage would see what was going on? Did they need witnesses to see them in the act of stealing the artifacts? An insurance scam. Li Yun surveyed Professor Louisa, the man looked too frightened to be in on the heist. Then, it suddenly occurred to Li Yun that Ruxi knew he could read lips. He wondered how long she had known. I have sorted out some things during break, and have even uncovered a small plot hole. I don't think anyone has noticed it, but it is simply the author's failure in geometry. I have some more side work in January, so the RL rush isn't over yet. I'll release 6 times a week, maybe skipping Wednesday. As for today, I'm releasing early because it's the new year. Chapter 216 Missing Artifacts. Within 45 minutes, the robbers loaded as many artifacts into the box truck as possible. As they were finishing, the 3 robbers in charge of the hostages moved them into a small room and chained up the door from the outside. The hostages waited inside for 10 minutes with their nervous tapping permeating through the silence. They all looked at each other, wondering if it was safe to talk. Is it finally over? Professor Lejeune whispered. It might be, responded another archaeologist, but they were all too afraid to attempt an escape from the room. Li Yun could see through his cognitive map that the vehicle and perpetrator had left. The entire operation was quick and completed before the real guards and other workers returned. We have a problem. None of the guards or researchers are here. The guards alerted everyone over the radio, and within minutes, guards from the exterior quickly moved into the interior and scoured the complex. They arrived to the supply room and unchained the door. The guards and workers were horrified to see everyone tied up. Professor! What's going on? The guards asked as they rushed to release everyone from their captivity. So many of the artifacts are missing. Beep! We found 4 comrades hidden in the other storage room, said a voice over the radio. They are drugged, but aren't in physical danger. Over. Did you call the authority? Asked Professor Lejeune. Yes sir, the authorities have been notified and they are heading here soon, said the guards. The provincial police arrived at the scene along with other miscellaneous government agencies. It was a headache to deal with cultural heritage sites funded by the national government. No one knew who had jurisdiction, but no one wanted to take the lead until they learned more about the case. An estimated 50 million yuan worth of artifacts had been stolen, which could make it a hallmark case for any department, but the problem was whether the case could be solved. Bulletin Tao, recently appointed to the provincial office, made his way to the gate checkpoint office. The provincial office wasn't the first to be contacted, but Bulletin Tao had received a tip-off from Li Yun. Since Subin was still within the border of the provincial office, Bulletin Tao had convinced Commissioner Hung to take the case. The discussion regarding jurisdiction was up to the commissioners and he didn't want to be involved. Instead, he spoke with the officer in charge. How were the guards allowed to enter? Bulletin Tao asked. The lunch shift is assigned to fewer guards, and due to shortage, we usually hire the local police officers, said the lead officer. The local police always send in a different crew, so we aren't too familiar with them. So the 6 that came in that day were all new, but they had fake IDs with them. You didn't check to confirm from the police station? Asked Bulletin Tao. We only did afterward, the lead officer acknowledged it was an oversight on their part. When we called them, the local police station said someone used my name and office number to call them and cancel the 6 officers. The robbers must have spoofed our number. Bulletin Tao jotted the information in the notebook. The robbers could have spoofed the number, or they were already at the checkpoint office and called the police station. So they knew the operation enough to know you were in charge of the security details, called the local police, and then used their own people to act as the local police officers. Bulletin Tao was getting the gist of what had happened. What about the security feed? They also got access to the main server room and wiped out the video cameras from inside the temple. This would only happen during the lunch hour when security was lax. No one expected a heist to occur during the middle of the day. Once inside, the robbers simply loaded all the artifacts from the main storage site and then drove away without any suspicion. The crime was organized and well executed. The 4 guards who were shot were still alive, so no murder had taken place and there were very few clues to go by. Do you remember their faces and vehicles when they drove in? Bulletin Tao asked. Some of the guards remembered, and they are providing your men with facial composite. The lead officer sounded tired as though he had repeated the information several times already to several people. Bulletin Tao thanked the officer and walked outside toward the hallway. As he was unfamiliar with the checkpoint office, and asked a fellow officer about the status of Li Yun's interview. It was standard procedure to interview everyone involved. Li Yun provided what he can and was one of the first to finish early. I'm surprised you didn't attack them, said Bulletin Tao as he saw Li Yun walk out of the room. You're kidding? 6 armed, possibly military-trained guys with guns. Li Yun asked. No way. If they touched Ruxi, it may be a different story. He wasn't sure how he would have handled it. Luckily, they were very focused on completing the mission. During the entire operation, they barely said anything. Li Yun watched much of their interaction and knew that they all looked at the short man before pulling out. I scheduled Luba to be last for the interview, said Bulletin Tao. Did you find out anything about him? Li Yun asked as they moved into the private room and watched the other interviews from a one-way mirror. His real name is Min San. He came from a small village, but ran away from home at 15 to a nearby city, Bulletin Tao explained. Got himself involved in petty crime, and was in and out of local detection several times before joining the temple at 24. He has been a monk for 11 years. Bulletin Tao showed him the pictures of what he looked like when he was arrested. You spoke with the abbot at Southern Star Temple. Li Yun didn't think Luba was a real monk, but he appeared to be wrong. Yeah, Abbot Hao Ang said Luba is one of the most diligent monks, and only occasionally heads out to assist with research and studies. That doesn't really make much sense as to why he would have plastic surgery to change his face, said Li Yun. The image of him before isn't much different from what he looks like now. Then it's likely that Min San isn't his real identity, Bulletin Tao said. Can you prove it from blood samples and DNA? Li Yun asked. Min San's hometown is small. They have only started filing information during the past 10 years. He doesn't have a clean record either. So is he hiding from something else? Illegals. Could be, or ex-military. Agents who have gone AWOL or treason, asked Bulletin Tao. There were some crimes that warranted capital punishment. I don't know about what crime they had committed, but everyone in that operation is very disciplined. Do you think they work alone or have someone backing them up? They have a direct boss whom they are working with, and they are afraid of this person. If it was someone with a political or wealthy background, I don't see them being directly involved. However, they are likely an independent contracting group. In terms of operation, they appear similar to the Blue Moon, but it was very different. The Blue Moon appeared messy, but there were multiple layers of secrecy that made them difficult to track down. The group of robbers seemed like an independent group that specialized in tracking antiquities and forgeries. They also seem more reluctant to kill. How about the insurance scam angle? Asked Li Yun. The government is funding the operation, and if any of the artifacts are stolen, there would be no payout. There's no museum associated with the artifacts. Li Yun thought it was odd. Li Yun's phone beeped. Ruxi, done with interview. Li Yun, head back to the hotel with the professor and others. I'm helping Bulletin Tao with the investigation. Ruxi, all right, I'll get you dinner, don't overwork. Li Yun watched a couple of interviews with Bulletin Tao until they saw Luba entering the interview room. Bulletin Tao took the cue to enter the room and begin the interrogation. Thank you for coming to the interview, Bulletin Tao greeted the monk and sat down across from him. I'm Captain Bulletin. I apologize for the long wait, there are a lot of people to interview. It is not a problem, I understand the scope of the problem, said the monk. All right, we will start the official interview. Name? Bulletin Tao asked Luba sitting across from the interview room. Birth name is Min San. My Buddhist name is Luba. Your reason for being at the perceived blessing temple? I was invited by Professor Luisa. How did he come to know you? I have met him before at the university. Bulletin Tao showed Luba the composite pictures of the 6 men. Do you recognize any of these men? The monk scanned through the 6 pictures. Are these the men, the ones who held us hostage? We believe so, said Bulletin Tao. Luba looked at the 6th picture, and his chin twitched slightly. Unlike the other picture, the last one looked like a monk. Chapter 217 Alert. Bulletin Tao looked awkwardly at Luba. None of the guards remembered what hairstyle he had, so we left it blank, said Bulletin Tao. Ah, I see. Luba's reaction had changed slightly. He didn't expect the cops to realize so quickly that the robbers had wigs. Well, that's all the questions regarding this case, but is it all right if I can consult you about something else? Luba wondered what it could be, and nodded. Bulletin Tao took out another photography and slid the picture toward Luba. Do you happen to know who this is? Unlike the other picture, it was a photograph of a dead monk. Luba recognized the monk, and wondered if the interview was an interrogation, and the cops were suspicious of his involvement. He didn't think the cop would connect him with the monk from the incident. I do not believe I know this brother. What temple is he from? Luba asked. We have traced his identity back to the Guardian Temple, Bulletin Tao explained. I thought since he's also a monk, that you might have encountered him before. His murder is still one of our unsolved cases. I see. Unfortunately, I do not know all the brothers, Luba replied. His story is rather unfortunate. He was abandoned in his youth by his parents, who were unable to financially support him. He was homeless before engaging in petty crimes. After his release from prison, he lived in the temple as a Buddhist monk for 10 years, but strangely, he was found dead with a forgery. It took us a while to find his real identity. That is rather unfortunate. Is it a common history amongst monks? For many us, the life of prayer is the only way to clean the slate of our past sins. The abbot said you are one of the most dedicated monks, always focused on prayers and cleaning the temple. The abbot is too kind with his words. Luba wondered if it was usual to have such a thorough background check on hostages. He was relieved to hear that you are safe, so he was very chatty when we talked to him on the phone, said Bulletin Tao. Captain, thank you for notifying the abbot, Luba bowed politely. Even with my past sins, the abbot has been very kind to accept me. You were in jail for petty crimes, and joined the temple afterward. I think many people should follow your direction. Thank you for your compliment. Luba had no idea what the captain's questions were leading to. Suddenly, Bulletin Tao closed the file and smiled. Thank you for answering my questions, that is all. Bulletin Tao stood up and gave a polite bow. Luba was confused, but his face appeared cordial and bowed back to Bulletin Tao. He left the interview room and into the hallway. By coincidence, Li Yun also walked out from an adjacent interview room. Mr. Luba, you also finish with your interview. Li Yun approached the monk. Professor Luisa finished early, and the dig team have asked me to drive you to the hotel. Mr. is too kind. Luba took Li Yun on the offer, and they headed out to the parking garage. During the way, Luba occasionally inspected the strange doctor. He had come across Li Yun's scripture by accident and he had wanted to recruit Li Yun to assist with creating counterfeit artifacts. However, the man wasn't stable in his head. Luba continued his search, and the artist he eventually recruited wasn't stable neither, but they were pressed for time and needed someone to create a replica. On the second encounter with Li Yun, Luba's impression of the doctor was much better. The doctor was personable and seemingly normal. However, there was something about him that put Luba on alert. A cell phone ringtone of a classical song came up on Luba's phone and a name appeared on the caller ID. Hello. Luba responded as he walked next to Li Yun. We have a problem, the voice from the other side sounded urgent. Leiko and Enzu are in critical condition, we are taking residence in a local motel. I'm doing fine, how are you? Luba responded. His voice was calm, but internally, he was surprised that even Abbot Hoang couldn't solve the problem. I don't know, but they are under immense pain, and regular painkillers aren't working, the abbot's voice explained. Hearing Luba's reply, the abbot figured it was an inconvenient time to call. I'll call you later. All right, thank you for your good wishes. Luba hung up the phone and looked at Li Yun to explain. Some of my brothers were worried about what had happened, and called to check up on me. Li Yun nodded, but he could hear the voice from Luba's cell phone quite clearly. It seemed that his poison was working. If it isn't inconvenient, can Mr. drop me off at the grocery store? Asked Luba. I should be able to manage my own transport back to the hotel. All right, Li Yun agreed and drove Luba to the grocery store. Li Yun chatted in the car, and randomly complained about his patients. As a doctor, it was common to talk about unruly and unreasonable patients. The man was very sick, but none of his children allowed him to stay in the hospital, Li Yun explained. Sick patients who doesn't want to be treated is common, said Luba. Many people do not trust your profession. But I managed to convince the family to let him stay in the end, Li Yun explained. Did you offer to pay for them? Li Yun shook his head. My measly intern salary wasn't enough to pay for my own hospitalization, much less a stranger. I just happened to be talking about my granduncle funeral cost, and somehow they managed to convince themselves that it was better to treat their father illness than to pay for the funeral cost. You seem to be someone with immense patience, Luba commented. You probably don't complain about them often enough. Li Yun laughed. You're right, just making conversation. Luba realized that the doctor was quite a good man. He had met many people, but few went out of their way to help others. Maybe that was why Li Yun became a doctor. Once they reached the store, Luba bowed and thanked Li Yun before entering the grocery store. He turned back briefly to see Li Yun's car driving away, and relaxed his shoulder as he grabbed a grocery basket. After 30 minutes in the grocery store, he approached the checkout counter with a basket full of fruits and vegetables. He looked outside occasionally to make sure that no one was following him. Once it felt safe, he walked across the street to the motel room. Standing before room 389, Luba knocked and then waited. The door opened and he quickly entered. What happened? Luba asked as he set the grocery down by the side table. The short man, known as Abbot Hoang, shook his head as he narrated what had happened. After taking the artifacts, the 6 monks had driven into an abandoned warehouse and loaded up a small tractor trailer. Once everything was loaded up, they were planning to drive into CC City and store the artifacts until the investigation died down. However, 2 of the monks collapsed midway during the operation, their legs paralyzed, and their face squinted an expression of immense pain. They were holding themselves back from screaming. Abbot Hoang had inspected their body, but couldn't figure out the cause. They could hold out until they reached CC City, but when the agonizing scream bellowed out throughout the warehouse, Abbot Hoang halted the operation. He couldn't sit by as his men suffered. Boss, were they poisoned? Luba asked Abbot Hoang. I've checked their pulses. If it's a poison, then it is rather remarkable, replied the abbot. The rhythm is too calm and normal and their temperature is normal. I've never seen a poison that causes paralysis and pain without elevating the heart. Luba saw the 2 monks laying on the bed. Their feet were paralyzed, but their upper body was squirming in pain. The only thing preventing them from screaming was a cloth in their mouth to prevent them from biting down too hard. He had never seen them in so much pain. When they were in the army, Luba, known back then as Sergeant Ren, one of the special forces. Aside from Abbot Hoang, all of them had experienced some form of torture. Thinking back, they all owed their life to Abbot Hoang. Chapter 218 Only Option. During an operation to exterminate a group of militants, Sergeant Ren lost 2 men. The loss wasn't caused by the enemy, but by their own weapons that had backfired during the operation. One time was enough to be considered an accident, but for it to happen twice was suspicious. Despite further requests for an investigation, the military had already declared both incidents as accidental deaths caused by negligence. The rulings infuriated Sergeant Wren. He knew his men better than anyone. They were thorough and wouldn't make such a mistake during the crucial moments. Determined to clear the stain on the deceased, Sergeant Wren investigated the incident on his own. There were at least a dozen similar incidents reported in other units, which were also declared as accidental. While inspecting the armory, he discovered that the latest batch of weapons was of poor quality, not like the ones he was currently using. He complained to his lieutenant, pointing out the multiple flaws in their equipment. Rather than taking the report seriously, his unit of 16 men was reprimanded by the lieutenant for disobeying orders. He started yelling at me for going into the armory without permission. Sergeant Wren complained to his friend at the bar. Lieutenant Bing asked his friend. He's from the same hometown as me. Arrogant F, I heard his wife got a new imported Benz. On military salary? No way, what does she do? Her? Not sure, I don't think she's working. Sergeant Wren dug in deeper into the gun manufacturer and found that they had a poor reputation, often using inferior materials and pocketing the remaining money. Aside from the luxury cars, the lieutenant was getting kickbacks from the manufacturer for securing them with the military contract. Sergeant Wren was pissed to learn about it, and gathered all the findings and evidence directly to the general. The report was publicly revealed, causing the general to remove the lieutenant from his post. The military quickly overturned the previous rulings against the deceased and gave their surviving family members merits. Afterward, the military continued on with their regular missions and everything about the incident was forgotten. A few weeks later, Sergeant Wren's unit was sent to secure the border. During that time, a bomb was triggered, killing half of the men in his unit. Sergeant Wren was also severely injured and carried off to the military hospital. As Sergeant Wren lay in the hospital bed, he knew his life was in danger. His instinct was telling him that everything was off about the mission and the bomb. He knew too many secrets to be let go freely. Their missions often ranged from political assassinations to international sabotage. If he didn't continue working, the only option was death. The next moment, a doctor with 6 Jibba dots entered the room and injected him with poison. His heart gave out and they immediately declared his time of death. He never expected to wake up in the temple. The doctor he had seen earlier, Abbot Howang, appeared and explained to him the situation. The military generals were all scheming off 1% of the military budget for their personal benefits. The bomb was a way to silence those who could be controlled or willing to keep quiet for a piece of the 1%, which at the time was 250 million yuan, $35 million, and it was being done repeatedly every year. After hearing the truth, Sergeant Wren wanted to reveal all the dirty secrets of the military to the public. You don't have anyone to return to outside of the military, but how about your remaining men? Howang asked. If you continue with your vengeance, your entire unit will be marked. Sergeant Wren didn't care about much, but he cared about his comrades. Luba stared at the 2 monks still squirming in bed. What should we do? Asked one of the monks restraining Lako. Abbot, there's nothing we can do. Asked Luba. We will take them to the hospital, Abbot Howang decided. They were not directly related to the incident, so there shouldn't be any problem. You should return to your hotel. I'll contact you if anything comes up. Luba called the taxi and returned back to his hotel. By the next morning, the archaeological team met in the hotel banquet hall. Everyone, the archaeological site had been taken over by the military, Professor Louisa updated everyone. They have informed me that since our contacts' information have been taken, we are free to leave. They believe the robbers are hired mercenaries and it would be difficult to track them down. Professor, what about our project? Asked the other archaeologist. Not all of the artifacts are stolen and we still have photographs of the items, so we will start studying them at the university, replied Professor Louisa. It is a great loss to the country, but we need to make do with what we have. After the announcement, the team ate breakfast while Professor Louisa personally apologized to Luba, Li Yun, and Ruxi. "Mister, please don't apologize," Luba blocked Louisa before he completed his bow. "This is something beyond anyone's imagination." "Monk Luba is right, this is beyond your control," Ruxi stated. "And besides, it's the weekend, so there's nothing really urgent." Professor Louisa shook his head. "I cannot believe something like this could happen either, but we should have been more careful." "Professor, you shouldn't be too hard on yourself," said Li Yun. "You just had hip replacement surgery." Professor Louisa was surprised and wondered how he knew. It wasn't a secret, but his team wouldn't casually mention it to a stranger. His head suddenly tilted up as he remembered something. "Are you the young Dr. Li who operated on Minister Yu?" "I'm surprised you know," Li Yun remarked. "Most people outside of the medical field didn't keep track of medical events in the world." "Small world indeed," Professor Louisa commented. "Minister Yu is also on the board for archaeological research." As they were talking, Luba's phone vibrated once. His face frowned upon reading the latest message. Something had happened. "Is something the matter?" Professor Louisa asked, seeing the look of concern on Luba's face. "My brothers are coming to pick me up, but they unexpectedly encountered a strange medical condition," said Luba. "They are at the hospital. So far, the doctors haven't been able to figure out what was going on and none of the painkillers are working." "That's unusual." Professor Louisa then looked at Li Yun. "I remember that during Minister Yu's operation, you have used acupuncture in place of anesthesia. Is this something Dr. Li can look into?" "I'm not allowed to practice here, but let me call the hospital for permission," Li Yun replied as though he was unsure, but he had already requested permission yesterday for Chief Zhang to process the paperwork. "We can take a look now," said Luba. "It shouldn't be a problem if Dr. Li just takes a look." Chapter 219 Cruel and Unusual. Inside the Subin hospital, the patients and their families were petrified as they shielded their ears from the two screaming monks. Even with a piece of cloth stuffed in their mouths, the screeching wails vibrated through the air and pierced into the eardrums like nails on the unused chalkboard. It wasn't long before the patients complained, forcing the nurse to isolate the monks into a private ward. "I've never seen anything like this before," said the anesthesiologist as he monitored the two monks from the other side of the door with a narrow light window. "We will need to contact a specialist from other hospitals to assist us with this case. What could be causing this? I haven't seen this during my lifetime." The neurologist was also stumped. "None of the pain relievers are working. So far, none of the analgesics are working," the anesthesiologist shook his head. "Even the TCM department is having a difficult time." The problem with the two patients wasn't just the strange symptoms, but the ineffectiveness of medicine. It was like something actively sending signals to the brain telling them that something was wrong when there wasn't. It was like something opposite of an NSAID medicine. "Their monk friend is bringing in someone from Kinbei," said the nurse. "They are checking in right now." "Kinbei? Why Kinbei?" asked the anesthesiologist. "It's Dr. Li Yun from Kinbei, he has a Baidu's page." "Really, he has a Baidu page?" In the medical field, Li Yun was a bit well known, but he wasn't immediately recognizable until people searched his name on the internet. Someone had recently created a Baidu page for him, and it appeared to be a benchmark for measuring a person's level of importance. Is his acupuncture technique really powerful? The anesthesiologist remained skeptical. Inside the ward, Abbot Hoang scrolled through his phone displaying Li Yun's profile. Luba had messaged him earlier about bringing in a doctor with unusual acupuncture ability. Most people would view the profile with skepticism, but as a practitioner of various Buddhist mantras and scriptures, Abbot Hoang believed in the explained powers. The abbot put away his phone and inspected the two monks' bodies again. They squirmed and dug themselves deeper into the mattress as it was the only direction they could move into while restrained onto the bed by the gate straps. From their pulse, Abbot Hoang felt something strange forcing the meridians to misalign and making it difficult for him to use acupuncture methods. Did we encounter a practitioner of Gu? Abbot Hoang thought. Thinking back, the two monks were the two who had been watching the hostages. When a thought appeared in his mind, Li Yun entered the ward with the doctors and Luba. Luba introduced Li Yun to Abbot Hoang. As Li Yun reached out for a handshake, Abbot Hoang bowed back with his hand straightened to his chest. It wasn't unusual for monks to avoid handshakes, but Abbot Hoang instinctively knew that it was best to avoid the young doctor. Dr. Li, do you know what condition they are in? Luba asked impatiently before Li Yun walked over to Leiko. Li Yun took out his acupuncture kit and inserted several needles into Leiko's body and then Enzu's. Within moments, their body movement slowed and their faces appeared calm. All the doctors were amazed by the sight and quickly performed a physical to see if they could understand what had happened. Abbot Hoang remained motionless, but he was as equally amazed. He never thought it was possible to see another master of acupuncture. Are they healed? Luba asked. I'm not sure, this is a temporary fix, said Li Yun. He was probably the only person in the world who knew what was going on, as he was the person who poisoned them in the first place. The drug was created with the effect to cause pain, and in some way mirrored the toxin he had experienced in the woods. It was an experimental drug, but he wasn't going to be kind to people who pointed a gun at Ruxi and his face. Can I speak to Abbot Hoang for a moment? Luba turned to Abbot Hoang for confirmation. I'm afraid your two friends are cursed, said Li Yun. Cursed? Abbot Hoang asked. Dr. Li, what makes you say that? Li Yun studied Abbot Hoang's eyes, which glimmered with an aura of conviction. Strange, this isn't the look of someone who feels guilty, Li Yun thought. Should I press him more? Why did you steal the artifacts? Li Yun asked directly. There was no time for mind games. You can't be simple mercenaries if you are stealing all sorts of artifacts, not just the valuable ones. I do not understand where Mr. is coming from, Abbot Hoang pretended. There was no evidence to tie him to the case and Li Yun was fishing for information. I'm giving you an opportunity to explain yourself before I hand you over to the police, said Li Yun. What do you mean? Abbot Hoang continued to feign innocence. Are you the mercenaries who stole the artifacts? Li Yun smiled. If I took the artifacts, why would I need to stay here? And besides, I already gave a statement to the police that I threw needles with an experimental drug at the robbers as self-defense. Abbot Hoang sighed as he shook his head. He was already aware that Li Yun had poisoned the two monks during the heist. Simply by being in the hospital proved that they were robbers. It was an oversight on his part to believe that all the hostages were regular people. So why is an abbot going out of your way to steal artifacts? Li Yun didn't understand the purpose of Abbot Hoang. We mainly work to return the Buddhist artifacts back to the temple and to gather funds to buy back the ones sold in the black market, Abbot Hoang explained. Many of our texts were stolen or taken away by both the museum and private collectors. We used our own means to retrieve it. Do you have proof of your claim? Just look at the artifacts displayed in the museum, said Abbot Hoang. Some are replicas, duplicated by the museum, while the real artifacts are sold underground to private collectors. So rather than seeing that happen, you would rather take it into your own hands and steal the artifacts first. These are sacred scriptures that do not belong to the museum, but belong in the sacred house. Li Yun didn't want to make a judgment call on what they were doing. Legally, what they were doing was wrong, but to Abbot Hoang, he was simply putting things back to the rightful place. Have you been a monk all your life? Li Yun was curious about Abbot Hoang's background. Ruxi had told him that the short man during the robbery had an unusual aura. If he guessed correctly, the short man was Abbot Hoang. I grew up in the temple ever since my parents left me there at the age of 4. I was an unusual child, and they didn't want to keep me. Instead, they gave me up to the temple and had another child. Mr. is quite an unusual person as well, I heard from Luba that you grew up with Taoist scriptures. How did you meet Luba and the others? I was a military surgeon back then, Abbot Hoang explained. It was a job assigned to me by the former abbot. During my time as a surgeon, I had uncovered that many murders and assassinations were labeled as accidentals or natural causes. Many of the fallen comrades were silenced simply because they knew too much. Their only crime was their knowledge. I didn't want to see their lives wasted in vain, so I faked their deaths and gave them new identities. Abbot Hoang likely had access to prisoners' information who had passed away during incarceration and didn't have families to retrieve the bodies. The death records were removed and all the former military agents were given new identities as petty criminals. So you saved their life. Li Yun wondered why they were afraid of the monk. Why are they afraid of you? Luba and others. Abbot Hoang thought patiently and nodded. They aren't practicing monks, but I hold them to the same standard. They receive regular punishment for drinking and breaking any of the Buddhist codes. What sort of punishment? I recite to them the Pancasila. Is that the code of ethics for followers? For how long? 24 hours. Li Yun thought it was a rather cruel and unusual punishment. Chapter 220 Mantra. Do you mind chanting a mantra? Li Yun had heard chants and mantras had special healing powers, but had never seen it in reality. He wondered if Abbot Hoang had that ability. Mr. wants to hear the Pancasila, the abbot asked. Seeing that Li Yun was curious, Abbot Hoang took out a wooden fish. He placed the wooden fish in front of him and sat in the lotus position. As he tapped the fish with the round end of a mallet, a rhythmic and warm tone vibrated through the air. The chants from Abbot Hoang were low and deep, with the breath of sound coming from the belly. Wooden fish. At first, Li Yun couldn't feel and see anything unusual. As Abbot Hoang continued to chant, Li Yun activated Kivi to trace the changes in the air. It was at that moment Li Yun could see the chi vibration. The point where the wooden fish and chant intersected created a spark that vibrated the chi in the air. The spark radiated outward. It bounced away from Abbot Hoang, but none of the physical matter was affected by the mysterious chi. Instead, the chi rippled through the walls and faded away into the streets of downtown Subin. When the chi ripples vibrated toward Li Yun, it bounced away like it did Abbot Hoang. However, the chi ripples reached the two monks and refracted to the other side. Li Yun walked toward Leiko and tapped lightly on his forehead. The chi inside of Leiko's danshan reacted strangely. Stop! Li Yun held up his hand to signal Abbot Hoang to end the chant. The chi vibration was making the two monks uncomfortable. Is something the matter? The abbot asked. Do you have a chant used for healing? Asked Li Yun. Abbot Hoang used a couple more chants, but only the Magala Sutta created any resonance. It was also capable of correcting the misalignment in the meridians caused by the poison, albeit very slow. Is Mr. a practitioner of Gu? Abbot Hoang asked. Li Yun shook his head. No, I study acupuncture under the Yi clan's teachings. So there are still clans here that retain such practice. Abbot Hoang looked to the two monks and sighed in defeat. Does Mr. intend to turn us over? Li Yun rubbed his glabella and swept his hair up. It depends, Li Yun said reluctantly. Buletin Tao was going to kill him if he let go of the monks without a good explanation. A few months ago, a monk was found dead with a Zhaomenfu's forgery. Is he part of your group? Indeed, he was one of my men. We haven't been able to track down the murderer. Do you know why he was murdered? Asked Li Yun. The abbot shook his head. But we have reasons to believe that someone is targeting our group. You may not be aware, but another monk was killed. Li Yun was not aware of another incident, and Buletin Tao had been on the lookout as well. He was killed in our hideout location, so it was never publicly revealed. However, the forger we hired is also missing. Missing, and not kidnapped. We are not sure of his involvement. Judging from his personality, we know he is a bit obsessive about calligraphy. It's possible he was kidnapped, but he could also be connected to the case or compromised. Li Yun remembered the skinny and pale man he saw when he examined Zhao Menfu's calligraphy. Is his name Zhang? Abbot Haoang was taken by surprise. You know Zhang Shi? No, but his name is written on the forged scroll. Do you have the original calligraphy scroll? Abbot Haoang shook his head. One of our clients invited him to view a calligraphy scroll from a private collection. He was able to recreate it from memory. So you have clients? Asked Li Yun. What sort of transaction? Most of our private clients have specific items that they seek, Abbot Haoang explained. We find the items for them in exchange for their Buddhist artifacts. However, this particular client wanted to exchange a replica with the real scroll. Do you know the client? We do not ask our clients about their identities or their purpose in exchange for our own anonymity. We exchange information over a private web forum. Li Yun placed both arms inside the coat pockets and made the decision to let them go. Bulletin Tao wasn't going to be happy, but Li Yun would rather the monks have the artifacts than the museums. Mr. is willing to let us go that easily. Abbot Haoang was curious about the young Taoist. I'm sure Abbot Haoang knows I'm not a simple person to deal with. Li Yun had his own network of people to keep track of others. But what about the police? They don't have much. Li Yun had only mentioned to Bulletin Tao about his poison. It would be difficult for anyone else to tie the monks to the case. He bent down and touched the wooden fish. Using kiwi, he saw an old monk in a rural temple by a mountainous region. There wasn't much information for Li Yun to determine the exact date and place, but likely one of the peaks in the southwestern mountains. Is this passed on to you by the previous abbot? Li Yun asked. Yes, it is only passed along to the succession of abbots. Can you give me the wooden fish? Is Mr. willing to shave off your hair and become a monk? Hell needed to freeze over before Li Yun ever considered becoming a monk. He could take the wooden fish, but taking away someone's lineage seemed wrong. The abbot may be a criminal, but he hadn't done anything remotely as bad as Wingbo. Li Yun was interested in recreating the sounds, but the chants seemed weak in comparison to the ones he had heard from the ancient white cloth. It was enough to confirm the possibility in his reality. All that remained was for him to study and imitate the sound from the cloth's memories. I can pass along to you some of our scriptures, the abbot proposed. I would also like to consult with you on your chanting methods. The abbot agreed. Us, are you really letting them go? Bulletin Tao screamed over the phone. Not enough evidence. Li Yun spoke into the speakerphone by the side as he dabbled more ink into his brush. B. Now I have to ask Commissioner Hung to back out of the case. Just hand it over to the MPS, the artifacts might be in another province by now. Damn it, and I wasted my breath pleading with him to take on the case in the beginning. Hey, I'm following a lead on the dead monk, that's more important. You. Bulletin Tao was about to refute but paused for a moment. 50 million in stolen artifacts versus one murder case. To some people, the stolen artifacts were more important, but to people like Bulletin Tao, the murder case was more important. All right, what do you have? Can you look up information on Zhang Shi? Asked Li Yun. Bulletin Tao grumbled over the phone and hung up. From Li Yun's workroom, the light on his phone blacked out and he returned his focus on the piece of calligraphy. Li Yun flicked the brush away from the last character on the scroll and moved back. It was technically a copy of a copy, but he corrected the word strength based on his own understanding of Zhao Menfu's personality. Yun, this is the stolen calligraphy. Ruxi asked when she walked inside the workroom. Yes, I saw it once at the Imperial City Museum. Li Yun noticed Ruxi carefully studying the scroll. It looks a bit familiar, Ruxi's voice sounded unsure. You know this piece? Asked Li Yun. It went missing after the Bread Country occupation. I think the original is part of Song Taji's private collection. He has the original. Li Yun wasn't entirely surprised, but why would someone choose to replicate something from Song Taji's collection? Ruxi wasn't sure herself, but she should give him a call. Chapter 221 Fire Rat. Mimi, so good to hear from you, Song Taiji greeted her over the phone. You missed out on the Spring Festival party. If it's like the previous years, then I haven't missed out much, Ruxi responded over the phone. I wanted to give you your astrology. I don't believe in astrology. I especially got it for you this year from Master Meng Shi, said Song Taiji. He said, as a fire rat, you get carried away by the moment and forget about the big picture. Be careful of in your professional life as spies may interfere with your plans. Anything else? Ruxi had used enough Barnum statements on other people to know that all astrology readings were B. Meng Shi had abilities, but fortune-telling wasn't one of them. It would have been a good time to invite and introduce your boyfriend to the rest of the family. I am a bit jealous that you have spent the Spring Festival with his family. Ruxi knew since the incident in Panda City that Song Taiji had been keeping tabs on Li Yun, but she didn't know if they kept in contact afterward. Your boyfriend is a very interesting individual, said Song Taiji. Really? He's a bore most of the time, Ruxi complained. Song Taiji laughed. I thought he was talented before, but the more I look into him, the more I feel like I have greatly underestimated him. Ruxi rolled her eyes, slightly annoyed at how sharp the old fox was. If she didn't know Li Yun before, she was sure Song Taiji would have sold her off to Li Yun for his cooperation. I heard from your cousin that your company is doing well, Song Taiji added after hearing no response from Ruxi. When she listened to him talk, it was like he genuinely believed she was his granddaughter rather than his daughter. Did you hire people to recreate Zhou Menfu's calligraphy? Asked Ruxi, completely ignoring his statement. What are you talking about? Song Taiji paused for a moment. Ah, I remember now. Tang Zhong mentioned to me something about finding a replica of the scroll. Ruxi knew Tang Zhong was involved with the Imperial City Museum and had heard about what happened behind the scenes from Li Yun. Does he know you had the real scroll? Maybe. I have displayed my collection to a couple of other enthusiasts. Then did you hire someone to replicate your own scroll? Why would I need people to recreate it when I already have the genuine scroll? He asked. You know better than anyone. Were you planning to sell a fake one to someone? Many people had taken photos? Don't you think it's odd for me to do something so desperate? I don't know, you enjoy reproduction as much as the real thing. You probably didn't hire the forger, but you must know someone who could recreate it. Other than your boyfriend? Or is this something you're helping him with? Why does it matter? So, do you know who else has the ability to recreate it? A few. I can have Secretary Liang send you a list of enthusiasts who had seen the scroll. Song Taiji could tell Ruxi was about to hang up and quickly made her an offer. Would you like the real scroll for graduation? No, but who invited you to my graduation? Of course I have to attend, you're my favorite granddaughter. Ruxi rolled her eyes. Unbelievable, he wasn't to let up his lovable grandfather act. Are you still upset that I sent people to follow your boyfriend? He asked, sensing the silence in her irritation from across the phone. You know the real reason. According to her aunt, Song Taiji had ordered a hit on her mother, forcing the two sisters to escape the country. But even in Beauty County, they had to lay low to avoid potential assassination. Despite all that had happened, you grew up well, better than your cousins, said Song Taiji. If you hadn't grown up in your condition, you wouldn't be who you are today. Before he could finish, she had already hung up. Song Taiji, undeterred by her response, placed his phone back into his pocket. He had expected her to hang up earlier, but never expected a full conversation with her that lasted over 10 minutes. It seemed that having a boyfriend was having a positive effect on their relationship. He moved out of his private office and sat down on a sofa opposite of an elderly man in dark blue robe. The elderly man had a straight posture, but a slight bend to his spine was caused by aging. He was a regular guest in Song Taiji's villa known as Master Meng Shi. Is that little Milan? Asked Master Meng Shi. The old master reached out to lift up a cup of tea from the coffee table and patiently blew away the wisp of hot steam. After taking a sip, Secretary Liang offered to refill his cup, but he declined. Song Taiji nodded. Her graduation is coming up. I am going to assume you invited yourself to her graduation, Master Meng Shi guessed correctly. Since Kayan and Jayad are heading there, it's only appropriate for me to follow. You haven't been able to invite Dr. Li? Master Meng Shi inquired. Song Taiji shook his head as he gave the elderly man Li Yun's report. The elderly man ran his hand through his long grey beard as he flipped through the pages. According to the report, Li Yun led a very uneventful life. There wasn't anything unusual about him other than his strong obsession with Taoism while growing up. However, having seen Li Yun personally, Song Taiji knew that there was something about him that was unusual and sent Secretary Liang out to investigate. Did you find anything particular about Dr. Li? Master Meng Shi asked. Nothing unusual, Secretary Liang replied. But Secretary Liang narrated the time he personally followed Li Yun in Panda City. During that time, Secretary Liang had followed Li Yun from inside his car. There was nothing unusual about Li Yun, but there was something unsettling about the doctor. Out of all the criminals, foreign spies and assassins he had followed, it was the doctor who gave him a bit of fright. You were afraid of following the doctor? Master Meng Shi grew more curious about the doctor. Secretary Liang wasn't a normal secretary. While in college, he was recruited by the secret police and had worked with them for 10 years, specializing in following dangerous criminals to uncover their hideouts. It was the main reason why Song Taiji had selected him to be a personal secretary. I am not sure if he's dangerous, but he seems too normal, said Secretary Liang. Based on what he knew about the Song family, only people like Master Meng Shi could associate with Song Taiji. How about the tale we have sent out? Song Taiji inquired further. Mr. Song, I do not think that will be enough, Secretary Liang said in a careful tone. What do you mean? Song Taiji's eyebrow raised curiously. The spy that we have sent out doesn't have all the access. The employee they bribed at Cheneng's factory said it was extremely difficult to enter and navigate freely into the laboratory space. Only the top 4 management team and Mr. Hun Lung could enter into the space. They are protecting the place from corporate spies. I see, Song Taiji wasn't just tailing Li Yun for information, but the tail was also in charge of protecting him. Aside from the Xia, who else is looking into him? The Chen, Long and Tang family had requested information about him, said Secretary Liang. How is little Yun after the incident at the temple? Song Taiji asked. He had been working out at the gym, said Secretary Liang. The doctors in Panda City are still wondering about what had happened. However, it is widely known that Dr. Li has the ability to put people to sleep. It is possible he had experimented on himself at the temple, and it caused him to sleep during that time. Song Taiji didn't think it was the reason, but Li Yun's medical ability was certainly more remarkable than he thought. Song Taiji had called Master Yi Bao about his new disciple, but the master was cryptic about his ability. Old Yi is not going to reveal information about his disciple, Master Meng Shi responded. What do you think about Li Yun? Song Taiji asked. Without seeing him personally, I cannot answer with certainty, Master Meng Shi responded. However, based on his medical ability and connection to Old Yi, I will say he might be a good match for little Milan. Would that put her in contention as a successor? Song Taiji took a moment to think. Chapter 222 Third Eye. Hey, Taiji, your birthday is coming up, asked Song Taiji's eldest brother, one of his 6 siblings. Aren't you nervous? Song Taiji stared at his eldest brother for a moment and shook his head. There was a tradition in the Song family clan that after they turned 13, all the male members were required to undergo an exam. As for the purpose, the boys were simply told that it would determine their roles in the clan. To prepare all the boys for the exam, there was a strict regimen of exercise and private tutoring. Song Taeji's second brother disappeared after his 13th birthday and had not returned home. His eldest brother had explained to him that the test would last 5 years. Only after 5 years were they able to return home. On Song Taeji's 13th birthday, the relatives traveled far and wide to celebrate his birthday. After the party celebration, the 16 elders, consisting of the granduncles and uncles, called the young Song Taeji into a small meeting room. Aside from the Song family clan, there were 4 strangers in the room, all dressed in a light blue scholar robe. At the head of the table was Song Lihu, the head of the household and Song Taeji's uncle. Song Taeji's father was a brilliant man, but it was Song Lihu who led the Song family through the turbulent times in the 50s and 60s. "Little Taeji, have you heard about the test?" Song Lihu asked the sturdy boy standing before them. Song Taeji nodded. "Then your test is simple," Song Lihu explained. "Starting with nothing and with another identity, make as much money as possible. From the deck of cards, select one. This will determine your starting location." Song Taeji picked a card from the top of the deck, Blight. "You will head to Blight country immediately tomorrow," Song Lihu explained. "Before you leave, select one Meng family clan to assist you." Song Taeji carefully gauged the eyes of the young men in a blue robe and walked up to the one on the far right. Out of the 4 Meng clan members, his eyes seemed the brightest. "What did you see?" the young Meng asked. "Your eyes reflect the lantern the most," Song Taeji responded. At that moment, his fate with Meng Shi was determined. 2 of the elders shuffled Song Taeji and Meng Shi off to the rails while the elders remained in the conference room. "How do you think little Taeji will perform?" one of the elders asked. "Maybe average," responded another elder. "What do you think, Elder Lihu?" As the inheritor of the Song family's lineage, the third eye, Song Lihu could recognize talent in others. It was how he came to power within the clan. However, the ability did not allow him to see the talent within the clan. In order to determine the successor, all male members had to pass the test. Some failed to achieve wealth and some had moderate success. Song Lihu stubbornly groomed his sons in an attempt to create the ability through nurturing. The attempt was unsuccessful. His eldest son made the costly decision of aligning with the wrong business partner and ultimately failed. His youngest son had some success, but it was not enough to be deemed a worthy successor. As the head of the family, there were opportunities for Song Lihu to tamper with the test to allow his sons to succeed. However, he knew in the long run that it would not benefit the family. There were histories of cheating in the past that did not end well. There were several periods of decline, and only when the cheating members were removed did the Song family prosper. Some members thought it was a coincidence, but many elders believed the only way to continue their family name was to follow the guidelines set by their ancestors. Song Taeji was sent to Blight and after 5 years. He returned with great ambitions, a pregnant girlfriend, and made 300k pounds. The amount was enough to place him in contention, but it was his ability to network that impressed the elders. One of the reasons why the Song family had been around so long was because their retainers were loyal and talented. Through the changes of emperors and government, each and every Song heads were able to gain great power and influence. Song Lihu reluctantly passed on the mantle to Song Taeji when he was ready to retire. The family prosperity was greatly dependent on the head. It wasn't simply the fate of one person, but the fate of the entire clan. Before Song Taeji could officially rest, he needed to appoint the next clan head. However, none of the male members had impressed him. The elders had their favorites, and as many were beginning to question the validity of their ancestors' lineage and stories, some had attempted to cheat. Song Taeji had removed many of the elders and their branches since he had taken over the clan 30 years ago. As for his own sons, they both claimed to have the talent to find talented people, and although they were good at their job, they also trusted people who they shouldn't have trusted. Song Taeji could not put the fate of his clan on their shoulders. As for Ruxi, her ability had outshone everyone else. If appointed, she would be the first female clan head, a decision that would raise objections from the family elders. However, there were no specific guidelines in the Song family archive that restricted a female member from being the head. The archive simply stated that the clan would prosper as long as it was led by a member with the third eye. She did not officially pass the test, but the main guideline for the test was to make as much money as possible in 5 years without using the family name. Under the name of Chu Ruxi, she had built her own wealth. The exam was also created by the elders to find the member with the third eye. She has a similar ability to me, Song Taiji said. It was the main reason why she was even considered an option. But it will ultimately come down to how well Dr. Li performs. The other problem was her choice of spouse. If she chose a regular spouse that failed to impress the elders, it would reduce her chances. Master Meng Shi shook his head. Rather than the doctor, you should also pay closer attention to little Mylan. You're still concerned about her strange Shen? Asked Song Taiji. When Master Meng Shi first met Song Mylan and calculated her fate with the Song, there was unusual energy. It was what prompted Song Taiji to contact Old Yi to confirm their blood relationships. She is indeed related to you by blood, said Meng Shi. But she has 2 distinct Shens. What does that mean? I am not sure, but I have only encountered such results during exorcism cases. It is possible she carries the Chu's family lineage, which is in direct opposition to the Song. It makes it very difficult to read how she affects the future of the Song family. Chapter 223 Rosie. Is he really coming to your graduation? Li Yun asked Ruxi after hearing her brief conversation with Song Taiji. He's going to invite himself to the graduation either way. Ruxi didn't think he would travel to a random small city to attend her graduation. The other Song family members typically graduated from a top university in Imperial City, and the rebellious ones would graduate from Magic City. Did you pick Binchu to spite him, or because Sugzu was going there? Binchu University was on the opposite side of the country from Imperial City. One of the many reasons, Ruxi responded and then quickly blocked his mouth with her hands to keep him from asking her another question. Not fair, it's my turn to ask. But that wasn't an answer. Li Yun grabbed both her wrists, and locked them behind her back. All right, what do you want to ask? Ruxi asked. Given how busy they were, it was difficult to find a time to simply talk. There were also things between them that couldn't be revealed, but they tried their best to answer anything the others were curious about. When you changed your name, why Chu Ruxi? Asked Li Yun. Li Yun wanted to make the wedding band but didn't know whether to carve Mylan or Ruxi. Song Mylan was originally on her birth certificate, but she changed it to Chu Ruxi after her aunt and uncle were sent to prison. Obviously because of my rosy personality, Ruxi responded cheekily. Li Yun knew Ruxi had likely chosen the name because in English it sounded like Rosie, but he knew she preferred magnolias. Based on her personality, it wasn't the name she would have chosen on her own. Seeing that Li Yun didn't believe her, Ruxi rested her head on his shoulder. She did that whenever she didn't want to speak further. We can talk another time if you're tired. Li Yun hugged her as she snuggled closer. There were 2 months left before graduation, but Ruxi had been stressing over her thesis and managing her live recording. Live streaming seemed easy, but she needed to prepare the topics of discussion and research different types of sales on makeup and cuisines. On top of that, she knew Li Yun was planning to ask her for marriage. Yun, it's okay, we can continue, but can I explain to you my name another time? She asked. Then can I ask you about the Chu family? Li Yun asked curiously. He heard much about the Song family already, but he rarely asked her about the Chu after knowing how her mother had treated her. They planned to visit Chu Mimi and her uncle Gary while in the States, so it was the appropriate time to ask. He was also curious about how Master Yi knew about their family, and if the Chu family had a lineage from a long time ago. Where are the Chu family from? Li Yun asked curiously. Ruxi thought about it for a moment. They are originally from the Shangri-La area, Ruxi recalled the information Aunt Mimi had told her. But they were mostly wiped out in the early 80s. My grandparents escaped, but Aunt Mimi was too young to remember what had happened. Li Yun thought it made sense. Many old practitioners were driven out around that time. Master Yi Bao's family had also experienced hardship during those times, and it was Song Taiji who had helped the Yi family avoid punishment. Are you curious about the Chu family lineage? Ruxi asked. Their specialty is poison. Asked Li Yun. Something along that line, but the way it was passed on to Chu Maya was a bit controversial, said Ruxi. She was only allowed to practice it within the family clan, but since the clan was destroyed, she had been reckless, especially her dealings with Song Taiji. Li Yun thought about Song Taiji, and if Chu Maya drugged him, it made sense as to why he hated her enough to send out assassins. He wanted to ask more, but it was Ruxi's turn. Yun, your ability, does it frighten you sometimes? Ruxi asked. Li Yun flinched for a brief moment. Ruxi rarely asked him about his ability, and he wondered why she specifically asked him that question. It does, Li Yun admittedly replied. It scared him that such abilities existed. I don't know where it comes from, and the more I use it, the more it amazes me that it shouldn't be something that humans should possess. Does it scare you? His ex-girlfriends had left him because they were afraid of his mentalist abilities, but how would people react if they knew his other abilities? It used to, but not anymore, Ruxi responded. What makes you continue even if it might be dangerous? Li Yun hadn't thought about it much before because such thought was counterproductive. As much as the system scared him, it was exciting to see what was the limit of humans' ability. Ruxi, the path before me is a cliff. I need to jump to the next cliff to continue. It scares me, but the unknown path beyond the next cliff is too tempting. Ruxi giggled from his response. If it was a year ago, he wouldn't be on the cliff in the first place. What's so funny? Li Yun smiled. Wasn't it because of Ruxi that he had become more reckless? Don't answer that, Li Yun stopped her from replying to his rhetorical question. He thought about what question to ask her next. Based on what he had seen in Abbot Haoang, Master Yi Bao, and Master Yu, spiritualism seemed to be the best method to unlock certain genetic dispositions. Ruxi, if there is a way to unlock abilities in everyone, to make people invulnerable to all illnesses, what would it mean for humanity? Li Yun had once thought this was a future medical problem, but the idea wasn't too far into the future. He had underestimated the system. It wasn't a new question, but common hypothetical questions posed to medical and philosophy students. If the human body evolved to quickly eliminate viruses and bacteria like Li Yun, how would viruses and bacteria evolve to survive? Would they evolve into a super virus that could rewire the human brain like many zombie apocalypse scenarios? As humans, it's important to evolve, Ruxi answered seriously. But you're concerned about the repercussions, like exacerbating the world population. Li Yun nodded. It was another concern. He wasn't sure if he on his own could make a decision that could heavily influence the direction of the world. I don't think you will have to worry about that, said Ruxi. We are ultimately still human. Ruxi leaned back to look at Li Yun, wondering what he intended to do. Yun, what are you planning to do? I want to see if others could manipulate meridians, he responded. How much do you know about them? I know they exist within the body. In the Chu's family manuscript, the purpose of the Chu's poison is to manipulate the meridians to damage the body. As the effects are undetectable by medical science, the main goal is to imitate common ailments like heart attack and aneurysm. Li Yun was surprised that the Chu family had such a manuscript. Don't get too excited, the manuscript isn't made up of formulas like medical treatises. It's mainly a conceptual framework for creating poison. In order to understand it completely, the process must be guided by a master. I only know how to make a tranquilizer. It can be easily missed by most blood tests. Li Yun remembered she had used it twice already. The profile of the tranquilizer was interesting, but it wasn't unique. As the structure of the substance looked like amino acid, most hematologists would miss it. What surprised him was that she created it on her own. Ruxi, how much do you really know? The more he knew about her, the more he realized that there was a lot about Ruxi he didn't understand. He once thought that things would be simpler, but reality was different from his expectation. There were times when she seemed innocent, and other times, she seemed to know a lot more than he did. I can't really sense the location of meridians like you do, replied Ruxi. I could feel them when they are active, but I can't control it freely. Li Yun wanted to see if he could assist Ruxi to manipulate her meridians. After examining his meridians for over a year, he understood them better as portals or channels into a different realm. The portals were sending signals to his nerves, triggering a physical change in his body. However, he wasn't sure if it was detectable in the physical world, but there was a possibility that manipulating meridians could be replicated in other humans. Chapter 224 Travel Plans. With Li Yun's understanding of meridian at large perfection, he was able to zoom in closer to the meridian points. The closer he zoomed into the center, the more apparent it was that there wasn't anything visible within the node, it was simply an empty space. Rather than a node of mass, the meridian was a field that had its own rotation. The acupuncture needle in close proximity of the field could disrupt the field and activate the meridian to open the channel into the danshan. The closer the needle was to the center, the greater the disruption and channel. Aside from acupuncture, there were other methods to activate meridians, like the movement of the physical body. It wasn't direct like acupuncture, but it was a way to stimulate all the meridians. Many classical texts had different theories on the number of meridians from 360 to 670. Based on Li Yun's understanding, there were between 1,000 and 1,300 meridians, some of which were embedded deep within the bones and organs, inaccessible by acupuncture needles. As Li Yun exercised using Dalu, he could feel multiple meridians opening at the same time, accelerating certain muscle-building mechanisms in his body. Meditation and breathing exercises were the best method to open all meridians at the same time, but it was the most difficult to achieve and required a lot of focus. Food and medicine, to a certain extent, could open all meridians, but it was the least effective. The only medicine, or poison, that affected all the meridians didn't come from Li Yun, but the poison that inhibited his ability when he was in the woods. Li Yun had replicated a few poisons but none was as strong. Pressing on certain parts of the body using tuina, a form of massage therapy, also stimulated the meridian. It wasn't as effective as acupuncture or Dalu, but Li Yun could see it being much more useful as it could be performed on another person. Lastly, there was bone setting, which was capable of moving the meridian several centimeters. He had seen several patients with dislocated shoulder and joints, many of whom had meridian points moved as much as 2 centimeters away from their original location. The misdirected meridian points created internal disruptions with other nearby meridian points. However, the disruption caused by dislocated joints was chaotic and created problems if they weren't properly realigned. Once the joints were manipulated back, the meridian points returned to their original locations. Using the knowledge he had acquired, he taught Ruxi the basics. I do wonder if I'm dating someone 90 years old, Ruxi commented as they both got up early to work on their Dalu. It was very similar to Taiki. You're not doing it right, Li Yun stopped his movement to correct Ruxi's stance. Do you feel anything from these movements? I have to admit, my aura looks stronger. Ruxi had been practicing for a few weeks. Her danshan grew stronger as she trained under Li Yun's guidance. It was not a simple process. Li Yun constantly had to correct her Dalu form in order to optimize the positions of the meridians. He also taught her meditation. She grasped the concept quickly but had yet to feel its movement internally. I prefer the tuina though, Ruxi commented after feeling exhausted. I'm sure you do, Li Yun responded as Ruxi collapsed on the couch. They had barely exercised for 30 minutes, but she was already tired. At least it was better than in the beginning when she was tired out after 10 minutes. Hey, I don't like to do strenuous exercise, Ruxi pouted. It's not strenuous. Aren't you the one that calls Taiki exercise for old people? It is. Li Yun lifted her feet from the couch and sat down beside her. With her feet stretched out, he massaged her feet. You're lucky you have a high metabolism now. Are you saying I'll get fat later? Ruxi glared jokingly at him. Li Yun pointed to himself. If I don't exercise, I'll gain weight within a week. He was slightly exaggerating. With his Wuling maxed out, his overall metabolism was a lot higher than before. He could maintain his form for a good month before his body bellied out. Are you really planning to teach these methods to everyone? Ruxi asked. If Li Yun could teach others to exercise properly, their overall health would improve. He wasn't being completely altruistic. His AP points were currently 1910. It happened to be the number closely related to the people who had consumed the Huifo and Yunli during the clinical trial. The more he helped others, the more AP he was gaining. The only purpose of AP was to be absorbed by his spirit seed. Even with close to 2000 SP, there was barely any sign of movement in the seed or even improvement in Li Yun's overall body. To understand the purpose of the seed, he needed to gather a lot more AP. With his mind made up, Li Yun set Ruxi's feet aside and turned on his ZZ Live. Hi everyone! Li Yun greeted the dedicated 100 viewers who were usually always active online. The numbers were slowly increasing, but he didn't need a large audience. He only needed enough people to start a discussion. Today, I am announcing my intentions to research the meridian field. Neuroscientist, meridian field? Is it like meridian channels and nodes? The chat made up of mostly doctors and scientists quickly chatted casually about the topic of meridians. As we all know, meridians are not detectable by any known means, said Li Yun. However, based on my experiment with inducing sleep based on certain acupoints, it is possible that our bodies have fields that interact with our physical body and world. Doc Shang, it's certainly an interesting topic, but something that isn't detectable, isn't that a meaningless approach? Passing researcher, gravity isn't detectable either, so as a theory, a discussion is warranted. Who knows what it will unlock? Pro YY, there are many theories out there about meridians, but it's going to end up bordering pseudoscience. Pros, if the work can be replicated, then wouldn't it be revolutionary? Ma Dong, if Dr. Li is leading the research, I am sure there will be some interesting results. As everyone is aware, everyone is different, from appearance to internal organs. The same can be assumed for acupuncture points, Li Yun explained. However, how are we to make adjustments if we cannot see meridian points? Doc C, that's certainly one of the biggest mysteries in TCM. Even an old practitioner could only approximate the location. This is likely a difficult process to replicate, Li Yun explained. Meridians are different in everyone. Many early doctors had proposed the existence of more meridians in women. Li Yun spoke in uncertainty, but he knew that most women had around 1260 meridian points and pregnant women had developing meridian points of their unborn child. Our other challenge is how to detect a field that is undetectable by existing means. What if meridians are tiny massless particles that are quickly destroyed and regenerated? We do not have a mean method in medical science to understand how it works. We will need cooperation from other researchers from other fields who are willing to observe the different theories and hypotheses. I plan to write a book on the different theories. Hopefully, after it is published, will allow scientists to test and replicate the observations in their own laboratory. The more Li Yun spoke, the more excited the other scientists appeared. They were in awe of Li Yun's ability to put people to sleep, but if it could be replicated, there were more implications than just advancing sleep study. They were one step closer to indirectly observing the nature of meridians. As for Li Yun, there were other reasons to reveal the existence of the meridian. The more he knew about meridians, the more aware he was of his own limitation to reach the pinnacle state. He could not reach the pinnacle of perfection by himself. He needed help from a community of scientists to analyze the data that only he could feel with his own body. Missions. Comprehend Feng Shui to small perfection. Comprehend meridian to pinnacle perfection. Comprehend alchemy to small perfection. Li Yun turned off the ZZ Live and looked at his itinerary for the next few weeks. He had a lot of travel plans. The first was to Vegas to meet with one of Bufo's buddies in charge of their card counting operation, and then Blackhead Institute affiliated with the Wei Institute of Technology. During his trip to Beauty Country, he hoped to make some connections with the research community. Ruxi would meet up with him during her spring break and head to Maple Country to visit Master Shang, and finally to the Sunny State. Chapter 225 City of Sin. Li Yun landed in Vegas and ordered a temporary cell phone at the airport lobby to access data. It was the only way he could navigate his way in the strange land. After picking up his luggage, he took a cab and headed toward the Strip. The cab stopped in front of the hotel. As he walked out, he could see a stream of people walking up and down the streets, some in unusual attires. There were several Spiderman and Elvis impersonators who approached him for a picture, but he declined. He had a meet-up with Bufo's friend in Casino's area. Yun Li? Asked David Chan, a tall and sturdy man in his early 30s. He had been waiting by the front entrance of the hotel casino. Yes, David. Li Yun wasn't used to his name being flipped. He shook hands with David Chan, the card counter coach Bufo had hired to run the operation in the States. Card counting was difficult in Macau due to the automatic card shufflers, but there were many tables in the States that still dealt the cards by hand. How is the operation going? They moved inside the casino area and sat in the private lounge area. It's going pretty well, David replied. As the players are more used to the gaming style, the percentage has been improving. David showed Li Yun the data from the past 10 months since the operation began. Li Yun looked at the data from the 26 professional card counters. The typical winning odds in blackjack was 50/50ths, but a card counter could gain 1 or 2% edge over the house. It's unbelievable how well we are doing, said David. Their winning percentage ranged from 51% to 56%, and gained an average of $70/hour. He had been counting cards for 10 years, and he had never seen such a good run. Fuchan's app is pretty amazing. Bufo's app mainly kept track of the players' winning odds and winnings, but it also had a training simulator for the players. David and many of the players contributed the results to the training simulator. Unbeknownst to the players and David, 13 players had the charm embedded in their phones that they were required to carry, and the other 13 were in the control group without the charm. The 13 players with the charm could win 54% and the players without the charm could win 52%. I have more people emailing me about their interest to join the team, said David. How many people do you think we can expand? Li Yun asked. There are around 300 casinos in the state, and we have to rotate the players out weekly to avoid getting caught, so we can have up to 150. If we expand to other states, we can add up to 250. The problem will be finding enough trainers and paying for the traveling expenses. None of the current players want to stop. David shook his head. When the players first started, the newbies were afraid of the uncertainty of the job. Card counting wasn't a regular stable career. There were ups and downs. However, the more they played, the more comfortable they were with the lifestyle. Bufo wanted to expand the operation to cover more states, but Li Yun thought it was a bit of a hassle. Although they relied on David Chan for the business operation and a law firm to handle the legal and financial operation, they were both on the other side of the world and had little direct oversight on the operation. I'll leave the business decision to Fu, Li Yun stated. Bufo was the one that spearheaded the operation and Li Yun didn't want to interfere. He was simply curious about how effective the charm was. Is this your first time in Vegas? I'll show you around. David got up from his seat and walked Li Yun down the strip lined with casinos and hotels. There were many tourists and performers walking around. Li Yun didn't think it was that exciting, but maybe he expected more from the city of Sin. They entered the Venus room. "I heard you are good at poker," said David. "This is one of the biggest rooms in the area." "Just okay, I haven't been playing, so I might be at a disadvantage," Li Yun replied. "But I would like to make some money." Li Yun thought it would be a good opportunity to raise money to buy a ring for Ruxi. Based on Sukzu's guidelines, the ring should cost 2 months of his salary. From working as a surgeon 2 days a week, the Kinbei hospital gave him 1 million yuan a year. From the card counting operation, he made 1.2 million yuan a year. As a researcher, he paid himself 3 million a year. As a TCM clinical doctor, he barely made a profit. Every time he generated money, he put it into buying more medicinals. The company was recently making a profit due to the greenhouse farming operation, but Li Yun kept the fund in the research and development budget. Based on his salary, the ring should be valued at 815k yuan, $135k. Li Yun looked into his personal bank account, which had a pitiful 100k in the account. "Are you going to join the poker table?" Li Yun asked. David shook his head. "Guess what game is the easiest to win?" "It's not poker or blackjack." Li Yun thought the answer was probably something else. As a card counter, David was highly calculative. He had likely calculated the odds for the vast majority of games in the casino. He could even proudly say that he was banned from 3 different casinos. Fortunately, it wasn't in Vegas. Although they used Vegas as the headquarters, none of the players played in the casinos within the city and focused on the smaller cities within the state. "Dice games," David replied. "There are players who can control the dice accurately, enough for casinos to deem them as more of a nuisance than card counters." Li Yun thought it made sense. Card counting played the odds in the long run through hundreds and thousands of games to bear fruit. Dice control and precision shooting could drastically change the dynamic of the game. However, it seemed like something that was extremely difficult to achieve. "Do you play craps?" asked David. "I don't really gamble," Li Yun replied, who had blocked out from his memory that he was technically overseeing several illegal gambling operations. "How do you play?" "It's really simple." David took Li Yun to the craps tables where a group of people was gathered. "See the woman rolling the dice? She's called the shooter. The people playing around the table are spectators. They make a bet on what she would roll." Li Yun nodded. He understood that the odds of rolling 7 was greater than the odds of a 2 or 12, since the payout was lower. There were rare bets with better payoffs. "Have you been practicing long?" Li Yun asked. "Just for 3 years, said David. "I saw someone doing it in the casino, and then looked it up online." David was proficient, but he liked to try his luck at the table. Dice shooting was like any precision-type skill, it required a lot of patience and practice. Most dice shooters didn't have much advantage over regular shooters, but it gave them more confidence. Craps, for the most part, was about betting strategies and luck. David approached the table first. "Do you want to give it a try?" asked David. Li Yun was used to rolling the dice to begin a mahjong game, but he never needed to control the dice to get an advantage. The dealer's dice was also a bit different, but he was curious how accurately he could control it. "Do you have a spare set of dice?" Li Yun asked. David took out a case in his pocket and revealed a pair of dice, similar to the dealer. "How did you know I would have a spare?" "I figured since you're practicing dice shooting, you would have something similar to the dealer." Li Yun took the dice and they walked to an empty table that looked like a large wooden bathtub. There were markings on the table that looked like numbers on a horse track. "Are we allowed to practice here?" "I teach craps at this hotel full-time," said David showing his work badge. David worked full-time to promote the casino, but he didn't know they would allow him to teach people how to control dice. "I don't teach dice control here, just regular craps and other games for tourists," said David. "And since I work for the hotel, I'm not allowed to play here." "Okay, do I just roll anywhere on the table?" In order for the roll to count, it needs to hit the back wall, said David. To minimize the randomness of the roll, it's better to place yourself on the side of the table and use as little energy as possible. Once you pick a position, it's important to stick to it. Li Yun followed David's suggestion and stood in position to the right of the back wall. Okay, the first roll is called the come-out roll, David continued to explain. You place a bet either on the pass line or don't pass bar. Typically, most players bet on the pass line, which means you win the bet if you roll a 7 or 11. You craps out if you roll a 2, 3, and 12. The don't pass line is if you think the roll is a 2 or 3. Why don't you place a bet on the pass line, and try to roll first? Li Yun threw the dice toward the back wall and they bounced off the wall lined with triangular-shaped reliefs, shooting out toward the opposite end of the table and revealing a 6. David was surprised by how far the dice was shot out as Li Yun barely looked like he was throwing the dice. The dice are light, Li Yun commented as he rolled them in his hand. Chapter 226 Craps. That's a good first shot, said David, flipping an off button to an on and placing it on a 6. Try using less energy, roll at a 45-degree angle, and avoid rolling a 7, David grabbed the dice and showed Li Yun his technique. There had been advantage players who studied the best projection angle to minimize the amount of force required to launch the dice to the back wall. Less force means less randomness. David's dice launched out at a 45-degree angle, bounced once on the table, hit the alligator back wall, and rolled out a 7. David cursed to himself. The technique reduced the occurrences of a 7 but it wasn't perfect. Is rolling a 7 bad? Li Yun asked. Yes, after the come-out roll, if you roll a number other than 2, 3, 7, 11, and 12, it turns into a point round. From then on, you want to roll your point number to win. Rolling a 7 ends your turn. People here are superstitious, so they don't even say the number 7. Li Yun took the dice again, and rolled the dice, landing on a 7. Well, that's expected, said David. The odds of rolling a 7 was the highest. Using the rattan dice stick, David pushed back the dice to Li Yun. Is there a certain way I should be holding onto the dice? Li Yun asked. David nodded. I normally use the hard way set. Simply face the 6 to the left, and the 1 to the right. Pick up the dice together, making sure it doesn't shift or split out in your 3 central fingers. With a good grip, release the dice toward the back wall, making sure both dice are released at the same time. This is how most dice shooters avoid landing on the 7, give it a try. Li Yun followed the instruction and grabbed the dice with his thumb and 3 fingers. It doesn't matter what hand. Are you ambidextrous? I'm right-handed, but I can use my left hand. Li Yun was used to using both hands, and also for practicing calligraphy when he needed to copy a calligrapher known for being left-handed. He couldn't say he was as proficient as his right hand, but decent. You can use whatever you are comfortable with, but the key is consistency and using the same method, said David. Now, use a gentle backspin to hit the back wall and avoid the curved portion of the back as much as possible. Li Yun gently moved his hand back and flung the dice back. Both dice hit the wall at the same time, and a pair of 3 landed on the table. A6, that's pretty good. Now with more practice, you should be able to have a consistent roll that doesn't land on a 7. Li Yun continued rolling the dice a few more times to get a general feel of the dice. It was quite fun, trying to maintain consistency, but as the dice hit the back wall, an element of randomness made it difficult to keep the same roll. For a couple of rolls, he hadn't rolled a 7. You're a lot better than I thought. David didn't think Li Yun would get the rhythm of the game down so quickly. After explaining to Li Yun the other odds and playing style, Li Yun got the gist of the game. Craps was intimidating for beginners as there was a lot of betting placements available. It took David almost a year of training with the dice to feel confident that he got an edge over the casino. Yo! David, another one of your students? Asked a balding man with a large belly. Hey George, "This is a friend," David replied. Bufu and Li Yun wanted to remain as anonymous as possible. "He has never played craps before, so I'm showing him the rope." "Still trying that dice shooting thing?" asked George. "It's a hoax, don't bother. Unless you trained as a kid, no way anyone can control the dice." "It's just for fun," David replied, but turned back to Li Yun to watch him play. George shrugged and approached an open carp table. Li Yun could tell David wanted to avoid talking to George. "Is he involved in something dangerous?" Li Yun asked. "There's a rumor he's in a racketeering and money laundering scheme," said David. "He has been trying to get into card counting, but I told him I don't have the time to coach new people. He's persistent. Why doesn't he believe in dice control?" Li Yun thought the idea behind it was a simple, consistent throw to reduce randomness and the occurrence of a 7. If they could minimize the appearance of a 7, the player could gain an edge over the casino. It was similar to how card counting worked. It wasn't about winning blackjack all the time, it was about gaining an edge. Dice control isn't as well known, and unlike card counting, requires a bit of muscle memory and physical ability, David replied. As a computer software engineer, he knew quite a bit about counting, but he was also sturdy enough to perform physical tasks. Most card counters found it easier to stick with counting and numbers. Li Yun rolled a couple more times until he felt comfortable with the dice. "You're ready to play?" David asked. They headed over to the table where there was a decent amount of players. Craps was a social and fun game for the spectators. If the shooter played well, the spectators would benefit from a hot streak. There was already a middle-aged woman throwing the dice from the right side of the table. The table had been cheering her on as she threw her 6th roll. At that moment, Li Yun took position next to her. Her dice bounced on the table and then the back wall, landing a 7. The crowd groaned, most of whom had lost their bet. A moment later, they forgot about the loss and quickly waited for the next person's turn. However, the woman did not look happy. She blamed her loss on the person standing next to her who had disrupted her rhythm. The woman gave Li Yun a threatening glare, but seeing as he was taller and bigger than her, she kept her mouth shut. "Are you rolling next?" The dealer asked Li Yun if he was joining in. Li Yun placed a 5 on the pass line, the numbers 6 and 8, and a field bet. It was a common beginner strategy that David had taught him. The dealer pushed the dice toward him. As practiced, Li Yun set his dice and threw the dice toward the back wall. The dice landed on a 5, and the dealer placed the on button above the 5, and gave him his winning for the field bet. "Do I place this winning chip on the 9? Li Yun asked David for reassurance. "Yep, the strategy was to cover all the numbers," said David. "If you make money on your next roll, put them on the 4 and 10. Li Yun's next roll was a 9, winning him the pass line. The spectators clapped to cheer him on, as they all thought he sounded like a beginner. On his next roll, he rolled an 8, winning some chips. "Since you have a chip on the 8, you want to press, or put in additional money on the 8, said David. Li Yun asked the dealer to place an additional chip on top of his existing chip on the 8. Li Yun rolled again, rolling at 8. The spectators all cheered at his luck. The woman next to him grumbled, but she placed some chips on the 6 and 8. Li Yun continued to roll the dice. He had managed to avoid rolling the 7, and his chips were doubling up on the table. "Do I continue pressing on the 9? Li Yun asked David, who was looking more bewildered as he carried on. He had seen a good hot roller before, but Li Yun was on his 40th roll, and still winning, and the crowd around them was also growing bigger. "Of course, you idiot," said the woman next to him, whose stack was also growing. Li Yun continued rolling until his 78th roll. At that point, the pit boss watched carefully to make sure he wasn't cheating. "The guy is really a beginner?" the pit boss asked David. "Yeah, I literally taught him the game an hour ago," David responded. By the 99th roll, Li Yun looked at the chips he had amassed, it was close to $1 million US. He didn't think he would be able to avoid hitting the 7 for so long. He wasn't intentionally trying to avoid the 7, but paying attention to keeping his roll consistent. He wondered if his blessing charm had an influence over the game. Li Yun didn't want to make much of a scene, but his winnings were already massive. Luckily he wasn't in China where people would be filming live streaming all the time. The crowd in the casino was typically older, and they were more in the moment type of people. On the 107th roll, Li Yun 7 out. The spectators still applauded and cheered. The amateur had likely placed himself on the record book for the hotel for the longest streak. "Oh my god, Buffa said you were a genius, but I didn't think it was true," said David. "Are you sure you're not going to take up being an advantaged player?" Li Yun shook his head. "No, it's too nerve-wracking." He didn't look like it, but he felt his heart rate hiked up every time he rolled. On the 10th roll, the pressure was getting to him and he released the roll too soon. David stared at Li Yun in disbelief. The guy certainly didn't look like someone who was nervous. Li Yun reached the cage to cash out his winnings. He was too focused on the dice to pay attention to his chip out and was surprised it ended up being $1.78 million USD. Getting the number of numbers was nice, but Li Yun was sure if he pulled the same stunt again, he would be banned from all casinos. Better to lay low for a while. Li Yun had an early flight the following day and decided to call it a day. Chapter 227 Exchange. "Chen? It's Professor Mayland," a voice from the speakerphone projected out into average-size office. "Yes, Professor, good afternoon," Professor Chen replied into the speakerphone, but his eyes were still focused on the charts on his dual screens. "The exchange program is starting." Professor Mayland's voice projected out into average-size office. As the department head of the biology department, he needed to make sure the exchange program was taken care of before he left for the day. "How many are they sending from China?" "One moment." Professor Chen quickly searched for the files on his computer. After clicking on the file, a new screen appeared on his computer that covered the various tabs. "They are sending over 12 researchers," Professor Chen replied after counting the numbers. "Ah, wait, 13. They have recently added an extra researcher. I'll send you the file." "Oh." Professor Mayland wondered who was added to the roster list. Typically, only the top researcher in the field was invited to the exchange program. The email file popped up a few seconds later and Professor Mayland scanned at the names, making sure it wasn't anyone important. "Is this a new researcher? I don't recognize the name and he seems rather young as well." The average age of researchers in the program was around 45. "I'm not sure who he is either." Professor Chen was born in the States, and knew only a bit about the news from China. Professor Mayland shrugged, it wasn't important. The program was simply for diplomatic relations and connections, it didn't matter who attended the program. "Professor Chen, I am leaving them in your hands." Professor Chen sighed and hung up the phone. The special task was to parade the Chinese around for 2 weeks, act as a host, and provide them with accommodations. He was one of 4 professors of Asian descent and the newest to be appointed as the professor, so he was stuck in charge of the program. It was a bit unfair, he would rather focus on his own research. The following day, Professor Chen got up early and drove to the airport half an hour away. On arrival, he walked toward the terminal. In typical fashion, the plane was delayed, but luckily only for 15 minutes. When the indicator signaled the plane's arrival, his teaching assistants pulled out a banner to welcome their arrival. As people shuffled out of the terminal, a few of the researchers saw the sign, and greeted Professor Chen. Everyone was smiling, but visibly tired from the long flight. During the wait, they all greeted one another as none of the researchers were from the same institution, and were unfamiliar with each other. The pecking order was easily established based on what institution they were from. Unless they were the chief of a department, the order was Capital University, Taishan University, Magic City University, Morning University, and Ka. Even Professor Chen could only remember the names of the 5 researchers from the top institutions. The researchers were mostly older, from their 40s to 50s, and were less inclined to openly boast. However, they were still proud of their institution when talking about their current work. Researchers ranged from backgrounds in biology, chemistry, and medicine, all of whom had taken an interest in learning more about genetics. The scientists were rowdy and in good spirit, not like the antisocial types as commonly portrayed. Everyone in the program was ambitious and inquisitive. They could be sly foxes, watchful owls, and hungry wolves when it came to seeking knowledge and being a part of a big discovery. However, they were also old enough to know that money and connections were ways to fulfill those ambitions. A sequencing machine could cost up to 6 million yuan and thousands of hours of research from researchers and students. Without a global collaboration, the genome project wouldn't be possible. Professor Chen counted the heads, 12. They were missing one more person from the list, Yun Li. "I'm here," Li Yun replied. He had been standing nearby the entire time, but no one greeted him. He knew he looked younger than the other researchers, but he was amused that no one had noticed his presence. He couldn't blame them as his aura had been toned down, and his steps were light. Even as he towered above the typical Asian, people simply ignored him as though he was an extra on the movie set. "Oh, it looks like everyone is here," Professor Chen escorted them to a bus waiting by the side of the airport. During the ride, Professor Chen acted like a tour guide, talking about the different areas they were driving through. He spoke mostly in English, with occasional Mandarin in between. His parents originated from the island country, so he rarely spoke the language and was a bit self-conscious about his accent. The city is known for baseball and harbors, but as one of the oldest cities in the state, there were many historical sites scattered throughout the cities, Professor Chen narrated and pointed to as many landmarks during their bus ride. Many of the researchers took snapshots on their phones, even the ones that had been there before. No matter where they go, their phones and selfie sticks flickered to take photos of buildings, landscapes, and historical churches. Naturally, as a regular and normal Chinese tourist, Li Yun had his phone out to live stream the skyline as the bus traveled across the arched bridge. "Where is the doc streaming from? Is he in the States? Wow, Dr. Li is moving up in the world." After the impromptu tour, the bus stopped in front of a hotel where everyone was assigned a room. "Tomorrow's itinerary is simple, we will tour the campus and then the laboratory," Professor Chen explained. "I'm sure everyone is tired today. This evening, we will have a welcoming ceremony in the banquet area. I'll see everyone then. Please feel free to explore for the rest of the day." Professor Chen left, returning to his usual teaching assignment as it was still before noon. "Dr. Li?" asked Professor Tong, trying to recall the name. He suddenly remembered the young surgeon who operated on Minister Yu. As a researcher, he was often in the university laboratory rather than the hospital, but there were a lot of people who had heard about Minister Yu's surgery. Li Yun also tried to recall if he had met Professor Tong, but he drew a blank. "I'm Professor Tong from Magic City," he replied as he noticed the deer in the headlight look from Li Yun. "We haven't met, but I have seen the footage of your seminar." The other researchers thought Professor Tong was being cordial to the newcomer. Who in the group hadn't presented at high-profile conferences or seminars? All the researchers were well known in their own field and were selected by the school to represent them during the exchange. "Ah, Professor, I remember your research paper, but I was trying to recall if you had attended the seminar," Li Yun responded. "Unfortunately, I was in between meeting with patients that couldn't attend," said Professor Tong. "My coworker showed me the footage afterward. Until this day, I do not know if it's a magic show or medical seminar. Since then, I've been obsessed with your podcasts. You follow the ZZ Live." Li Yun wasn't particularly famous, so it often surprised him to meet with viewers outside of his usual circle. "Do you really think there are undetectable portals in our bodies that dictate our emotions?" asked Professor Tong. "It sounds almost like science fiction." It's just a working theory, said Li Yun. I am not sure how to describe the workings of these meridians, but there are historical documents that describe them as channels. I am using that as a basis to further the research. Aside from Professor Tong, no one else was interested. However, as the youngest member of the group, everyone treated Li Yun quite well. As the exchange program was a mini vacation for the other researchers, they didn't see the others as competitors. The first 2 days were basically tours, and the following days were up to the researchers to decide where they wanted to go. We are heading to Apple City after the exchange program, do you want to join? Asked Professor Tong. My girlfriend will be coming soon, and we are going to visit a relative, said Li Yun. Ruxi had a couple of exams to take before the start of a national holiday. She was going to arrive at the end of the week. In the meanwhile, Li Yun was going to focus on hiking the national forest and collecting data. Ah, it's good to be young, Professor Tong commented. Chapter 228 Tour. In the morning, everyone was given a map and brochure of the campus. Compared to the universities that Li Yun had been to, it was smaller, but the international reputation and prestige of the university were incomparable. The professor led the group to a large boulevard next to the river that divided the campus from the downtown. As the weather was warming up, students were out and about on their morning jog. The diversity of the student body made the atmosphere less foreign. The researchers from the top universities were more or less used to seeing foreigners. It was mainly the professors from the lesser-known universities who were culturally shocked as their university didn't have a large population of international students. Li Yun, dressed in casual clothing, blended in more with the campus than the researchers. Even as he took some of the plants and nibbled on them, he didn't look out of place. The other researchers, however, all had their phones out and took pictures every step of the way. The students mostly ignored the tourists as it wasn't an unusual sight. The group continued walking toward the campus quad that was lined with trees that bordered the lush budding green lawn. A neoclassical building with a large dome to the north boldly acted as the centerpiece of the square. A large wave of students appeared as the first scheduled classes were ending, and some sat on the lawn and enjoyed the long breaks in between classes to enjoy the 20 Celsius weather. However, some simply looked burned out. Being a student at one of the most prestigious universities, it was common to see burnouts and extreme levels of anxiety. Dr. Li, is something the matter? Professor Chen asked when he noticed Li Yun was trailing behind. I suddenly saw someone I know, I'll meet everyone at the institute in 15 minutes, asked Li Yun. Professor Chen shrugged, he didn't care. They were making detours to see different buildings, but it wasn't like anyone was forcing people to attend the tour. As the group continued on to the next court, Li Yun walked toward the square with a small chapel. There was a student sitting on the grass area, looking a bit tired. The guy looked like he was 16, but everyone appeared younger the older Li Yun got. Hi, how are you? Li Yun gave his best attempt at English. Yeah, hi, the guy replied. Do you need something? Li Yun had seen the student talking to himself. Talking to oneself was normal, but the way he was talking seemed as though he was speaking to someone else. As someone who could feel the presence of something or someone giving him missions, he couldn't say it was completely beyond the realm of possibility. However, in most cases, there were likely other more plausible explanations. I'm wondering if you're free, I'm a bit lost, Li Yun replied. The student patted his butt to remove some debris as he stood up to meet Li Yun at eye level. I guess, where are you heading to? He asked. The Blackhead Institute, Li Yun said. You don't have a cell. I just arrived here, so I don't have cellular data. My name is Li. I mean Yun Li, Li Yun said awkwardly as he reached out his hand to greet him. Some students didn't normally greet people so formally, but seeing that Li Yun had offered, the student shook his hand to avoid making Li Yun feel more awkward. Chris, he responded. He grabbed his book bag and tilted his head toward the main road, implying that he would guide Li Yun. As they moved toward the main road, Li Yun started the small talk. Are you a freshman? Yeah, Chris replied. Computer science? Asked Li Yun. Chris nodded, but he was a bit embarrassed. He barely knew how to use the basics, but it seemed like everyone in his class was a genius. That's tough, I can't sit down and stare at numbers all day. Can you imagine doing that for 40+ years? Chris shook his head. Are you a graduate student? No, I'm a visiting researcher. Oh, Chris was slightly shocked, but then it died out. Geniuses at WIT weren't unusual. If he had that 1% of genius that the other students had, maybe his life wouldn't be so miserable. I can't imagine going to a school like this, Li Yun said. I went to a local college, and it was already painful enough. I'm quite envious of everyone who could get into these types of schools. But you graduated. Yes, but from a school that no one had heard of. You see, I got this special exchange program through connections. Oh, Chris didn't know how to respond. He was still young, and didn't know the importance of making connections. I hated school. If there wasn't a requirement to be a doctor, I would rather drop out than deal with it. There was something about the student mentality that didn't serve him well. Chris sighed. The teachers will always tell you it's better to have a higher education. It depends, what are you going to do with a computer science degree? Work as a programmer for a company, said Chris. From Li Yun's perspective, Chris was like a lot of freshmen who didn't know what they wanted. But unlike the undeclared students, Chris wasn't looking to explore the possibilities. He had given up on it. Everything he did was to pass time, and life seemed to have no meaning. His parents were likely well off, and he didn't have to work in order to survive. There was no purpose to working, no purpose to studying, and no purpose to living. What was the point of living? That was the question Chris had been asking himself, and it was also the question people with depression often asked. Li Yun had come across many depressed patients, and it was reasonable for him to refer them to therapy as their doctor. As a stranger, Li Yun was always hesitant to offer advice when he didn't have an answer, but as long as there was trouble in front of him, he couldn't ignore it. Why programming? Asked Li Yun. It doesn't sound like you're enthusiastic about it. It's common, and easy to get a job, said Chris. It was a typical response, but before Li Yun could ask another question, something in Chris's eyes changed. Who are you? What do you want? Chris asked in a stern voice. I am Dr. Li, I am here to help Chris. Are you Alan? Li Yun asked. When he had passed by the court, Chris had mouthed some concerning words, but as he wasn't proficient in reading lips based on the English language, there were some details missing. Don't do it, Chris, jumping is too bloody. Alan, what do you suggest? A moment of silence. Let me help you get some ecstasy. The words were pieced together by Li Yun, but the accuracy wasn't high. He didn't have much contact during residency with patients who had dissociative identity disorder, DID, and other mental illnesses, but he had researched it a lot during high school. It was primarily to rule out the possibility that he was suffering from it himself. There was a high probability that Chris had DID. How do you know about Ellen? Chris asked. As I have stated before, I am simply here to help, Li Yun responded, relieved that although his accent inadvertently helped Chris to self-correct his mistake. Are you aware how dangerous of a situation Chris is in? What has happened recently? Chris narrowed his eyes, and inspected Li Yun closely. We are already dealing with the situation. We don't need others to help. That isn't what you said before. We need to find someone to help Chris. He's completely apathetic now compared to before. Let's not pretend everything is all right. Chris has already decided to shut us down, and only talks to Alan because promotes any ideas that Chris comes up with. Li Yun had a difficult time understanding Chris, but there seems to be multiple alters speaking all at once. As confusing as his system was, he never felt that there was another person inhabiting his body. Does Ellen help Chris to acquire drugs? Asked Lee Yoon. Ellen is usually the one that asks for drugs. Chris is too timid to ask people directly. Damn it, Jack, you're supposed to convince Chris not to go through with this. Chris appeared to be smiling, but deep in his soul, there was darkness eating him from the inside. He simply wanted it to stop. All the voices in his head weren't helping. Is he seeing a therapist? Lee Yoon asked. No one else knows about this except for Lou, a former friend, Chris replied. If you hadn't interfered, Chris would still have a friend. Why are you blaming me when it was clearly your fault? No one is at fault, Lee Yoon got a headache listening to them. If Chris talks to someone, do you think he will open up? Not likely, he has already shut out most of us. Chris needed some sort of intervention, but without the willingness to seek help, it would make the process difficult. He needed a reason to continue living. Tell me, what are Chris's interests? There were 4 different alters speaking, but they all suggested that Chris was happier when creating alternate storylines and gaming. With a general idea of what Chris was like, he asked the alters to pull Chris back. Chapter 229 Laboratory. Chris returned to his body. The moment he saw Lee Yoon, he recalled telling the stranger about the job prospect as a programmer. He wasn't aware that 15 minutes had lapsed since that moment. Since you're a programmer, do you know anything about video game development? Lee Yoon asked, pretending to continue with their earlier conversation. It's a very selective program to get into, said Chris. It wasn't choice of program as the first choice program was full and he was placed in his third choice of degree program. Are you still interested in programming for a game? It's not as fun and easy as it sounds. You have done programming before? Asked Chris. No, but I see my friend doing it, it looks a bit boring. Lee Yoon didn't understand how Bufo could sit in front of the computer and not say a word when he was in the zone. He wondered how bored his girlfriends were when they were with him. Before his mind strayed off, he handed Chris a business card. You're a researcher at a pharmaceutical company? Chris asked. He wondered why a stranger would pass him a business card. Sheneng has a branch that is developing a game, said Lee Yoon. They are planning to hire more people if the game is successful and maybe expand overseas. Chris wondered how the stranger knew he was more interested in gaming, but then again, most young men were interested in gaming. The company doesn't care much about education, said Lee Yoon. As the boss, he could hire someone off the street and no one could complain. If there are results, the company will hire. You're a freshman? You can get a degree if you want, but if you can create a game in 3 years on your own, I'll hire you. Really? You can do that? Asked Chris. Lee Yoon nodded. Chris scratched his head and wondered if this was some sort of scam. I bet you think this is a scam, said Lee Yoon. Chris twitched, wondering if Lee Yoon was a psychic. What do you have to lose? Lee Yoon asked. He didn't have to prove anything. If Chris wanted to believe that the future had a purpose, he would make himself believe it. All right, what type of game should I make? Chris asked. He really had nothing to lose. If he failed his exams, he could focus on making the game. If he passed his exams, he could continue going to school. What type of games do you think are missing? Asked Lee Yoon. As they discussed the details, Chris was more vibrant in narrating his ideas. Although he lacked imagination, he liked the idea of seeing stories come alive with programming. Eventually, they walked past an ugly building and arrived at the sidewalk before a blocky granite building with a sign indicating it as the Blackhead Institute. Thanks for your help. Lee Yoon said. Thank you, said Chris. Chris walked away into the distance. Lee Yoon wasn't sure if Chris would encounter roadblocks, but at least he was in a better place than before. It was up to him to deal with his own demons. Professor Chen and the other researchers arrived at the institute, and saw Lee Yoon sleeping at the red granite footstep leading up to the front court. They figured he was still jet-lagged, but he stood up before Professor Chen reached out to wake him up. "I'm ready," Li Yun declared. "Oh," Professor Chen backed away and looked at the others. "As we head inside, I'll explain to you the history of our institute." He led everyone into the building. There are around 20 researchers here, all leading a laboratory based on their area of interest. Li Yun had briefly looked up bios of the researchers and their different fields of focus. The researchers were investigating studies such as regeneration of flatworms, genetic expression, and stem cells. Each and every research could lead to advancement in human health, and had the potential to win a Nobel Prize. "This right here is where all the magic happens," Professor Chen enthusiastically exclaimed, looking through a glazed window into a laboratory. The name of the laboratory was designated for Professor Chen. He was studying plants used in traditional medicine to prevent protein misfolding, a cellular event, where protein failed to achieve its functional structure, causing Alzheimer's, ALS, and Parkinson's. The laboratory wasn't as futuristic as the ones people like to imagine when people think of high-tech laboratories. There were fume hoods around the perimeter and open mechanical ducts. The stools and chairs were a mismatch of old and new. Inside the laboratory, the lab technicians worked to gather data. It was a cumbersome job, but unlike a few years ago, much of the data was automated. The lab assistants simply had to verify the results on their computer screens. The task was repetitive and tedious. "Professor Chen, with new biotechnology, when do you think science will be able to cure ALS and Parkinson's?" asked one of the Chinese researchers. "There are a lot of interesting treatments out there, targeted gene therapy and deep brain stimulation," Professor Chen explained. "But as a relatively new study, time isn't on our side. Researchers spent years collecting and analyzing data, and in collaboration with a global network of researchers to gather and verify data. The process was time-consuming and cost millions of research. There have been many advances in genetic manipulation and exciting laboratory results, but reproducing beneficial results to the human body will need further investigation," Professor Chen continued. "In my lab, we have identified many anticarcinogenic compounds, but to be able to perform it on all the cells in the body without causing harm to the rest of the body has been extremely difficult." After Professor Chen explained his own work, he led them to the next laboratory down the hallway. This laboratory belongs to Professor Mayland, who is researching inhibitors to restrict certain types of gene expression that cause various genetic diseases, Professor Chen explained. Inside the laboratory, they saw a tall man with grayish blonde hair. The man was in his 50s, but although he appeared personable, a lot of the assistants felt uncomfortable. "What are you doing?" Professor Mayland asked his assistant in a chiding tone. "You're missing an extra set of data." "But Professor, the data was incorrect," replied the assistant. "Then you should have marked it as such," said Professor Mayland. "Documentations and details should not be missed." The error was relatively small, but Professor Mayland was able to pick it up immediately. His type of personality made it difficult for others to work under him, but his perfectionism made him perfect to lead the laboratory. That was, if his assistants didn't quit first. Ahem, Professor Chen cleared his throat to get Professor Mayland's attention. "Professor Mayland, here are the researchers from China." Professor Mayland looked at them and warmly greeted them. Unlike how he dealt with his assistants, he was quite chatty and talkative to the researchers, asking them a lot of questions. "He's quite thorough and attentive," Li Yun thought. This was the type of personality that was usually cultivated by someone from a traditional and well-off family. He wondered if his analysis from his cultural background was the same in the States. Li Yun greeted him last as he was standing near the back. "Wait, what is your name again?" asked Professor Mayland. "Yun Li," he repeated. "You published an article on the Yunli compound?" asked Mayland. He suddenly realized why the name was familiar. Li Yun was surprised there were people who knew his name. The research article he had submitted to BMJ was released only last week. The web article provided the clinical trial data of Huifu and the preclinical data of Yunli. Chapter 230 Collaboration. Professor Mayland have read my article? Li Yun asked. When Professor Mayland came across the article, Yunli was described as a new type of NSAID, but it didn't interest him much. However, the results from Yunli were astonishing. Yunli was able to inhibit certain functions of the COX-2 enzymes rather than inhibiting them completely, allowing the enzyme to retain its function, hence reducing the side effects typically associated with NSAID. NSAID were useful to suppress pain, but inhibiting COX-2 also disrupted the natural order of the human body. Somehow, Yunli had managed to suppress the pain while allowing the body to regulate itself. Why haven't you created a guideline for treatment for other inflammatory diseases like Alzheimer's? Asked Professor Mayland in a stern tone. Li Yun wondered why it sounded like he was being scolded. I was only focused on pain management. Li Yun didn't have the time to gather volunteers with specific diseases or illnesses during clinical trials. He could only find healthy people with chronic aches. Even if Yunli could treat other illnesses, it was due to its overall regulatory effect. It wasn't meant to be a targeted treatment and the likelihood for recurrence was possible. It wasn't a complete cure-all. I believe HWIFO has a better effect. But there are too many variables and compounds. If you can create a single compound as potent as HWIFO, do you know how many illnesses you can potentially cure? Li Yun wanted to, but one single compound to cure all forms of inflammation sounded like science fiction. Inflammatory illnesses ranged from diabetes, fatty liver disease, and many heart diseases. Many anti-inflammatory medicines only alleviated the symptoms, but not the root cause. There were too many root causes and each targeted different parts and tissues of the body. Professor Chen and the rest of the researchers were lost during the exchange between Professor Mayland and Li Yun. There's an BMJ about the new drugs I have developed, Li Yun commented as he sensed their confusion. It was only published this week. Ah, I see. Professor Chen figured it was likely the reason why Li Yun was invited, but it wasn't surprising. In the science field, there were geniuses and prodigies everywhere, especially at WIT. Some of the researchers pulled up on their phones the published information on the web. Just scanning through the data, they were impressed by the amount of data already released. The varying amount of compounds in HWIFO and known toxicity was enough to cause some criticism, but Yunli was generally praised for its unique chemical structure. According to the article, Yunli was currently in Phase 2 clinical trial with 500 applicants. It stated that you have used HWIFO to treat thoracic aortic aneurysm, asked Professor Mayland. A higher dosage of Yunli can't achieve the same effect. Yunli is designed to be ineffective at a higher dosage, Li Yun replied. The body cannot absorb more than necessary. And even at a high dosage, it can only alleviate the symptoms. To effectively treat it, HWIFO is recommended. Why? There was a general distrust for TCM outside the Eastern Hemisphere. The process was acceptable in China as the ingredients used at the time adhered to TCM guidelines. As there were thousands of years of records, many formulas were approved following basic protocol. However, the same approval method wasn't acceptable in the Western Hemisphere, not even for medieval remedies from European countries. HWIFO has a better regulating effect on the body and enhances the body's ability to restore itself, said Li Yun. Have you thought about the potential of your medicine being used to prevent Alzheimer's? Asked Dr. Mayland. Li Yun was surprised that Dr. Mayland had thought that far ahead and answered truthfully, theoretically, it could be used to prevent Alzheimer's and other age-related illnesses, but that will require further investigation to study its long-term potential. Alzheimer's was a neuroinflammatory disease caused by beta-amyloid plaques and tau tangles. In some studies, NSAID was observed to reduce the beta-amyloid in the brain. However, the increased risk of vascular and gastrointestinal events offset the potential benefit if NSAID could be used to prevent inflammatory disease. The scientists in the room whispered excitedly about the finding, eventually leading into an open discussion. New drugs work on mice, but many of them do not work on people, Professor Chen warned. That was the problem with many drugs that have positive early and preclinical data during animal testing. Unfortunately, once it entered phase 3, many drugs failed to reproduce the desired outcome. A believable treatment for Alzheimer's was discovered in 2003, but had yet to be approved by the FDA, still in the phase 2 clinical trial. In contrast, it was rumored that a new drug will be approved in China. How many weeks are left in the clinical trial? Asked Dr. Mayland. Huifo has another 10 weeks to complete phase 3 and Yunli is scheduled for a 36 weeks phase 3 trial in the upcoming weeks, said Li Yun. Did Baker Biolab contact you? Professor Mayland wondered. No, why? Their drug, a NGF inhibitor, has been shown to alleviate arthritis. However, even with a successful clinical 3 trial, the committee are considering voting against it, said Professor Mayland. Li Yun understood the nature of nerve growth factor inhibitors was already questionable. Although it can relieve pain, it also worsened the condition. Professor Chen wondered if Dr. Mayland was interested in the study, or whether he wanted to study the formula. The researcher was always interested in the latest studies, but rarely had he shown any interest in a particular medicine. Professor Chen's interest was in medicinal herbs, so Huifo did interest him a bit. The other researchers were also interested in Li Yun's research. Dr. Li, are you interested in a collaborative research project with Blackhead Institute? Asked Professor Mayland. In what way? Li Yun was interested in an international collaboration to understand genetics. Blackhead has access to funds and grants, Professor Mayland explained. If there is one thing we are short of, it's time and people. Li Yun understood Professor Mayland's proposal. He was agreeing to allow Li Yun additional resources in exchange for research data not available to the public. It was a tempting proposal. It opened up the potential for leaks, but the advantage outweighed the risks. Nothing could be kept a secret forever, so might as well use it to squeeze out any benefits. In China, the vast majority of university funding came from revenues, but in the States, the funding came from donations and endowments. Alumni in the States understood that if their schools maintained prestige, it could inherently pass on to them. The ideology was becoming more apparent in top Chinese universities, but not to the extent seen in the States. Professor Mayland connected the WIT administration to draft up a memorandum of understanding between the two parties. The process typically takes several weeks, but if Professor Mayland oversaw the process, they could complete the paperwork in 2 weeks. There's also an invite-only forum for researchers all over the world to share knowledge, said Professor Mayland after they exchanged the initial contact. I'll send you an email. People in the States didn't use the same app, they agreed upon email as the main form of communication. Chapter 231 General Hospital. Nalai, Li Yun, I heard you are in the area. Can I ask you for a favor? Li Yun didn't expect Wen Nalai to message him. After the breakup, they hadn't talked much other than the occasional like on their social page. When she posted her engagement, he had even crafted a couplet on her announcement page. Li Yun, sure. Nalai, my fiancé's mother is here to consult with a doctor on her condition. They say it's a chronic disorder, and can't be cured. I am not that knowledgeable about what the doctor is advising, and I thought since you're here you may be able to assist. He didn't have a concrete plan and saw no reason to refuse. Nalai wouldn't request his help unless it was a last resort. After agreeing to help her, she sent him the location of a hospital cafe. Wei General Hospital. Li Yun glanced at the location, and didn't think it was unusual for them to consult with the leading hospital in the country. Some of the researchers Li Yun had met were naturally associated with Wei to some extent. The following afternoon, Li Yun arrived at the hospital complex. It took some time to navigate, but he had planned to come early to tour the hospital briefly before meeting with Wen Nalai. Inside the cafeteria, there were a few people sitting around to eat. Most people hated hospital food, but Li Yun thought it was decent. It was the mentally draining atmosphere that made the food taste horrendous. Sorry for asking you to come unexpectedly, Nalai said as she arrived a bit late. It's fine, Li Yun replied. It looked like she had lost some weight since the last time they had met. How are you? Busy, Nalai sighed. I'm still trying to get tenure, research is going nowhere, and I'm in the middle of planning my wedding. Nalai was someone who stressed out by every little thing. Do you have the file? Asked Li Yun. Nalai nodded her head. This is all the information I have gathered. Nalai gave Li Yun a manila envelope. I was chatting with Bai Bei the other day, and she said you're really good at diagnosing illness. Li Yun nodded as he continued listening. What's her overall medical history? She has been experiencing pain for many years, and the doctor had diagnosed her with mild rheumatoid arthritis. Since last year, her pain had gotten worse. The doctor thought it was brain cancer, but after the biopsy, it came back negative. We have consulted with a lot of doctors, and many believe it is a neuroinflammatory disorder. Li Yun reviewed Ms. Vetter's medical report, X-rays, and MRIs, but he couldn't draw any conclusion other than what the doctors had suggested in the report. There was a list of possible illnesses, most were neuroinflammatory disorders. From what I have heard, she had been experiencing mild back and leg pain for many years, Nalai explained. However, the pain had gotten progressively worse since she was hospitalized last year. She has difficulty standing up for a long period of time. Nick had been trying to find a doctor that could treat her pain. Most medicines work initially, but lose their effect after a few years. Now, she has a daily prescription of opioids to manage her pain. Are they performing genetic testing? Li Yun asked. One of the hospitals submitted her information, but they are still analyzing the data. Li Yun saw that she had been treated with a paraspinal injection of analgesic drugs and corticosteroids for cauda equina neuroinflammation. When is her next appointment? She has an appointment in a few minutes. They are in the waiting room area. I'll take you up there. Li Yun carefully closed the file and returned it back to Nalai. They headed up the elevator and arrived at the suite where everyone was waiting. Li Yun saw a glimpse of Nalai's fiancé in some of her updates, but he wasn't usually in many of the pictures. The man was rather plain, smaller in stature, and with a large forehead from a retreating widow's peak hairline. Hi, you must be a friend of Nalai. Nick asked as they shook hands. Yes, are you also a professor at the university? Asked Li Yun. Yes, I teach sociology, said Nick. My students call me Dr. V. Nick seemed like someone well loved by his students and charismatic despite looking a bit plain. It was likely he was very good with words. I heard you are a surgeon. There was some skepticism in his question. It wasn't just Li Yun's age, but his training in China was often viewed as inadequate. On some days, Li Yun couldn't help but joke as he turned his attention to Ms. Vetter, a rather harsh-looking woman. Ms. Vetter is also a professor. Ms. Vetter shook hands with Li Yun and nodded. Yes, but at Columbia University for literature. The woman was sitting in a wheelchair, but otherwise looked healthy. The anesthesia made her look more relaxed, but he couldn't imagine what it was like when she wasn't medicated. The nurse directed them to the exam room and gathered Ms. Vetter's physical information. They waited another 15 minutes. Nick was increasingly growing irritated, but as he had been in and out of the hospital with his mother, he knew it would be long, but still complained to the nurse. In the meanwhile, Li Yun used the time to look upon the internet what possible illness Ms. Vetter may have. Based on what they told him, it was likely to be adhesive arachnoiditis, or AA, a neuroinflammatory disease that caused scarring to the arachnoid lining at the lumbar spine. Dr. Pale walked down the hallway and overheard the patient arguing with the nurse. Despite the patient's irate tone, Dr. Pale didn't pick up his speed. It was an all too common occurrence for him. Good evening, Ms. Vetter, said Dr. Pale as though he knew the patient for a long time. Dr. Vetter, the woman corrected in a joking manner, but she didn't spend an additional 6 years in college for nothing. Ah, Dr. Vetter, I stand corrected, Dr. Pale replied. Nick cooled down seeing Dr. Pale's appearance. No matter how irritated he was much more interested to learn what was going on with his mother. Everyone in the room suddenly forgot about the long wait for him. "Doctor, what's wrong with my mother?" Nick asked. "The kidneys are not performing well and there are elevated levels of SAA and CRP. There's still a lot of uncertainty, and we have already ruled out epidural abscess, but I suggest a biopsy to clear our spinal cord tumor." "Another biopsy?" Ms. Vetter frowned. The previous biopsy had caused her an infection, and she didn't want to be dissected again if there were no clear results. "Unfortunately, it's the only way to confirm the diagnosis," Dr. Pale responded. "Can I suggest something?" Li Yun asked. "It's possible that during the process of myelograms, it triggered arachnoiditis." Dr. Pale turned to look at Li Yun and wondered if this was another relative. They called him Dr. Li, but he had assumed it was another non-medical type degree. It annoyed him whenever patients filled the room with relatives, but even more when they bring along someone who thinks they know anything about the medical profession. Dr. Vetter had a problem from her previous biopsy, but most doctors would still recommend a biopsy as it carried a very small risk and was the definitive method to confirm cancer and many infections. Li Yun may be the only doctor in the world who would sign off against having a biopsy. He would if she had cancer, but he knew for certain that she didn't. The advantage of a biopsy vastly outweighs any potential side effects, such as positive confirmation that she didn't have cancer. However, there was no progress in determining the diagnosis. While myelograms may cause arachnoiditis, it is a rare occurrence, Dr. Pale replied. The MRIs look normal, so it's unlikely to be the case. "But what happens if there is a flaw in the MRI?" asked Li Yun. He rather trusted his ability than machines, surprisingly. He wondered when he had become so sure that everything he saw was accurate. "That's a possibility, but you're grasping at straws," Dr. Pale responded in a condescending tone as he assumed Li Yun was a resident. Error in the MRI scan was rare, and there were 5 different axial scans from vertebrae L1 to L5. Li Yun held his tongue. The only way to confirm was to perform another MRI with myelogram, which may exacerbate the problem. If they were at Kinbei, Li Yun would have used his own judgment to waive the test. However, he didn't have any authority at Wei General Hospital and it would be difficult to convince the doctor and the patient of the diagnosis. Even with a confirmed diagnosis, AA was incurable and could only be treated to manage the pain. However, the current treatment had reached a point where its effectiveness was slowly deteriorating. HWIFO was likely the best effective treatment, but it was still under the FDA review, which may take months to process. Judging by everyone's bias, it would be difficult to convince Ms. Vetter to take a TCM medicine. However, there was a way, but it would involve Wen Nalai convincing the in-laws. Chapter 232 Herbal Tea. Young man, I don't know what hospital you work at, but the standards here are much higher than everywhere else, Dr. Pale explained. Li Yun smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Dr. Pale, I'm sure the standards at the General Hospital are high, but MRI has an error rate of 5%. That is still a high margin of error. Then are you recommending Dr. Vetter get another MRI to confirm the AA diagnosis? Dr. Pale asked sharply. Dr. Pale, you're the doctor, I'm just here to listen as a family friend, Li Yun responded. It's ultimately up to Dr. Vetter to decide. Li Yun knew when to save his energy and back down. It was useless recommending HWIFO and acupuncture when the hospital would not allow it. If he placed himself in their shoes, he would have done the same. In the end, Dr. Vetter requested more time to decide. Before departing, Li Yun spoke to Nalai about an alternative treatment plan. Li Yun, what do you really recommend? Nalai asked in Mandarin. It's a bit complicated, but it's likely adhesive arachnoiditis, but it can't be cured. Li Yun didn't know HWIFO could cure Dr. Vetter. AA was a chronic inflammation of the spine. HWIFO could alleviate the pain and reduce the inflammation, but only time could tell whether it could treat her condition. Then does she have to deal with this for the rest of her life? My company has a medicine, but it's not approved over here. However, I can make a modified version for her to take as a supplement. How well will it work? Asked Nalai. It will improve her quality of life. The problem will be convincing her to drink it. Can you make it in tea form? She enjoys tea, and if I give it to her as herbal tea, she'll likely agree. Creating a huifu tea wouldn't be too difficult, and he agreed to send her the tea by tomorrow afternoon. When Nalai received the package, she prepared the tea as instructed and gave Dr. Vetter the tea in the afternoon. Nalai, is it really alright for Mom to take this? Asked Nick. It's an herbal tea, so it should be alright. When Nalai was not sure herself, but Li Yun had labeled all the ingredients, and it was mostly herbal plants she had heard about from her grandparents. It should be alright if it was just herbs. Dr. Vetter had already suffered through enough pain and her regular prescription pain medicine was giving her fewer results. She felt like a druggie who was reliant on drugs to nullify the pain. There were times when the pain left her in an insomniac and depressed state. As her future daughter-in-law placed the herbal tea in front of her, the fragrant ginger and honey steam whiskered into the air. She lowered her head above the mug and inhaled the light steam. Feeling as though the steam had entered into all her pores, her body relaxed while her mouth watered in anticipation. This smells heavenly, Dr. Vetter commented, sipping the hot tea. She had never tasted any tea with a unique combination of floral and earthy undertones. The aftertaste left by the sweet honey left her craving for more. And it's delicious. Dr. Vetter did not think much about its effect until the next morning. The soreness and pain she had felt for weeks had seemingly disappeared. Nalai, your friend's medicine works like a miracle. Dr. Vetter explained. Do you have more? Only that one, Nalai replied. He said the tea version is not meant to be consumed regularly. He made it specifically for you because it's easy to consume. Mother, are you really feeling better already? Nick was skeptical his mother appeared in good health so quickly. There's still a bit of morning restlessness, and my feet are still numb, but I have never felt better, Dr. Vetter responded. What will happen if the pain comes back? Li Yun said he'll visit you in the afternoon, said Nalai. Dr. Vetter nodded and returned to her room. Nick was rather curious about the herbal tea. Nalai, how much did you spend on the tea? Nick asked. According to Li Yun, one dosage of huifu was $75. He had given her the first dosage as a gift, but Nalai wanted to pay for the remaining if needed. Nick grew concerned when she told him the price. Nick, Li Yun is a qualified surgeon in China, you don't have to worry about it being a scam, said Nalai. Yes, but that's the thing, why is a surgeon working for a company that develops a TCM drug? Asked Nick. Don't you find it odd? They are two different fields. Li Yun knows a lot about TCM. $75 tea is unheard of. But it's more effective than the hundreds you have already spent on medical bills, said Nalai. It might work initially, but we don't know the long-term effect. You're not even thinking about the potential danger it will put the mother in. We should have asked Dr. Pale if the tea is safe for consumption. I thought you don't like Dr. Pale. At least he's a board-certified doctor with 20 years of experience. It's suspicious that your friend suggests trying the tea first before consulting a doctor. Nalai frowned when Nick emphasized the word friend, as though there was something between Li Yun and herself. What is with the tone? Nalai asked sharply. Let's not pretend you didn't date him before. She didn't keep it a secret, but she rarely posted about her relationship on her social media page. The only time she did was after she got engaged to Nick. It meant that Nick had likely asked one of her friends about it. We dated before, but just friends now, Nalai admitted. She didn't like to beat around the bush. It didn't make Nick feel more secure. Nick was a bit older than Nalai, and although he wasn't unattractive, very few people considered him handsome. At first, he thought it was a blessing that his girlfriend was so beautiful, but the more they were together, the more he worried she would leave him, especially when she was upfront about wanting to focus on her career. Nalai had other guy friends, but no one who was an ex. According to a mutual friend, Nalai had 3 serious previous relationships but felt that Lee Yoon was the best suited for her and never understood why Nalai broke up with him. Really, he has a girlfriend. Seeing Nick's mind was still drifting, Nalai wondered if they were rushing into marriage. She was ambivalent about marriage. It wasn't because she didn't like the idea of marriage, but she didn't see the need for them. They had only been together for 10 months, and the main reason they were planning to marry was because Nalai got pregnant. She had considered abortion rather than marriage, but her parents and Nick suggested they kept the baby. Nick was already 30, and with Ms. Vetter condition, he wanted to give her a grandchild before anything happened to her. Since his father passed away early, his mother raised him up by herself. "Were you in a serious relationship?" Nick asked. He didn't know much about her previous relationships, but they were going to wed soon, so it was a good time to ask. "We dated for 6 months, but it wasn't going anywhere." Nalai was open about her relationship. She liked being in a relationship, but she didn't understand why some people made it like it was such a big deal. Nalai put her jacket away and then sat across from Nick. "Nick, you're the person I'm going to marry and have a family with." Nick felt awkward for a moment. He hated to feel inadequate about himself, but it was how she made him feel sometimes. Not knowing how to respond, he retreated to his mother's room. That afternoon, they waited for Lee Yoon to arrive. When Nalai was relieved to see him arrive with Ruxi, who greeted everyone in the living room. "Nalai, it's nice to meet you in person." Ruxi had friended Nalai on social media a while back, so they were both familiar with each other. "Ah, you too. Bai Bei has been trying to get me to watch your broadcast, but I've been too busy with work," Nalai commented. Afterward, she introduced Ruxi to Nick and Dr. Vetter. There was a bit of awkwardness from Nick, but he invited everyone into the living room. "You used to live in the States?" Nick casually asked. "You don't have any accent at all." "I did a while back," said Ruxi. "I actually have a slight accent speaking in Mandarin." As they chatted, Lee Yoon pretended to check up on Dr. Vetter. Her condition was noticeably better after taking Huifu, but the alignment of her spine could still cause her condition to flare up. Although Huifu could reduce the inflammation, the adhesion between L1 and L2 spine was already set. Surgery and medical methods to remove the adhesion, but there was also a possibility it would make the condition worse. "Should I try Tuina?" Lee Yoon thought it was an option. Chapter 233 Tuina. Tuina had over 3,500 years of history, and like many traditional forms of medical practice, was often questioned for its lack of evidence-based studies. However, Tuina, along with bone setting, was a natural way for humans to alleviate pain since prehistoric times. Many ancient civilizations, from the ancient Egyptians to Mayans, had developed practices of bone setting and Tuina based on instincts and repeated practices over centuries of experimentation. Such practice eventually evolved into chiropractic. Lee Yoon had used Zhuoang on several famous chiropractors' live stream, but it wasn't as common as surgical live stream. A live stream for traditional bone setting was non-existent, making it much more difficult to learn than acupuncture and TCM prescriptions. Bone setters also faced greater liability and risk in permanently damaging the body if they didn't know what they were doing. Poison could be pumped out, but nerve and joint damage had a long-lasting effect on the quality of life. "Can I give you a massage?" Lee Yoon asked. With enough practice on Ruxi, he could stimulate meridians without acupuncture needles. Dr. Vetter didn't mind. A massage sounded pleasant at the moment. As she continued sitting on her wheelchair, Lee Yoon worked from the back of her neck, kneading the column to unloosen the tangled knots of nerve from the medulla. His other hand kneaded downward toward the lumbar area. In response, Dr. Vetter bent her neck to the side, the knot dissipated, and her body felt far better than any spa treatment she had received previously. After 15 minutes, she was disappointed that Li Yun had stopped his movement. You should schedule appointments with a physical therapist, Li Yun recommended. Within a few weeks, you should be able to walk properly. Really, doctor? Is it that simple? Asked Dr. Vetter. She felt amazing, but who knew how long the feeling will last? Whenever you feel any sort of pain, please contact Dr. Mayland for assistance, said Li Yun. My company is creating a collaborative agreement with WHG. I estimate in another month, they should be able to acquire the medicine for clinical trials. Clinical trial? Dr. Vetter wasn't aware of the medicine she used just still in the clinical trial. You don't have to be alarmed, the tea you took is a modified remedy specifically for you, said Li Yun. Huifu is more potent, but it should be able to help you manage your pain if it comes back. There's 50% chance that your pain will resurface next month, so please take care of your health. Dr. Vetter looked at Dr. Mayland's contact information and was reassured that Blackhead Institute was spearheading the cooperation. Although Li Yun sounded reliable, it was no match for an organization with a strong research history. Dr. Vetter invited Li Yun and Ruxi to lunch, and all five arrived at a fine restaurant. It happened to be the best restaurant in the city. The food looks interesting, Ruxi said as she looked at the menu. Mylan, I heard from Bai that your show features a lot of restaurants, said Nalai as they waited for their food to arrive. It does, but only try to stream twice a week these days, said Ruxi. Too busy with my thesis. You're a streamer. Nick wasn't old, but he was unfamiliar with the popularity of online personalities. Ruxi nodded and explained to them the requirement of regularly streaming. Aside from eating out, she had to research the cuisine she was going to eat prior to arriving at the restaurant. She did not naturally know about the ingredients, and had to research them ahead of time. Due to her constant research, she was knowledgeable about most types of food. I'm actually not as knowledgeable as Yoon, Ruxi said, showcasing her boyfriend. He's going to be on a cooking show soon. No way. Nalai almost grasped. She remembered Li Yoon eating a head of lettuce with some meat and bread pieces as an intern. There was some variety, but most of the food Li Yoon ate was bland. The only purpose was to fill his stomach with enough energy to move. Ruxi nodded. I know, it's really unbelievable, but he's really good at determining what type of ingredients are used. What sort of cooking show? Asked Dr. Vetter. It's the one where they bring in amateur chefs to cook, said Ruxi. How far in the competition did you get to? Nalai asked. I'm not allowed to say, Li Yoon responded. When is it going to air? Around the second week of July. The producer shared the air date with him a few days ago, and they were beginning to advertise it as the last season of the series. I'm quite a food connoisseur myself, Nick said, feeling a bit left out. Nalai nodded. Nick is a foodie. When we have a department outing, he's usually the one that recommends the food. What's the most interesting restaurant you have been to? Asked Ruxi. Probably the local restaurants along the Cape, said Nick. The seafood is one of the most heavenly and freshest in the world. If you two still have time, you should consider driving out there. Unfortunately, we are leaving tomorrow for Maple City, said Ruxi. Mylan, you have probably been to a lot more restaurants, which was the most exciting? Asked Nalai. There's this new restaurant in Magic City called the Gameri, said Ruxi. It's super bizarre and the chef there loves avant-garde art, so all the placement of the table, chair, and dishes are designed like a theatrical stage. In order to eat a meal, you also have to solve puzzles. The entire dining experience requires a good portion of the day to finish the 24 courses. 24 courses? Nick couldn't believe his ears. Wow, that sounds exciting, said Nalai at the same time. Yoon, have you been there? It was before we dated, said Ruxi. The restaurant only has 10 seats, and it's booked out for months. Li Yun remained silent. He had never been there, but the chef Pirout was at the finale of Greatest Chef. He would rather not spoil the show. Chapter 234 Trial and Tribulation. Shang King was the 46th generation of the Shang lineage. Ever since he was a child, he had vivid dreams that he could recall as soon as he woke up. His grandfather used to say that dreams were channels from the Danshan into the spirit realm. The spirit realm was where energy and qi attained sentient life forms, granting powers to those that believed in them. The idea was fanciful, but when he was young, he liked the idea. But like any childhood fairy tales, they were forgotten. The dreams were simply dreams, but it was also a form of escapism. Even as Shang King washed the dishes, his body moved on its own as his mind wandered off into a different world. He was catching up on his sleep after working his second job at the hotel. One of the hotel's guests trashed the room and Shang King was left with cleaning up the aftermath. "King! We just got another complaint from the customers," the manager Bill shouted. Shang King snapped out of his stupor. "The customer said you were rude. How many times have I told you?" The manager Bill scolded Shang King regularly as he was the only one who didn't talk back. The more Bill talked, the less Shang King was paying attention. Shang King held his tongue. He didn't want to apologize for something he didn't commit. The customers had complained about the hair in her dinner meal after almost finishing up her meal. The hair was long, but Shang King didn't think there was anyone in the staff with such long hair, and he had personally checked the food himself. The number of people who came into the restaurant to scam them wasn't low. There were always people pretending that something was wrong with their meal. Many times there were legitimate concerns, but Shang King could always tell when a customer was lying. "I said it before, if there are any complaints, just give them what they want," Manager Bill continued his lecture. "It's only another meal." "But the owner said we should only give them vouchers," Shang King replied. "And she refused the voucher." "Of course, she would refuse. She's an out-of-town customer." "No, she's not," Shang King could tell that the woman was lying through her teeth. "How would you know? And who cares? If she doesn't want the voucher, you should have given her the food." But it was close to closing time and there wasn't anyone in the kitchen. "Just slap the food in the microwave. Most customers can't tell the difference. Why are you making things difficult for yourself?" Shang King thought back, he should have done that and then spit in her food. Damn, he was being stupid last night. Our restaurant rating just dropped a full star on Google search. The manager cried out as he checked his phone. The owner is going to be upset. Seeing Shang King's dull face, the manager roared out in anger. "That's it. I'm docking your pay." Shang King's neck snapped up to look at Bill. "You can't dock my pay. I'm not even making minimum wage. Why are you yelling?" Manager Bill barked back. He didn't expect Shang King, the only guy who didn't complain about the lack of raise when the other employees did, to push back. "I should be getting a raise. You're the reason the restaurant is doing poorly." The owner had already yelled at him for not running the restaurant properly and didn't plan to give anyone a raise. "You're not the only one trying to scrape by. Then I quit." Shang King threw his shabby black uniform on the ground and walked out. "You dumb F, no one is going to hire you. You're fired." Manager Bill screamed out as Shang King walked out from the back. Shang King walked out and immediately headed toward the hotel where he worked. But instead of heading inside, he stood by an alley across the street for a smoke. He still had 3 hours left before his shift. He inhaled a cigarette to warm up his lung from the chilly early spring air and his free hand scanned through his phone to search for another job. Being a night cleaner for a hotel chain wasn't that bad, he didn't have to deal with people directly, only the hotel manager. However, it wasn't enough to pay for their apartment, rent, and his younger brother's tuition. After his father became a victim of fraud, their family had been left in ruins. His mother left them, and his father was stuck with 2 sons to look after. At that time, Shang King was 15 and didn't know what it was like to be poor, so he acted out a lot, hanging around with a bad crowd. His father also fell into a state of depression and regularly abused alcohol. One evening, his father drove off the highway while drunk, leaving him disabled in a wheelchair. It was after the ordeal that Shang King finally realized he only had himself to rely on. But no matter how much work he put in, there never seemed to be any money left. After his night shift, he returned home to an apartment located in the slum. He strutted along the streets, pretending that his below-average height didn't make him appear weak. The hoodlums on the street would target him if he didn't appear tough. Once inside the apartment, he finally relaxed. He walked up the stairs to the 5th floor as the elevator was always under maintenance. The hallway on the 5th floor was quiet and the musky smell of the old brown carpet made it difficult to breathe. Shang King held his breath and walked to his one-bedroom unit. Inside the living room, he could hear his father snoring from the bedroom. His little brother had already left for his high school class. He closed the curtains in the living room to shield the morning sun and crashed onto the 70s-style sofa near the middle of the room. The warmth from his brother was gone, but the indentation was still there. They both shared the sofa as a bed while his father slept in the bedroom. Tiredness quickly overtook him, and he entered a strange dream. His dreams had always been strange, but his lucidity was stronger than before and the landscape was unusually stable. He touched the rocky rainbow cliff, it was solid, and so was the dirt on the ground. There was a feeling of gravity and weight in his body, but he knew it was a dream. From his experiences, the rocky rainbow cliff had shown up before in his dreams. With some concentration, his hands could pass through the wall, confirming his suspicion. Looking ahead at the open green field in front of him, it felt like another world. Aimlessly, Shang King navigated the field, walking through the tall grass. Occasionally, creatures appeared, but they ignored him as though he was a ghost. Over time, he realized some of the places his grandfather had mentioned had appeared in his dreams as landmarks. He continued his journey in his dream based on what his grandfather had told him. Little Shang, in order to become the true head of the Shang lineage, one must enter the trials and tribulations of one's soul, his grandfather had explained. Your father's will is too weak, and he might not pass through the tribulation, but you still have the ability. In the Shang's tribulation, there are 3 artifacts to retrieve. If you retrieve all those artifacts, the key to unlocking the power hidden in your dungeon will appear. Chapter 235 Feng Shui. Hello, do you know Mr. Lei Shang? Li Yun asked the couple who answered the door. The couple both narrowed their eyes in confusion, causing Li Yun to take a second look at the number next to their door. The street number attached to the side of the door matched the address that Master Yu had given to him. I'm looking for Mr. Lei Shang, Li Yun repeated slowly just in case the couple didn't understand him. Ah! You must be talking about the previous owner. The man finally spoke. I don't know the man, but his mail sometimes gets delivered here. That might be him. I see, do you know where he is now? Asked Li Yun. I'm sorry, we have never communicated directly with the previous owner. Do you have the contact information of the real estate agent or lawyer? Li Yun asked. The wife went back to the back and arrived with a business card of the agent. Li Yun thanked the couple and strode out toward the open front lawn, typical of a home located in the suburban neighborhood outside of Maple City. As Li Yun headed out toward the car, he saw a neighbor walking his dog. Sir, do you know of Mr. Lei Shang in this neighborhood? Asked Li Yun. Mr. Lei Shang? Which one is he? Asked the man. An elderly man, should be around 70, Li Yun responded. I think the man passed away more than 5 years ago, the neighbor scratched the back of his head to search for more memories. Did he have other family members? The neighbor nodded as memories about the family slowly trickled into his mind. The Shang has been going through some tough times after he passed away. I heard his son got divorced and then that unfortunate car accident happened. His car drove into a diner and left him in a wheelchair. The diner also sued the family afterward. They couldn't pay off the lawsuit, so the bank repossessed their house. I haven't seen them around for a good 3 years. That is unfortunate. Do you know where they went afterward? Don't really know, but I think I saw the grandson working downtown as a waiter. Li Yun thanked the man for the information and returned to the rental car. Something happened to the Shang? Ruxi asked from the driver's seat. I'm not sure. Li Yun looked up the Shang on his phone. There was a news article about a car accident that happened 3 years ago. A man in his 40s crashed into the diner. The police appeared and noted that the man was never intoxicated with alcohol. There was a blurry picture of the diner with a giant opening in the middle of the storefront. Luckily, it was the weekend and no one was injured other than the driver. Li Yun dialed the phone to the real estate agent, but it seemed as though their office had closed down last year. Let's head downtown for lunch. Li Yun asked as he inputted the restaurant's address into the GPS. It was a long shot, but Li Yun still wanted to see if he could track down the grandson. It would be unfortunate if old Master Shang Lei passed away without leaving behind his legacy. Li Yun's purpose in Maple Country was to visit a feng shui master. If he couldn't find someone from the Shang lineage, he may have to talk to Master Meng Shi, the man under Song Taiji's service. According to Ruxi, Meng Shi's family had been under the service of the Song family for centuries. It was a rather curious situation. Why would a family who could practice feng shui devote themselves to another family for centuries? Was it out of devotion? A curse? Or a mutual interest? Or was there something about the practice itself that prevented the user from benefiting from the effects? Does the Meng provide service to other people? Li Yun asked. The ancient families like the Long and Chen, is it possible for them to have feng shui masters serving them? Maybe. Ruxi was unsure herself. But it's likely they have different people. The Meng mainly deals with the Song. Are they a big clan? The Meng clan has many branches, many of whom serve the Song in some capacity, Ruxi replied. However, only the main branch retains the feng shui lineage. If we can't contact the Shang, can you set up a meeting with Meng Shi? I can, but I'd rather you not see that old man, said Ruxi. Really, you don't like him? Asked Li Yun. He thinks I'm possessed. What a madman, Ruxi replied. Why? Li Yun curiously looked at Ruxi. I think it has to do with my eyes. Can you sense it? I don't know. Li Yun had been gauging Ruxi's dantian as she cultivated. There wasn't anything unusual. Old masters with old lineages like Master Yi Bao, Abbot Haoang and Lahum had bigger dantians through years of practice. But just because their dantians were bigger, it didn't mean they possessed supernatural powers and extra strength. It was more certain that their spiritual senses were stronger. There was oddity like Dr. Jack or the cursed dantian like the Mo family. Surprisingly, people like serial killers didn't possess any darkness. He didn't completely understand why they didn't. Perhaps, people didn't collect darkness if they didn't believe what they were doing was evil. Or the darkness was still trapped somewhere, waiting for the truth to be discovered? There was also a possibility that Li Yun's ability was still weak. Was there another layer to the dantian that he couldn't sense? After all, he could only see the 2 rotating triangular pyramids. After driving back to downtown, Ruxi steered the wheel around the corner into a parking lot of a local restaurant. They got out of the car and walked into a quiet restaurant with only 2 customers eating at the table. The waitress quickly took them to their seats. While they ordered the meal, they learned that Shang King had been fired over a year ago. One of the waiters remembered he had a second job at a local hotel chain. It looked like they had another pit stop to make before heading to their next destination. Chapter 236 Modern Knowledge. Shang King? Asked the hotel receptionist. Ah yes, he used to work here until a few months ago. What happened to him? Li Yun wondered. I heard he quit. Do you know if he found another job? To be honest, I'm not sure. He usually works on the night shift, so I don't know him too well. The other cleaners say he left after the doctor diagnosed him with brain cancer. Brain cancer? Li Yun thought the Shang family was more cursed than the Mo family. Do you have his existing address, or can you call him to let him know that someone who knows his grandfather would like to speak to him? The receptionist nodded. It wasn't time for check-in, so the workload was light. She looked up Shang Kang's number from their employees' records and called the number. The phone rang 5 times. Before she hung up, a male voice responded. Kang. Yes. This is Shelley from the Days Inn. There's a Mr. Yun Li who would like to speak with you, said the receptionist. He said he knows your grandfather. Grandfather Lei. Shang Kang's voice sounded tired over the phone. What's his name again? Li Yun repeated his name before the receptionist could ask. She repeated the name to Shang Kang, who agreed to speak with him. The receptionist Shelley gave Li Yun the wired phone. Hello? You know my grandfather? Shang Kang asked. I am looking for him based on Master Yu's recommendation, said Li Yun. I heard he had passed away. But I wonder, are you the inheritor of his lineage? Shang Kang had never heard of Master Yu. However, after his grandfather passed away, some of his old clients were still contacting him. They were typically wealthy Asians who wanted to request feng shui consultation. I do not know much about his practice, Shang Kang replied. Your father? He doesn't remember much either. Li Yun exhaled a long breath in disappointment. Can I give you my number? I have some questions regarding the practice of feng shui. If you have any thoughts, can you give me a call? Shang Kang didn't mind, but as Li Yun repeated his number, Shang Kang didn't bother to write it down. Why did it even matter anymore? He thought. Everything appeared a bit pointless now. He was only one artifact away from unlocking the secrets in his dream when he suddenly collapsed from exhaustion. The doctor found a tumor in his brain, and since then, everything seemed hopeless. He couldn't afford to stop working, but his brother had made him stay home to recuperate. I heard that you have brain cancer, but do you need a second opinion? Li Yun clumsily asked. He hated talking over the phone, he couldn't see what the others were thinking. I'm not an oncologist, but a surgeon, and I happen to know some doctors at WGH. Shang Kang thought the person was strange. Why did a surgeon need a feng shui consultation? It's too late, they said it's grade 4 glioblastoma. Grade 4 glioblastoma had a poor prognosis. Even with surgery and chemotherapy, less than 10% survived for more than 5 years. Shang Kang was still young, and it was possible for him to live for another 10 years. Did the doctor recommend surgery? Li Yun asked. They did. Are you getting treatment? No. Li Yun didn't ask why. Judging from previous jobs, it was likely an economic burden to proceed with surgery and treatment. Even with insurance, treatment was expensive. It was also uncertain that it would keep him alive. What do you know about TCM? Li Yun wondered if people who genuinely practiced an ancient lineage were more willing to look at alternative medicine. Isn't that a scam? Shang Kang asked. Li Yun sighed again. He guessed growing up in the West made it difficult for some to accept other methods. Nevertheless, he couldn't blame their way of thinking. Modern medicine and many current practices were built upon past knowledge. For Li Yun, it wasn't about ancient knowledge being better than modern knowledge, but it was about discovering ancient knowledge that was lost in translation through the passage of time. Ancient arts like alchemy had evolved into chemistry and traditional medicine into a pharmacy. Had feng shui truly evolved into architecture and urban planning? Or was there information that hadn't evolved into something more useful for the modern age? And for some ancient lineage, why was there a veil of secrecy that required a family to pass down their knowledge only to their family and clans? Was it to keep ahead of other clans, or was there something more? Feng shui and divination were two arts that, if real, had many repercussions. No matter what culture and ancient civilizations, prophecy and attempting to change the future had always resulted in tragedy. It was a warning that the future should not be seen. Is that how you feel about Feng Shui? Li Yun spoke over the phone. Shang King didn't know what he thought. Everything he was experiencing in the dream world was likely a manifestation of the tumor. The artifacts and hidden secrets were simply his desire to seek miracles and ways to turn his life around. I don't know much about Feng Shui, Shang responded. I can't help you with a consultation. I'm not asking for a consultation. I am at the beginning stage of practice, but I can't determine whether the steps I am making are the correct ones. I simply need some guidance to continue. You're a practitioner? Shang King asked. He had never met another practitioner. His grandfather had told him it was rare to find a real practitioner with a lineage, as it was knowledge only passed down within the family. In a way, said Li Yun. Aside from being a surgeon, I have a TCM clinic. All right, I'll message you a location where we can meet. Shang King hung up the phone after agreeing to meet with Li Yun and looked around the dark living room. The door to the bedroom opened, shedding light into the room. Who's that? His father, Shang Man, asked from the threshold of the bedroom. He had been watching TV since the mid-morning and had barely left the room since then. Nothing important, Shang King replied. Shang Man rolled his wheelchair out of his room, heading into the kitchen for some snacks. Why haven't you gone to work? Manager gave me some time for all the overtime work I did, Shang King lied. His father was still clueless about his condition. Only his brother knew because he was the one who responded when the hospital called to notify the family. Even if his father knew, what else could he do? He was living off of disability and hadn't worked since the accident. Shang Man headed back to his room as soon as he got his snack, leaving Shang King alone in the living room. The usual silence returned, but the dripping droplet from the leaky faucet made it difficult for Shang King to sleep. Irritated by the sound, he grabbed his jacket and left the apartment. Chapter 237 Spirit Realm. Shang King arrived early at the local coffee house. He wondered why he had agreed to meet with Li Yun. Was it because he was curious about other so-called practitioners? The only ones he had seen were either fictional characters or con artists preying on people's beliefs. A few minutes before the appointment time, he saw a young man and woman walking inside the shop. Instead of heading to the counter, they both approached him. You're Shang King? Li Yun asked in English. Mr. Li. Shang King nodded in affirmation. He wondered how they spotted him so quickly as the shop had other customers around. Yes, Li Yun replied as they shook hands. This is my girlfriend Ruxi, she's also a practitioner of some sort. After training for a few weeks, Ruxi Danshan was steadily growing. It wasn't as quick as Li Yun, but the pace was faster than he thought, considering she didn't have the luxury of seeing what was happening to herself. She could only feel her aura becoming stronger. The three took their seats, and Shang King started the first round of questioning. How did you hear about my grandfather? Through Master Yu, a diviner, Li Yun explained. I have originally wanted to ask him about Feng Shui, but he recommended your grandfather. They had a chance encounter many years ago before the revolution. What do you mean by being a practitioner? Asked Shang King. Someone who has developed their danshan beyond the norm, said Li Yun. There aren't a lot of people in this world, from what I have seen. I am also not too familiar with the practice itself, so I am seeking guidance from others. Shang King raised his eyebrow, a bit skeptical. What do you need from me? I simply want to know if your grandfather mentioned to you anything about the practice of Feng Shui. That's it. Shang King thought they would ask for money, but maybe they were waiting until after Shang King told them his story. Well, my grandfather used to tell us stories about the existence of other realms, such as the spirit realm and universal realm. Can you tell me more about it? Asked Li Yun. My grandfather used to tell me stories about the other realms, specifically the world called Renayu and the sixth realm, Shang King explained. Why the sixth realm? Asked Li Yun. I am not sure, but I guess it's because there is an existing portal there that connects to our world, located in the eighth realm. He had never been able to bypass the gate into Rinyu, but he had heard stories that his great father had been able to traverse into Rinyu. From his retelling, it sounded mythical and strange. Thus, he got the nickname Mad Shang from the rest of the family. Li Yun nodded but wondered how much of it was exaggerated. People back in the past tended to use fantastical narratives as a way to better memorize certain events. Much of the descriptions of the dream world came from his account. He wrote about a vast grass field roaming with giant elk-like creatures and a great tree in the distance. As it was his first arrival, he felt lost and decided to avoid the strange creature. However, before he could continue, he woke up from the dream. He thought it was a dream, but the following night, he appeared at the starting point of the plains. Every night, he reappeared in the same location with the great tree in the distance. On the 10th day, he decided that it was only just a dream, and headed toward the great tree. The beasts ignored him and he arrived at the tree that had a red flower near the top of its branch. He climbed up the tree to grab the red flower. From above, he saw a stone tower in the distance. He also noticed there was no sun. The source of light itself seemed to be the sky filled with wispy clouds. He was still convinced it was a dream and wandered aimlessly around. He decided to head toward the tower next. Before he reached his destination, he woke up. On the 11th night, he appeared by the great tree, and not in the middle of the plain like before. It surprised him that he was able to make progress and not loop back to the beginning. He experimented more with his travels in the plains, arriving at a rock formation made of 3 boulders. From then on, he realized that as long as he could remember a landmark, he could reappear in the location. As he navigated the plains, Mad Shang was convinced that the dream world was real. There were strange creatures that behaved much like animals, but some inhibited with abilities he had never seen before. There was a giant black turtle guarding the tower. Mad Shang died several times attempting to break through and eventually gave up, heading toward a mountain in the distance. Mad Shang spent his entire life figuring out a way to climb the mountain. There seemed to be a blizzard blocking the path to the top. I do not know how he got up, but he made it to the top of an ice pavilion. Inside, the Queen Mother appeared to him. She told him that he had been selected to be reborn in the spirit realm and become a powerful warrior. However, it was likely that his memories would be wiped out and he would never return to his family. She gave him a choice to continue living until it was time. At that point, Mad Shang had written down his experience up to that point. I heard from my grandfather that old Shang died in his sleep at the age of 62, his last diary entry from the day before was this: I've made peace with this world, and I am ready to take my responsibility in the next. Did he really die in his sleep? Li Yun asked. I am not sure, everyone said he was in good health. Shang King wanted to say he thought suicide was likely possible, but the family had likely kept it a secret because it was taboo. Have you also traveled into the dream world? Asked Li Yun. Shang King nodded. I have, I'm at the base of the snowy mountain, but I'm unable to proceed further. You're not certain if the dreams are real, or if it's a manifestation of your illness? Li Yun asked. Shang King nodded. The dreams feel vivid and real. Every time I enter it, I can tell there is progress in where I'm heading, but that doesn't confirm whether it's real or not. I am used to lucid dreams ever since I was a child, but the start of these dreams was around the same time I had developed a brain tumor. Li Yun understood the struggle to figure out whether something was real or a figment of the imagination. During college, he thought the system was a mental manifestation of the reward system. If I tell you they are real, would you believe me? Li Yun asked. Do you have proof? Asked Shang King. Dreams are dreams, what proof do you need? Real and fake are meaningless in dreams. Li Yun brushed aside the topic and gave Shang his note. You have glioblastoma and a year left to live. Shang King nodded. It didn't matter how Li Yun got the information, he didn't have much time left to live, so why bother? Are you considering surgery? Li Yun asked. Shang King shook his head. The doctor said the tumors are in inoperable areas. They don't have the means to remove it. I might have to travel far for treatment. Even with insurance, he had to pay out of pocket the remaining amount that would completely empty out what he had saved for his little brother. Why have surgery that would barely increase his survival rate? I'll pay for your surgery, Li Yun offered. Shang Kang's hand paused for a moment when he reached for his coffee. After thinking for a brief moment, he pulled his coffee up for a sip and examined Li Yun's face, wondering what was the catch. You will have to work 3 years for me, Li Yun gave Shang King a standard employment form written in English. What are your skills? You're serious? Shang King asked as he scanned through the employment contract for a Chinese company called Sheneng. Well, fill this out and I'll see what position is available. Do you have a cleaning position? Sure, Li Yun scratched his head, he never thought Shang King would be interested in cleaning. He had cleaners in different portions of the factory, but since it was the least desirable position, the turnover rate was high and workers typically transferred up to other positions. There were people who enjoyed simple menial work, but there were too few. You can work after you recover. Why are you confident I will recover? I'm not, but that is why there is another condition, you will have to let me handle the surgery process. Shang King looked hesitant, it sounded like some sort of experimental surgery. It's not going to be a secret surgery, you will also need to sign a disclaimer for the surgery to be performed on a medical streaming site. Publicity was becoming an important part of Li Yun's work and projects, and he needed more support from the medical and science community if he wished to find a way to prove the existence of meridians. You can really remove the tumor. I have performed similar operations before, including one for the Minister of Health, said Li Yun. I also have experience with cerebral embolizations. Li Yun thought Shang King would also benefit from laser interstitial thermal therapy, LIT, but he needed more research before he recommended it to Shang King. The only problem is, I won't be able to perform here. The paperwork will be a hassle to process. Are you suggesting I travel to China for surgery? Shang King was a bit skeptical. He could barely speak Cantonese, much less go to the mainland where Mandarin was more prominent. It's only a recommendation, you can take your time to think it through. Call me when you are ready. Chapter 238 By comparison. Are you sure you want to meet my aunt and uncle? Ruxi asked from the hotel room. They had arrived the day before to Sunny City. Chu Mimi had spent 40 months in prison on several accounts of fraud. She had been released a few months earlier and was living in Sunny City after her release. Her husband, Gary, was released the following month. Li Yun's eyes focused on Ruxi's curious expression as she tilted her head up to look at him. Are you nervous about me meeting them? Well, I'm nervous you might not like them because of how I was raised. Ruxi knew he wasn't the judgmental type, but she didn't know how he feels about her aunt and uncle. As a child, Ruxi often pretended to be their daughter in a confidence scheme. Having Ruxi around lowered the marks guard and helped them appear like they were part of the wealthy elites. Not exactly good parenting, Li Yun grew up in a stable environment and it couldn't emphasize with parents and guardians who put their children in difficult situations. I'm sure if you can forgive criminals, you can forgive them. Their scams weren't that bad. Most of the people we had scammed weren't particularly outstanding citizens. The schemes involved the target making illegal deals. If they weren't consumed by greed, they would know that it was a scam. Let's meet with them first. Li Yun remained tight-lipped about his opinions. Between an absent father and an abusive mother, maybe the aunt wasn't bad by comparison. The GPS in their rental car led Li Yun up the winding road of the hilly town. Halfway up to the hill, he drove into the driveway next to a ranch. The outside was maintained, but it was overgrown with miscellaneous herbal pots. The two of them got out of the door and rang the doorbell. They waited, but it wasn't long before the door swung open. Oh my baby! Mylan, you've finally decided to visit. Chu Mimi squeezed Ruxi tightly and rocked side to side. A wide smile appeared on her youthful face and Li Yun could see the strong family resemblance in the full cheeks and dainty nose. She barely looked like she was over 30, but it was partially her expertise in makeup. Li Yun wondered if she was the one who taught Ruxi her makeup skills. Hi Aunt Mimi, this is Li Yun, Ruxi greeted. Hello Aunt Mimi, Li Yun greeted Chu Mimi with a short bow and then a shaky hand. Oh my, you must really be something to date a song, Chu Mimi greeted back with a curt nod. Are you a son of a large conglomerate or the CEO? Aunt, Ruxi's warning tone directed her to stop. Joking. Joking, Chu Mimi pushed the two guests into the house. Did you lose your sense of humor in China? Where's Gary? Gary is in the back cooking dinner, make yourself at home. Upon entering the dining room, a handsome man entered the room with his apron still on. He had finished making bao tai pasta with mushroom white sauce. There was a good helping of asparagus on the side. You're here. Gary had the same warm smile on his face when he greeted them. The couple was both welcoming and friendly. No one would be able to guess that they had recently been released from federal prison just a few months prior. Thank you for dinner, Li Yun said after quickly finishing up his bowl of pasta. No need to be formal, said Mimi. Since you're a surgeon, do you have a lot of time outside of work? I only work when there are classes and surgery scheduled, said Li Yun. The rest of the time, I work as a researcher. Oh ho, are you looking to impress the song researchers with your credentials? Gary asked. He recalled Ruxi's step-parents were also researchers. I just happened to stumble into it, said Li Yun. Mimi looked at Li Yun's Sheneng business card. You're just a researcher? Are you sure you don't own the company? If she knew anything about Song Taiji, it was that he wouldn't allow any lesser beings to enter his family. Aunt Mimi, are you planning to come back? Ruxi interrupted her from asking too many questions. No, I don't plan to come back, Mimi responded. Why, you don't plan to return to the States? No. What do you mean? You prefer staying with the song than us. I'm not staying in Imperial City either. Then why not come and relocate to the States? You're still afraid of Song Taiji? Chu Mimi shivered. He was likely the main reason why she was in prison in the first place. She knew some things about the song, but as the prison guards were bought out by him, she had to be careful not to reveal too much. Song Taiji didn't hate her like he did Chu Maya, but he would rather make sure she stayed out of China. Let's not talk about him. He had agreed not to interfere with you, if you choose to return. Ruxi wasn't there to convince her aunt to return back to China, just reassuring her that it was an option. Her federal record would make it difficult for her to find a real stable job. I would rather rot over here than return. Mimi was used to living in the States. There wasn't anything back home other than Ruxi. She turned back to Li Yun. Dr. Li isn't afraid of the Song family. Did you ask Xu Maya that question when she approached the Song? Asked Li Yun. So she told you about Maya? Mimi asked, a bit surprised. Ruxi rarely talked about what happened to her mother. Only some things, said Li Yun. I am not aware of the details. Can we not talk about her? Ruxi didn't want to talk about the past. How much do you know about the time she approached the Song? Chu Mimi asked. I don't know much. Li Yun didn't know the details. But Master Yi Bao said that Song Taiji was very devoted to his late wife, and Chu Maya's appearance ruined the relationship. Song Taiji's late wife, Song Lei Qin, passed away when she was 6 months pregnant with their fourth child. The medical report says it was an accidental fall, but there was more to what had happened. Song Taiji blamed Chu Maya for her death. Maya was foolish, but she did what she thought was necessary. She sounds like someone with narcissism. What do you know? Chu Mimi raised her voice. I see that you're wealthy, successful, and from a good family. But do you know what it's like to be evicted from your own country, with nothing but the clothes on your back? My sister and I had to scrub the ground to make any sort of living. But what happened afterward? Li Yun asked. When you took Ruxi in. Instead of turning your life around, you involved a helpless child. You knew about Ruxi's ability, and you used her in your confidence scam. Chu Mimi lowered her eyes. I have never asked her to help. You didn't need to. She was a little kid who was afraid that you would abandon her if she didn't please you. What you had Ruxi do wasn't any better. Ruxi appeared tough on the surface, but she had a constant need to please the people close to her. A big part of her starting a company was likely because of Song Taiji. All right, Aunt Mimi, it's getting late, thank you for dinner. Ruxi stamped her foot and stood up from her chair. She dragged Li Yun into the car. She didn't think Li Yun would be so openly hostile. The house she's living in? You bought it for her? Li Yun asked. I did, so what? Ruxi never thought she had to explain what she did with her own money. She's my aunt. Buying her a house is fine, but why are you sending her monthly allowances? How do you know I'm sending her allowances? She doesn't appear to be working, and neither is her husband. The only way she could afford to live there is if someone is paying for her. If you continue paying her, she's not going to look for a job. Yun, you don't have to treat me like a child. Ruxi was upset by how he was treating her aunt. I'm not treating you like a child. I'm just frustrated because you don't seem to notice how much she's using you. Li Yun could tell that Mimi cared more about herself than Ruxi. How I treat my family isn't for you to decide. I've never asked you to treat your friends or family any differently. Most of them are decent people. Just because my family isn't decent, you feel like it's all right to be rude to them. You know I didn't say that. Ruxi ignored Li Yun for the rest of the drive. Chapter 239 Wounded Pride. Inside the car, Ruxi sat quietly in the passenger's seat, still upset over how Li Yun had treated her aunt. Maybe she shouldn't have gotten upset, but her aunt was the one who took care of her after her mother had passed away. Despite her lifestyle as a grifter, her aunt had always treated her well. Chu Mimi wasn't the best guardian and her judgment wasn't perfect, but the circumstances had forced them into that position. If Ruxi hadn't helped her aunt out on certain scams, she would have been locked up earlier and Ruxi would have entered foster care. She thought Li Yun would be more understanding as someone who knew a lot of criminals and underground operators. Li Yun appeared to know a lot, but his experience was really shallow. He didn't know how difficult it was for most people to make a living. Knowing about another person's experience was different from understanding. But even understanding the person was also different from experiencing a person's life firsthand. They all created different levels of empathy. As her mind wandered off, the night stars entered her eyes. She suddenly noticed that they were heading somewhere off the road with no street light. Yun. Where are you going? Ruxi turned to Li Yun and broke the long awkward silence in the car. Are you still upset? Li Yun asked her as he pulled the car to a stop on the flat portion of the sloped area. They were off the side of a hill with very little light other than the stars. Ruxi glared at Li Yun, his stern face highlighted only by the car overhead light and not showing any signs of remorse. Do you know why I'm upset? I didn't mean to insult your family, but you're not helping them out by paying for their living expenses, Li Yun explained. The more you pay them, the more they feel that they are entitled to it. If your parents were ever in need, would you help them out? From Ruxi's perspective, Li Yun was being judgmental. Maybe it was because he felt the need to protect her that he was overreacting. I don't need you to look out for me, I've been looking after myself for far longer. So you never need me. Li Yun needed her more to feel human, but she likely didn't need him to survive. He got out of the car, slammed the door, and walked away. Yun. Ruxi called out to him as she saw him leaving. Something she had said seemed to hurt him. She never thought he would be angry with her. She quickly followed him out of the car, and up the narrow path. As she was wearing heels, the terrain made her trail further behind him. Unlike Li Yun, who could navigate easily in the dark, she was lost within 10 minutes. Her feet gave out and her heels slipped over a rock, staggering her over toward the ground. Before her legs touched the ground, she felt a pair of hands reach up from underneath to support her, and then the surroundings lit up. Bright lights appeared everywhere, dangling from the bushes and surrounding them with warm sunny twinkles. Yun. Ruxi watched Li Yun as he pulled her up to a standing position. Sorry for making you angry, Li Yun smiled. Ruxi teared up upon the sudden realization that Li Yun was only acting. You jerk! You set this up! Ruxi punched him in the chest but immediately regretted it as it appeared her fist was hurting herself more than him. Li Yun laughed, I'm sorry, but I needed to distract you. He wrapped his arms around her, soothing the back of her hair, and whispered gently, sorry. Why all of this? Do you want to see me angry? Ruxi wiped away her tears on his shoulder. Yes, I want you to be angry if I overstep my bounds. Li Yun knew Ruxi could be tough against others, but up against people she genuinely cared about, she would rather ignore confrontation. He noticed how easily she gave in to his requests, whether it was to stop streaming certain segments or by the way she dressed. If he didn't know his own boundaries, he could take advantage of her. But when she was stuck between himself and her aunt, she grew flustered because she didn't know whose side to pick. I don't want to run your life, especially if you're going to be my wife. Whoever said I was going to marry you? Li Yun got on his knees and took out a little black case he had spent weeks searching for. Marry me. A pink diamond ring appeared in Ruxi's line of sight. She held back her surprise, she didn't think he would propose early or had gotten a ring. I thought you were going to propose after I graduate. I was until Bufu added everyone in the chat group. Li Yun was relieved that Ruxi wasn't part of the text chain Bufu sent out about the ring. His friends weren't complete idiots, but he didn't count on them being completely quiet. With so many people knowing about it, the chances of her knowing were high. You probably heard it from them. No one mentioned anything to me, but I knew you had been talking to Kayan and Jayat about meeting with your parents. Ruxi weaved her fingers through his hair. Li Yun found it difficult to believe that no one dropped any hints. Did you talk to my aunt? Ruxi asked. I called her before we visited to let her know I was going to ask you. So she was in on it. Well, she thought it would be fun, but are you going to make me kneel forever? You deserve it. Ruxi couldn't believe he got her aunt to fool her. She turned away and found a bench to sit on, leaving Li Yun hanging. You're really not going to respond? Li Yun shuffled his knees toward her. When he was within reach, Ruxi grabbed the black box from his hand and slipped the ring on her finger. I take that as a yes? He asked. Yes to the ring, but you, no. Ruxi tilted her hand slowly to see the glittering reflection of the diamond. Li Yun wasn't sure if she was still angry or just playing around. He waited for her to respond. Some women preferred big romantic gestures, but some preferred time to think and consider the options. Yun, were you angry when I said I don't need you? Ruxi finally asked. A bit, but probably because you don't realize how much I need you. It also hurt him to realize how much more she meant to him. To a point where he didn't think it was possible. I don't need you to fight my battles, I don't need you to look out for me, and I don't need you to continue living. I mean that. But at the same time, I want you, so badly that I won't be able to be who I am without you. Life would be a meaningless struggle for survival. Is that a yes? Ruxi slapped his shoulders. Are you trying to make me angry again? They stayed out until early tomorrow morning, watching the sunrise above Angel City. The day was mostly spent sightseeing at the state parks and museums. There were people who entered the museum and felt inspired like Ruxi. There were people who entered the museum and felt bored like half the students who were in attendance. And there were people like Li Yun, who entered the museum and felt like all their energy was sapped out of them. Some museums weren't strict on people touching the Roman and Greek artifacts, especially to accommodate people who were visually impaired and required a tactile feel to experience the museum. Li Yun was amazed by the sights he was seeing, but at the same time, it drained a lot of his energy. Li Yun recuperated his energy during lunch and a little midday nap. Before departing back home to China, they visited Mimi and Gary. The aunt and uncle exchanged a look at Li Yun and wondered how it went. They didn't see a ring on Ruxie's finger, but their faces glowed once Ruxie revealed a pink diamond ring hanging around her neck. They had decided to keep their engagement a secret since their friends and family seemed to be expecting an engagement party after graduation. Mimi and Gary both hugged and congratulated the couple. Afterward, Ruxie scolded everyone for tricking her. "My acting is impeccable, isn't it?" Mimi complimented herself. "You were great, honey, a leading actress contender," Gary replied. "I should also get an Oscar for my supporting role." "You barely said any lines." Gary raised his hand in classic Shakespearean form. "My expression of annoyance and wounded pride said it all." Chapter 240 Disease. With much of his research devoted to the chemical processes of the body and human genetics, Li Yun rarely had time with Ruxie after they returned to China, but since her final was coming up, she was ignoring him to focus on her own study. Inside the Sheneng tropical rainforest greenhouse, Li Yun walked around to inspect the cuttings he and his company had collected in the rainforest regions. After 4 months, many of the cuttings that Li Yun had Hunlun collected had rooted and grown at least a foot. Within a few more months, he wouldn't be surprised to see them bearing fruit. There were many people walking around the tropical greenhouse, more than the other greenhouse. As he had promised in exchange for the harvesting license, the greenhouse was open to the public. The tourists walked around the greenhouse and outside in the fields like it was a botanical garden. Many of the initial visitors were scientists and plant enthusiasts. They were all grown from cuttings from the beginning of the year. The scientists asked in amazement, "Isn't it amazing? Some of the trees are starting to flower." The farmers responded. Sheneng had somehow turned into a tourist destination, and a big part was due to the farming app. The app was very popular amongst the young and hip crowd who liked organic and fresh food. Through the app, they were able to see the crops and the mountain landscape behind the farm. Outside the greenhouse, there were people walking around the farm field taking pictures of the landscape. There was also even a line from the parking lot and into the main field. Many visited the farm to confirm that it really existed. The live streams by outdoor hosts provided an unfiltered view of the scenery. The sight was breathtaking. There were goats, chickens, dogs, cats, and cows surrounding the fields. "I thought you only sell fruits and vegetables, but why are they collecting milk and eggs?" the streamer asked one of the farmers. "Oh, that's because we send the milk over to another company to make cheese," said the farmer. "Unfortunately, we don't sell the product directly to the consumers. The eggs are for the workers' lunch. Every day, the cafeteria would make different egg-based cuisine." "That sounds healthy, you have fresh food every day. The company treats us well, and we never have to worry about food. They recently expanded for breakfast and dinner, and even family members get to eat for free." "Wait, you're telling me you get to eat everything for free, including your family?" The steamer was a bit jealous. Family members are only allowed in the afternoon for dinner. "Still, that's an awesome perk. Is the factory still hiring people?" "They keep resumes, but I hear there's a very long wait list. Most people here were hired from the first 6 months, and a couple of lucky ones got in after the first expansion. After that, the number of applicants was so high, the company doesn't post recruitment flyers anymore." Sheneng had a reputation for caring about the welfare of employees, so people were always sending in resumes. Some were given a 3-month probation period, which was intensely converted. The later hires had tough competition with each other, but it made getting the job rewarding and more meaningful. Li Yun walked into his laboratory but was attacked by a giant furball. Before the furball reached his face, he grabbed a hold of its neck from behind. "You're growing fat, Li Yun settled the round kitten, Diu, down on the floor and approached his workbench. Diu roamed around the laboratory freely after failing to get a hug from his master. As a kitten, it was easy to train the kitten, so Li Yun allowed the little feline out of its cage. It made fewer noises outside. After sitting down on the workbench, Li Yun closed his eyes and examined the internal workings of his body as the enzymes copied information from the DNA to form mRNA. From there, amino acids and proteins were produced. The process was different from how his meridians had assisted his B cells to produce the antivenom, but he wondered if other materials could be created using the same method. When he had tried to create other antibodies, it was much more difficult to replicate. There was no urgency, and there was no need for them. When he injected a cold virus into himself, he found it easier to recreate the situation. Without the urgency, it was difficult to replicate the method he had used in Yunnan. It was possible, but he needed an entire day of concentration to recreate an antibody for a virus he had never encountered. Aside from antibodies, the body could synthesize many amino acids and sugar through chemical processes. There were times when his meridians were able to produce certain muscle enzymes without the presence of damaged muscle cells. Li Yun could not deduce the exact trigger in how his meridians were able to send such a command. After weeks of examining his own body, he understood that making the meridian work to create other materials was more difficult than he thought. However, just because it was difficult, didn't make it impossible. Creating an antivenom and forcing it into his lymph node was already beyond human's ability, so was it simply a human ability that hadn't been understood. Li Yun was also busy studying his own genetic information. Although he could view another person's profile, it was too much information to handle and could drain all his energy. He was able to study simpler DNA genetic profiles of bacteria and viruses. There were many things to research, but he was able to formulate a potential cure for MOK. Dr. Li. You have something? Asked MOK through his phone. I have a formula that may cure Usher's syndrome, said Li Yun. It seemed to be reacting to your blood sample. It's relatively safe in the short term, but I do not know the long-term effect. Would you like to give it a try? He had been mixing various plants together in order to manipulate the genes. Li Yun had used a combination of 21 different medicines to balance out the toxins and benefits. 5 medicinals were highly effective at correcting the USH1G gene mutation that caused type 1 Usher syndrome. The other 15 medicinals were mainly used to cancel out the changes caused by the medicinals and their own negative effects. Based on Li Yun's understanding of gene therapy, the process was to modify a virus or vector that could penetrate into the cell and deliver a strand of genetic materials into the DNA double helix. However, there were many limitations, like creating harmful byproducts or breaking the double helix during the editing process. Li Yun's formula worked to influence the already mutated cells to divide and mutate again, but instead of mutating into something harmful, the new mutated cell resembled the original cell. Unfortunately, the formula only works specifically for patients with Usher's syndrome and the process was slow. There's a high concentration of wild ginger that contains aristolochic acid, Li Yun explained. This will affect your liver, urinary tract, and kidney, but I've taken precautions to minimize those effects. 3 ingredients were technically DNA adducts that caused negative mutations. Li Yun had found the exact dosage that would cause the mutation to emulate closely to a healthy cell. MOK nodded as Li Yun explained to him the ingredients, the possible side effects, and directions on when to take the medicine. However, being in an ancient family of tomb raiders, he had more confidence in TCM than most people. MOK also recognized most of the medicine used in the formula as his elders had used them in a less than a clinical setting. You will need to take this for 6 months, said Li Yun. You can schedule an appointment with Nurse Yun for a checkup and to pick up the medicine. I will definitely try, said MOK. Chapter 241 Age. MOK arrived to Kinbei Hospital on the day of his therapy. He liked to arrive early to attend Li Yun's morning class. He wasn't a medical practitioner, but he was interested to learn about Li Yun's approach to medicine, especially after his announcement that he was interested in proving the existence of meridians. The door of the classroom was opened, and peeking inside, Mok realized that he should have arrived earlier. The room was packed, which was unusual since only the registered students were allowed. He quickly realized that the majority of the people in the room weren't residents, but attendings. Mok knew some basic remedies his grandfather had taught him while growing up, such as gua sha, a technique of using a smooth surface to scrape the skin. It was the main reason why he wanted to participate in Li Yun's project to find a cure for Usher's syndrome. Today, we will talk about age, Li Yun announced to the room. What are the techniques a mortician uses to identify a person with no IDs? Their teeth, a resident from the orthodontic department answered. Teeth are more closely correlated with growth and development than bones. Using eruption, mineralization, and other methods can identify the age within a year of accuracy. But only for adolescents. How about adults? Li Yun asked. How about radiocarbon dating of the bones? Asked Wei Bing. A bit more accurate, but without destroying the bone itself. DNA analysis like the Horvath clock? Asked another resident. Scientists can identify age within 3 years of accuracy based on the Horvath clock, a method of analyzing the DNA methylation. 3 years is still a big range. Anything else? Li Yun asked. Everyone thought about their previous lesson. Li Yun was teaching them about the power of observation. Even the most scientific method to estimate age had flaws and limitations, so they wondered how accurate face readers were. How accurately can a face reader estimate age? Asked the students. Pretty accurate, Li Yun said, but the residents looked skeptical. Even the best facial recognition software couldn't determine a person's age. How so? Fan Gang asked. Before I get there, I have a question. As doctors, what purpose do we have when we ask about a person's age? Li Yun posed. We know it's important to identify a growing child from a mature adult and an aging senior. We associate all of this with age because we can easily mark it in association with time, a relatively constant construct based on the Earth rotation around itself and the Sun. So constant that our body has a biological clock based on it. Birth date also gives us a marker in time for us to compare. Let's look at Dr. Fan for example. He's 23 based on his birth record, but his mental and biological age is 18, what does this mean? He's still a child. Wei Bing joked. Li Yun smirked. Maybe, but which age is more accurate? The residents thought the birth record was more accurate. It's relative, and Lu Chang responded. Mental age is subjective based on overall intelligence and performance of the mind, biological age is based on our body's overall function. So a 20-years-old man with a 60-years-old mental age, does that make him a time traveler? The residents scratched their heads and discussed it amongst themselves. Doesn't a time traveler have knowledge of their past? Ah, I see, then the time traveler must have memories of past events in order to be a time traveler. Li Yun asked. What if a piece of memory was sent back in time, and a person receives it, is it still considered time travel? Could be, the residents were confused, wondering when the class had turned into a physics class. Well, we are straying a bit off topic, but everyone at least understands that age can be a fluid concept, said Li Yun. So if a face reader like me tells a person like Fan Gang that they are 18, am I technically also right? It's still B. Fan Gang had heard about plenty of scammers before, but Li Yun was really stretching some logic, which was the trademark of scammers. While that's also true, it's very important as doctors to think outside the box when dealing with medical cases, said Li Yun. The key to our previous lessons have been about observation and being the observer. And once we obtain enough data from our perspective, it is also important to see everything from another perspective to gauge the true nature of an illness. Li Yun drew on the computer screen a triangle. I am sure you understand the basic concept of triangulation. The patient's history and physical condition are the basis for diagnosing an illness. We often use biopsy and various exams to confirm the diagnosis. But what if you're dealing with a patient who has no history and doesn't want to give you their information? You need other methods to fill in those missing data. The students nodded as Li Yun continued on with his lesson. After the class, MOK met with Li Yun, who gave him a bottle of pills. Li Yun nicknamed the pill Yintang as the meridian channel in the region was most active when he injected the medicine into his veins. Li Yun returned home and documented his findings about MOK in his journal. After writing in the journal, Li Yun meditated and entered his memory palace. There were many discoveries about the Danshan and his system that he needed to store, but he didn't want to have physical evidence of them before he understood what they meant. For months, he had been collecting information on people's Danshan in his memory library. After collecting over thousands of data sets, he began categorizing and grouping all the Dantians from the people and patients he had met. One of the most interesting aspects of the data he had extrapolated from the data was age. Of the three main corners of the pyramid, Jing Qi Shen, Jing fluctuated the most during a person's lifetime. The dark yin Jing was acquired through the parents. Babies born from healthy parents had an average of 70 max yin Jing, but the side of the pyramid was very dim, indicating that the yin Jing was still weak, around 20. It typically took 2 to 3 years for the newborn to recover the yin Jing energy. Babies from parents with poor lifestyles had as low as 12 max yin Jing, and they often experienced many complications. However, Li Yun had patients in their 80s and 90s with low yin Jing, so age wasn't entirely affected by the yin Jing. Yang Jing was something affected by the lifestyle. It wasn't developed fully until the body matured, between 13 and 21. The range varied greatly from 10 to 90. Active and healthy individuals had higher max Yang Jing, while inactive ones had lower. Li Yun often considered the Yang Jing as the energy level of an individual, which could be restored to maximum after consumption of food, sleep, and sex. The problem was, an excess of any will cause the Yang Jing to reduce. Even worse, addiction and laziness reduced the overall max Jing of both the yin and yang. Qi was the energy that traversed between the Danshan and physical realm. It was the driving force behind the meridians and the unexplained phenomenon that happened inside of Li Yun's body. The yin and yang Qi was typically the same amount within 2 points and rarely ever used up. A baby was typically born with 74/74 yin and 74/74 yang Qi. Li Yun could use up his Qi during Zhuoang, Kivi, and spirit detection, but it seemed that only practitioners had the ability to utilize Qi. Li Yun could sense Qi in people and some artifacts, but wondered if there were Qi around them. In theory, Qi existed everywhere, but couldn't be detected. Li Yun wondered if it had to do with movement. The Qi in everyone's body was in constant random motion, along with the energy inside the artifacts. However, objects without an activated Qi couldn't be detected because it wasn't in motion. Zhuangzi once said that wind was the Qi of earth, so it was likely that the motion of Qi was the key to Li Yun being able to detect it. Yang Shen was strongly associated with accumulated charm, spirit, and mental resilience. Everyone's maximum Shen was very similar but varied in intensity. Yang Shen was 1 at conception, around 60 at birth and max out in the 30s around 90. The Yin Shen, in contrast, was full at birth, from 90 to 100. It neither increased or decreased. The only exceptions were practitioners, who seemed to be capable of using up Yin Shen energy. When Li Yun met Shang Kang, his Yin Shen level was around 80/100, but his Yang Shen was 23/88. It took Li Yun a while to understand the nature of the fourth corner that appeared to be fixed. There was a high possibility it represented the physical body. Li Yun had originally scaled the physical body to 100 like the system, but having met a couple of centurions, Li Yun had decided to scale it up to 150. It was by using this method that Li Yun was able to see the correlation between age. The fourth corner grew more intense and opaque with every rotation around the sun. In comparison to others, Li Yun's Danshan technically had 140 Yin Jing, 170 Yang Jing, 190 Yin and Yang Qi, 190 yen and 200 yang shen. The scaling the system had used was more of a percentage than a direct numbering system. The more information he gathered, the more he realized how shallow his understanding was of meridian. Maybe the true perfection of meridian was realizing that it doesn't truly exist. How ironic would it be? Li Yun's phone suddenly went off at around midnight. He peeked at the messaging app. Everyone was wishing him a happy birthday and asking him to go out with them on the weekend. Li Yun looked at the date, May 24th. Was it already his birthday? From behind, Ruxi warmly hugged him and bit his earlobe. One didn't need to be a fortune teller to know what happened after. Chapter 242 Sabotage. Professor SS, Little Yun, we have an issue. 3 of the patients from Shenzhen University Hospital have filed a lawsuit against Sheneng for increasing risks of cardiovascular events. Li Yun sighed as he looked at Professor Xiao Shan's message. He was half expecting it. There were 10 main hospitals involved with the study: Qinbei, Magic City University, Binchu, and 7 other hospitals. He had the most control over Qinbei. Professor Xiao Shan oversaw MCU, but the other hospitals were mostly out of his control. The problem was, other than Bern, there were other large pharmaceutical companies eyeing the development of Yunli. Li Yun was not too familiar with what lengths companies will go through to sabotage another company. He had already seen requests to buy the patent and technology and even an offer from overseas to buy the company as a whole for 500 million yuan, $78 million USD. It was a lot for a company that started less than a year ago. After Sheneng declined the majority of the offer, most companies gave up as there were other players in the market to focus on. However, there were some companies who saw big potential in Yunli, and used whatever means to lower the value of the company. He understood why they didn't care when Huifu entered Phase 3, as a TCM medicine, it was harder to market internationally. Yunli, however, had better long-term potential. It was the type of landmark formula that could replace much of the ibuprofen and even acetaminophen market in the future. Li Yun's patent was for 20 years, but the first few years were wasted on clinical trials. Considering there were all sorts of problems during clinical trials, some companies could spend a decade in clinical trials and dealing with lawsuits. If his competitors were sabotaging the experiment, the best way to do so was through lawsuits, which served to damage the reputation of the product and to stretch out the time in litigation. Li Yun, anything specific about the cardiovascular events? Professor SS, the patients are citing heart attack, but the medical reports simply say cardiovascular events and chest pains. Li Yun, what is Chenchen's response? Professor SS, they want to pull out of the Yunli trial, citing potential negative effects. At Shenzhen Hospital, there were 3 groups of 150 participants. Group A was prescribed with the leading brand name ibuprofen, Group B with Yunli and Group C with a placebo. However, it was a double-blind trial, and no one at the hospital should be aware of which group received what medicine. However, if someone tested the medicine, they would be able to figure out what was given, but it was a breach of protocol. Finding new patients with chronic pain and arthritis wasn't difficult, but Yunli was on the 13th week of a 26 weeks Phase 3 trial. He didn't want to restart his study. Li Yun, what is our data showing regarding the results? Professor SS, 30 events for Yunli, 20 for ibuprofen, and 4 for the regular placebo, but they said although they are not aware of whether it is caused by Yunli, they would still like to pull out of the study. If the data was like the other clinical locations, there should have been around 5 to 10 events for Yunli. It wasn't difficult for hospitals to create a medical incident with the patient's collaboration, but an additional 20 patients experiencing cardiovascular events was odd. Li Yun, they switched out Yunli with a different medicine. Did they stop the clinical trial before everyone got the next refill? Professor SS, yes. If they switched it out, it would be difficult to find evidence. Li Yun could confirm it if he met with the patients, but the problem would be evidence. The best way to prove it was to get a confession or find evidence of collusion. Li Yun, Are they testing Burn's medicine? Or have any connections with Burn? Professor SS, not at the moment. There is a Burn representative around that area, but I do not know what sort of relationship they have with Chen Chen. Li Yun thanked the professor and tapped his fingers on the table while he searched his computers for the files on Chen Chen's hospital. After his seminar in Magic City, there were quite a few hospitals interested in collaborating with the Yunli clinical trial. Li Yun had screened and interviewed potential collaborators, but just because they passed the initial screening process, it didn't mean they would keep their word in the future. An image of Dr. Xian, the chair of the anesthesia department, and Dr. Ming, the chief surgeon, popped up on his screen. They were the two people Li Yun had assigned as project managers to lead the clinical trial. If they received kickbacks and bribery, he needed to find evidence. He took out another phone from inside his coat pocket. Lawyer Wing Bo, can you send someone to investigate Dr. Xian and Dr. Ming from Chen Chen? He asked over the phone. Find out if they had recent money issues. Also, from the 150 patients on the clinical trial, find people with the most debt. Li Yun hung up and looked at Judah and Fatty Fang who had been listening in. Are they going to halt the clinical trial? Asked Fatty Fang. The judge could request it, said Li Yun. Will it affect the overall project? Just a bit, there are still 3,000 active participants, but I'm afraid they may try this with the other hospitals, said Li Yun. If someone is desperate enough, they will start sabotaging the data. Jude, announce that we will be suing Chen Chen for breach of contract and corporate espionage. You really want to initiate a lawsuit? Asked Jude. We are already being dragged into one, said Li Yun. Might as well do some damage. What happens if the hospital fires the doctor and claims no liability? Fatty Fang asked. I'm sure there were others who got kickbacks aside from the project managers. If one tree burns, the rest of the forest will burn. You're not just going after them. I want to drag every bit of dirty laundry from Chen Chen. Sure, there might be scant evidence, but how many sponsors are they going to lose? The more we drag this out, it won't do anyone any good. We need to make an example out of Chen Chen Hospital, or else the other hospitals will join in. All right, I'll contact Lawyer Gong, Judah said. He had been wanting to get them involved for some time. How much are you going to ask for? The data is already contaminated, and we can't use it for the study. Request 300 million of damage. Huifo was steadily generating income. During the first 6 months, they had received 50 million worth of orders. However, the amount was tapering after the initial publicity from his seminar and in-flight surgery. The 50 million was enough to pay back the initial investment, but not for the returns he had promised. He still needed to pay back 75 million within the next 10 years, which wasn't bad considering the amount both Huifo and Yunli could generate in the future. And with the marketing and distribution license recently approved for Huifo, there were more options available. Li Yun wasn't planning to aggressively advertise it yet. Chapter 243 marked. Hun Lun, you've been at Sheneng for over 6 months, why haven't you been able to find the exact manufacturing method? Hun Lun's supervisor Mr. Man was scolding Hun Lun during their weekly phone conference. Not only that, you're the laboratory assistant for Dr. Li, but the data from you doesn't even compare with the registration office. Mr. Man, I'm doing my best, but you have seen reports from other spies. Dr. Li trusts no one but himself with all the important data, replied Hun Lun. After Hun Lun successfully infiltrated Sheneng, Burn Pharmaceutical and other big companies had continued sending new people in to spy. They were hired by Jude, but mainly tasked with menial tasks in the factory and had very little access to information that Hun Lun could easily attain. However, most of the information Hun Lun gathered and turned over to Burn were intentionally leaked by Li Yun. As for whether Burn had realized that, Hun Lun was not sure, but as time passed, his supervisor was getting suspicious. It was only a matter of time before Burn realized they were duped, and fired Hun Lun. Luckily for Hun Lun, the contract he had signed to Byrne was vague. It was simply an independent contract to provide information for a specific period of time rather than an employment contract. There was no written document about what sort of information Hun Lun needed to provide. The reason was to protect Byrne against potential lawsuits relating to corporate espionage, but it also allowed Hun Lun to work for Sheneng freely after they terminated his contract. "Mr. Man, I just heard news about Sheneng's trouble with the clinical trials," Hun Lun said carefully. "We already know," Mr. Man replied. "What is Sheneng's plan? Are they going to follow up with a lawsuit?" Hun Lun worried that was Byrne's plan all along, to tie up the clinical trials with a court order to suspend the clinical trial during the lawsuit. With the right judge, it was possible for the trials to stall even if the plaintiff was Sheneng. Chen Hospital could also counter-sue for frivolous reasons. Whether they were in the wrong or not, it would make them appear as an innocent party if they counter with a lawsuit of their own. "Sheneng is going after both the hospital for breaking the confidentiality agreement and breach of contract," Hun Lun replied. "All right, keep me informed if they plan to do anything else," said Mr. Man. After hanging up the phone, Hun Lun reported to Li Yun as he was driving Li Yun back to the clinic. "Do you think they have you marked as a liability?" asked Li Yun. "Yes, Mr. Man isn't normally as tight-lipped on the phone," said Hun Lun. "For the past couple of conversations, it appears that someone else has been listening in. I'm probably on speakerphone." Li Yun thought it was a possibility. If he had people like Judah who could analyze people, it was possible for a corporation like Byrne to acquire consultants who regularly dealt with spies and corporate espionage. "They will be dissecting what you say to determine whether the information is useful or not," said Li Yun. "Boss, are you really preparing for the lawsuit?" asked Hun Lun. "The CEO is handling it," said Li Yun. "You have to be careful then. Byrne is known to have close ties with the KLD law firm." Li Yun nodded warily. He wasn't too concerned about losing the lawsuit as the protocol for the clinical trial and consent forms were clear. He was concerned about losing time and investors. After Sheneng disclosed the lawsuits to all their investors, a few had requested to pull out. Whether Sheneng wins or loses, the enemy had already achieved their goal. The law firm isn't going to be KLD, Li Yun could sense that Byrne wasn't going to attack directly. They didn't need to win, Chen was likely to hire someone else. "Enough about work, how is your family?" "Good." But, Hun Lun had been considering relocating his family out of Magic City and someplace closer to Yide to avoid the fallout with Byrne. They couldn't openly sue him as their agreement had been informal, but they could still make his life difficult. "Boss, is the company really building an apartment complex for employees?" "Yeah, a friend of mine is designing it," said Li Yun. The concept of creating a working and living environment for employees had slowly been fading away. The new trend was working in a shared working environment with other companies. People wanted a clear separation of work and private life since most people didn't enjoy their work. They wanted to completely separate their personal life from their work life. However, at Sheneng, most employees found it enjoyable to be at work. The atmosphere was like a small working communal community. Most preferred to stay and eat dinner with their family, and sometimes they would even book the cafeteria for late-night parties. The only problem was the distance away from the nearest lodging. The employees were all surprised when the company suddenly announced a plan to create an employees' union. Employees were encouraged to give comments and propose policy changes. If enough people voted on the policy change, the upper management must review the request and implement it. The first proposal that met the requirement was an employee residential apartment. As Judah and the other directors reviewed the proposal, they weren't against the idea. They also thought it would be nice to have a place to crash other than the sofa bed in their office. "Is it the best time to build with everything that is going on?" asked Hun Lun. "We can't stop moving forward because of a road bump." Li Yun had been concerned about being sued, but now that it had happened, it wasn't too bad. The lawyer fee to he and Shang was painful, but he hoped to recoup the money back after bringing down Governor Ning. Anyway, the apartment isn't going to be completed for months. How about moving your family into downtown Yide? Although his building was mostly occupied, he had some tenants who were moving out after their lease expired. Once Li Yun returned back to the clinic, he received a call from Wing Bo. Within a week, he had uncovered that Dr. Xian's son had recently cleared up a large gambling debt. Did you gather the info from a loan shark? Li Yun asked. Yeah, do you want us to send someone to negotiate with them? Wing Bo asked. If you can gather it peacefully, in other words, Li Yun wanted to see if Wing Bo could take over the underground region around Chen Chen. How about Dr. Ming? He's on suspension for taking envelopes from patients. You're serious? How much did they accuse him of? 5,000 yuan based on an account from one patient, said Wing Bo. However, they accused him of taking 50k over the past 10 years. Most doctors took envelopes from patients, so it wasn't unusual. It was against hospital policy, but rarely ever enforced. Chen Chen Hospital had purposely used that to keep him quiet and damage his reputation. How about the patients? Li Yun asked. Several of the patients have been approached by people who suggested that they sue Sheneng, Wing Bo replied. The other patients are still considering the option. Li Yun had expected it. It was only a matter of time before the other patients joined in on the lawsuit. I'll have our lawyer contact the patients and their lawyers directly. You are looking to negotiate with the patients? It depends. If Chen Chen switched out their medicine, then they are also victims. Although not directly, we are the ones that had placed them in that situation. Mr. Li, now is not a good time to be soft-hearted. The patients will not care who has caused them harm, they only care about receiving their compensation. Li Yun thought if he was in the patient's position, he would do the same. What information do you have on Mr. Bai? Chapter 244 Midnight Sky. Wing Bo's next mission, codename Horseman, involved a lot of legwork on the group of corrupted lawyers that operated in Yide and Qinbei. He had the information on them, but the problem was getting information on Governor Ning. The only person with the opportunity to collect evidence from Governor Ning was the elusive owner of the Midnight Sky Bar, Mr. Bai. In Wing Bo's office, he scrolled through the 10-page document on Mr. Bai, the retired judge currently living in a gated community. The information came from public files and news reports of the various cases Mr. Bai had overseen. There were also some reports from Fengqi, who had been working part-time as a mail carrier. Is this all? Li Yun's voice came through from the speakerphone. Did you expect more information? Asked Wing Bo into his speakerphone. Well, a bit, Li Yun said as he reviewed the exterior photos of the villa and surrounding areas. But then again, it just shows how tight security is around Mr. Bai. Fengqi started the efforts last month, but after the first 3 days, he thought it would be difficult to pull more people in to investigate. Li Yun's friend Nimbo was good at managing, but asking him to assist with reconnaissance was a bit too much. Wing Bo, even under disguise, was a risky move to infiltrate a villa with hidden security cameras. So besides Fengqi, only Wing Bo's personal assistants could assist. They couldn't rely on anyone in Shudi's gang, who wasn't aware they were a part of Li Yun's made-up underground group, Abyss. So for 2 people to gather a 10-page dossier, it was the best Wing Bo could do. Is it going to be enough? Asked Wing Bo. It should be. I'll need you to send me a few items, Li Yun requested. Mr. Bai had likely run a security check on his own profile and removed any posts about him on the public web. Wing Bo wasn't even able to access any medical information on the man. The only information he could find was an article about Mr. Bai's heart attack during a trial 6 years ago. It's also good that there isn't a lot of information, Li Yun replied, looking at the most recent picture of Mr. Bai, an elderly man close to his 80s. Everything about Mr. Bai was very difficult to access, as though he had hired a consultant to screen any potential security leaks. A man this careful meant he had many things to hide. Wing Bo wondered what method Li Yun possessed to collect information that he himself wouldn't be able to gather. From his own experience, it was best to capture a target and interrogate them. Unfortunately, a target such as Mr. Bai was difficult. First, was his age. No matter what interrogation method, it was tougher to interrogate a dying man. It was only a matter of time before he passed away, carrying all the secrets to his grave. Second, there were other people watching Mr. Bai, such as Governor Ning's people. The evidence in Mr. Bai's hand could destroy Governor Ning and his own legacy. He wouldn't reveal the evidence unless Governor Ning sought to destroy him first. They either thrived together or burned together, it was the type of relationship they had. Governor Ning was aware of this and had instructed his men to protect Mr. Bai. Once they sense Mr. Bai's disappearance, they would likely resort to extreme methods, like burning down the villa. After the discussion with Li Yun, Wing Bo looked at the outline of Mr. Bai's villa. It wasn't likely Mr. Bai had hidden evidence in the villa in another location, possibly the temple where he regularly visited in the morning. A chubby-faced gardener pulled up his small box truck next to the gate that guarded the gated community. Beyond the gates, there were paved roads, wide sidewalks, and luxurious bushes shielding the villas owned by the wealthy citizens of Yide. "Hey, green landscape here," the gardener said as he showed the guard his paperwork. The guard looked at the ID and work badge. He turned to the box truck with a large green landscape logo on the side with their address and contact information. The guard wanted to check the inside, and the gardener complied. After inspecting the interior of the box truck filled with gardening equipment, the guard pushed the button to open the gate. "Thanks man, you have worked hard," the gardener said as he tucked away the ID. The gardener was hired by the gated community to trim the plants in the open area as most of the villas had their own separate caretaker. The box truck drove up inside and reached its first destination. It pulled in front of a villa guarded by a stone gate, tall square hedgings, an iron gate. The gardener took out his supplies from the truck, and approached the finely shaped hedge. "What's wrong with these people?" the gardener thought. The plants looked fine, they didn't really need to trim the plants every single day. Nevertheless, rich people seemed to have an endless supply of money. Not to mention the gardener himself was a very wealthy man. But instead of landscaping and expensive homes, he spent his money on laboratory equipment and maybe an expensive inkstone. Li Yun mindlessly trimmed the plants as his ears stretched out to listen in on whatever his ears could pick up. His main focus was Mr. Bai's villa, which had many guards hidden within the property. Mr. Bai had 4 live-in maids and servants who were in charge of maintaining the villa. From the outer edge of the property, Li Yun could hear them talking, but they were very discreet even when talking amongst themselves. "Mr. Bai is requesting late-night meals," said one of the maids. "Again? Is eating at night healthy?" complained the cook. He had to wake up at midnight to cook, which was annoying. Don't say that with an attitude. You will not last long." It was likely there were cameras within the villas, and they were afraid of talking about their employers. Occasionally, Li Yun talked to the chatty neighbors exercising in the morning. Mr. Bai also regularly exercised with the neighbors but didn't talk much about himself. His route was always the same, from his villa to the Buddhist temple. The Buddhist temple was built within the community using various donations, and Mr. Bai was the main donor. He regularly devoted his time to prayers. Later in life, many people clung to religion because they feared what would happen to them after they passed away. While young, it was easy for people to ignore religious doctrine and trust science as it was more visible and concrete. However, even atheists feared the afterlife because there was no way to determine whether it existed or not. And for Mr. Bai, the world beyond may not be kind to a person like him. People will hold on to whatever could ease their minds. Before he left the world, Mr. Bai attempted to collect karma to balance out all the negative karma he had accumulated. Seeing how devoted he was, faith was the best angle to approach Mr. Bai and gain his trust. Unfortunately, it wasn't an easy task. Everything Wing Bo had collected on Mr. Bai indicated that the man distrusted everyone, including his own families and children. He only believed in Buddha. After 3 days of gathering information, Li Yun still couldn't pick up specific information about where Mr. Bai would hide damaging evidence against Governor Ning. He needed to come up with another plan. Chapter 245 Negotiation. Judah requested to meet with the patients and their lawyers for negotiation. All the patients had agreed to meet and negotiate outside of court. On the day of the meeting, Judah met with Lawyer Lang and Zhang Mai at the Civic Building. Lawyer Gong was in charge of the case against Chen Chen Hospital, but Lawyer Lang was assigned to handle the mediation with the patients. Judah allowed Lawyer Lang to handle the introduction and most of the talking while he inspected the first plaintiff and his lawyer. The plaintiff was an average middle-aged man, who had experienced early arthritis and lower back pain. His physician at Chen Chen recommended the clinical trial to ease his pain in place of using the over-the-counter pain medicine. As for the lawyer, Chuang, he had a sturdy posture and was well-dressed. The man worked in Chen Chen, but was a rather well-known and respectable lawyer in the area who regularly handled large class action lawsuits representing the patients. It was immediately obvious that the lawyers representing the patient were beyond what the patients could afford. Someone else was footing the bill for the patient and likely for the other patients. I believe you have reviewed the consent form and proper protocol from my client, Lawyer Lang said to the other lawyer. There are reasonable warnings and risks listed in the paperwork. If the physicians fail to review the information, negligence falls on the hospital and staff. Yes, my client understood the side effects, but the problem is the lack of positive benefits, said Lawyer Chuang. He is led to believe that the reduced pain outweighs the side effects. However, he didn't expect to suffer a heart attack. For that, Mr. Ning personally would like to apologize on behalf of his company for the misrepresentation of their drug, Lawyer Lang explained. Drugs do not work on everyone, and it is the reason why clinical trials exist. But we would like to ask the patient, why did they decide to only sue the pharmaceutical company and not the hospital? My patient strongly believed the hospital had performed everything to the best of their ability. The problem lies in the drug itself. Then, are you aware we are suing Chen Chen for civil conspiracy and breaking protocol? Asked Lawyer Lang. As it involves the reputation of the hospital, we are not allowed to publicly announce the lawsuit. However, as the party directly involved, we want to inform you directly. Ah, I see, Lawyer Chuang nodded his head, but it was likely he already knew about the lawsuit against Chen Chen. The patient looked to Lawyer Chuang and asked him if the scenario changed anything. Lawyer Chuang reassured his client that nothing would change. If the judge finds Sheneng to be the innocent party, your lawsuit will be nullified, Lawyer Lang interjected. I suggest you sue the hospital instead. Lawyer Lang seems confident that Sheneng will win the case, Lawyer Chuang. However, that is a bold accusation that should be backed up by evidence. Lawyer Lang smiled and pushed the disclosure documents with a little note on top toward Lawyer Chuang and the patient. Do you want to wait for our first trial against Chen Chen? By then, I hope you don't regret your decision. In the note is the amount we are willing to pay. Mr. Ning admits that your patient has suffered indirectly because of Sheneng, and would like to compensate the patient. We hope you review the note carefully. Lawyer Chuang raised his eyebrow. He didn't expect Sheneng to preempt and propose the compensation amount first. The patient looked at the note, 1.4 million yuan, the exact amount needed to clear his debt. Before the meeting, Lawyer Chuang had said it was possible to squeeze out 20 million from the pharmaceutical company. However, a trial was needed before a judge and the process may be long. The patient compared the guaranteed $1.4 million in front of him and the potential $20 million windfall. I hope you understand that it is 1.4 million, plus an additional amount if you file against the hospital, Lawyer Lang advised. There's really no need to think it through too hard. I accept, the patient quickly agreed without consulting the lawyer. Mr. Lawyer Chuang sharply turned to the patient. We haven't reviewed their conditions. Here are the conditions. You need to have 2 independent testing laboratories examine your blood sample and the remaining bottle of your prescription, said Judah, bringing out a document for the patient and lawyer Chuang. Is that all? The patient asked. The second condition is a full public disclosure allowing us to use the results in our lawsuit against Chen Chen, said lawyer Lang. The last condition is that upon our final lawsuit against Chen Chen, you will assist our company in the advertisement of our product. The patient thought the conditions were agreeable, but lawyer Chuang wanted time to review the documents. You have until the end of the day to sign, said lawyer Lang. The deal will be off the table and the patient will receive nothing. While Judah was dealing with the patients, Li Yun headed to see Dr. Xian and Dr. Ming. He had already seen some of the patients, and they all had residues of a substance in their body that wasn't Yunli. It was likely another clinical trial drug that was pulled after a noticeable increased risk of cardiovascular events. Chen Chen had likely kept some of the old bottles and decided to switch the product out. There should be records of the medicine, and if it was missing, Chen Chen could easily say the staff had disposed of it. Dr. Xian was in his office. He had refused to see any visitors since the hospital had received a formal notice of the lawsuit from Sheneng. Although the hospital director had expected it, Dr. Xian wasn't particularly settled in his mind. He out of everyone knew what had been done. He had taken the bribe reluctantly, along with the director and chief administrator. It was short-sighted of them, but the director was confident that the lawyer would be able to fend off the Sheneng's lawyers. As he was lost in thought, he heard someone clearing their throat across from his desk. You? How did you get in? Dr. Xian jumped nervously away from his desk. Li Yun turned his head curiously at Dr. Xian. One would think Li Yun was some sort of serial killer by the way Dr. Xian was reacting. Relax, Dr. Xian, I'm here for a simple discussion. Li Yun motioned his hand to request Dr. Xian to sit. You are, after all, the person I had placed in charge of the clinical trial. Dr. Xian searched his pocket for his cell phone, but was unable to find it. He then realized Li Yun was playing and balancing with his cell phone on his desk. After realizing he was trapped, he slowly sat down and accepted his fate. Dr. Xian, I am sure you understand why I am here, Li Yun continued. I would like you to know that it is extremely easy for me to acquire evidence about your son's dealings, as well as your director and hospital administrator's dealings. Unable to figure out how Li Yun had entered, Dr. Xian felt sweat diffusing from his skin. We can drag this out in court, or we can settle this quietly, Li Yun spoke as he dropped folder on Dr. Xian's lap. I know you don't have the authority, but as long as you agree to be the witness, I'll allow leniency. I am sure you are afraid of being fired, but I can assure you, the other option isn't any better. What are you planning? Dr. Xian asked. Li Yun returned an ominous smile before returning the cell phone back to Dr. Xian and walking out. Chapter 246 Lawsuit. Wing Bo attended a meeting sent out by lawyer Gong in Yide. Lawyer Gong intended to brag about a big new case, but he was also requesting help from the horseman members. As usual, they met in the lounge of the Midnight Sky Bar. There's an interesting case coming up, said lawyer Gong in their private lounge. An upstart pharmaceutical company is hiring he and Shang to go up against the Chen Chen Hospital in another province. Oh? Wing Bo asked, he sounded disinterested. It's just an upstart, is it trying to ruin itself by getting involved with a lawsuit? They are getting sued left and right from the patients, so they are likely doing this to place the blame on the hospital, lawyer Gong responded. Are you promising them a speedy case? Asked lawyer Nan. Lawsuits were expensive, especially when he and Shang law firm was handling the case. Of course, but this isn't going to be easy for them, said lawyer Gong. Chen Chen Hospital will likely be represented by the Galba Group. Galba Group? Aren't they in Magic City? Asked Wing Bo. What are they doing in Ji Province? Don't know, but it's the rumor I hear, said lawyer Gong. They are known for dragging their feet and many motions to delay court appearances. Most businesses run out of money before they continue. Are you going to squeeze Sheneng out dry as well? Asked Wingbo. Well, I've been looking into their finances, and they seem to be expanding into other markets aside from pharmaceuticals, said Lawyer Gong. If I run them dry, too bad for them. But if they really manage to succeed, I don't want to run the risk of losing them as a client. Even a dirty lawyer like Lawyer Gong had to weigh the pros and cons when attempting to sabotage and scam their own clients. You're really concerned about a small company like Sheneng? Asked the other lawyer. You better think about it. The Galba Group isn't simple. Lawyer Gong was aware that behind any successful law firm were powerful conglomerates and politicians. He had dealt with enough under-the-table dealings to know how things really worked behind the scene. As for the Galba Group, their main clients were mainly foreign investors looking to expand into China. That's not the problem is Sheneng's association with the governor. Lawyer Gong wasn't completely aware of the relationship between Judah and Governor Ning, but blood was ultimately still thicker than water. You do not have to worry about the governor, Lawyer Nan interjected. What you need to worry about is their connection to the song. The song. Lawyer Gong was surprised the connection went up that high. Just choose carefully, either way, there will be benefits and pitfalls. You just need to find ways to stall Sheneng without creating too much conflict with any party. In his mind, Lawyer Gong ultimately decided to run Sheneng around in circles. Once Lawyer Gong made the decisions, the call girls came in to greet the guests and served them drinks. Lawyer Nan ignored them and was much more interested in talking with Wing Bo. Mr. Wing, I also heard you have a new client, said Lawyer Nan. Wing Bo smiled, raised his wine glass to her and smoothly emptied out his glass. And Lawyer Nan would be correct. Her question appeared simple on the surface. He knew why Lawyer Nan had asked about his new client. After dealing with the Blue Moon, the organization had decided it was not worth dealing with Wing Bo directly or risk exposing him. However, Wing Bo knew that they wouldn't simply drop everything and leave. If he was the upper management of the Blue Moon, he would leak out information to Governor Ning's group and see how they would react to it. Is your client planning to expand like your old client? Lawyer Nan asked. More or less, Wing Bo remarked. Wing Bo's vague remark piqued the other lawyer's interest. Wing Bo's former client was secretive and being able to evade the public eye meant it was backed by someone powerful. The only thing they knew was the name of the organization, Abyss. Then I assume your new client wants these files. Lawyer Nan passed to Wing Bo the records of the shell companies that had possessions of the various real estates in Qinbei and Angjao. She had been considering keeping them after the Blue Moon backed away, but since there was another unknown player in the scene, it was better to play it safe. Her only backers were Governor Ning and Mr. Bai. Are they planning to redevelop the site? Not at the moment, they are not important in the overall scheme of things. Lawyer Nan wondered if they were holding onto the property until the value and equity increased to fund larger projects. Li Yun had given Wing Bo instructions to place various Shudi gang members as owners of the trusts named on the lease of the various properties. Although they were the owner, it was only in name. Everything must be approved by Wing Bo for any future transactions to proceed. As the properties were not Li Yun to begin with, he didn't want his name associated with it. The properties would be used to house various people in need of housing and a cheap place to operate their small businesses. The Chen director and administrator met secretly in their office to discuss their dilemma. In the beginning, they thought it would be simple to deal with Sheneng. They knew it was risky, but 5 million cash was too tempting to let go. Once they completed the plan, KLD offered to back them up with the best lawyers. They never thought all the patients would sue them, including the patients who weren't harmed in the process. They had anticipated the Sheneng would file a lawsuit, but they were not prepared for all the patients to suddenly join in a lawsuit against Chen. I told you it was a bad idea, the administrator said. You did not warn me that Sheneng was associated with Governor Ning. The director felt like shooting himself. If he had known Sheneng wasn't so simple, he wouldn't have acted so rashly to accept the bribe. It's too late now, we have to continue with the trial. We already told the other side that we will stretch the trial out as long as possible. The judge is also on our side, so don't worry. Damn it. You're only saying that because you don't know what information they have. The director felt like going crazy. Someone mailed me pictures of my affair with some of the hostesses. That's your problem, the administrator couldn't care less. He was already divorced. If you break now, everything we did will be exposed. That's 10 times worse than going through a divorce. They are going to remove me from my position. Just resign now, it's better than going to jail. Damn it. The director regretted taking the bribes, but he was already trapped in a hole he had dug up himself. Chapter 247 Tricks. Early in the morning, Mr. Bai readied himself for his usual walk outside of his servants. He kept to himself. He trusted no one but himself and Buddha. There were people who wanted him dead, enemies whom he had trampled on and blackmailed to attain his wealth and power. As he walked outside, his bodyguard walked closely. His bodyguard had been with him for over 15 years. The small temple he helped to fund was visible from his villa. Within 10 minutes, he arrived at the stone steps guarded by 2 giant stone tigers. Nearby the temple courtyard, he heard laughter from the neighbors. The neighbors were typically wealthy elites, but the older generation still visited the temple daily. From the front steps of the temple, they seemed to be discussing something with excitement. Oh my, that's so impressive! The ladies complimented. Young man, do it again, an elderly man pleaded. The group of elderly surrounded the caretaker dressed in an off-white and dirty jumper suit. All right, Li Yun agreed, revealing a rose out of thin air. Many magic tricks were simple with a bit of preparation. Some looked even more impressive than his actual ability. While X-ray visions and creating antibody was useful, it wasn't entertaining. Are you a magician? The excited group of elders asked. They all knew it was a trick, but it was fun to see. Just practicing during my spare time. Li Yun figured that since he was rather dexterous, might as well learn a few magic tricks. Magic was simply another method of deception and misdirection. What else can you do? Asked the elderly man. I can read a person's past, Li Yun replied. Really? Let me try, what do you see? Li Yun studied the elderly man's face. Having greeted him earlier, he knew the overall state of his health. He had early stages of Alzheimer's and was beginning to feel troubled by it. However, he had kept it a secret from his kids in fear that they would move him into an assisted living home. Mister, you had a serious accident when you were 8 or 9 that gave you multiple rib fractures, Li Yun told the elder. You're a poor eater, preferring to eat high gluten content meals and meat. You hate all sorts of vegetables, except for carrots. Lastly, I know you're worried about your health, but it isn't good to leave your children in the dark. The elder reacted when Li Yun mentioned his kids. He simply nodded. Memories are important to have, said Li Yun. If there's anything you don't want to forget, maybe now is a good time to write them down and record them. And talk about your concerns to your doctor. The elder was surprised by Li Yun's suggestion, but remained silent. Ooh, how about me? Asked the elderly lady. The elderly lady appeared to be healthy, but her body was progressively deteriorating. People naturally died, and her life of extravagance had burned out much of her jing. It wasn't to say that her life was wasted, she didn't seem to regret her life decisions. Li Yun simply smiled at her. It's not the parents' responsibility to build up karma for their children. The best you can do for your descendant is to leave behind a legacy they can follow. You're planning to donate everything you have to the temple, are you sure that is a good idea? Hey? How do you know what's in my will? Asked the lady. I suggest you talk to your children about this, said Li Yun, who had heard her complaining about her kids from afar. If they are caught surprised by your will, there will be unnecessary consequences in the future. Family fighting over inheritance was so common and had broken many families apart. Li Yun had seen it happen in the apartment, where even the decision to sell collectibles tear a low-income family apart. Imagined an inheritance worth millions. How many families had been torn apart because of poorly designed wool? What should I do? The lady asked, unexpectedly pulled into Li Yun's words. Although she knew it wasn't magic, she still wanted to consult with him. Meet with your children to discuss your plans, said Li Yun. She may not have a lot of time left. Watching from the entrance, Mr. Bai thought the caretaker had good mentalist ability. He was too used to seeing parlor tricks and illusions, but even he wanted to see what Li Yun could see. Young man, try it on me, Mr. Bai requested. Li Yun turned to Mr. Bai. Elder, can I hold onto your hand? Mr. Bai nodded and approached Li Yun. From behind, the bodyguard watched Li Yun carefully. After touching Mr. Bai's hand, Li Yun pretended to read his palm, but was looking at the darkness covered in Mr. Bai's dantian. The darkness was influencing his health, but Li Yun wasn't sure if it would continue after his death and how it would affect his children and descendants. Mr. Bai, you were a judge. Li Yun began, his phrasing was slow, but he sounded cautious. Mr. Bai's narrow jaw clenched upward as he thought about Li Yun's question. There was something about the gardener that was off, but he nodded to confirm. Everyone else laughed. Everyone here knows Mr. Bai was a judge. I can see Mr. Bai is a man that worries a lot about world affairs, Li Yun continued, his voice speeding up quicker than usual. Not only are you considerate, you're a very generous man. You have constructed a beautiful temple, have made so many contributions to mankind, and uphold justice, so I can see the gates of the heavenly palace in your future path. The neighbors surrounding them laughed, but they nodded in agreement. The former judge had a very good reputation amongst them. Young man, everyone knows that, what else can you see? They asked. Well, it's the end of my break, Li Yun responded. Back to work. Isn't today your last day? I'm sure no one will care if you take longer breaks. Yes, but it's going to be the weekend and it will be more difficult for Guha when he returns next Monday. The neighbors left him alone to work on collecting the yard debris around the temple. Mr. Bai felt that Li Yun urgently wanted to leave as soon as possible. He wondered what had prompted the change in the gardener. He decided to ask later after everyone returned home. Near the end of the day, Mr. Bai approached him and asked if he was free. I am done for today, Li Yun reacted timidly. Mr. Bai finally felt fear coming from Li Yun. The gardener was afraid of him, which was odd. Ever since he retired to the community, everyone considered him to be good-natured. Unless, the gardener was afraid of him for a different reason. I heard from the neighbors that you have been working hard. Come, I'll get you some tea. Mr. Bai invited Li Yun to sit by the temple pavilion. As the neighbors have returned, only Mr. Bai, Li Yun, and the bodyguard remained. When you were reading my palm, you were holding back a bit. Mr. Bai asked. Mr. Bai knew most psychics worked by gathering information from the neighbors and other data sources. People were gossipy by nature, and liked to talk about themselves and others. Mr. Bai had scrubbed most of the information about himself on the net, but he wondered what the neighbors had been saying behind his back. Chapter 248 Beyond Redemption. Mr. Bai, you don't have to worry much about your neighbors, Li Yun said with a bit of uneasiness. Then what do I have to worry about? You have trouble sleeping at night, asked Li Yun. Mr. Bai's face remained cordial, but internally, he was wondering if any of his maids and servants had leaked the information. He planned to perform a thorough check to make sure they remain loyal. Young man, where did you learn your abilities? Mr. Bai asked. The internet, Li Yun replied. There are a lot of streamers who like to share information with others. You have to be careful, those types of people make money from people like you, Mr. Bai advised. But I have to admit, your readings are much more specific than most people using the Barnum statements, so you must have been watching them carefully or talking to them personally. No wonder he's more difficult to read than the poker players, Li Yun thought. Barnum's statements were generalized statements that could be applied to the vast majority of people, but appear individualized like horoscopes and personality types. You're quite intelligent, why become a gardener? Mr. Bai asked. My family is too poor to pay for a good education and I don't like to study the school subjects. I heard from the neighbors that Mr. Bai was a self-made man from a poor family and became a judge with your own ability. Mr. Bai thought back to his younger days. If he hadn't sabotaged some of the students in high school and college, he wouldn't have been able to make it to the top. At that time, he felt some of the wealthier students had an unfair advantage compared to him. They had private tutors and lessons, but he had nothing to back him up. Even with his superior intelligence, he couldn't compete directly with people with money and power. His only resort was to spike some of the students with depressants or get him disqualified. His plan worked, and from then on, he realized that he had to put fate into his own hands. He would stop anyone who would get in his way. As long as he was careful to prevent any evidence against him, everything would be fine. You seem to be actively investigating me, is there anything you want? Mr. Bai confronted him. Li Yun scrambled to bow and apologize, causing the bodyguard to react, but Mr. Bai stopped him before he could pull out a gun from his holster. You have to forgive the intrusion, Li Yun said as he was bowing. But I heard you're an active board member at the Yide University Law Department. As you are aware, I lack education to make it into college, but a recommendation from the board would almost guarantee an admission. So you are looking to impress me for an admission, Mr. Bai repeated to himself to see if the reasoning made sense. But it's a rather roundabout method. I have been writing to you for weeks, but you haven't responded, Li Yun replied. Mr. Bai regularly received hundreds of emails every day, and rarely read everything that didn't come from important people. He vaguely recalled several emails requesting recommendations. I see, although you are tenacious, I don't see you making it through law school, Mr. Bai said. Parlor tricks do not work well on other magicians. I understand. Li Yun looked a bit disappointed. He really wasn't trying to get a recommendation, but Mr. Bai was difficult to crack. Wait, I'm curious about what he saw earlier when you were reading my hand, said Mr. Bai. He didn't believe in fortune-telling, but he was curious about what Li Yun had seen. I'm afraid what I say will offend you. Oh? Now I am more curious. Mr. Bai, you don't have much time left to live, Li Yun stated. It wasn't just from Mr. Bai's physical body, but his yin jing was decreasing steadily. You have at most 4 months left to live. You have been accumulating karma to balance out your sins, but the darkness I saw is already beyond redemption. Mr. Bai narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? I have said too much, I should go. What is the darkness you see? All the people you had stepped on and all the people you have harmed. They are all inside of you. When did you start developing a conscience? It couldn't be when you were a judge. Was it after you suffered from your first heart attack? Mr. Bai stared cautiously at Li Yun for a moment. Who are you? You're not here for a recommendation. Mr. Bai, was my act very convincing? Li Yun asked. What do you mean? I am kidding. It's a very common Barnum statement, Li Yun said with an innocent smile. Everyone has harmed other people and regretted it. It's human nature. You're a judge, so I have assumed you have made many regretful decisions in court. It took a moment for Mr. Bai to realize that Li Yun was right. What he had said before could be applied to anyone. But how do you know that I don't have much time left? I don't, but you don't either. Since the future isn't fixed, I can say something specific to make it sound more believable. Li Yun knew for sure and was just screwing around with Mr. Bai's head. And the heart attack. Mr. Bai, are you forgetting that it was on the news? Li Yun asked. The more Mr. Bai thought about it, the more unusual the gardener appeared to be. Can I try something? Li Yun asked. Mr. Bai was curious about what the gardener planned to do next. Strangely enough, the gardener took out a paper and pen, and asked Mr. Bai for his hand again. Li Yun felt Mr. Bai's pulse with his left hand and concentrated. His right hand made markings on the piece of paper. The more Li Yun wrote, the more mysterious the markings on the paper appeared. Sweat appeared on Li Yun's face and the color drained from his face. Suddenly, he faltered on the stone table. Mr. Bai looked at his bodyguard to check on Li Yun's condition. "Mr. Bai, his condition isn't good," said the bodyguard as he held Li Yun up. "Do you need to see the doctor?" Mr. Bai asked. "Ah, no, I'm just a bit anemic," Li Yun responded. He took a cup of tea and gulped it down quickly. "I should be fine after some rest." "What did you write on the paper?" asked Mr. Bai. "Data," Li Yun said as he analyzed the markings, which were Mr. Bai's genetic information. Most genetic materials were meaningless to Li Yun, but there was a portion that revealed a lot of information about a person. "Data? What does that mean?" "You don't use drugs, not even painkillers, but you often fight the temptation," said Li Yun. "Your father was an addict. You started smoking when you were young but quit in your 50s. You married twice, but they never truly loved you. Your children only visit during holidays for appearance's sake, and you're miserable in ways that only Buddha can understand. You did everything for them, but no one knew the extent you had gone through to achieve everything." Mr. Bai was suddenly lost in thought. "So, how was it, Mr. Bai?" Li Yun asked with a smile. "Do you think I have what it takes to be a future judge?" "How do you know?" asked Mr. Bai. "Mr. Bai, I am really good at reading people." Mr. Bai rarely talked about his family. Even if Li Yun guessed correctly the nature of his relationship, how was he aware that he never took any painkillers? There was specific information that he didn't even share with his own doctor. "Tell me the truth, what is it that you want?" Mr. Bai was sure Li Yun wasn't who he said he was, but he was also sure the man in front of him had other abilities. "Your body is deteriorating, but your fear of dying is actually keeping you alive," said Li Yun. "You want to gather as much karma as possible before you depart and enter the next cycle of rebirth. However, your sins are much bigger than you think and you will suffer an endless cycle as livestock to other humans. And you will retain your memories after every rebirth, but unable to break out of the cycle. How can I escape that cycle? I think you know better than anyone what you need to do." Chapter 249 Compromise. "Do you have Mr. Bai's cooperation?" asked Judah as he entered the private meeting room. "I am not sure," said Li Yun. "He appears to be hooked, but the old man is stubborn. We should hold off a little more to see if he has a decision." It might have been simpler if Li Yun had supernatural powers that could imitate the Buddha, but he was quite limited by what he could do. His abilities took too long to prove and it wasn't showy enough to make an impression. His medical abilities may be mysterious, but Mr. Bai's health was deteriorating because of age. He could likely extend his life a bit, but to advertise that ability risked him sounding like one of those bad infomercials or quacks. The only approach Li Yun could take was to pretend to be a mentalist while partially adding in information that only Mr. Bai would know. Mr. Bai's creative human brain would create his own reasons why Li Yun was there. Li Yun relied on Mr. Bai's genetics, but he needed a lot of time to decipher what it meant. Genetics determined a person's physical traits like hair and eye color, but they also influenced a person's characteristics. The former judge also had a wealth of experience dealing with different people. Even with Li Yun's experience, he couldn't go against people like Mr. Bai, who was just a step below Song Taiji in terms of people management skills. "If you hold off too long, he's going to start investigating you," said Judy. "It wouldn't be too bad," said Li Yun. "The identity I took over is a real gardener, and his files are pretty simple." "Are you going back there?" "No, I'll wait for them to call," said Li Yun. "What if they don't call?" "We'll give him some time." Li Yun knew Judah wanted to start Plan D. Plan D involved Judah acting as the abused son of Governor Ning. It was the type of sappy story the media liked to eat up. A family witness and all the evidence that Wing Bo had gathered should be enough to start an investigation. It wasn't too far from the truth, but Li Yun would rather not have Judah personally involved. Judah seemed to find the idea enjoyable, but Li Yun didn't. Mr. Bai sent out his people to investigate the new gardener. They quickly sent him the police documents available on the gardener. Parking tickets, traffic tickets, and noise complaints are the only thing on file, said the investigator on the phone. Anything about scams? Asked Mr. Bai. Nothing of that sort. Mr. Bai hung up and tapped his fingers on the table. The gardener had mentioned information that no one else should have known. He admitted to being a good mentalist, but could a simple gardener really have that ability? Everything that he said about karma, was it really just made up? Mr. Bai's worst fear was the afterlife. No matter what religion he looked into, the afterlife wasn't a good place for him. He had placed his faith on the possibility of reincarnating, but what the gardener had implied frightened him. He thought about how he should live out the rest of his life. The only way he knew how to free himself from the bad karma was to let everything out in the open. However, it would also destroy his legacy. He paced back and forth, unable to decide what was more important, his eternal soul or his legacy on earth. A few days later, Li Yun returned to Mr. Bai's villa. Mr. Bai's housekeeper had called earlier to request his presence. On his arrival to the villa, the head housekeeper greeted him. Mr. Bai wanted to give you this, the housekeeper said as she handed to Li Yun a little package. What happened to Mr. Bai? Li Yun was unable to sense movement inside the villa. I am not sure, but a few days ago, Mr. Bai said he's going to return to his homeland and dismissed all the staff, said the housekeeper. His homeland? Li Yun thought Yide was his homeland, unless Mr. Bai was talking about something metaphorical. How was he acting? Li Yun asked the housekeeper. He was acting very odd, pacing back and forth in the living room. Deep within the human psyche, the mind, without logic or reasoning, will believe in concepts beyond belief. Mr. Bai wanted to believe he could be saved, and he had placed that hope in Li Yun. His lawyer dropped by the day after and said that the estate was going to be sold very soon. I'm the last to move out of the estate. He guessed you would return and told me to leave after I see you. Li Yun thanked the housekeeper and returned to his tool van. Inside the package was a thumb drive. If he guessed correctly, it contained recordings at the Midnight Sky Bar. Li Yun drove the van back and returned it to the original owner, who was still vacationing in Macau after he suddenly won a fake ticket lotto. The number on the van was stripped back to the real number. Once everything was put back in place, Li Yun took a cab to Shennong's downtown office. As he walked inside, the front receptionist stopped him. Do you have an appointment, sir? The receptionist asked. Li Yun scratched his cheek. He didn't have an appointment, but he technically owned the building. He rarely ever visited the downtown building during the usual office hours, so the lobby receptionist didn't recognize him. Can you call Mr. Bulletin and let him know Li Yun is here? Li Yun asked. The receptionist called upstairs and nodded for Li Yun to head up to the 7th floor. Security was tight as there was a lot of proprietary information Bufo wanted to protect. There were 2 guards at the main entrance and 2 guards at the elevator lobby. As Li Yun entered the office, he went to the corner office. Although the lobby was secure, the office itself was open. Even Bufo was sitting out in the open with his large monitors sitting on top of his workstations. You have it? Bufo asked. Li Yun nodded. Bufo led Li Yun to a private office on a different floor. Bufo was paranoid about data breach, so he had a separate server networks for different applications. Opening an unknown thumb drive required a secure computer that wasn't connected to the outside world. Once Bufo opened the folder, there were hundreds video and audio files from the past 20 years. The files are cleaned, but it's going to take forever to look through all of these files, said Bufo. With the information in hand, Li Yun needed to devise a strategy to release the information to the public. Even if the information was successfully uploaded over the web, the content needed to resonate with the public. The content must induce enough rage in the general public to push a thorough investigation. Otherwise, it would be forgotten. The general public was too fickle to rely on. If they revealed the information and someone released a big-name celebrity scandal, it would be wasted. A document with illegal deals wasn't as explosive as a sex scandal by a politician or celebrity. Even a corrupt politician wasn't newsworthy unless it was a large-scale operation, much less a law firm involved in illegal deals and prostitution. The criminals involved were given a quick slap in the hand, but never truly punished. And it came down to the lack of public awareness. People like to pretend they care, or convince themselves that they care about justice, but what they truly wanted was for others to view them as just. With Mr. Bai's files, they needed to release a series of videos in the correct order. The first to get everyone's attention, the second to keep the conversation going, and the last to seal the deal. The videos would not be used as evidence, but a way to start the investigation. Li Yun and the others combed through hours of videos. It was a sickening combination of drugs, sex, and money laundering schemes. The majority were used as blackmail materials for politicians, public officials, and businessmen. It wouldn't be appropriate to leak everything as there were innocent people involved. They chose not to use the ones who were likely in Zhang Mai's situation. Chapter 250 Exposed. On a Sunday morning right before noon, everyone's eyes were glued to their phone. The latest trending news in Yide was about the exploits of corrupt lawyers running illegal agreements. The group, known as the Horsemen, used bribes and underhanded tactics to win cases for their wealthy clients. The various voice recordings of the deals were dispersed all over the net. The local news picked up on the trend and reported it over the air. "What's going on?" Lawyer Nan called the police captain from her local office. "I don't know, but some of your deals to trade public bids and bribing the various judges are revealed," said the captain. "Stop all the news from spreading." After an hour, the authority issued a gag order to stop all forums and news from out the audio, citing that it was an impending investigation. Afraid of potential fines, many websites removed the content, but as it was already leaked, many people still had the files. Later that evening, several recordings of the police and horsemen deals were brought to light. The netizens were infuriated that they were being blocked from sharing information that dealt with obvious collusion between public officials. Everyone was demanding more transparency and oversight from a higher authority to deal with the corruption. At that moment, the governor's office issued that it would take over the investigation, and requested everyone's collaboration to cease the spread of misinformation. Sunday ended quietly after Governor Ning's announcement. "Were you able to track down the IP address of the initial leaks?" asked Governor Ning to his IT tech. "We are still working on it," said the tech. He was rushed to work on his day off and had only found the original forum that the leaks originated from. "I want you to track this person down before midnight," Governor Ning stated. The tech looked at the clock. It was almost 10 p.m. He groaned internally. A little after 1 a.m., the tech tracked down the leak and messaged the address to the governor. It was a public internet cafe, so it wasn't possible to track down a specific person without further investigation. However, the next morning, a video recording of Governor Ning being surrounded by the horsemen, prostitutes, and drugs surfaced. "What the hell? I want you to take the video down as soon as possible," Governor Ning screamed into the phone at the tech. "Look, Governor, it's over," the tech replied. He knew when it was time to jump ship. Not just the tech, but nearly everyone who was associated with Governor Ning and the horsemen were willing to testify to gain leniency. The corruption was big enough that Imperial City sent out investigators and prosecutors to take over. Aside from the videos, there were names of clients and public officials involved in underground dealings. More than 50 public officials and CEOs were arrested. All the major news outlets from the country picked up the story. Breaking news: Governor Ning has been arrested at noon by the state prosecutor's office after leaks of his involvement in bribery, corruption, and prosecution, said the news anchor. The state prosecutor's office released a statement indicating that they have clear evidence to charge Governor Ning for several severe disciplinary violations. We will turn to reporter XIN on site at the Governor Ning's estate. The camera switched to a young woman standing in front of the Ning's family estate. The area was quarantined with yellow tape by the police, and there were other reporters outside snapping pictures of the officers carrying out boxes and boxes of evidence. The officers are currently collecting evidence in former Governor Ning's estate as well as his government office, said the reporter. It has not been revealed who is the source of the leak, but a source who speaks on anonymity suggests Governor Ning's friend and confidant Mr. Bai has leaked the information. Mr. Bai, a former Yide judge, is currently missing. No one, including his family, knows of his whereabouts. According to miscellaneous sources, all of his properties and wealth had been donated to various charities a week prior to the week. Everyone believes it was an act of redemption for the former judge. Everyone had different opinions about Mr. Bai, but the majority of people felt he did the right thing. As for where he was, many speculated that he had left the country. Judah was detained for questioning. As there weren't any connections, the police didn't press him too hard. The police had found files of his therapy sessions and were aware that he was bullied and abused while growing up. They also returned the private sessions tapes to him as it was his private affair. There were other files relating to his mother that the police thought he should have. He was released after a day and returned to work as though nothing had happened. The employees stopped gossiping as soon as they saw Judah within earshot. They were all aware of Judah's connection to Governor Ning, but they didn't expect him to act normal when he arrived in the office. "Yoon, are you all right? You seemed a bit stressed out." Ruxi noticed that Li Yoon hadn't been researching much like usual. After exposing Governor Ning, they were still dealing with the lawsuit. Li Yoon had Wing Bo steal items from the horsemen, so they recuperated the loss from Lawyer Gong. Lawyer Lang spent a lot of time dealing with the fallout at Shang and he. Shang had his own corruption, but it wasn't as bad as Gong. He lost his license and was given 3 years of probation. Lawyer He officially retired, leaving Lawyer Lang in charge of the office. As her workload increased, Lawyer Lang placed another lawyer and Zhang Mai in charge of Sheneng's cases. They had already convinced the vast majority of patients to settle outside of court and sue the hospital. The Galba group also dealt with the patients by quickly settling out of court. They were able to convince the patients that Sheneng was spreading lies to cover up the dubious nature of the drug. The footage of Li Yun's acupuncture ability was even used to support the claim, calling Sheneng's lead researcher him a liar and con artist. If Li Yun didn't know about his own ability, he had to admit he did look like a scammer. The lawyers from Chen Chen were working that angle to counter-sue Sheneng for fraud and deception. In the end, the only active lawsuit remaining was between Chen Chen Hospital and Sheneng Pharmaceutical. Li Yun set aside the lawsuit, and reviewed the surgery procedure for Shang Kang. 2 weeks ago, Shang King had sent him an email agreeing to undergo surgery in China. Li Yun got him a flight to Yide and scheduled the surgery the following week. Time was ticking down fast as glioblastoma was aggressive. Li Yun quickly formulated a treatment plan, but it was much more difficult than his previous surgery. Glioblastoma began in the glial cells of the brain. The tumor was located close to the center of the brain, between the motor cortex, sensory cortex, and temporal lobe. The easy part of blocking the arteries that fed into the tumor. The difficult part was removing the 5 cm tumor out of the brain. The thermal laser inlet could be used to destroy a good portion of the brain, but a small fried lump would remain. There was also the issue of the remaining microscopic cancer cells in the nerves. Temozolomide was often used as chemotherapy to destroy the remaining microscopic cancer cells. If Li Yun could find a way to destroy the cancer cells inside the nerves, he could remove the treatment from the treatment program. Chapter 251 Lit. I'm going to perform a cerebral tumor embolization first, and then resect the tumor using Lit, said Li Yun. You want Dr. Pixing to assist? Asked Chief Gao before their pre-op meeting with the neurosurgery department. Probably, said Li Yun. Mi Xian had been practicing on the Rosa machine, but I don't think she's ready or have enough expertise on neurology. But is he going to be okay with not using much MRI? Chief Gao felt uncomfortable operating without a CT or MRI like any other surgeon, but Li Yun only need a final scan as documentation for the patients. Whereas, all of Lit surgery was MRI guided. We will use real-time MRI during the operation, said Li Yun. He didn't need the MRI, but it was necessary for others. Li Yun couldn't perform the procedure himself. It was better to have someone more experienced to handle the Rosa. Li Yun had only practiced the Rosa using Zhaoang. He wasn't certain it was enough, especially when there was a specialist available in the hospital. There were a lot of technical inputs in the machine he wasn't familiar with. Using any sort of robotic was a team effort, so he decided to use real-time MRI for the others to follow along. It was also better to use real-time MRI for the others to see and not disturb their rhythm. Lastly, Shang King was young and healthy enough to recover from any side effects of dying agents. After discussing his plan with Chief Gao, Li Yun went to the neurosurgical department. Typically, for a new surgery, there would be an interdisciplinary pre-surgery meetings. Li Yun had bypassed the meeting, which caused dissent from the other departments. Director Hong had given Li Yun a bit more leeway than a good portion of the other doctors. In the medical field, Li Yun's name was on the rise and his patient list included a good portion of the wealthy patrons. During the meeting, Li Yun spoke with the top two in the neurosurgery department, the chief and Dr. Pixing. Dr. Pixing was hired at the same time as the Rosa robot acquisition last year and had been trained with the Rosa 2 years prior to his employment. The neurosurgical department was glad to be involved, especially because LIT was a new technology for the hospital and it was an opportunity to learn a new technique. Once they had the experience under their belt, it could open more options for their department. Shang King arrived at a rental property in Qinbei. The front lobby directory revealed that there was a wine and cheese bar called the Dixia Wine Bar and a veterinary office on the first floor. He walked into the bar and approached the front bar counter. "Hi, is there someone named here?" Shang King asked the pretty bartender in English. She stared at him blankly, not understanding his question. She signaled him her pointing finger, which he assumed was a signal for him to wait for one moment. She left momentarily and returned with an ugly-looking manager. "Hey, are you Shang King?" Nimbo inquired in Cantonese. Yes, he replied. "Follow me, I'll take you to your apartment," said Nimbo. Li Yun had assigned him to one of the rooms at his Qinbei's property. The apartment was a simple one-bedroom apartment, but it looked many times more comfortable than his apartment in Maple Country. As Shang King settled down, he looked at the itinerary that Li Yun had sent in. His surgery was scheduled the week following his arrival, so he was a bit nervous about the procedure. On the day of the surgery, Shang King took a taxi to the hospital. He felt a bit uncomfortable as he didn't understand what people were saying. "You can't speak Mandarin?" Dr. Hao asked in Cantonese. Shang King shook his head but was relieved someone could speak Cantonese. He couldn't speak well, but at least he could understand what the doctor was saying. "You're the patient little Yun bought in?" asked Dr. Hao. Interesting since he doesn't normally search for patients. "You skipped the operation meant for Mayor Shu." "Really?" Shang King didn't know about Mayor Shu, but he didn't know how else to respond. A few moments later, the nurse helped Shang King prepare and they headed into the operating room. There were video cameras set up. Although Shang King was aware his surgery was being broadcast, he didn't know that there were more than 1,000 doctors from various cities around China and even other parts of the world were watching the surgery. Li Yun arrived inside the OR in his blue scrub. After reviewing the basic pre-surgery checklist, the anesthesiologist injected the anesthesia. The process for the cerebral tumor embolization was similar to the embolization for Minister Yu's operation. Having more experience, Li Yun completed the first portion within 10 minutes, shocking Dr. Bing, who was still preparing the rosa. Dr. Pixing had seen Li Yun perform before, but it would be the first time he worked alongside the infamous surgeon of Kinbei Hospital. Dr. Pixing could be intimidating to many peers and students, but he never thought there would be someone from the younger generation who could give him so much pressure. Once the drilling apparatus was placed on Shang Kang's head, Rosa drilled a 3 mm opening into the skull and inserted the laser probe directly toward the location of the tumor. The direction and line of penetration to the tumor had been carefully calculated to minimize damage to the brain. Insert a millimeter further, Li Yun instructed as he touched an exposed portion of Kang Shang's head. What he could see was much more accurate than the MRI. The concept of LIT was simple. Place the tubes over the tumors, and allow the thermal energy to destroy the cells. Unlike most standard operations, Li Yun was many times more precise without destroying the healthy cells. To many people, it seemed like an impossible task, but not for Li Yun. Li Yun saw the gliomas working to spread. When he had the Y-19, he was working with a microscopic scale BB gun. The laser probe was a flamethrower in comparison. He had to destroy the brain cells that were beyond repair and kill off all the gliomas. The problem with gliomas was intertwined with the healthy brain cells. It was tricky to kill the gliomas without damaging the healthy cells. The more healthy cells he destroyed, the slower the recovery rate. For some surgeons, they prefer to remove the margins around the tumor as it would reduce the chances of recurrence. Shang Kang's tumor was 6 cm in diameter. A 2 mm catheter laser was typically used to treat up to 3.5 cm diameter tumor. The laser could destroy a good portion of the mass, but the remaining fried tumor needed to be removed to avoid infection and swelling. For larger mass, a craniotomy was needed, but Li Yun opted for a suction catheter. LIT surgery typically took 3 to 4 hours, but the majority of the time was spent positioning to the correct location. The procedure was MRI guided so Dr. Bing could also see on the screen. Dr. Pixing followed Li Yun instructions, but he wasn't sure how Li Yun was making such a decisive call. Even with his experience, he needed time to decide on the next positioning spot. The imaging wasn't in 3D type, but a screen with 4 different cross-sections that mapped out the area of the thermal ablation. It would take Dr. Pixing's team of 3 neurosurgeons to calculate the next positioning. Li Yun instructed Dr. Pixing to move the laser probe to a certain coordinate. "All right, start the ablation." "Already?" Dr. Pixing was unsure as everything felt too quick. "Yep," Li Yun continued, providing them the next location based on his view. Within an hour, the procedure was completed. In the afternoon, Shang King regained much of his consciousness and requested to meet with Li Yun. Upon looking at Shang Kang's complexion, Li Yun noticed that his demeanor was a bit different. There were more trust in his eyes. Some people believed that brain surgery could affect a person's behavior and personality. Li Yun didn't think it would affect him so dramatically. "You're feeling better?" Li Yun asked. Shang King nodded. "I'm going to prescribe you with some of my prescriptions," said Li Yun. "It should promote some repairs." After brain damage and surgery, the neural stem cells generated new cells. They were more active in children, but Li Yun's prescription would speed up the process. "Thank you." Shang King slowly took out a wooden disc from his bag. "This is the compass my grandfather had told me to carry if I ever want to see him in the dream world." Chapter 252 The Compass. The compass had signs of aging from the faded lacquer but was otherwise in good condition. The shape was a square with a circular center. The tin pin in the center looked like it was still working, pointing to the north magnetic pole. The compass was often used in feng shui and geomancy. "You went into the dream world." Li Yun wasn't sure if Shang King had entered a meditative dream state or a realm like the woods. Shang King nodded. "But rather than my grandfather, what I saw was a landscape based on the stories he had narrated to me. My father had a similar dream but grew out of the stories a long time ago. He doesn't remember anything now." "What was it like?" A lucid dream, or like you were really there. At first, I thought it was a lucid dream, but it felt more real the more I enter. How were you able to enter the dream? My grandfather told me that 2 conduits are needed to enter the dream world. The first is a portal, usually contained within an artifact, and the second is someone to activate the artifact. So you need an artifact to enter the dream world? Li Yun asked as he thought about the statue and ancient cloth. If the compass had a portal, was Shang Kang's soul able to travel into the other realm? How do you activate the chi field? I am not sure. But ever since I was a kid, I had difficulty sleeping. My grandfather had taught me a chant to help me sleep. It's now a habit that I say it before I sleep. Li Yun thought about Shang Kang's danshan. It was slightly bigger than the average person, so the chant had been helping him to grow without him knowing. After a certain period of time, his danshan had grown stable enough to activate the chi field. Shang Kang's narration of his experience in the dream world gave Li Yun some confidence that it wasn't too dangerous. He did not try to enter the statue to avoid going back to the woods. As for the cloth, there were too many unknowns to experiment. However, the world of the compass didn't look too frightening. He was also more prepared than the last time. Do you think I could hold onto your compass for a moment? Asked Li Yun. Shang King passed the compass to Li Yun, who inspected the carving. Judging by the bone script, it was likely created over 3,000 years ago. If that was true, the compass would be the oldest known compass in China, far older than the Han Dynasty's geomantic compass. Using Kiwi, he saw a brief flash of the artisan carving the scripts into the compass. The artisan was in a wooden shack, so likely a location in the southern region of the country. I'm going to take a nap, try to wake me up in 30 minutes. Li Yun asked. Wait, you're going to nap now? Shang King thought it was strange as Li Yun approached the empty bed and sat down. Well, you can't really enter the dream world without dreaming, Li Yun only needed some time. It was likely he was going to pass out if he used spirit detection. If I don't wake up within an hour, contact my girlfriend. Shang King wasn't even an option, but he agreed as Li Yun closed his eyes. While using Kiwi, Li Yun entered the dream realm and then activated spirit detection. Suddenly, Li Yun felt his spiritual body entering another world. In front of Li Yun stood a vast grassy plain with strange large animals roaming about and a large tree. This is the realm from inside the compass, he thought. Li Yun inspected his surroundings. The world inside the compass was much more stable than the world that Li Yun had entered. He couldn't freely control the environment as he had done in his own dream. He took one step toward one of the large animals. Although he was several yards, only one step was needed for him to appear in front of it. The large gazelle-like creature was twice the size of the typical creature, towering over Li Yun as it bent its head to graze on the grasses. Li Yun was a hair length away, but they didn't notice him. Instead, they continued grazing on the grasses as though they couldn't feel his presence. Li Yun moved his hand over the gazelle and simply passed through it as though he was a ghost. Li Yun turned his attention back to the tree. According to Shang Kang, every time the tree disappeared from his view, the dream resets back to the beginning. Li Yun experimented by heading toward the opposite direction. With a single jump, he moved several meters into the air and into the opposite direction of the tree. Much like the dream, his body felt weightless. As predicted, his body reappeared back into the beginning. He turned back to the tree and jumped back to the tree. On top of the tree was a single red flower, which Li Yun assumed was one of the artifacts. His fingers lightly touched the tree, but it appeared to be solid, unlike the gazelle. Li Yun jumped to the top and grabbed the item. The lantern-shaped flower looked like it had a tiny candle inside. Red lantern flower collected. 1/9 collected. The lantern flower disappeared. Li Yun wondered where it had disappeared to, or if it would appear in the real world somehow. From there, he saw the stone tower in the distance. He jumped in the air several meters. Unlike the dream realm, there was an active energy meter that drained his energy as he jumped, and he couldn't fly like in the dream world. The feeling was a mixture of heaviness like in reality and light weightless like in the dream realm. It took him several jumps to arrive at the tower. Shang King had explained how tiring it felt to climb on the stairs up the tower. For Li Yun, it was a simple leap to the top. Inside the rooftop floor, he saw a short iron sword located at the top of the tower. There was an aura around the sword that was similar to the red lantern. The moment he touched the sword, it disappeared. Receive Tower Iron Sword. 2/3 collected. From the tower, a snowy mountaintop appeared in the backdrop. After arriving at the base of the mountain, he couldn't feel the chilliness that Shang King had encountered. He understood why Shang King couldn't get to the top. The further up the mountain, the more treacherous the terrain and unforgiving wind. Li Yun felt that the chill was unnatural, as typical cold weather didn't normally affect him. Li Yun fought through the wind, with only the upward slope as the only means of navigating. The blizzard of snow rained down like hail, restricting Li Yun's view. He could barely see past his arm length. Even worse, the whistling sound of the wind had an unusual vibration that blocked much of his cognitive mapping ability. Luckily, there wasn't any strange creature chasing him. He internally cursed to himself as he finished his last thought. Why did I have to think about strange creatures? A growling sound appeared in several locations, and it appeared that he had been surrounded. Winter Wolves, Enemies. Chapter 253 Winter Wolves. Li Yun couldn't see or sense the wolves, but the low and threatening growls could be heard. Every time they growled, Li Yun could see their names appearing in bright red. However, as soon as they quieted down, the name disappeared along with their traces. He counted 9 different sounds from different directions, but there could be more behind them. Suddenly, a large fuzzy wrecking ball-like creature rammed itself into him. Li Yun bent his legs and sidestepped to the right. The creature missed but whipped itself around before it landed on the compacted snow and never let its eyes stray away from the prey. It's gauging my ability, Li Yun thought. His head spun in all directions as the movement of the wolves circled around him. Why didn't I bring a bigger weapon? In a typical dream, he could wear whatever he want. But the environment of the compass was similar to the woods. The cloth and items he wore were the same as the ones he had worn in the hospital. He pulled out a utility knife hidden in his boots, but he regretted not carrying 2. As soon as he pulled out the knife from its sheath, the wolves eyed each other as though they were reassessing his danger level. Li Yun sprang out and attacked one of the wolves with the bright red name. The wolf was caught off guard and took a moment slower to react. It didn't think Li Yun would attack first, but as the blood dripped out from its front limb, time seemed to stop as it knew that its life was coming to an end. A follow-up kick into its stomach was the last thing it remembered as the body flew several meters back and into the cold mountain wall. The other wolves scrambled to think of a backup plan while 2 decided to charge toward Li Yun. Li Yun slashed his knife, and the 2 wolves quickly backed away. As much as they wanted to fight, they were also afraid of sharp objects. Much to their dismay, they felt something happening inside their body. They were too distracted to realize that there were poisonous needles embedded in them. A loud roar rumbled through the mountain with murderous intent. It came from the far back, but the deep red name appeared for the first time. Alpha Winter Wolf. The wolves heard the command and backed away, forming a large circle. The giant wolf jumped inside the circle. Despite its towering size of 10 meters, there wasn't much vibration from its movement as its feet landed on the ground without denting the snow. It has motion lightness ability. Li Yun thought. Li Yun's lightness ability was based on adjusting and balancing out his weight. It was relatively easy as his weight in the dream world could be adjusted. In the compass, the weights fluctuated in a strange manner, so Li Yun always had to readjust his weight. I hope it's as prideful as the Earth's counterpart. Li Yun knew little about wolves, but hopefully they were prideful enough to battle one-on-one. The giant wolf stood tall before Li Yun, blocking the wind and snow with its sheer size. Without the blowing snow, Li Yun could see the entire expanse of the beast. If the flying glass shopper bladed wings were scary, everything about the alpha was threatening. The yellow-stained fangs curved and tapered into a sharp point. Although it had been dulled down over time, a single snap of the jaw could tear around a minivan. Before Li Yun could analyze its body, the alpha dashed toward him with its jaw wide open. Right before reaching Li Yun, the jaw snapped. Li Yun sidestepped out of the way, but its tail slammed into Li Yun. The brunt of the blow felt like two fatty fangs pounding on him. His body flew back to the ground and the momentum streaked a single line into the snow. It broke his fall, but he was almost buried under 4 feet of snow. Without a moment to breath in between, the alpha dashed toward the imprint of Li Yun's body. The claws of the alpha slammed toward the shallow snow pit. The alpha growled in displeasure as the prey had escaped by burrowing into the snow. The alpha sniffled around the tunnel area. It picked up the trace and jumped back up to the surface. It was more adapted to the snow, but the wind was making it difficult to locate where the prey was going. Suddenly, a sound could be heard. The alpha quickly ran in front of the source of the sound. Its jaw dug underneath the snow to devour the snow and whatever was underneath its surface. It didn't expect to be stabbed in the back. Li Yun had jumped back to the surface and hooked to the side near the spleen and lung. The thick coat of its fur made it difficult for Li Yun to penetrate completely through, but he hoped the poison was enough to stop it. The alpha reacted violently, twisting around its rear to knock Li Yun to the side. The knife was still embedded within its fur. The alpha continued the rampage to thrash about, but it wasn't attacking as much as twisting about in an attempt to remove the knife. The alpha howled in agony and then growled at Li Yun for causing the pain. If it was going to die, it wanted to get its revenge. The alpha twisted one last time toward Li Yun and charged. It would be nice if I can use that sword. Li Yun felt the feeling of dread from the incoming impact. At that moment, the iron sword reappeared in his hand. It wasn't the best weapon, but it had a much longer range than the knife. Li Yun timed the moment to avoid the charge and spun the sword around to slam the side by the alpha's ear. The alpha remained standing on its 4 feet but wobbled from the impact. It moved up to balance itself, but it had suffered from a ruptured eardrum. As its steps slowed, it fell to the ground. Alpha wolves defeated. Receive Alpha's tooth necklace. Like the other artifacts, it disappeared once within Li Yun's reach. Based on the reappearance of the sword, there was a way to retrieve it. There were 3 things he remembered thinking about: the image of the sword, the name of the sword, and the location where he wanted to return on his body. He visualized the Alpha's tooth necklace over his neck, and it reappeared as he thought about it. Alpha's tooth necklace increased strength +2. Li Yun looked around snowy surroundings still covered in whiteout conditions. He saw through his limited view the rest of the wolves slowly backing away. However, he was stuck. There wasn't any landmark to the next location. Could it be the red lantern flower? Li Yun thought to himself as he summoned the flower into his left hand. Red lantern flower, lights up the way. A red glow appeared around him and the blizzard began to thin out. Up ahead, there was an ice pavilion surrounded by a lake and a peach orchard. It wasn't too far away, but Li Yun wasn't sure if it had appeared after he used the red lantern flower or if it had always been there. Li Yun approached the pavilion slowly as there seems to be someone sitting inside, a beautiful woman dressed in a white gown. "Who are you?" "The divine farmer," she asked in an ancient language. I guess you can say that, it was his title, but he wondered if there was a label above his head for the woman to recognize it. "Who are you?" A label appeared above her, Divine Protector of the West, in yellow. "You humans have given me the name, Queen Mother," she replied. "We grant people the powers to navigate into the spirit realm. So are there really immortals?" "It would depend on your definition of immortals. The souls of many warriors sent over to the spirit realm, they are immortal in the sense that their souls are reborn. However, they might never get the opportunity to return to their home realm." "I see, so the process is more like reincarnating into another world." "Yes, the souls can travel freely, but not the physical body. Have there been cases of people returning? Asked Li Yun. Yes, some have returned to their original body, said the Queen Mother. But those are the ones who died prematurely in the spirit realm and cycled back to Earth through reincarnation. Li Yun scratched the back of his head. Something didn't sound right. You say that you have the ability to grant powers, but it sounds more like sentencing them to death. We are sending them on a mission to save the Earth. Chapter 254 Divine Protector. Save Earth. Li Yun's head tilted to the side as he asked the question. In what way? By preventing a collapse in the barrier protecting this world, the Queen Mother replied. What does that mean? Li Yun didn't think the barrier was physical like the ozone. The barrier is meant to protect the laws of this universe, said the Queen Mother. Without the barrier, the existence of this world will become unstable and fall into chaos. There are gods in the other world who is seeking to break apart the barrier and enter this world. Their world has become unstable and they need to expand into other worlds to maintain their balance. The barrier is also preventing me entering the spirit realm. The information that we have gathered are from warriors who have returned to the dream realm. What is it like in the spirit realm? It is vast and extremely volatile. However, it is where warriors are able to gain power and knowledge of the universe. Li Yun thought back to the woods. If the spirit realm is dangerous, then I don't plan to go anytime soon. Li Yun saw little benefit. He had a life on Earth. Was there a point to explore the spirit realm? Are there rewards? Ah, rewards. Queen Mother appeared to remember the requests from the other humans. How typical of humans. You will only work for either reward or to protect yourself. I imagine it is the same for you. Li Yun wondered what made her any different. Are you a god or immortal? Humans have called me a god, among other things. We simply maintain balance in the universe. Without balance, we cease to exist. Li Yun thought it was ironic that even the gods were struggling for survival and only humans could save them. How much time do you have left? 2,212 years. Li Yun choked. He couldn't believe she gave him such a far-off date. He would be long dead before the apocalypse. To you, it is a long time, but to us gods, it is simply a blink of an eye. If you're a god, couldn't you create new realms? We are not the god of creation. We are simple entities who live outside of space and time. Many of us are concerned about our own existence, and we need humans such as you to help us realign the future toward a different path. If you succeed, we will bestow you the power to see into the future. That's kind of useless, Li Yun said. If he saw into the future, the very act would affect the future itself, rendering an alterate path and future. And if the future was already determined, then what was the point of knowing? Are you really a god? You're pretty limited in what you can do. Upholding the laws of the universe isn't that simple, she replied. She was neither upset nor offended by his comment. She knew her ability was limited, but within the world of the compass, everything was at her command. How about I give you the ability to view the essence of voids? Li Yun had no idea what that even mean. Even if you grant me with the powers of an immortal, I do not know if I have the ability to help you out. I would rather return to the life I have now. Before you turn me down, you should know that your existence is different from normal humans, she said skeptically. What does that mean? Out of all the infinite life forms in this universe, you have been granted with a special power. Unlike other humans, you can use your own power to return back on Earth. I will guide you to reach that goal. Li Yun wondered if she was talking about his seed. So if I agree to help, you will help me unlock the seed? And then all I have to do is gather information about the spirit realm. Yes. What sort of information do you need from the spirit realm? I need to know the details on the gods in the other world, said the Queen Mother. Unlike the gods of this world, the gods of the spirit realm aren't restricted in the dream realm. All right, I will agree, but only if I learn how to use the spiritual seed. In order to unlock the spiritual seed, you will need to pass my test. What sort of test? Simple, defeat me. A god versus a human, that sounds rather unfair. I will restrict my powers to the level of a beginner seedling grade. What does that even mean? In the path of cultivation, there are 9 steps, from 1st to 9th step. You are at the 6th step in the seedling grade. I am. Li Yun wondered if it had to do with the amount of AP his seed had been absorbing. All right, that's a bit more fair. What is considered a win and loss? When a person dies or admits defeat. Isn't death a bit much? Only the dream version of you will die. You will lose energy, but your physical self should be fine. All right then. Li Yun had assumed that his physical body would be fine from Shang Kang's narration, but he had to be sure. Dying in a dream was still a frightening thought. As soon as he agreed, the name above her head turned red and she disappeared from sight. The next moment, she appeared from behind and penetrated a sharp slash into the back. You're still weak, she murmured. Li Yun felt like his heart was ripping in half. It wasn't his physical body, but the pain he felt was 10 times worse than the time Fatty Wang almost ripped out his arm. As his body disappeared, he felt a light and airy sensation as though he had turned into clouds. A moment later, he reappeared back to the beginning of the plains. Damn, Li Yun said to himself. He didn't even have the chance to bring out his weapon. He summoned the sword, and it appeared. Luckily, he didn't have to start completely over. It took him quicker the second time to reappear in the ice pavilion. Do you want to try again? The Queen Mother was waiting for him to return. Really? Don't you feel that this trial is a bit unfair? He asked. Who knows how many thousand years of experience you have, and I only have 25 years. You are incorrect, I have been guarding the realm for millions of years, she replied. Human existence and history is far more complex than you know. Millions. Li Yun wondered if she was talking about the others. However, Li Yun felt that time was slipping and he needed to return. Come back when you want to retake the trial, she said, reappearing as the compass. Just a hint for making it this far. To us gods, we do not see time as existing in the present. We are able to see the movement of time from a different perspective. It allows us to know the direction you call the future. Li Yun suddenly realized the meaning behind the location of the landmarks in the compass. They were the general coordinates of a particular block of space-time as seen by the ancients. You understand that your concept of living in the moment is simply an illusion. An experience based on your own limited perception. Then if you can see the past and future from a different perspective, then isn't the end already set in stone? Yes, but only in terms of this particular realm. Outside of the 8th realm, there exists an indefinite amount of realms and possibilities. However, the realms where humans could survive are limited. So the knowledge of Feng Shui is based on the coordinates you have given, asked Li Yun. It is mostly due to my calculations, she replied, but smiled that Li Yun understood her hint. Other gods have used different methods to steer away from the path of destruction. The gods had given the prophecy and coordinates to the ancients to warn them of an impending doom to the world. Do you know what is the cause of the destruction? I know, but it will not benefit you to know. Li Yun sighed. He had a feeling she wasn't going to reveal everything. How do I leave this place? In the dream world, he still had some control of his body and could wake up simply by opening his eyes. However, the world inside the compass was determined by a different set of rules. When he was inside the woods, there was no way to judge the flow of time. It seemed like an endless night. He somehow managed to escape, but he did not know how it was triggered. He could only assume the time limit was up. There are many ways to escape from the artifact realm, said the Queen Mother. One is for the body to naturally wake itself up. 2 is to find the true artifact within the realm and activate it. 3 is for the creator of the realm to release you. The Queen Mother summoned the wooden compass to appear in front of Li Yun. Take it. Chapter 255 Like a Dream. Shang King sat on the bed and stared outside at the sunny sky. He chanted the verses his grandfather had taught him to pass by time. It was out of habit, but it made him feel more relaxed. His head turned to Li Yun when he heard some stirring from the hospital bed. Only a few minutes had passed, but Li Yun's eyes were moving rapidly around. Shang King wasn't sure what he was expecting from a doctor who had called himself a practitioner, but the man had saved his life. "Hey King, what's up with Dr. Li?" Yang Kong asked as he walked into the suite. "He's taking a nap," Shang King replied. He shifted his attention to Yang Kong. "Dr. Yang, has Dr. Li always been like this? Napping randomly?" Yang Kong thought back to the earlier days of their residency. "He did nap a lot before, but I haven't seen him napping in a while." Yang Kong reviewed Shang King's chart and saw that Li Yun had already filled out some of the paperwork. "Are you related to Dr. Li? I don't think I have ever seen him specifically request a surgery before." Shang King shook his head. "He wanted to consult with me about my grandfather. He didn't want to bring up Feng Shui unless asked. He heard there were laws against the practice." "Does Dr. Li practice TCM?" "He has his own clinic on Caoban Street." Yang Kong quickly checked up on Shang King and left. In another 20 minutes, Shang King turned to Li Yun and wondered if he should wake him up. However, before he spoke up, Li Yun opened his eyes. "Where did you go?" Shang King asked. Li Yun also turned to look at Shang King. The question suggested that Shang King believed Li Yun wasn't sleeping but had traveled elsewhere. "Inside the compass." "What did you see?" asked Shang King. "Some places similar to what you and your ancestor had been to," said Li Yun. "I'll draw up the artifacts and see if it's something you recognize." Li Yun wanted to see if what he saw was different from what Shang King saw, or if the illusions were created by the stories and narrative he had heard. He borrowed a pen and notepad from the nurse and quickly sketched the red fire lantern. After 5 minutes, he revealed the sketch to Shang King. Shang King's eyes lit up. "I think it's the same." Shang King tried to recall the lantern it took a day of climbing the tree to get. "The detailing is very intricate, so I don't remember exactly. But I think it's the same. You really went there?" Li Yun nodded. "I saw the Queen Mother, but it's a strange experience." Shang King slid his hand over the compass and contemplated on what it meant. "I think you should hold on to the compass. Keep it for now, it's your lineage. You might want to pass it on to your children." Li Yun needed more training if he planned to defeat the Queen Mother. The world of the compass had taught him how to escape, which was important. "I'll talk to you later, for now. You need to stay in the hospital overnight for observation. You should be able to return back to your apartment tomorrow." "Thank you," Shang King spoke warmly. Li Yun left the suite and returned to his office to research his new ability. When he woke up, the system had congratulated him on completing Feng Shui to small perfection. "Congratulations for comprehending Feng Shui to small perfection. Jing Sonar awarded. Missions. Comprehend Meridian to pinnacle perfection. Comprehend Alchemy to small perfection." Li Yun activated Jing Sonar. A single ripple of qi emitted from his dantian. The ripple flowed through the entire office like typical submarine sonar. Li Yun saw all the spaces within a 5-meter radius. The images appeared to be different variations of density and colors, almost like a temperature mapping, but Li Yun wasn't sure. He could see people moving about 2 rooms away and walking about from the hallway. It worked like his cognitive mapping ability using his senses but worked without being obstructed by walls and sound barriers. Li Yun shifted his focus to the pencil in his hand. He could see the interstitial spaces of the wood fibers. The Jing sonar weaved through the vertices and lattices of the wood structure. He couldn't see the molecular structure itself, but the spaces in between as the sonar bounced away from the molecular structures. Slowly, the sonar moved through the layered carbon lattices of the graphite. If he didn't already know if they were carbon, he wouldn't have been able to guess. Ah shit! Li Yun dropped the pencil out of his hand. Out of all the crazy things he could do, it was at that moment he realized how crazy his powers were. Everything was finally sinking in. His hands shook with the sudden realization that none of what he was seeing shouldn't be possible. If what he was seeing allowed him to discern the molecular structure of objects, there were too many possibilities to use such an ability. Possibilities that even he couldn't imagine. He grabbed the glass in front of him. The crystals of the glass were more tightly packed than the wood fibers and graphite. The tetrahedra space of the structure was tightly bound together. Li Yun set down the glass and tried out the Jing sonar in other objects. After investigating over 24 objects, he nearly collapsed from exhaustion. A question resurfaced in his mind. Was there a reason he had received the ability? From what the Queen Mother said, it sounded like she knew more than she was revealing. He wondered if she knew about his system. Why had the system given him such ability? What was the purpose? Li Yun rubbed his glabella and lifted his bangs away from his eyes. Now is not the time to think about questions that have no answer. I should figure out how to utilize this ability. Before Li Yun left the hospital, he used Jing sonar around Shang Kang's room. As he had expected, the compass had a mystical glow. Shang Kang, in 2 weeks, you should be able to start work at the Sheneng factory, said Li Yun. Before you start your shift, I want to enter the compass again. Is it really okay to work? Asked Shang Kang. He didn't know the process to get a work visa was so efficient in China. It usually takes 4 to 6 weeks, but yours I got a friend to help in 2 weeks, said Li Yun. Shang Kang was amazed. It seemed like China had less bureaucratic red tapes than what he was used to. He had to deal with all sorts of paperwork and long wait time to enter the welfare program in Maple Country. With Shang Kang settled, Li Yun could start experimenting with the Jing sonar, but what should he focus on first? His eyes lit up as he remembered an invitation from his old friend, Elder Fu Yaoshi. It had been a long time since he went treasure hunting. With everything that had been happening, treasure hunting was the least important hobby on Li Yun's list. It was fun and profitable, but it was also time-consuming. There was a merchant group heading into town with new antiques and products. It would be beneficial to see if Jing sonar had any effect on artifacts. Chapter 256 Empty Space. Elder Fu Yaoshi inspected the new hall at Buried Treasure. Every week, he would travel into Yide to inspect the items that were pawned to the shop. Dun Mao had a good eye, but it was more difficult to spot fakes as more scammers realized the value of selling antiques to the growing elite class and even museums. Little Yun hasn't been stopping by. Elder Fu Yaoshi asked. Dr. Li has been busy with work and traveling, said Dun Mao, who regularly shopped around at Caoban Street area and chatted with Bazai about Li Yun's whereabouts. His clinic hours has been sporadic. I wonder if he got my invitation for the antique merchant tour. Just as they were talking about him, Li Yun walked into the store with a large package. He had picked up some items on his way to the antique store, but nothing that appeared to have a portal like the compass or the false god statue. Speaking of Cao, Elder Fu Yaoshi remarked. How have you been? Dr. Li. You have quite a bit of collection. Dun Mao wasn't surprised that Li Yun had many antiques with him. However, he would never have guessed that they were all picked up by Li Yun just on the short walk from the car to the antique shop. Too busy with work, Li Yun replied. How are you, Elder and Mr. Dun? We are good, just chatting about you. I saw on your live stream that you went to the States. Did you find anything interesting? Li Yun went to a lot of different museums while he was in the States. There were very few museums that allowed him to touch the paintings. While the guards looked away, he discreetly crushed his hand against the artwork. He made sure to touch the ones that turn off alarms during opening hours. Otherwise, he would have been kicked out several times. Like most museums, less than half of the paintings resonated with Kiwi. It wasn't to say that the ones that didn't resonate were fakes. To embed qi into a piece of artifact required a high level of skill, talent, and emotional resonance. The museums there aren't much different from the ones here, said Li Yun. It wasn't like Li Yun hadn't seen a work by foreign artists. A good portion of the artwork in Imperial City was from foreign artists. How about the art style? Asked Elder Fuyashi. I am not too familiar with artworks in general, said Li Yun. Do Elder know much about the main differences? I only dabble on the subject, but I would say the biggest difference in our paintings versus the others is how we see space, Elder Fuyashi explained. Many artists in ancient China focused on designing the white or void of the overall composition based on Daoist principles. The void itself has meaning, a realm that exists between humanity and divinity. Ah, I see. Li Yun thought that there were many landscape paintings where the void was the center of the painting. In contrast, Western art likes to focus on the subject and object itself. It's a broad generalization, but that's the main difference, said Elder Fuyashi. Li Yun thought about the style. A landscape painting by Cezanne would have a heavy layering of brush strokes that represented the void. The interplay of brush strokes and color played around with different concepts of light and perspectives. In contrast, an ink painting by Wang Hui focused on retaining the empty space to display the natural coloring of the medium and paper. The overall composition ignored the natural representation of light, shadows, and color. It was a fascinating topic. Artists, often more so than mathematicians and scientists, had ways to view the world that were quite magical and imaginative. Unfortunately, Li Yun's expertise lay in the composition of character strokes, not brush strokes. Oil paintings had layered and layered of heavy brush strokes that each represented different meanings and intent. Meanwhile, calligraphy paintings consisted of an endless void of thoughts that could consume the viewer. Is that the reason why the ancients had an obsessive preoccupation with tombs? Li Yun asked. Maybe. Asked Fuyashi. Carving out spaces in the landscape or building objects in the landscape all changed the overall feel of the spaces and landscape. With his understanding of Feng Shui, it seemed that any changes would affect the outcome of the future. The merchant tour had been in town for a few days. Are you interested in looking around? Elder Fuyashi brought up his main intention. Li Yun nodded. With an expert by his side, Li Yun could use him as a reference while checking all the items with Jing sonar. Elder Fuyashi and Li Yun left the store to visit the antique merchant tour. The merchant tour was a group of traveling antique merchants who traveled the country to trade between other merchants and customers. The particular tour was one of the biggest exhibits in the country. Elder Fuyashi excitedly glowed at the sight of the large plaza lined with antique vendors. Master, Senior Li Yun, Peng Shi waved his arms to grab the attention of the two new arrivals. Peng Shi lifted his camera on his left hand and waited for them to arrive. He had arrived early to scope out potential sites for their video shoot. Elder Fuyashi wanted to broadcast his treasure hunting broadcast with Li Yun as a guest. Little Shi, did you find anything interesting? Asked Elder Fuyashi. I think we can start with the ceramic areas, said Peng Shi. There doesn't seem to be a lot of fakes. Peng Shi turned to Li Yun, who looked distracted. Senior Li. Li Yun looked back to look at Peng Shi. He had been using Jing sonar to scope out the surrounding. To his amazement, the various artifacts and items all displayed different colors and densities. It felt like looking at a surrealist painting. However, there was one particular item that interested him. Can we stop by that stall over there? Li Yun pointed to a stall filled with various artifacts. The three picked up their pace toward the stall and were greeted by an enthusiastic vendor. Elder Fuyashi, please look around, the vendor said as he motioned his hands over all the most expensive items. I just got these from an estate sale from a prominent family in the northeast region. Street vendors attended estate sales to buy the leftover lots. The higher value items were usually taken up by auction houses. Once in a while, the vendors would strike gold and get items that were overlooked by the appraiser. Little Yun, what items are you interested in? asked Elder Fuyashi. The presence of Fuyashi was helpful in appraising items, but it also made it difficult to bargain with vendors. Li Yun was interested in a sculpted ivory-colored figurine, but he wasn't sure of the value. Many vendors left items out without prices to see if the customers were willing to pay a high price for them. "I'm just looking to buy a graduation gift for my girlfriend," said Li Yun. "Ah, you mean the young Ms. Song?" asked Elder Fuyashi. He had started watching her livestream segment on archaeology. "Buying her an artifact would be appropriate, but aren't you good at crafting items?" I forgot he also watched my livestream, Li Yun thought. "I usually carve her items, so I want it to be a bit different for graduation," Li Yun replied. It wasn't like he lacked money, but he didn't like to be paid more than he needed to. "Which items do you think is appropriate?" Elder Fu Feishi looked through the various trinkets and figurines. The collector liked pretty items with carved detailings, but some of the items were obviously casted from a mold. Many didn't look impressive, so he wondered why Li Yun specifically chose the stall. He saw 3 pieces that looked handcrafted. His eyebrow narrowed onto one of the particular figurines of a bird. It was small and could fit into the palm of his hand. He took out a jeweler loupe and looked closely at the stone. "This might be nephrite," Elder Fuyashi determined. "The aging marks on the piece are deceiving. It's actually quite well preserved for something that could be crafted 1,000 years ago." "Really?" The vendor sounded excited. "What would you say in the market value?" "It really depends on the appropriate collector. You could put it up on TB Shop for 20,000 yuan for wait for years before the interested buyer finds it. Or you could put it for 3,000 to 5,000 yuan and it could be sold within the year." There was long-term and short-term strategy for buying and selling artifacts. Auction houses had many advantages like high-end clients, big warehouse storage, and knowledgeable experts. For a street vendor with limited storage, they preferred the short-term strategy. "Elder Fuyashi, if you're interested, I can sell you this condor figurine for 3,000 yuan, the vendor suggested. He was hoping it could be sold for 500, so 3,000 yuan would net him 100x times his initial investment. Elder Fuyashi knew the vendor would be making a good profit, but if he resold it in store for 24k, it was also possible for him to make a decent profit in the next few years. However, there was a risk that no buyers would be interested enough to buy the artifact or for the value of the artifact to decrease over time. "Why do you think it's a condor?" Li Yun asked the vendor. "Oh, just by the face of its head and curved beak," the vendor replied, although it was actually because it sounds expensive. "Little Yun, you don't think it's a condor?" asked Fuyashi. Li Yun was 99% sure the bird was the cross-beak sparrow caged in the sculptor's house when he used kiwi, but it was too specific. He wouldn't be able to explain how he knew. Over time, the beak had smoothed out so the lower portion of the offset wasn't visible. Li Yun shook his head. "I don't know much about birds, but my grandfather likes bird watching from the courtyard. It looks like a regular sparrow with an abnormal beak to me." The vendor laughed. "Young sir knows how to joke around." "Elder Fuyashi, are you going to buy it?" "Elder Fuyashi, if you don't mind, can I buy it?" asked Li Yun. The Elder Fuyashi turned over the figurine to Li Yun. "This would make a lovely gift for your girlfriend." Li Yun nodded and paid the vendor 3k yuan from his phone. He brushed softly against the soft stone and then put the stone in his pocket. The overall composition of the material was interesting, but Li Yun was more interested to know if there was a portal hidden inside. Based on his previous experiment with spirit detention, it was best to experiment with it at home. Other than the carved sparrow figurine, there was nothing else that appeared to have a portal. The strange and ever-changing coloring of the cognitive map of the Jing sonar made it difficult to locate antique treasures. It was better to touch the item and understand the overall structure of the item. Chapter 257 Amber. The market was vibrant with shouts of deals and sales of potential treasures. However, what attracted people the most wasn't the noise, but a small camera crew following an elderly man. A good portion of the vendors recognized the elderly man as Fu Yaoshi. Chinese antiquity wasn't a big field and the leading experts were too few in between. Many could distinguish artifacts based on research, but Elder Fu Yaoshi was the few known for his spotting ability. Elder Fu Yaoshi walked down the street explaining the market history to the spectators and the camera. Many followed along looking like they were part of the peanut gallery. The stall owners who knew Elder Fu Yaoshi were hoping he would visit their stall. Although the audience was not big, they were big enough to create an influx of hobbyist tourists who would buy the trinkets. As for Li Yun, he was going around to catalog the structural properties of the items in his mind. Having touched a good portion of the items, there were a few things Li Yun could discern. Carved items retained the natural heterogeneous state of the materials as they contained aggregates of different minerals. Casted items contained homogeneous compounds like gypsum or plastic and were more evenly structured. However, there were many exceptions. Crystallization of minerals was also evenly structured and casted items could contain aggregates as an additive. From this stall, what items interest you the most? Elder Fu Yaoshi asked as they stopped in front of a vendor with various jewelry lined up neatly on a counter. Li Yun didn't know much about jewelry. He scanned through the brooches, earrings, hairpieces, and necklaces. They were small and too many of them to discern if they were of value using kiwi. The price ranged from 500 yuan to 10k yuan. If they were real, the prices were reasonable. Many jewelries were typically priced higher than they were actually worth. If a wealthy buyer liked a particular piece, price wasn't an issue. Elder Fu Yaoshi also collects jewelry, asked Li Yun. This man likes anything old, Elder Fu Yaoshi replied. There's nothing older than the natural stone on earth. However, there are many cheap imitations out there. Elder Fu Yaoshi, how can you tell fake metal from real metal? Li Yun asked. He was curious about his spotting method. There are a couple of ways, Elder Fu Yaoshi explained. Silver, platinum, and gold can be imitated using a variety of methods. Plating is a common one. The best way to check authenticity is to check whether they are marked. Elder Fu Yaoshi picked up a silver band and placed a magnifying glass over the interior. Can you see the tiny number here? Li Yun saw the mark on the band. That is the maker's hallmark. Elder Fu Yaoshi nodded. Usually for fine silver metals, there are hallmarks imprinted on them starting from the 1800s. Different countries have different methods. In the West, you'll see numbers that indicate the percentage of the precious metal. Although we do not have a specific system here for hallmarks, we can usually rule out metals without them. As for whether the hallmarks are real, that is a different matter. Elder Fu took out a piece of magnet. If you're looking for metalworks and jewelry, you should carry a magnet around to test the jewelry. Most fine jewelry is not magnetic. There were ways to test them with various tests, but that wasn't an option when buying from a street market. Much of Fu Yaoshi's jewelry ability was based on his knowledge of the makers and the likelihood of it being copied. If the maker wasn't well known, there were less chances of people wanting to copy the hallmark. Gemstones were evenly structured, but the overall shapes were different. The problem was understanding the different shapes. Elder Fu Yaoshi asked the vendor if he could experiment with 3 of the amber pendant. The vendor looked a bit nervous but nodded. Elder Fu Yaoshi took 3 pieces of amber with a small mosquito trapped inside and spaced them evenly apart. If they are real, I'll buy them all, Elder Fu Yaoshi told the vendor to alleviate his unease. Prices for the pendants were around 1k yuan. He then turned to the camera and explained his next segment. Amber and its many imitations are very common in the street markets. Before we continue, let's explore the question, what is amber? Amber is simply tree sap or resin that has been fossilized for at least 15 million of years. It is a natural polymer. It's very easy to replicate the look of amber with synthetic polymers, so there are many imitations out there. Aside from polymer, you will also see copals sold as amber. Copal is also tree sap hardened with time, except they are less than 15 million years old. So if they are technically all plastic, how can we tell them apart? Asked one of the spectators. There's no method that guarantees a 100% accuracy without lab analysis or damaging the materials. However, you can simply look for imperfections and inclusions. Elder Fuyashi pointed to the mosquitoes in the amber. It is extremely rare to find amber that is completely flawless. Synthetic amber is mostly completely clear of flaws. If you find a flawless amber, 99% of the time, it's a fake. He took out an amber pendant from his pocket. This right here is a synthetic amber with a few black specks that cost me less than 25 yuan. Elder Fuyashi laid down the fake amber next to the 3 ambers. The shapes of the stones were all slightly different and the black specks varied. It was difficult for the spectators to discern the fake 25 yuan amber from the 500 yuan amber if Elder Fuyashi hadn't mentioned it was fake. Another method is to touch the amber, said Elder Fuyashi. Amber should be warm to the touch. You can rule out stones that are cold to the touch. Other methods include testing the electrostatic nature of amber by rubbing it with a cloth, salt water test to make sure it floats, and testing the fluorescence of amber under UV. Li Yun touched the 3 amber stones and then the fake. The configuration of the fake amber appeared in his mind. He could see the molecular structure, but looking at images without any manual was difficult. Plastic polymer came in many different forms and structures. He shifted to the real amber, and immediately noticed the difference between the real and fake amber. The fake amber was more uniform while the real amber had more variations. It was ironic that the fake was more uniform than the real stone, but less expensive. The reason people valued natural gemstone over synthetic materials was rarity, not perfection. Similarly, natural diamond had traces of nitrogen, but lab-grown diamond was pure carbon. The main differences was in molecular structure, age, and value. It was possible to recreate diamonds with similar or better properties than the natural stones. It was worth less simply because it was possible to recreate it in abundance. Elder Fuyashi bought the 3 amber stones from the vendor after verifying it. After an hour, Li Yun learned a lot about the different materials. Ready for the real show? Elder Fuyashi asked as they arrived in front of a temporary metal building. They walked inside the large hall that was filled with various rocks. Little Yun, do you know what this is? What is it? Li Yun asked. It didn't look like anything expensive, but there were people crowding around. There weren't any signs around either. You haven't come across raw jade stones? Asked Elder Fuyashi. Is that what they are? Li Yun had heard stories about people buying raw jade stones, but it sounded more like a sort of lottery scheme. They were popular with vendors because they make good money from it, selling people rocks that had a small possibility of containing jade inside of them. It was why some people called them gambling stones. Since the stall didn't have any sign, the vendor never made a promise that there was something valuable inside the stone or even called them raw jade stone. People bought them for fun, like buying the lottery, but there were also regular jade hunters who studied methods to find jade. Chapter 258 Gambling Stones. The biggest event of the merchant tour was the jade auction. Although the main purpose of the event was to sell cut jade stones to jewelry houses, there were also rough stones for sale to the general public. Elder Fuyashi and the entourage walked around the hall. They saw smaller vendors who were selling small rough gambling stones. It was extremely rare to find something valuable from small vendors as they were from unknown regions. Only rough stones from Mayan yielded imperial jade, the prized green jade that everyone wanted to collect. The main exhibition was where large gambling stones were auctioned. The stones were already cut to display the interior jade contained. During the live auction, registered bidders could bid for the stones. What are the values of these stones? Asked Li Yun. A lot, Elder Fuyashi replied. They walked to a lime green jade that was labeled with 15 kilo. This is apple jade. Just based on the transparency and texture, the minimum bid price for this is 300k yuan. Jade or nephrite? Li Yun tapped on the stone and used Jing sonar. A beautiful interlocking assortment of shapes appeared in his mind. He didn't understand what they were, but a quick search on his phone suggested that they were structures of sodium, aluminum, silicon, and oxygen, elements that made jadeite. Which image is a close representation of jadeite? Image A, B, or C? Source: 3dchem.com. Elder Fuyashi walked around the different cut stones to show Li Yun and the live streaming audience. The stones came in different colors, transparency, texture classification, and sizes. There were large boulders of marbled green jade and small table-size rocks displayed in the hall. Glassy and translucent jadeite are rare, so you won't see them here. Elder Fuyashi stopped in front of a 9-kilogram chunk of purple jadeite. This one right here is pretty nice. Although it's not glassy, icy jadeite is highly prized. It's a shame that the color isn't as intense and there are some black inclusions. As Elder Fuyashi spoke to the camera, Li Yun did his own investigation using Jing sonar. It drained a good portion of his energy looking at the various cut jade, but he was able to get a good idea of what real jade stone looked like. The color, transparency, and texture of jade varied depending on the elements. Imperial green was a vivid green associated with royalty and highly sought after by buyers. There were more traces of a particular element. Li Yun was sure it was likely chromium, an element that gave the jadeite its intense green color. The basic structure was the same except for the boulders that were labeled nephrite jade. Nephrite jade was commonly found in China. Almost all antiques prior to the discovery of jadeite jade were nephrite jade. Nephrite was not as vivid and more common, hence it was less desirable. You'll see a lot of unethical sellers pawn the nephrite jade off to naive buyers as jadeite jade, said Elder Fuyashi. Only experienced buyers will know what to look for. A loud cheer could be heard in the adjacent hall. It looks like someone got something from the rough gambling stone, said Elder Fuyashi. Let's take a look. In the adjacent hall, there were two sections. One selling the windowed rough stones and one selling blind rough stones. The small window that had been shaved off allowed gamblers to know that there was jade in the stone. However, whether the interior resembled the exposed parts were debatable. Without a cross-cut, there was no guarantee that the rest of the stone contained anything valuable. Colorless and cloudy jadeite did not have much value and could only be sold as regular stone boulders. The blind rough stones that had no shaved reveal. The stones looked like any other boulder found on the streets. They were less expensive, but the majority of them were nothing more than rocks. Gambling stones had always been popular, but it had boomed into a billion-dollar industry in recent years. Li Yun looked around and randomly inspected a stone. After using and draining half of his energy, Li Yun was beginning to think it wasn't possible to find a high-quality stone. There wasn't any stone that had the same structure as the cut jade. They were too rough. Li Yun wasn't sure what it was, but it wasn't the specific type of pattern he was looking for. Li Yun walked to the adjacent hall with the blind rough stones. There were a lot of selections of raw stones, around 50 of various sizes. There were more amateur gamblers in the hall as the prices were more affordable. Hey, that guy is buying a 20 kilograms ore for 6k yuan, $1,000. One of the spectators remarked. 6k yuan was a lot for a piece of rock, but there were people out there with disposable income or gambling addiction. Li Yun watched as the floor manager assisted the buyer to the circular saw. There were other people walking around the saw to see what was inside the ore. There was as much excitement in the room as in the gambling room of Macau. Every time someone buys and cuts open a rough jade, it becomes a spectacle. A few people took out their phones to stream the cut live. As the blade made the first cut based on the buyer's request, everyone held their breath. A small piece of the boulder was removed and landed to the side. The interior was nothing but the common dark and stony texture. The buyer sniffled in disappointment but didn't give up. He instructed the manager to make another cut through the boulder, this time closer to the core. The circular saw spun again, making loud mechanical noise. It squealed as the blade cut through the boulder. Once again, no clean or colored crystals of the jade. After the buyer, there were several who attempted to cut the stone publicly, but only one person found anything of value. Even so, it was a disappointing pea-colored jadeite with many imperfections. As the spectacle continued, Li Yun analyzed the different gambling stones. Most of the stones were complex and bizarre, but he was specifically looking for a composition that closely matched the cut jade. He approached a large 30 kg boulder closer to the center and held onto it with both hands. An image flashed in his mind. It was nearly identical to the compositions he had seen in the cut jadeite. This is it, he thought in his head. It took him over an hour to find, but he was able to find something good. Chapter 259 Jade. Long Mary had seen many young people coming into auctions to gamble on stones lately. The hype had not died down, and it was expected to increase for years to come. Most amateur stone gamblers started out with smaller stones to try their luck. Although luck was a major element, there were people who had enough knowledge to make a good profit from buying gambling stones. As one of the floor room sale managers, she assisted with the transaction of the blind rough stones. Over the course of 5 years, she had seen many raw stones transactions and cuts. It gave her the ability to identify potential jade stones. Seeing her potential, the director of Jade Auction hired her as the senior sales director for Jade Auction. Every 2 to 3 weeks, she traveled with the crew to different cities to supervise the sale of the rough stones. She was in charge of selecting the stones for sealed auction or sales. Stones with good potential would be in the sealed auction hall and stones with low potential were put up for sales. Rough stones ranged from 1,000 yuan to 5,000 per kilogram. The bigger the stones, the bigger the risk, so many amateur jade gamblers tried their luck with the smaller rough stones from 500 yuan to 1,000 yuan. A man approached her to request the 30 kilograms stone. She was slightly surprised by his decision. He didn't seem like a regular buyer or the type with gambling addiction. Nevertheless, it was difficult to tell a person's character from their appearance. "Mr. Li, are you sure about this transaction?" she asked right before finalizing the sale. She had heard before about people going bankrupt because of gambling stones, and she felt the need to warn the man about the potential loss. 90,000 yuan was a lot of money to gamble, and the man looked like he had loaned money from a friend. "Ms. Long, thank you for the concern, but don't worry about it," replied Li Yun. "There's a technique to analyze rough stones." Long Mary finished the transaction and asked if he wanted to have it cut. Li Yun agreed as it was a form of advertisement. Li Yun didn't intend to keep the stone. The vast majority of people in the adjacent auction had money, and they were willing to spend it. Raw jadeite was expensive, but a finely crafted jewelry piece could return 10 and 100 times the initial investment depending on the skill of the craftsman. There were 2 people ahead of Li Yun in the queue to cut their stones open. Li Yun was not aware if there had been anyone who successfully uncovered a true treasure. He heard clapping before as he was searching, but it was relatively mild. The 2 people ahead of him, unfortunately, did not score big, but the lifeless jade they uncovered could be sold to minimize the loss. "Little Yun, you bought a stone." Elder Fu Yaeshi approached Li Yun after his live stream ended. Elder Fu Yaeshi. Long Mary was surprised that an esteemed appraiser knew of the young man. "Ms. Long, how are you?" Elder Fu Yaeshi greeted the woman. "Good, we are about to cut Mr. Li's rough stone," said Long Mary. "Are you acquainted?" Elder Fu Yaeshi and Peng Shi were unable to answer as they froze just looking at the large 30-kilogram boulder in front of them. They were aware that Li Yun knew about calligraphy and antiques, but he barely knew anything about jewelry and jade. He had asked so many questions while they were walking the market. "Little Yun, are you sure you want to spend so much money with gambling stone?" Elder Fu Yaeshi cautioned. "Don't worry, I have made a decent amount of money from selling calligraphy and books," said Li Yun. His calligraphy had been gaining recognition by scholars after Ruxi and Wu Ling published the cookbook. People were starting to collect his scrolls. When the boulder was placed in the machine, Li Yun was curious, but not overly concerned. The first cut didn't yield much, it still looked like a regular boulder. Li Yun instructed the second cut, however, still no result. At that point, a lot of people were beginning to pity Li Yun. The boulder was not cheap, and it looked like only half of the boulder was left. Li Yun instructed for the third cut, and then the fourth. The fourth slice fell, revealing an icy green and uniform green. It was not imperial jade, but the kingfisher jade that was slightly less vivid. Although it was less vivid, the specimen that Li Yun owned had very few flaws, very translucent and extremely clear and uniform. There was around 6 kilograms worth of jade left, putting the value at 6 million yuan. Almost immediately, buyers from big jewelry houses offered to buy the piece. Almost immediately, the jade stones sold for 10 million yuan to the jade auction, but he requested that they reserve 50 gram of jade for himself. "Thank you for selecting us to buy this piece," said Long Miri. "Not a problem," said Li Yun. "You have mentioned earlier that your company travels to Mayan every year for the Gem Emporium. Is it too much to request an invitation?" "Well, the Emporium gives out a limited number of invitations," replied Long Miri. "Even with our company reputation, we could only get 8 invitations. The invite-only policy is to avoid scammers and make sure the potential buyer has enough funding to buy the items. It isn't a regular auction like here. Merchants will be dealing with millions of euros, not yuan. Ms. Long, if I find another stone with high-quality jade, is there a way to buy a seat at the auction?" asked Li Yun. "Mr. Li has a way to find jade. I have a trick, but it's a secret," Li Yun replied. Long Miri was curious to see if she could learn a few tricks and agreed. If she couldn't get upper management to agree, she could give up her own seat for Li Yun if he could really find a high-quality jade. The jade must be worth at least 10 million like earlier, this was the only requirement from Long Miri. A piece of jade like that was actually rare to find. Li Yun could not see anything else from the remaining rough stones on the sales floor. Long Miri took him to the back storage area where there were 500 stones placed in rows of shelving. The perimeter was heavily guarded with security. Long Miri had a security guard escort him as she returned to the sales floor. She had watched him on the sales floor, and couldn't find anything to his trick or special equipment. As much as she was interested to watch him stare at a piece of stone for 5 minutes, she still had work. Out of the 500 stones, around 400 were blind rough stones, the other 100 were cut stones meant for auction in the upcoming days. Li Yun wasn't able to scan through all 400 on the first day, and it would require all 3 days to go through the stones. By the end of the day, Li Yun only found 1 kingfish jade and several high-quality jade. A lot of the high-quality jade was not big enough to guarantee 10 million yuan, but Li Yun wanted to buy several for himself. As for the imperial jade, just based on the quality, it was at least 4 million yuan per kilo. Unfortunately, Li Yun had no way of knowing how much was in the stone. All he could see was the chi line and the color. Looking at the 20 kilograms rough stone, the odd that there was a 3 kilograms of imperial jade was high. Li Yun approached Long Miri with a list of 13 rough stones. "Rough stone B17 is for our bet, the other 12 rough stones don't need to be cut, but delivered to the storage facility." The total cost of the transaction was close to 1 million yuan. This guy really is a gambler, Long Miri thought. She quickly instructed her worker to cut B17. Unlike before, the cut was performed in the back, where there were only the workers and security guards. Long Miri also invited her supervisor Du Dinggui to witness. On the first cut, the entire room was silent. Long Miri and Du Dinggui had never seen a more perfect-looking imperial jade, and it was throughout the entire stone. At the auction, the bid would begin at 100 million yuan. Since Li Yun didn't need the money immediately, he had agreed to let the jade auction handle the auction with a 10% fee while he returned home. Chapter 260 Your Generation. "Father, I heard that grandfather is heading to Song Milan's graduation," said Song Renli, the eldest daughter and granddaughter of the Song family. On the highest floor of the Song family office complex, Song Tabo managed the Song Empire in place of Song Taiji. Everyone assumed he was the heir, but before it was acknowledged by Song Taiji and the other elders, Song Tabo knew he was simply a puppet. It doesn't matter, Song Tabo responded to his daughter. Focus on your brother. His youngest and only son, Song Ahi, was in the country of Hanbo under another name. How is he doing? Song Renli sighed. He's still in the negative. Song Ahi had been brash and rebellious ever since they were little. He never listened to anyone, not even grandfather whom everyone feared. After 4 years, there was not much progress in his personal assets. I don't know what that kid is thinking, Song Tabo shook his head. Being an idol? What a waste. Song Renli thought it made sense why Song Ahi wanted to join an idol group. Hanbo was known for their dramas and idol culture. Idol culture was as intense in Hanbo as China, but with a more international audience. I heard his group might be selected to debut, Song Renli replied. She didn't think Song Ahi cared about the test. It seemed like he was more interested in attending. Even if he succeeds, he won't make enough to win the test. If Ahi doesn't turn his fate around in 2 years, I'm afraid the future of my line will end. How is Muzhen? He's doing slightly better, Song Renli replied. Muzhen was her uncle Song Taran's only son. He's trying to raise money online to start a gaming company. Your generation is really something. Song Tabo didn't know why the second generation was so obsessed with all forms of entertainment. Although Song Tabo didn't understand, Song Renli thought that Muzhen's chances to succeed were a lot higher than her brother's. She set aside the reports on the two and looked through the other reports. Father, if Muzhen takes over the family, what will happen to us? Song Renli asked. I will be named as the first elder, so you don't have to worry, Song Tabo replied curtly. Being the elder wasn't as influential as the clan head and they would still retain a small portion of the family wealth. Renli, watch over Muzhen carefully. If you see any movement, I want you to stop him from making over 4 million. When Song Tabo was sent to Italy, he was able to make 5 million by creating a manufacturing company and reselling it. Father, what if grandfather finds out? Asked Song Renli. She was concerned about her grandfather. She didn't believe in the family prophecy, but as long as the elders and her grandfather were adamant about the test being fair, they would do everything in their power to prevent outside interference. Have that boyfriend of yours use his influence. As long as we don't directly interfere, I don't think there will be an issue. How about instead of sabotaging Muzhen, I'll have Gan have one of his investigators support Ahi's new group. You think Ahi can make money as an idol? Asked Song Tabo. Idol group could be successful, but a personal wealth of the idol wasn't dependent on how well their music or performance was. It was dependent on the branding and how much advertisers were willing to pay. I don't think his personal wealth will be high, but it is possible to increase his overall value, said Song Renli. I don't know how the elder would put a price on influence and economic impact. In modern society, celebrities and influencers may not have personal wealth, but they could generate them for others and in turn, receive monetary gains. They had an immense influence that could sell out merchandise and any items they endorsed. So you're telling me you spent your money gambling and got a rough stone worth 2 million yuan? Asked Liu Suyin. His parents were both amazed, but they couldn't believe their son's luck. Li Yun never told his parents about the company, but letting them know about the gambling stone wasn't a big deal. He could easily chalk it up for luck. That's fine, but how safe keeping the money so I don't gamble it away? Asked Li Yun. You never liked to gamble money before, said Liu Suyin. Well, after this lucky break, I might get addicted, Li Yun joked. Technically it wasn't gambling. Li Yun was pretty sure there would be something in the rough stone. How about buying a house with the money? It's a good investment. Nat, I like this apartment. Liu Suyin liked that all her relatives were close by, so it didn't make sense to buy somewhere else. You know we hate driving. How about a vacation home somewhere far away? Asked Li Yun. How about a place in Imperial City to be close to Dad's relatives? You're kidding, right? Liu Suyin didn't like her husband's family. Never mind. If you don't want to move, just keep 1 million yuan, said Liu Yun. He made a lot more than that, but with 1 million yuan, his parents would have enough to live comfortably for the rest of their life. But for the engagement, we already have plans to buy you two a house, said Liu Suyin. It's nowhere near the amount you are giving us. Ruxi and I already have a place, how about I let you guys pay for the next renovation? Li Yun asked. He could renovate the second floor of the herbal shop and sell rarer medicinal and calligraphy on the second floor. Fine, Liu Suyin agreed. Speaking about Imperial City, we'll need to set up gifts for your in-laws, said Li Fan. Oh dear, how could I forget about that? Liu Suyin stood up from her seat. Honey, you're going to talk with your brother about coordinating that in Imperial City. But I thought you didn't want them involved. Well, I don't, but it looks like we have to. That wife of his loves this sort of work, and she's going to ask for our budget. Then that works out, said Li Yun. Just let her spend however she thinks is reasonable. I can't wait for her to see our in-laws' place. Liu Suyin knew just how vain her in-laws were. She admittedly was vain herself, but in ways where she was aware of it herself. Her relatives, on the other hand, were completely oblivious to it. Li Yun had prepared his parents for a week, but they still couldn't adjust to the revelation. Li Fan and Liu Suyin were not too familiar with the political world, but even they were aware of Song Taiji's status. They asked him all sorts of questions about whether Ruxi's family would be all right with her marrying someone who was considered a commoner. Mom, this isn't one of the palace dramas, Li Yun explained. Her step-parents are very understanding. They are both researchers like me. As for Song Taiji, you don't have to worry much about his involvement. Why shouldn't we worry about elder Mr. Song? Asked Liu Suyin. And why are you calling him by his name? If you're going to marry Milan, you should be calling him Grandpa. I'll address him that when the times come, said Li Yun, maybe after he and Ruxi have children. What sorts of gifts should we prepare for Ruxi? Liu Suyin's head was going crazy with the news and how it had affected her plans. I just can't get her a regular gift. Mom, don't worry about the bridal gifts. Auntie knows what should be appropriate, said Li Yun. Although Ruxi spent most of her time in Magic City, it would be more appropriate to send her gifts to Song Jayad and Anki. That's the bridal gift, I want to get her something more personal. Chapter 261 Retribution. The case to find Zhang Shiyi wasn't going anywhere. Zhang Shiyi was a person from a different province and Bulletin Tao couldn't easily access information. Li Yun had to investigate using his own resources. From the date the abbot Haoang had given him, Zhang Shiyi had disappeared 2 weeks prior to the missing person report. His calligraphy master thought it was likely he went missing on his own to create the next great artwork. He was known to disappear for weeks to create the artwork. Zhang Shiyi was a loner and orphan, so only his master was considered closest to him. A month after his disappearance, his master reported him missing to the police. Li Yun read the files and looked at a list of organization that was known for art thefts and forgery. Some was still at large and others were being watched by the authorities. He had Wing Bo look into them. As with all forms of communication, they spoke on burner phones. Li Yun had too many people he wanted to protect and needed to limit as many connections to the abyss as possible. One of the forgers said he was contacted by email about a possible job, but the description was vague. Said Wing Bo if he accepted the offer, it would be 100k yuan for the work. The forger was planning on retiring, so he didn't take the offer. We couldn't trace much information on the email, but it seemed that 2 other forgers were sent the same information. Did you track down the other 2? Li Yun asked. One of them happened to be the master. Then it looks like he's the most suspicious. Unfortunately, the master was adamant that although he had received the request, he never responded to it. Li Yun wondered if it was possible for Zhang Shiyi to respond. Did you track down the IP addresses? Asked Li Yun. The email is old, so it's not going to be very effective, said Wing Bo. I did narrow the area to the Imperial City, but that's 21 million people. We can narrow it down further to who would want to make a copy, said Li Yun. Also, who would know that Song Taiji has the original? They have to consider that he would come across the fake eventually. I'll look into it, Wing Bo replied. After ending the conversation, Li Yun still had much to plan, like his upcoming engagement. Song Taiji was also going to attend, so it was a good time to ask him. Is it possible that the forger wants to use it to switch out the real one from Song Taiji's archive? Li Yun thought. He also couldn't rule out Song Taiji copying his own calligraphy for dubious reasons. Copying one calligraphy wasn't much, but if the operation could be scaled up to where he sold multiple pieces to multiple museums, it was possible to make billions. At the time of graduation, all the girls prepared their outfits, only to be covered up with the college robe. As it was mainly ceremonial, Wu Ling had intended to skip out on the ceremony, but all her friends made her dress up. I don't understand what is the point, said Wu Ling. It's just a piece of paper and they are going to mail it to us anyway. My dear, it's about the experience, Zhu Anin said. You only get a chance to graduate for a bachelor's degree once in your lifetime. Even walking down the aisle can happen once or twice. No, it's entirely possible to get multiple degrees, Li Qing commented. Zhu Anin glared at her friend for contradicting her. Little Qing, your boyfriend is going to miss your ceremony. He's on call, Li Qing replied sadly. She was still dating Wei Jing, but he couldn't make it to the ceremony until later that evening. You should have asked Li Yun to pull some strings, said An Zhongmi. It's better this way, most ceremonies are a bit long-winded and boring, Li Qing stated. And besides, since Big Brother Yun is here, who's going to look after the hospital? The girls headed to Ruxi's car after they finished putting on their ceremony gown. They arrived early to practice for the ceremony. The overall process looked simple on paper, but the overall practice took over an hour. The group of 1,000 students lined up alphabetically and walked to their seats. Afterward, they were called up to the stage. The students repeated the process an hour later when the real graduation ceremony began. The graduation ceremony was the same every year, just with different speakers. Li Yun, his family, and Wu Ling's family arrived on time. However, Li Yun looked visibly bored the entire time. He was rather focused on using Jing sonar on various objects. After the ceremony, Jude hosted a party for everyone at a large banquet. The girls and their friends celebrated with their families. Li Yun barely knew anyone and also knew that Ruxi didn't have a large circle of friends. Li Yun had planned the formal engagement around that time. Wu Ling assisted and prepped everyone on the upcoming engagement that Li Yun had planned for Ruxi. No one was aware that the real engagement had already happened after the ceremony. As the guests entered the banquet and settled in, a loud music was cut off. The MC of the party made a joke about how the end of college represented a beginning of many other life journeys. From there, the spotlight turned to Li Yun. I think I'm going to need a drink, Sugzu commented to her boyfriend. Why, are you anticipating your friend to say something cheesy? He asked. Considering he's friends to Bufu, I say yes, disgustly cheesy, I don't want to hear it without a couple of alcohol in my system. Me too, Wu Ling said, joining in. The bartender poured out a glass of straight tequila for the two girls. Better give me some as well, said Jude. During the graduation party, half the guests were expecting Li Yun to propose. Sugzu drove Ruxi and the girls into the banquet party from her SUV. Sugzu stared curiously at Ruxi, and knew she was likely aware of the engagement. It would be odd if she didn't know it was about to happen. Sukzu parked a block away and they walked into the pedestrian-only street before arriving to the banquet hall marked by a grand traditional gate. Inside was a courtyard built during the Tang dynasty specifically for wedding banquets that had kept in traditional form, but the interior was renovated to accommodate many guests. As they walked inside the main ballroom, the lights suddenly went out. "What's happening?" asked some of the guests. The lights turned back on after a brief moment, and a rainbow of lights appeared shooting from the assortment of spotlights. Li Yun appeared dressed in a fancy suit and had 4 other guys around him. They did a dance skit, which made everyone either laugh or cringed. "Who put him up to this?" everyone asked, as no one could believe Li Yun was dancing at all. His movement was as good as the other professional dancers, but his movement was stiff. The audience hollered and laughed. "He could have waited until everyone was drunk," Buffa said. "That would have been the smart thing, but he wanted to get this over with," said Fatty Fang. "Did he lose a bet or something?" asked Sukzu. "Probably pissed off Sister Mylan," Judah responded. Judah was close to being accurate. As retribution for pulling a prank on Ruxi with her aunt, Li Yun was forced to reenact a dance routine during the engagement party. After the 3 minutes were over, Li Yun got on his knees and officially asked Ruxi for her hand. Considering he had already embarrassed himself enough, she agreed. Chapter 262 For the Parents. The following day, the Song and Li gathered at the restaurant. The purpose of the dinner was the wedding plans for the 2 kids. Although Song Jayad and Song Qian were both scientists without children of their own, they wanted to use Ruxi's wedding as an opportunity to live out some of their alternate reality of being regular parents. When Song Jayad traveled to Australia for his test, he met Qian at a local high school. Afterward, he married her while they were both studying in college. They had agreed early on that they didn't want children. They were generally uninterested about anything other than their research. They never had a wedding reception after they registered their marriage. Nevertheless, the idea of planning for their child's marriage was something they were both thrilled about. "This is my adopted guardian, Song Jayad and Song Qian," Ruxi introduced. She had picked them up from the airport and drove them to the restaurant. "It's really an honor to finally meet you." Song Jayad cheerfully greeted the Lu Suyan, Li Fan and the 2 grandparents who stood up from their seat and greeted the couple at the entrance. Song Qian was more mild with her greetings. She barely spoke, but listened attentively to everyone as they spoke. Li Yun, the one who booked the private room in the restaurant, had not arrived. "He's still researching, but he should be on time," said Ruxi. "You think he would want to come early for his own wedding plan?" asked Lu Suyan. She was constantly concerned with Li Yun constantly working all the time. "It's all right, Mylan is the same way," said Song Jayad trying to appease Lu Suyan. He understood Li Yun's position and knew that Ruxi could be in her own world when researching for her show and business. Li Yun arrived the same as Song Taiji with Secretary Liang. Li Yun's relatives all acted as though a celebrity had just entered the room. The first moment of awe eventually turned into warm camaraderie. Li Yun had to hand it to Song Taiji for knowing how to deal with people. It was scary how likable the guy was. Li Yun turned to Ruxi sitting on his right and eyed her reaction. She was trying really hard not to roll her eyes. "Mylan, are you all right with the wine and tea exchange in the morning and then reception in the afternoon?" asked Lu Suyan. "All the aunties would like to be involved with the exchange." Ruxi nodded. She remembered when they all chipped in to help with Fatty Fang and Mu Lian's wedding. "A simple wedding is fine. It doesn't have to be too elaborate." Ruxi and Li Yun weren't lacking money to pay for a wedding planner, but the neighbors in the apartment all enjoyed the planning process. "The Song family will need around 250 seats," said Song Taiji. "That's a lot," said Lu Suyan. Lu Suyan thought her family was large, but the Song likely had a lot of branches everywhere. "There are a lot of family elders and members interested in attending," said Sun Taiji. "I bet," said Ruxi in a sweet tone, but tainted with slight sarcasm. "I'm sure people like Secretary Liang are all attending as well." Secretary Liang changed his last name to Song when he started working for the Song family. Servants and maids often changed their last names to the household they served. The tradition continued, but only for trusted servants. "We will probably need to book a bigger venue," said Li Fan. He may not be the most opinionated, but he had the most common sense. "Do you think a 600-seat venue will work?" Li Yun and Ruxi both agreed. The number they reserved for their own friends were less than family members, but it was typical of weddings, it was more for the parents than themselves. "Are the young male cousins coming?" asked Ruxi. "Are you talking about Ahi and Muzhen?" asked Song Jayad. "Probably not." "About that, are they really shipped off to boarding school in the foreign countries?" Ruxi asked. She met a lot of the relatives, but never the male adolescent cousins, not even from the branch family. "Well, it's sort of like a family tradition," Song Jayad never told Ruxi about the test. "You don't need to worry about it." "Really? I saw news about Ahi the other day," said Ruxi. "But he's using a different name, Ames." Song Jayad was surprised. "He's using the celebrity route." "Oh? So is this some sort of family training?" asked Ruxi. She followed idol groups as a hobby, and came across rumors of a new group debuting from the neighboring country. "It's a family test to see who inherits the family," Song Taiji interjected. "There's really a test?" Ruxi had heard a bit of rumors from the servants, but they never elaborated since they weren't sure of the details. Secretary Liang looked surprised that Song Taiji was willing to speak out in public about the test. His master typically didn't explain much about the test to outsiders. However, it seemed that he had taken in Li Yun's family. Every male member had used similar business tactics, but Ahi was the first to try being a celebrity. It wasn't uncommon for families to use such tactics. The Chen's family stronghold in entertainment was well known. However, the Song wasn't well known in the entertainment industry, except for Ruxi. Even then, she was considered a minor influencer. After the family meet-up dinner, Li Yun met with Song Taiji privately to discuss other matters. It was the second time they met privately, but this time Ruxi was aware of his meeting. She took his parents and grandfathers back to their apartment. "You've done some impressive work within a year," said Song Taiji. "I don't think even with my ability I could start something completely from scratch." "You have overestimated me," said Li Yun. "You said yourself that Ruxi has done better and at a younger age." "She is quite something, isn't she?" asked Song Taiji. "The first time I met you, it was only to prepare you for what is to come if you want to marry her." Li Yun knew there were likely other reasons why Song Taiji had pushed him to improve his personal wealth, but it was unclear the purpose. "I mentioned there is a test to find the heir," said Song Taiji. "However, it looks like Milan has the best qualifications to take it. However, there has never been a female heir. There will be elders who will be against her ascension." Li Yun was surprised Song Taiji had such thoughts. "Have you mentioned it to her?" "Eventually. What if she doesn't want to take over the family line?" "She'll need to inherit it whether she likes it or not," said Song Taiji. "If it is fated to be, it will be." Li Yun hated that word, but according to Song Taiji, whoever inherited the third eye was destined to carry on the Song family for eternity. The Song family was able to maintain their prestige for centuries because they had followed the guideline. The elders are concerned about their fates if you select the wrong heir. That is their main concern, Song Taiji admitted. If Meng Shi hadn't warned him about her other fate interfering, he would have had an easier time announcing her as an heir. He could push for her based on her ability as it was the key indicator of the path that the Song ancestor had indicated. Veering away from their guidelines would mean the end of the Song family. However, her ability is enough to trump their concern. But, there's also one more thing that will convince them to let her take over. "You want our children to take the name of the Song?" Li Yun asked. He had assumed Song Taiji wanted to meet with him about continuing the Song family line. If the elders were concerned about continuing the family line, then it wasn't completely about her being female, but about their children taking on his name. Song Taiji smiled. You will probably want to discuss this with Milan. I'll wait for your answer. Li Yun nodded. Conversations between two people who knew their purpose and goals were often short. They didn't need to speak to know each other's intentions. I have other issues to discuss with you, said Li Yun. Regarding Zhao Menfu's calligraphy. Chapter 263 Abnormal is Normal. Ah, is this about Qiling's student Zhang Shiyi? Song Taiji recalled that Ruxi had asked him about his calligraphy before. Zhang Shiyi was hired by a mercenary to forge different paintings and calligraphy. Li Yun didn't mind revealing information to Song Taiji. They had already sent an anonymous tip to the local police to make a connection between Zhang Shiyi and the unknown monk. The only thing Li Yun had the abyss erased was any connection with the monk back to Abbot Haoang and Luba. I have shown them my collection, but I wouldn't hire a mercenary as a third party when I could ask them directly. Is it possible for your rival to copy it? Li Yun didn't want to rule out Song Taiji completely. He had no motive and it was odd that he would hire a mercenary in the first place. However, a man like Song Taiji likely had many political rivals who may want to damage his reputation. Song Taiji also had other more expensive work, but the Zhao Menfu was his most prized calligraphy in his possession. But who would want to go up against Song Taiji? I have political rivals, but no one who would use this particular route, said Song Taiji. Did you ever thought about Zhang Shiyi being the murderer? The young Zhang appeared to be interested in calligraphy to a level that is bordering mania. I have considered that for a time, Li Yun replied. However, the way the monk was killed by a trained killer judging by the puncture wounds. It appeared that Zhang Shiyi was the original target, but someone else died in his place. It was unlikely that Zhang Shiyi had the strength to overtake someone with military training. According to the Abbot Haoang and monk Luba, Zhang Shiyi was instructed to copy 5 so-called lost works of art in exchange for the real calligraphy pieces at their disposal. The monk who was killed was in charge of watching over Zhang Shiyi during the assignment and collecting the forged items. However, before completing the mission, he was killed in the process. Most likely, he had been protecting Zhang Shiyi. What's your impression of him? The young man has a very high potential, but he has Asperger's symptoms and doesn't respond well to orders. That is the case with many geniuses, they are only good at one thing. Quite different from you, which makes me wonder if there's anything else about you that is abnormal. Being abnormal is normal, Li Yun responded vaguely before steering the conversation back to Zhang Shiyi. And what about his master? His master isn't the best calligrapher, but he knows how to make connections. It's likely that he had met Zhang Shiyi by happen chance and saw an opportunity to use the young man to get him into the elite calligraphy circle in Imperial City. So how is their reputation in Imperial City? Asked Li Yun. Decent, but Zhang Shiyi's name is rising quickly for his ability to imbue special characters in his work. Very similar to yours, but I have to say your reputation is higher in the art world. Li Yun didn't pay much attention to the art world, so he didn't know what other calligraphers thought about his calligraphy. His only indicator was the rate at which the items were sold in the TB shop. Wu Ling regularly contacted him to restock on inventory. Then his master Qiling is the most suspicious, said Li Yun. He needed to visit the calligraphy master if he wanted to understand if there was a motive. Do you know Master Qiling's calligraphy circle? He himself isn't capable of joining the circle, but Master Meng Shi was the one that introduced me to them, said Song Taiji. Can you set up a meeting for me with Master Meng Shi? Li Yun also wanted to greet the Song's family Feng Shui master. With his recently acquired knowledge, he wanted to see if he could gather more information from the old master. Shang King wasn't considered a master and the Queen Mother had a cryptic way of explaining everything. Maybe it made sense to her, but to him, it was beyond his comprehension. Considering my connection to this city, I have invited him to perform a reading here, said Song Taiji. He can stop by to see you after he's done surveying the area. As though on cue, a message appeared on Song Taeji's phone indicating that Meng Shi would be arriving shortly. Within a half an hour, an elderly man walked into the room. The man looked wizened and his long beard made him look older than his actual age. He dressed traditionally and held an antique wooden fan in his hands. Song Taeji introduced him to Li Yun, and all three sat back down around the table. Secretary Liang was the only person who remained standing, and Li Yun saw Meng Shi's assistants standing in the hallway. "Dr. Li, is it all right if I call you Little Li?" Meng Shi asked. He was very courteous and wasn't someone who Li Yun thought would be Song Taeji's feng shui master. He didn't have much air about him. But knowing who he is, Li Yun assumed that the master was very good at hiding his aura. If Li Yun hadn't shook his hand and noticed a strong Shen energy inside his danshan, he would appear like a simple and bland old man stuck in the past. "Master Meng Shi, this little one does not mind," Li Yun replied. Meng Shi's eyes twitched slightly by Li Yun's ability to imitate his formal speaking style. "You are truly an exceptional person." "Oh? Does Master Meng Shi also have the ability to spot talent?" asked Li Yun. "Spotting talent is merely a type of intuition," said Meng Shi. "I would say my intuition is sharper than most people, but not to the level of Master Song Taeji." "Then is your intuition a Meng family's ability or something you have cultivated on your own?" asked Li Yun. "A bit of both," replied Meng Shi. "That's a bit of a contradiction." "Life is already a contradiction. Like how fate and free will are interlinked." "Exactly," Meng Shi said with a smile. "What we decide on our own is both our decision and its inevitable fate." Song Taeji was confused for the first time. He could typically read between the lines, but the conversation between Li Yun and Meng Shi was cryptic. Considering they had never met or spoken before, it was difficult to understand the topic of their discussion. Meng Shi turned to Song Taeji and explained, "It's related to the practice of feng shui. I am merely telling little Li that feng shui is nothing more than knowing about everything and nothing. There were mysteries in life that was best kept a secret. Otherwise, what mystery was left to explore? Then can I ask you about your intuition on Zhang Shiyi and Master Qi Ling?" Li Yun asked. "Master Song Taeji has mentioned to me about your interest in them," said Meng Shi. "There have been a lot of rumors circulating within the elite circle. No one has connected his disappearance with a potential forgery scheme. However, if the exchange was for an authentic piece of calligraphy, then I could see Zhang Shiyi being interested. Qi Ling is only interested in his own reputation, but he doesn't really care about calligraphy." Abbot Haoang had mentioned that they offered Zhang Shiyi an authentic copy of Zhu Yunming's calligraphy in exchange for his service to copy a dozen different calligraphy for a client. In return, the temple would receive an ancient singing bowl for the transaction. The transactions appeared to be equal for all the parties involved until one of Abbot Haoang's men was killed. As everything was anonymous, Abbot Haoang didn't think the client was involved. From Meng Shi's account, it appeared that Master Qi Ling was the strongest link to find Zhang Shiyi. With the information from Meng Shi, Li Yun had Wingbo look into Qi Long's account and files to find a possible motive. If Qi Long had anything to do with his student's disappearance, they must find a good reason. Chapter 264 Law and Order. At the beginning of summer, the lawsuit between Zheneng and Chen Hospital had reached the point where further negotiation wasn't possible. The judge scheduled the case to proceed into the courtroom. The civil court wasn't as dynamic as criminal court cases, but it was highly dependent on the judge. After what had happened with Governor Ning and Mr. Bai, a good portion of the judges around the area and the province were placed on probation. An inexperienced judge was assigned to the case. Although he was known to be fair, medical cases were complex and required many expert witnesses and testimonies. Even a good judge would have a difficult time understanding the nature of the case. Li Yun couldn't rely entirely on winning the case. He would rather make the hospital submit, and since they had refused to back down, he could only strike back. On Chenchen's hospital server, an email was sent out to everyone from the press and law enforcement officers. Almost everyone in the hospital saw their dirty laundry displayed over the internet for everyone to see. The Chen hospital was in panic mode, and everyone was trying to prevent their reputation from tarnishing further. As there were multiple doctors and administrators involved in bribes, red envelopes, and sex scandals, the government had to intervene. However, the locals were already aware of the situation and called for everyone to resign. The head administrator and director tried their best to handle the situation. They didn't think Li Yun had information on so many people. Whether the administrators were fired or not, the new employees would inherit the lawsuit. The chances of settling out of court were higher, but they both knew it was the Galba group who was behind the lawsuit, not them. "Damn it, what am I supposed to do?" asked the director. "My wife is already requesting a divorce." "Well, you already saw that coming, just divorce her already," the administrator replied. There were ledgers that had revealed his embezzling schemes from the hospital, but he could easily deny it. Even with written evidence, he could say it was forged or pin it on one of the auditing staff. It looks like Sheneng is desperate if they pull this sort of stunt. The administrator and director were not aware that this wasn't a desperate measure, but a verdict. Li Yun simply didn't care about the lawsuit anymore. One thing he had learned from dealing with the horsemen and running the abyss was that the law only kept order for people who believed in it. For corrupt businessmen and politicians, the law couldn't handle them. An email from the hospital board announced that the administrator and director were both fired for illegal dealings. There was evidence and recordings involved. The administrator and director both knew the mole as soon as they saw the audio. "What's going on?" The director didn't think there would be recordings of their conversation. "Was it our conversation with Dr. Xian?" The administrator and director immediately called him up to question him. "Dr. Xian, what is the meaning of this?" The Chenchen's administrator called up the doctor angrily. "I thought we have agreed to keep this between just." "It was only agreed between you two," said Dr. Xian. "I don't care if my involvement or affair is brought to light, but I don't want to dig my grave deeper. You don't know who you're messing with, but Dr. Li isn't a simple person. Give up soon, the lawyers at Galba Group aren't doing too well either, you should start reading international news." The administrator and director were both confused about what had happened to the Galba Group. They quickly searched for the news on their phone. They had been too caught up with their own mess to realize that a bigger mess was happening in Imperial City and around the country. After news about the horsemen, many officials applauded the swift handling of the cases in Imperial City. It also set off another series of anti-corruption campaigns against major political players. Several moves were made in Imperial City by the chairman and long-standing party members. Moves that Li Yun did not participate in or anticipated. It indirectly affected the managing partners at Galba Group, where half the employees were disbarred. The political schemes happening in the background were something Li Yun couldn't interfere with. He should be glad his organization didn't function in Imperial City, but it was only a matter of time before it became his business. From the living room, Li Yun turned off the TV. "How much of this is Song Taeji's doing?" Li Yun asked Ruxi. "Not much actually," said Ruxi. "Song Taeji isn't bound to a political ally. He keeps his role as an advisor and everything he does is for the sake of the country's development. Whether he keeps his alliance with an old chairman or new chairman is dependent on who he sees as the bigger potential. A lot of elders in the party look to him for direction because they know of his insights and ability. So you can see that he has aligned with the new chairman in this scenario. The Xia couldn't completely cut ties with the old chairman and they lost some assets. So although the main family is fine, some of their shell companies and connections like the Galba Group are broken. They lost a limb, but it's better than being destroyed completely. Are you aware that Song Taeji might name you as his successor?" Li Yun asked. Political schemes were dangerous and it would be something Ruxi would be pulled into if she took on the Song's family mantle. "He's just toying with the idea, he won't really do it until after the other two grandkids have completed their test," said Ruxi. She had never met Song Ahi or Muzhen, so she wasn't able to assess their potential. I haven't met them, so it's possible for them to still be in the running. But have you thought about it? I have, but I don't know. It doesn't seem interesting to me. Ruxi turned away to look at the new email. Yoon, Sister Suah said you should check your email. Lee Yoon had been so busy that he hadn't checked his email for a few days, but Ruxi should already know what it was about. What is it? They are going to air the first episode of The Great Chef soon. Ruxi giddily announced. She had been waiting for a while to see her husband to be on the small screen. Lee Yoon looked at the air date. The show was going to air in 2 different stations in the span of 3 weeks on the weekends. As there were only 12 episodes, 2 episodes on Saturday and 2 on Sunday. TV show programming in China was very sporadic since almost everything could be streamed through the internet. Chapter 265 Great Chef. The first 2 episodes of The Great Chef aired quietly without much hype or advertisement. After 6 seasons, the general public had moved on from The Great Chef. There were other newer variety shows and cooking formats. But for the hardcore fans, The Great Chef was a show they would continue to watch no matter how many seasons had passed. As the credit rolled for the first 2 episodes, the fans' comments could be seen across the screen. Foodie, it looks like the direction of this season will be focused on the food. There are so many well thought out cooking tips. 3 fan, love the first 2 episodes. No drama, just pure cooking. Minja is my fave, she's just a sweetheart. Celery 78, Antonio is so frickin' cool. And he's half French, no wonder his cooking looks so refined. Mr. Potato Head, I like Zinda's no-nonsense attitude towards her competitors, but when she talks about food, it's art. I eat pie, I don't like Aang, I don't need to make friends attitude. Is he going for the villain role? Chef Heaven, I spy Dr. Lee. Tea Drinker 456, Dr. Lee is a contestant? I didn't know he could cook. 3 fan, is Dr. Lee some sort of celebrity? Celery 78, don't know, let me see. Apparently, he's the boyfriend of some streamer. Chef Heaven, not just some streamer, it's Mimi. She's becoming one of the most influential influencers on ZZ Live. I heard she's being courted by TB Live to move to their platform. Mr. Potato Head, his cooking seems average. Brew, blob neutral. The early favorites were quickly established by the end of the 2nd episode. The editors kept the focus on the contestants who they knew would remain until the end, with other contestants thrown in as red herrings. Aside from the contestants, everyone was figuring out the judge with absolute taste. The contestants' ballot for the judge was kept hidden, eliminating the audience's ability to narrow down the suspects. The first week ratings were lower than usual, but it was the natural decline of a long-running show. However, there were many people talking about the show over the net. Everyone was debating the existence of absolute taste. Foodie, I'm curious about the judges with absolute taste. While in music it is possible, someone with absolute taste is unheard. Even the most refined taster could not name all the ingredients. Celery 78, and if you want to get technical, many refined tasters use their sense of smell to distinguish between the flavors, so in essence, absolute taste is a flawed title. I eat pie, what are you guys yapping about? Do you think the judge can name all the ingredients or not? Chef Heaven, it will be interesting to see when they reveal the judge. The 4th and 5th episodes aired the following day, but no clues were given about the 3rd judge. The guesses on the internet ranged considerably. Some astute viewers had noticed that Lee Yoon did very little cooking. He ordered a lot of commands to his sous chef. I eat pie, do you think the judge is Lee Yoon? Celery 78, maybe, I have noticed he doesn't really do that much cooking. Chef Heaven, Lee Yoon is 100% a real chef. This is how most chefs operate in the kitchen. They oversee the other staff to make sure they prepare the food correctly. Celery 78, really? Now that you have mentioned it, their station usually looks clean and organized. Chef Heaven, I know, right? That's the definition of mice and place. Everything is precisely measured, the ingredient selection is top-notch, and the orders are perfectly executed. This ability cannot be underestimated. I eat pie, take a look at this. Someone did a composite of all of Lee Yun's clips. The clips rotated around the inner Great Chef fans, and then various food show forums. Eventually, a meme of Lee Yun commanding Hun Lun in the kitchen spread everywhere over the net. People with zero interest in the show saw the meme and immediately asked where it came from. Lee Yun's abilities used to prepare medicinal formulas were maximized. There were certain things he couldn't do because of his silly childhood trauma, but as long as he wasn't actively cooking when he prepared the ingredients, it didn't affect him as much. He could easily complete most of the mundane tasks like measuring and laying out the ingredients. He didn't think it would make others qualify him as a chef. Only the people who personally knew Lee Yun was surprised he made it past the first episode. "How in the world," said Bufu in an impressed tone from the Sheneng's meeting room after they finished watching the episodes. "You got to give it to the editor, they made you look better." On the show, there were clips of Lee Yun picking out the ingredients and using the blender. There was even a clip of him holding the chef knife, but it cut away to another contestant. If the clip had been continuous, it would show Hun Lun taking the knife away from Lee Yun. In the end, no one noticed that he had barely cooked anything in the first 2 episodes. But from the montage of the other 16 contestants, people naturally assumed Lee Yun had cooked the meal. "Yeah, we know you can't cook," said Fatty Fang. "You got to give Hun Lun a raise for not making you look bad." "What do you mean? I came up with that recipe myself." Lee Yun wasn't a good cook, but the adjustment he had made to the recipe was based on a balanced nutritional meal for the body. Taste wasn't important, but how easily absorbable the beneficial compounds were to the body. Lee Yun noticed his ZZ Live chat page was becoming more lively and he had been gaining a lot of subscribers after the episode aired. Everyone was jokingly asking Lee Yun to reveal the secret judge. They also wondered how far he got in the competition. The 5th episode had aired with twice as many viewers as the previous week. Did Lawyer Lang reach an agreement with the Chen Chen Hospital? Lee Yun asked as he put down the cell phone. Chen Chen's new law representative agreed. "They are drafting up the settlement," said Judy. Everyone at the hospital looked nervous after seeing what had happened to the Galba group. "I made it seem like we were behind the collapse." It wasn't them, but Judah thought it was a great opportunity to strike fear into the other competitors. Chapter 266 Golden Fried Rice. Yes, there you have it, the obligatory Golden Fried Rice episode. Long Suah teased the audience on the 6th episode of The Great Chef. "Now Nicholas, why golden fried rice? It seems so simple." "My dear Ms. Long, golden fried rice is the hallmark of a good chef," Nicholas replied. "And it is also famously presented in many, many novels and entertainment mediums." "Why?" "Because it's such a simple dish that almost everyone can make, but not so easy to perfect." "I see. With 10 contestants left, you want to distinguish the amateurs from the real professionals." Long Suah wondered. "Exactly," Nicholas replied. Fried rice was developed during the 6th century, served in the palace for emperors and empresses of the Sui dynasty. It's amazing that we didn't have this challenge on the previous season. The 10 contestants plus Lee Yun stood at their cooking station, ready for any challenges that were heading their way. The golden fried rice wasn't just a simple competition, there was bound to be something interesting the producers had in mind. The basic ingredients of golden fried rice are white rice, eggs, and oil, but without much preparation, can they get all the necessary ingredients within a minute? In the background, Nicholas' voice narrated over a clip of the contestants scrambling in 1 minute to grab their ingredients. The camera shifted to Lee Yun. The 1-minute limit was not good for Lee Yun, who was used to taking a long time to find the perfect ingredients. Luckily, he wasn't a contestant, so he took whatever looked good from the available pantry room. "All right, Hun Lun, same as before, I measure, you cut," said Lee Yun. Hun Lun nodded nervously. He still couldn't understand why his boss, who seemed so proficient with a scalpel, wasn't able to cut the julienne strips on spring onions. It usually ended up like coarsely chopped confetti. You should cut it on the long bias, Li Yun instructed when Hun Lun was about to chop the onions. Long bias. Hun Lun was confused, he wasn't a chef. Cut it diagonally in the direction of the grain, Li Yun replied. If you cut against the grain, you will damage the fiber structure, which produces a sharper taste. It's more pronounced in onions, but the same concept works with spring onions. Ah, I see, Hun Lun nodded and followed his direction. As Hun Lun cut the spring onions, Li Yun inspected the eggs that Hun Lun had cracked open and separated the whites from the eggs. Li Yun took a toothpick and tasted all the yolks, selecting only the ones with the most protein. The flavor in egg yolk came from dimethyl sulfide and dimethyl trisulfide. Dimethyl trisulfide by itself was obnoxious, but in the correct combination, it could reproduce the scent of the sea, sweet corn, and fruits. Li Yun chose 4 eggs with the perfect balance of the compounds. The taste was generally neutral and the main reason to use egg whites was for texture. Li Yun tasted each individual egg white to find the perfect egg whites. The egg whites contained 10% protein and 90% water, but it was the protein that Li Yun was tracing, specifically the amino acids that attract water and the amino acids that repel water. The properties were important to creating a stable and soft structure once it was beaten. Egg whites, when beaten, untangled the amino acids of the protein that worked to trap air bubbles in place. After Li Yun beat the egg in the mixture, he gave the contents to Hun Lun to bake. With the eggs baked, the golden brown clouds produced a combination of crispy crunch and soft fluffy texture. Baking was healthier and offset the oils used in the fried rice. What type of rice is everyone using? Nicholas narrated in the background. Traditional golden fried rice is made from jasmine long rice, specifically leftovers rice. However, none of the contestants have leftover rice, so how will the contestants handle the stickiness of the fresh batch of cooked rice? Leftover rice had less starch and didn't crump together like cooked rice. After cooking the rice, most contestants rinsed the rice under cold water. The cold water stopped the cooking process and allowed it to remain firm instead of chewy. The camera panned away as Li Yun instructed Hun Lun to season the wok. Seasoning was a common technique to coat the wok with oil to prevent food from sticking. Chef Kai in Pao Lai's restaurant often seasoned the wok 3 times before each usage, and Li Yun learned by watching him cook from afar. Chef Kai wanted to impress Li Yun. Little did he know, Li Yun didn't understand the concept of taste. Hun Lun, as instructed, heated the wok to a high temperature and then added the refined coconut oil. Most chefs preferred neutral oils like peanut or vegetable oil, but Li Yun preferred coconut oil because the compounds can penetrate the starch and turn it into resistant starch. Resistant starch was not easily digestible into glucose by the body, hence it reduced the calorie intake and healthier. The process also replicated what would happen to cooked rice when it was cooled overnight. With the seasoned wok and ingredients, Hun Lun was ready to fry the ingredients. The camera panned away, so the audience didn't know that Hun Lun was the one working with the wok. To Li Yun's defense, he was drilling Hun Lun to toss the wok like a cox on a boat, commanding the rowing rhythm of the crew members. The rhythm that Li Yun drilled into Hun Lun could not be underestimated. It was based on the aroma that Li Yun could smell from his distance. As soon as Hun Lun added the ingredients into the wok, the high heat cooked and released the flavor of the eggs. Li Yun signaled Hun Lun to toss the rice before the heats could overcook the rice, damage the flavor, ruin the color, and decompose the eggs into dangerous compounds like iron sulfide. Simply by smelling the aromatic flavors as the eggs released in the air, Li Yun knew it was about time when the egg would break apart. The rice and eggs flipped into the air, the quick temperature change quickly sealed in the flavors. The process repeated itself as Hun Lun added in the rest of the ingredients. Eventually, after a few minutes, the fried rice was done. Hun Lun heavily breathed by the side of the counter, wondering why his work as a driver had taken him to the edge of the kitchen, and near the floor, almost exhausted from the extensive workout. Before Lee Yoon should an immaculate-looking golden fried rice that almost seemed to twinkle before the eyes. It should be noted that the editors spent an additional 2 hours to add in the extra sparkle on the video. It was so cleanly done that most of the audience didn't even know it was fake. The other contestants also did well, but it was truly the first time the other contestants thought Lee Yoon was God in the kitchen. Long Soo-ah, Nicholas, and a guest judge had no idea how to place Lee Yoon. Long Soo-ah and Nicholas both knew he wasn't the real contestant, so rewarding him with the prize would be odd. However, the guest judge, Chef Pierre, was so enthralled by the golden fried egg that it would be suspicious if he didn't win. The rice worked well together to create the break browning and crunch when the rice was fried. In the end, Lee Yoon won the 6th episode and was awarded a year's supply of eggs. After Saturday's episode, a preview of the following episodes blocked up a good majority of traffic on the net. The 8th episode promised to reveal the identity of the mysterious third judge with absolute taste. Chapter 267 scripted. The 8th episode, The 8 Sauces, was highly anticipated by everyone and their grandmothers. As the episode aired, the judge immediately revealed the identity of the chef. Everyone watched as the contestants reacted to the revelation. Out of all the contestants, Minja looked visibly upset. The camera switched back to the time when Aang had told her that he shouldn't have voted for Lee Yoon 2 episodes ago. As the episode progressed, the viewers were taken to the shared apartment where Minja confronted Aang. "Mr. Aang, I really want to know, why did you lie to me?" asked Minja. "It's just a game," said Aang. "It was as simple as that. And besides, you have never been in the bottom 3. Even if you didn't get the immunity, would it have mattered?" It was also partially Aang's perverse sense of enjoyment from messing with the other players' heads. To him, it was just a game, it wasn't like anyone was going to be in trouble if he lied. It was the same mentality as to how some gamers like to play or kill others in a game. They couldn't do it in real life, but it was enjoyable in a game. Despite that, some people took it as a personal attack. Minja walked away to the living room where the others consoled her. From the start of the competition, Minja thought of Aang as an older uncle whom she could rely on. "Are you upset he took advantage of your naivete? Or at yourself for falling for it?" asked Zinda sitting next to her. Minja looked down and dug her toes into the floor. She was upset at both. She should have already known that everyone was in the competition to win the game. "What should I do? I feel so stupid." "Well, just cook," Antonio told her from the kitchen area. "It's a cooking competition, and he has the skill. The only thing he lacked is your sense of taste. You have a better understanding of what others will like. That's not something that can be easily trained, it's only something you gain from cooking food for the ones you love." They were being filmed, and he was being purposely extra cheesy for the camera, but it still made her feel better. The audience was immediately on Minja's side, cursing Aang out from the net. However, the hate that Aang had received was nowhere near the level of fervor that Lee Yoon was getting. The audience was either amazed or in disbelief at his ability. The fervor spread throughout the internet and everyone was discussing the topic over their coffee break. All the staff from the television studio were stunned when they saw the report. The early rating reports for the 8th episode blew past their expectations. 5%? Am I really dreaming? Asked director Hsien. The first week's episodes had barely reached 1%. The second week fared better with 2%, which was the standard for a popular cooking show. However, 5% was an achievement deemed as impossible for a cooking show. "You're not dreaming, Director Hsien, we are really going out with a bang." No one was more excited than Nicholas. He had pooled together his own money to fund the final season. He wanted to work on all the ideas he had before The Great Chef ended as a series. Who would have known that the third judge would have generated so much interest? "Networks are already calling me about a cooking variety show with Dr. Lee. Albeit, not all the interest was good, but any publicity was great publicity. There were very vocal groups of people opposing Li Yun's abilities. He was labeled as a quack and con artist in many forums. The great chef was also called out for being scripted and fake. Foodie, isn't that a fake ability in web novels? Mr. Potato Head, really fake and scripted. I can't believe the show has sunk this low. Tea Drinker 456, how do you know it's fake? You obviously have never met Dr. Li in real life. You should watch videos of his medical feats if you think his ability is fake. I eat pie, hey. I watched those clips, are they real? That's insane, he's like a modern day Twa Hua. He can put people to sleep with acupuncture needles. Mr. Potato Head, that is even more ridiculous. And if you look up the food supplied for the sauce episode, it came from Sheneng, a company that Dr. Li worked for. Foodie, is that the same as the Sheneng app? The ones where you can shop for groceries and view where they are grown? Li Yun's name suddenly appeared on the trending list on many websites. The stations were receiving complaints about fraudulent activities and promoting scams. Director Xian, are you going to be addressing any of these complaints? The news reporters asked with their mics pointing at the director. Why should I? Asked Director Xian. If he did anything outside the show that is deemed fraudulent, I can't address it. However, he really does have the ability to name ingredients. All cooking shows have a basic script to follow, but it's not like a television script. We can release to them the basic script for the show. Really? The CEO of the station was skeptical. Really? Calling the show scripted is ridiculous. If we were, I would like the Golden Condor Award to nominate my show for Best Drama and Best Actors. The controversy didn't simply play out over the internet. The various news channels saw an opportunity for views, and gathered everything about the miracle doctor. They invited experts to understand the nature and perception of taste. From a scientific standpoint, the taste is our perception of different molecular compounds, the neuroscientist explained. For example, alkali metals are perceived as salty, hydrogen ions as sour, menthol as cooling, alkaloid as bitter, and ketosis as sweet. To be able to identify all the food, especially those with a neutral taste, is impossible. I also do not think it is possible for anyone to accurately name all the ingredients, the gastronomist opined. For one, no one had tasted all the ingredients, and two, during the cooking process, many ingredients undergo chemical changes and create a different flavor compound. Why are you making it sound so technical? The news anchor joked. Makes me feel like I'm in chemistry class again. Many great chefs are chemists, and ultimately alchemists that can make people happy, said Chef Pirout, a celebrity chef. I have personally met with Dr. Li on the show, so I know his ability is real. It isn't perfect as it is dependent on what sort of food Dr. Li had tried out before. Oh, Chef Pirout has met Dr. Li? I assume it's a future episode, can you give us some spoilers? The viewers should be able to see me on the future episodes, responded Chef Pirout. Then can Chef Pirout know if Dr. Li uses his nose? Asked the neuroscientist. I do not believe absolute taste is possible, but absolute smell is certainly more plausible. In the back of our nasal cavities, the epithelium can distinguish between 1 trillion different scents. Chef Pirout recalled that Li Yun had mentioned that his nose was sharp, but not as sharp as his stomach. At the time, Li Yun was still understanding the different profiles of food, which was nothing more than substances that provided energy. If he was to compare his ability then and now, his ability was much more advanced. His sensitivity to food wasn't caused by his tongue, but by his ability to zoom into his body. Before acquiring an upgrade to Kiwi, he could only accurately identify molecules that were absorbed into his bloodstream. After achieving a large perfection, his ability to look at substances in the respiratory system and digestive system had improved. He was able to see the molecular substances of materials inside his stomach, intestines, and lungs. Even before he tasted the food, his nose receptors picked up the flavor compounds steaming from the food. This allowed Li Yun to identify substances and compounds more quickly. Chapter 268 Baking. In today's episodes, our contestants will compete in their baking abilities. Long Sua announced. The camera panned over to the contestants' reactions. The reaction was mixed between horrified and glee. Some people categorized baking under the umbrella of cooking while others put it in a separate category. Pastry chefs specialized in bread and pastries like the cardiothoracic surgeons. Culinary chefs had no specific specialties like the general surgeons. This isn't going to be a regular baking competition, Long Sua spoke. Our contestants will be given handicaps. Each contestant will pick from a card to see what essential ingredients they are not allowed to use in their baking. To create various pastries, the essentials are eggs, butter, sugar, and flour. Without these basic ingredients, creating any type of pastries will be difficult. The contestants each took turns to draw a card. Minja was the first to reveal her card, the eggs. The selection restricted her from using any type of egg product, whether they were boxed egg whites or duck eggs. Minja's face dropped into mortification. All the pastry recipes she had prepared ahead of the competition had eggs in them. Finding a suitable substitute would be difficult. White eggs were used as a leavening agent to give support to the pastry. If she couldn't use eggs, she could use baking powder as the leavening agent. Before the use of eggs, yeast was used as the leavening agent that ate the carbohydrate in the flour and agitated the mixture to blend in air. Minja was more concerned about missing the egg yolks. The yolk acted as a thickener and flavoring agent. Without an egg, bakers often used yogurt, applesauce, and banana. However, the flavor from the egg was extremely difficult to imitate. After Minja, Antonio drew the card from the deck. His challenge was no dairy. If Minja was crippling, having no dairy left no room for recovery. Zinda chose a card that restricted her from using refined sweeteners like castor sugar and powdered sugar. Cakes without sugar were lifeless. It was extremely difficult to bake a cake without sugar. Sugar acted not only as a sweetening agent but as an agent that allowed the development of carbon dioxide and air into the mixture. The rough surfaces of the sugar allowed the development of carbon dioxide during the mixing process. Ang chose the card that restricted any sort of grass-based flour. The protein in the flour determined the overall consistency of the cake. Cake flour, made of 7% protein, mixed into water creates a delicate dough mixture without much structure. After baking, it produced a fluffy, soft, and crumbly cake. All-purpose flour with 10% protein creates a stronger base. High protein content creates a high elasticity of the dough when mixed with water. Rye protein could also bind together mixture but without elasticity. The last contestant was restricted from using butter. Butter acted mainly as an emulsion. As it melted, the butter released the trapped water and caused the batter or dough to expand. Although the contestant could use an emulsifier, the flavor that was unique to butter was lost. On the other side, Antonio was creating an angel cake using the egg foaming method. By beating the egg whites, he created thick white foam that could replace the fat and leavening agent. The flourless chocolate cake without the flour tended to crack during the baking process. To prevent it from happening, a pan of water was placed inside the oven. Not only did the method prevent cracking, it also distributed the heat evenly throughout the oven. The different proteins of the flour created the consistency of the dough, whether it became stretchy or binding depending on the flour used. Wheat contained the protein gliadin, whose structure was important for binding together gluten and the overall structure of different cakes and bread. The other protein in wheat was glutenin, which was important for creating elasticity in dough, especially important in pizza dough. As many people developed gluten sensitivity, many chefs looked for alternative flour to bake. Many scientists were developing compounds that could bind the ingredients together like gluten. Li Yun knew more about the nutritional data of food than most textbooks. Food contained various combinations of carbohydrates, fat, protein, vitamins, minerals, and water. Duck eggs had a higher vitamin B1 too. The higher vitamin content could be seen in the coloring of the yolk. It was not recognizable when used in baking, but Li Yun could identify the contents. An egg yolk contained several types of unsaturated and saturated fatty acids. They also contained protein strands that unwind and lock themselves together. Between 140°C to 165°C degrees, through a process called Maillard reactions, the proteins and sugar interacted to pentagon-shaped structures that changed the way light reflected from the surface, creating a golden brown hue. More importantly, the variation of temperature, food, and cooking time could create different types of flavor profiles. Although Li Yun did not care about the flavor profiles, it was important to document the different compounds produced by such a simple method. At 170°C, caramelization occurred in sugar, specifically sucrose, breaking down to form difructose anhydrides, DFAS, a compound that gives food the distinct caramel flavor. Different types of sugar have different caramelization temperatures. Li Yun had to be careful with the temperature and time when he gave Hun Lun the order. If the time or temperature was off, the temperature would break down the compounds into acrylamide, a possible carcinogen. Unfortunately, Li Yun couldn't see the process happening with kiwi as the batter baked in the open. However, he knew from his extensive research that a chemical reaction was occurring inside. During the baking combination, Li Yun explored the chemistry of a cake. The creaming process of mixing together the eggs, butter, and sugar, carbon dioxide developed to form the air pockets of the cake. The creaming method was used mainly to create pound and layered cake. Casual diners sat down and watched the show. The chef was a huge fan of the show and regularly broadcasted the reruns during the dinner hours. The four amateur chefs in the final were Minja, Antonio, Zinda and Ang. Halfway through the series, everyone knew the frontrunners and clear favorites. However, more people were focused on Li Yun's opinions. It wasn't because he was harsh like Nicholas, but he didn't seem to enjoy food as much as the others. There were few dishes that genuinely made him excited. He simply tasted the dish and graded on the nutritional levels of the food. I thought the food was supposed to taste good, but Dr. Li's discernment seems to be based on whether they are healthy or not, a man said, chewing down his pork chop after a rerun was shown on the screen. What did you expect? Said another diner. He comes from a TCM background, so of course the health benefits would be important to him. This is quite an interesting take on food. What do you mean by TCM? He's clearly a Western doctor. Just because he can perform a few acupunctures and has a clinic, he is a legitimate surgeon in the hospital. At the front of the diner, a skinny young man in a dark hoodie overheard the conversation between them. He didn't care about cooking shows, but he had heard the name Li Yun before. "Sir, here's your food to go," said the waitress at the counter. The skinny man paid for the food and grabbed the plastic bag. However, instead of leaving or moving his head up, he asked the waitress a question, "Do you know where Li Yun is from?" "Dr. Li from that TV show," the waitress asked. "I heard he has a clinic in Yide City. It's pretty far from here." The skinny man walked away after he got the information. The waitress thought he was odd and rude, he didn't even thank her. Chapter 269 Reappearance. Li Yun ignored much of the speculation online about his cooking ability. Instead, he focused on finalizing the formula that the system had given him inside the laboratory. For the past months, he had been experimenting with various methods to bind all the chemical elements together into a stable substance, but none had lasted more than a second. Even with his ability to see the molecular structure, it hadn't been successful so far. After watching the baking episode, it gave Li Yun the idea of heating the compound at the threshold of the melting point for a long period of time with two other substances that had hydrophobic and hygroscopic properties. Eventually, the compound stabilized. Congratulations for comprehending alchemy to small perfection. Golden Elixir awarded. Li Yun could not believe such a simple task was able to recreate the formula. He had overthought the process, believing the method to be much more difficult than it actually was. In order to complete the formula, he simply had to use a simple cooking method. He named the compound the unknown as he had yet to understand its effects and functions. The first step was to review the formula under the microscope. Strangely enough, the strange compound seemed to have a life of their own. The movement was like a virus or bacteria with the way it was moving about. Yet, it was entirely in liquid form. After jotting down his notes, he set them aside and turned his attention to his reward. The liquid in the flask wasn't gold, but a slightly cloudy grey mixture. His first thought was to avoid testing it on himself. Golden elixir was often referenced as a way for humans to attain immortality. However, there was no description of what the elixir could do. For all he knew, the golden elixir could give him invulnerability like the golden monk, but at the loss of his movability and freedom. His eyes scanned around the laboratory toward the different animals. He didn't want to sacrifice any creature, but if the formula had mystical property, the creature could become an immortal beast. If a wild beast gained superpower, it might attack him. Maybe a friendly pet. Li Yun looked at the cat Diu. I've been looking after you for almost a year, would you like to become an immortal? Meow, Diu responded. That sounds like an affirmation to me, Li Yun said. He was joking, but it was the only option he had. What if the formula kills it? Or what if the formula puts it in a coma and it enters into another realm? If there was an elixir, Li Yun had to wonder how much of it can be used. There were dire consequences if humans could live forever. It wasn't a fantasy world where there were countless realms, planets, and dimensions. There was already population and resource problems on Earth. If immortality was attained, Li Yun couldn't imagine the amount of waste and pollution that would be generated. There was also a question of whether he truly wanted to be immortal. He had joked about it before and told the monk Luba that it was his end goal. However, it was only mentioned because he never thought it was achievable. Maybe it's just a formula to increase fertility, Li Yun thought. With the way the system worked, no way it would provide him with something as powerful as immortality. He turned back to Diu. You're either going to have many children, live forever, and turn into a giant mythical beast. Whatever the result, you will likely be in the history book. Li Yun didn't want to inject it into Diu and spiked the tap water for the kitten to drink. He felt a moral dilemma. Chi Shou was going to kill him if the cat died. The cat sniffed at the water for a moment. It was suspicious, but the owner hadn't killed him yet. Maybe it would be all right. After the first sip, it continued licking its tongue into the water. Li Yun petted Diu afterward but didn't see anything that was different. The formula is either damaged, or the effect isn't detectable. He decided to wait. In the meantime, Han Lun came into the laboratory to notify him that someone named Zhang Shiyi was there to see him. He's here waiting in the lobby. Li Yun asked in a surprised tone. The one person he was looking for had found him first. The problem was, there were very few people who knew that Li Yun was actively looking for Zhang Shiyi. Send him into the conference room. Li Yun headed toward the conference room on the lower floor and saw the skinny young man looking around the conference room. He looked like the skinny man he had saw when he had used Kiwi on the Zhao Menfu's forgery. Zhang Shiyi, asked Li Yun. Li Yun. Zhang Shiyi asked without replying. Yes, have a seat, are you here to ask me about calligraphy? Li Yun asked. I bought a copy of the Tao Te Ching, said Zhang Shiyi without sitting down. You have a perfected version. I do have one in my clinic, Li Yun responded. I can show it to you, but before that, you have to answer a few questions. Zhang Shiyi wasn't in the habit of answering others people's questions. The way he spoke was short, curt, and always to the point. To many people, it sounded rude. However, it was just the only way he knew how to speak. Okay, Zhang Shiyi replied. If it would allow him to see the perfected version of Tao Te Ching, answering a few questions was worth it. Do you know your master filed a missing person report? Li Yun asked. Yes, Zhang Ziyi replied, but provided no follow-up to his answer. The mercenary who was scheduled to pick up the forgery, were you at the scene when he was murdered? Yes. Do you know who killed him? No. Did the killer try to kill you? Yes. Do you know who tried to kill you? Yes, my master. Li Yun had already assumed that Qi Ling hired someone to kill his student. Do you know why he wants to kill you? I don't know. What have you been doing all this time? Painting. It was painful to question Zhang Shiyi. The young man seemed to have a few loose screws, and although his life was in danger, he was still interested in calligraphy. You have been living off of cash and hiding out? Li Yun asked. Zhang Shiyi nodded. Although he didn't have much common sense, he knew enough that he should hide away from the public eye to avoid danger. The only thing he enjoyed in life was calligraphy, and he wouldn't be able to enjoy it if he was dead. After showing you the Tao Te Ching, you should head to the police station to make a report, Li Yun suggested. Will I still be able to paint afterward? Li Yun didn't know if he should feel pity for someone who had absolute devotion to a singular subject that lacked everything else in life. But how was it different from how he had lived his life following all the guidelines from his system? His skills were diverse, but only because it was encouraged by the system. If he didn't have friends or families like Zhang Shiyi, how different would his path be? Chapter 270 to be determined. Li Yun called Ruxi to bring the Tao Te Ching from the storage room to the police station. He didn't think Zhang Shiyi was dangerous, but he didn't know much about the guy, so he had to be on guard. There was a strange fluctuation in Zhang Shiyi's shen, but his overall jing and qi were underdeveloped like a child. So this is the missing person? Bulletin Tao asked as Li Yun and Shang Shiyi arrived to the station. Why did you find him? I didn't, he came to me about my calligraphy, said Li Yun. Bulletin Tao wasn't informed of Zhang Shiyi's connection to the dead monk. There were certain things that were best kept from police captains like Bulletin Tao. He's a bit obsessed with calligraphy. I can see, your girlfriend dropped this scroll for you, said Bulletin Tao. Zhang Shiyi grabbed onto the scroll first before Li Yun could reach for it. He unrolled the scroll impatiently, but with great care. His eyes devoured the content with utmost fascination. How were you able to create the fluid motion of the word path and still maintain its structural integrity? Zhang Shiyi asked. It was the most he had said throughout the entire time with Li Yun. I don't remember, Li Yun replied. When he wrote the Tao Te Ching, he was in elementary and couldn't remember the exact feeling back then. You can hold on to it until you figure it out. Li Yun reluctantly gave Zhang Shiyi his scroll. He didn't need it anymore, and he doubted that Zhang Shiyi was willing to let go even if Li Yun wanted it back. After a bit of investigation, Bulletin Tao said that they were going to collaborate with H Providence to officially charge Qi Ling with attempted murder, homicide, and conspiracy. Although they hadn't determined the exact motive, it was only a matter of time. Li Yun left Zhang Shiyi with Bulletin Tao in protective custody and returned to the laboratory. Luckily, the cat was still alive. However, there wasn't any trace of the substance inside the cat. He didn't understand how a substance known as the golden elixir could break down so easily into harmless substances. He also wasn't sure if he should continue feeding the cat or stop. To be determined, Li Yun wrote down in his notebook. He'll test out the formula on himself after a month of observation. Li Yun tapped on the table impatiently. Should I enter the compass again and ask the Queen Mother? She might not tell me everything, but her reaction to the reaction would let me know whether there really is an immortal elixir. If there was anyone who could help him out, it would be the Queen Mother. He had been training in his own dream realm and occasionally revisited the compass to challenge her. It was easy to access the compass after Shang King recovered and started working at the Sheneng factory. Li Yun had placed him on probation as a regular night custodial. Shang King would drop off the compass before his evening shift, which consisted of mopping the dining hall and employee areas. Are you really just okay with cleaning? Asked Li Yun before Shang King headed out of the office. Yeah, it's relaxing, Shang King replied. He dropped out of high school, so he wasn't picky about the type of jobs he was doing. Even when Li Yun offered him other jobs, he still preferred to clean. There wasn't much thinking involved and he rather liked it. In the meantime, Li Yun had taught him ways to navigate the snow mountain. I'm still stuck at the base of the mountain. It'll take some time to get used to it, replied Li Yun. In the dream world, it was possible to perform unimaginable tasks like flight and invulnerability. However, in the compass, there were certain rules that restricted some improvement. It wasn't as stringent as Earth's physics, but it was still difficult for anyone to practice. After a brief conversation with Shang King, Li Yun focused on entering the compass. His movement wasn't like before. After countless attempts, Li Yun could breeze through the beginning stages with his eyes literally and metaphorically closed. Here for another challenge. The Queen Mother asked coolly, sitting underneath her pavilion for her iced cold tea. She had sensed his arrival the moment he had entered the compass. Before that, can you tell me what you know about the golden elixir? Asked Li Yun. The golden elixir? Asked the Queen Mother. Is that a human creation to attempt immortality? So you don't much about it? Li Yun asked, judging from her disinterested tone. I only know what I have seen, and I have never seen a successful golden elixir in your world, said the Queen Mother. However, there are many types of golden elixir in the spirit realm. No matter how much he had improved, the Queen Mother was simply too fast and too strong. Li Yun didn't think it was fair to go against someone who had millions of times more experience than him. You don't believe that I'm at the 6th step seed level? The Queen Mother asked him after he failed his latest attempt. If my travel speed is 500 km per hour, then yours is at 2000 km per hour, said Li Yun. The power scale isn't equivalent. Oh ho ho, you don't think the fight is fair, said the Queen Mother. The challenge is unfair to begin with. A 5-year-old kid, no matter how hard he trained, could never top a 21-year-old Olympiad champion. The fault lies not with the challenge, but with your perception that this realm restricts your silly concept of time and space. I am not traveling faster than you, but the same speed. Something in Li Yun's mind clicked. She was right. Based on their previous conversation, the passing of time in the compass was different from the real world. Whenever he entered, no matter how long time had passed, only 30 minutes would have passed in the real world. Li Yun bent down to stretch his knees, getting ready for the boss fight. With a plan formed in his head and the sword out, he looked up at the icy woman. I'm ready. Chapter 271 Boss Fight. Next. The Queen Mother struck her arms and plunged her ice sword into Li Yun's backside and toward his heart. It was her signature opening move, to disappear behind the opponent and strike them dead. Before the match began, Li Yun had already unleashed his sword and turned his body and sword around in preparation for blocking her first attack. There was one thing about the Queen Mother, she was rather consistent. Although each fight wasn't exactly the same, she followed a certain pattern. Getting hit was unavoidable. If he sidestepped, her sword curved toward the next trajectory and his body would be severed. It took Li Yun 7 deaths to realize that the only way to avoid instant death was to block. The moment he used the iron sword, the ice sword shattered the iron sword, which disappeared. Only in the dream world would this ever make sense. Li Yun had argued with the Queen Mother about how broken her ice sword was and how illogical it was. And why would you be arguing about the rules that I have set up? Asked the Queen Mother. Fortunately, after the first failed attempt, the Queen Mother couldn't use the same move again until a certain amount of energy was restored. Li Yun had timed it to 1 minute, so within that time frame, he had to defeat her. Otherwise, evading it for the second time was nearly impossible. Without a sword, he had to rely entirely on his martial arts training to best her. After his 12th death, he realized that certain traditional fighting forms were better. In the dream world, the restriction of traditional wushu was lifted. He didn't have to rely on physical muscle memories. It seemed that most recall ability came from his thought and spiritual powers. It made sense as his body in the compass wasn't really physical, but a manifestation of what he thought was his form. The Queen Mother might not be seeing his form in the same way he was seeing himself. To her, he may be a speck dust trying to get her dirty. But if what she said was true, then she had limited her power to one speck of dust. She should not be completely used to scaling down her powers. She likely has weaknesses that she isn't even aware of, thought Li Yun. Someone who's all-powerful in their own realm might not know how to limit their own strength. The Queen Mother struck out again, weaving her ice sword through the air. It wasn't just fancy sword dance moves, but each movement of the sword caused an icy shockwave as sharp as the blade to hit toward Li Yun's direction. He dodged to avoid the shockwave, but one icy wave caught onto his left arm, severing his hand completely. Li Yun should have gotten used to missing limbs at that point, but where was the censorship in the compass world? He shouldn't be able to see the severed bones and veins so clearly in this realm, but the world that the Queen Mother was lifeless that he sometimes forgot it didn't exist. "You're still too weak," she commented, seeing that he was already out of breath. She moved her right arm to deliver another striking blow. Li Yun saw the icy air blade moving toward him like a guillotine. He could evade this blow, but could he evade the next dozens? The fights were always quick, lasting no more than a minute. His time was winding down, and if he failed, it would be another painful death. And after every death, it would take him some time to recover his mental strength to challenge her again. He didn't want to waste more time. Instead of blocking or parrying, the icy blade sliced through Li Yun. The Queen Mother suddenly realized something was wrong. There wasn't any blood appearing from the body but merely puffs of clouds. "It's an illusion," the Queen Mother thought. "Could he had learned how to use illusion in my world?" Before she could come up with an answer, Li Yun appeared behind her and swung the sword into her neck. Her head rolled to the ground. Li Yun also fell to the ground, with all his energy completely exhausted. The next moment, the Queen Mother's decapitated body and head disappeared. She reappeared in front as a whole and congratulated him on his success. "So you have learned to copy my ability," she finally figured out. "I thought you were sloppy in the beginning, but you were only preserving your energy until the right moment." Li Yun nodded. "When did you learn my ability?" she asked. "You have hinted it being about time and speed, so I have trained in my own dream world to see if it was possible," Li Yun replied. "Where did you get another sword?" she asked. "There should only be one weapon in this world." The compass was not as large as he thought after exploring all of the possible locations. Beyond a certain barrier, he would circle back to the other side. The ice palace was at the center of the compass world. "I carved it from the tree," said Li Yun. "Then you should know that this is simply training for you," said the Queen Mother. "Do you feel like it is rewarding enough?" "Not really, but if you can assist me with something, it might be enough." "You want to know about the golden elixir? What do you know about it?" Li Yun asked. "I can't tell you much, but it is safe for consumption," said the Queen Mother. Li Yun didn't know if he should trust her words blindly. Technically, it doesn't seem like she has the ability to kill him directly. In the compass, there were rules that even the Queen Mother couldn't break. "You're afraid that I'm lying to you," said Queen Mother. "Well, yes, there is no way to determine what you say is the truth," said Li Yun. "You've already tested the elixir, so you know there isn't much effect." "That's true, but who knows if there is a long-term effect?" Queen Mother smiled. "You're still as cautious as ever. If you don't try the unknown, you may not be able to proceed. If you mean by proceeding into the afterlife, then I don't know if I want to try it." The thought of going to another world wasn't pleasant to Li Yun at all. "Your powers aren't strong enough where a simple elixir can take you to another realm. I admit that I do not know what your golden elixir does, but it is not harmful." Li Yun thought about what the system had given him and put his concern aside. It was unlikely a system that came to him during his childhood would harm him. He was still the host, and if he dies, wouldn't the system's existence become obsolete as well? With a new resolution, Li Yun thanked the Queen Mother and left the compass. Later that night, he drank the golden elixir. "Ruxi, let's elope," Li Yun suggested. "Why?" Ruxi snapped her head to look at Li Yun. She asked suspiciously with her eyes slightly narrowed. They had just finished their morning exercise and training. She felt herself becoming stronger, but it was beginning to taper. There seems to be a barrier that she couldn't surpass. "We can avoid all the hassle of planning the wedding, table settings, and bickering relatives," Li Yun replied. "But everyone in the apartment is already excited for the wedding." Ruxi was still in the planning stage of her wedding with Lu Suyin, Wu Ling, Suxu, and everyone in the apartment. The plan was to use the courtyard and rent out tables and decorations. At the earliest, they can have everything set up in December, but decided on January to give all the relatives time to make the trip. "I already made reservations with the wedding planner to try out some dresses this weekend." "That's great, we can marry this weekend." "Why are you in a hurry to get married?" "Promise me you won't do anything drastic if I tell you," Li Yun said as he nudged her from the courtyard and into the back room. "You should have a sit." "All right," Ruxi sat on the chair. She wondered if there was something wrong with her. However, she was normally healthy, so it didn't make sense for her to suddenly develop an ailment. Li Yun got up and pulled her to the side. "You're pregnant." Ruxi's head was running on faster than the speed of light that it seemed like it wasn't working at all. She remembered that Li Yun could check people's health status, so it wasn't unusual for him to know if she was pregnant. "How?" Ruxi asked after a brief moment of silence. It didn't seem possible as she was using contraceptives. "You know how, and 4% chance is better than a miracle," Li Yun replied, although it was strangely around the same time he tried the golden elixir. He should have known the golden elixir was related to fertility. "Before you ask, you're only a week pregnant. And you're only telling me now." Ruxi quickly looked through her phone calendar. "Remember, I don't check your health unless you ask." With Li Yun's ability, it was easy to piece together someone's history. "No way will I fit in a dress at 7 months pregnant." Ruxi scrounged through her phone for a possible solution, still reeling in from her pregnancy news. "Like I said, let's elope," Li Yun suggested again. "Also, it might be a good time to discuss children's name. How about Li Minjiun and Song Ruxi?" Ruxi glared at Li Yun. "Are you implying I'm going to have twins?" "Maybe." Author end note. This is a bit different from how I have envisioned the ending, but it is very close to what I had planned from the beginning. A low-key ending for a low-key story. There are a couple of storylines with no resolutions, but I have never intended to solve everything in the end. Seriously, does anyone actually care about the last episode of Great Chef? Like, who do you think should win from the random side characters? All I know is that the last episode is filmed at the Ultraviolet restaurant. Maybe I'll write this for the rewrite. As for the sequel, if that ever happens, it will feature a different set of main characters. I am toying around with the idea of exploring Song Ahi and his third eye in an alternate Korean Earth setting, or I can do a full-blown isekai and have Li Yun assist a young boy from another world. Can you imagine Li Yun as a medical specialist grandpa cheat character? Thank you for reading the author's research dive into Chinese culture and miscellaneous medical adventures. I hope it is as enjoyable as a merry-go-round. The end.